Chapter 1. When I was very young, Wan Yang told me that the noblest woman in the world was the Empress, and that the palace where the Empress lived was called the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. I asked Wan Yang what the Palace of Earthly Tranquility looked like. Wan Yang said she didn't know either. Sitting beneath the leaky eaves of a country house, I thought how wonderful it would be if I could transform into a wild goose and fly across the sky, soaring all the way to the bustling capital, entering the purple forbidden city, and seeing for myself what the Palace of Earthly Tranquility looked like. The palace gates were shut, with only a single window on the left slightly ajar. The sky was overcast, and the light was dim. In the usually lively Palace of Earthly Tranquility, not a single palace attendant could be seen. Only Jiang Xuening remained, kneeling gracefully before a table. Her fair, slender fingers held an incense stick as she gently stirred the gilded Bashan incense burner placed neatly before her. Wisps of smoke curled upward through its openings. Her golden, phoenix-embroidered sleeves spread luxuriously behind her, their intricate cloud patterns faintly shimmering in the gloom. Later, I really did reach the capital. Heaven played a cruel joke on me. It gave me ambitions beyond my station, yet raised me in the countryside, never teaching me the grace of a noble lady from one of the capital's elite families. Then, as though mocking me, it cast me into this land of splendor and strife, granting me nothing but a pretty face. Jiang Xuening's beauty was dazzling, radiant as a lotus in full bloom. Her delicate brows curved gracefully, the corners of her eyes tilted slightly upward, and her lips were painted vermilion, all of it giving her a natural allure. Yet years of wielding the phoenix seal and occupying a position of great authority had also cultivated in her an air of dignified elegance. With the slightest lowering of her eyes, she could make hearts flutter. Yu Fangyin had been standing silently behind her for a long time, listening to her faint, almost ethereal voice. Recalling the life Jiang Xuening had lived in the eyes of the world, forever scheming and striving for fame and gain, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. A deep sorrow welled up in her heart. They both knew there was no escape for her now. Jiang Xuening suddenly laughed softly. Fangyin, lately I've been wondering, was I truly wrong? As a child, raised by Wan Yang and unaware of her true origins, she had run wild through the fields and hills beyond the estate, like a bird no one could restrain. Only Wan Yang's rouge and powder could ever lure her home. Wan Yang had been a slender horse, a woman among women. She said the world belonged to men, and only men could conquer it. But women, by conquering men, could conquer the world in turn. After Jiang Xuening eventually returned to the capital, she met Yin Lin, the young heir of the Marquis of Courage Estate. He took her out disguised as a boy and let her run wild through the city. Even her parents did not dare discipline her too harshly, and there was something of childhood sweethearts between the two of them. Later, the Marquis of Courage Estate was implicated in the rebellion case of the prince who pacifies the South. Yin Lin's family was exiled 1,000 miles away. That youth, not yet of age to receive his cap, climbed the high walls of Zhang Mansion one night to find her. His voice was hoarse as he tightly gripped her hand. "Ningning, wait for me. I will come back to marry you." But Jiang Xuening told him, "I'm going to marry Shenjie. I want to be empress." She still remembered how the young Yin Lin had looked at her then. His gaze was piercing, like that of a trapped beast struggling in agony. His eyes reddened, and his jaw clenched. That night, the boy shed all traces of youth, released her hand, and vanished into the darkness. 5 years later, she became Shenjie's empress. Her path to the throne had not been smooth, and in her short life, there had been others like Yin Lin. Shouting Fei, the vice minister of personnel. Zhou Yingji, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. Even Princess Liu Yang Shenzi, who later perished at the hands of the barbarians. Yet no one could have foreseen that the youth of years past would one day return with a vengeance. After distinguishing himself in battle on the frontier, Yin Lin pledged allegiance to Xia Wei. Under the banner of purging the emperor's entourage, he donned his armor and led his troops to besiege the capital, taking control of the entire Purple Forbidden City and placing her under house arrest. Shenjie had been poisoned, leaving him bedridden and unable to attend to state affairs. Thus, Yin Lin came and went from her palace as he pleased, dismissing the palace attendants every time he visited. No one dared speak a word against him, either within the court or beyond. Everyone knew he was Xie Wei's right-hand man. When Xie Wei slaughtered half the palace, it was Yan Lin who led troops to guard every gate, preventing anyone from escaping. When Xie Wei ordered the extermination of the Shao clan to the 9th degree of kinship, it was Yan Lin who broke down the barred doors of their mansions and dragged out men, women, and children alike. Now he stood outside her palace gates alongside the former imperial tutor, Xie Wei. Shun Jie had already passed away, leaving behind an edict appointing her as regent behind the curtain. Yet the heir adopted from the imperial clan had been beheaded by the rebellious Heavenly Teachings insurgents on his way to the capital, before he could even be enthroned. His head had been hung from the city gates. Now it was her turn. Jiang Xuening blinked lightly. Her long, thick lashes cast faint shadows beneath her eyes, lending her expression an air of melancholy at the unpredictability of fate. Yu Fangyin gazed at her with quiet sorrow. But Jiang Xuening had already set down the incense chopsticks and covered the censer. Then she picked up the large square brocade box on the table. Opening it, she revealed the imperial seal of the realm and an imperial edict she had written and sealed an hour earlier. The edict declared her voluntary decision to follow the late emperor in death. It requested that Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince Xie Wei stabilize the realm, assist in governance, and select a virtuous successor to the throne. Suddenly, Jiang Xuening raised her gaze and looked out the window. Without her noticing, the snow that had fallen throughout the night had stopped. Brilliant sunlight broke through the gloomy clouds and streamed through the window into the desolate palace, casting a radiant beam of light. She murmured, "Had I known this would be the outcome, why did I struggle so desperately? It would have been better to travel 10,000 miles, see the vast rivers and mountains, and live as a free bird. In this life, I merely strayed within the palace walls, weaving myself a cocoon of splendor." Yu Fangyin remained silent. Jiang Xuening then asked, "Fangyin, if you were given the choice, would you come again?" Yu Fangyin was the strangest person Jiang Xuening had ever known. Originally, she had been an unremarkable, illegitimate daughter of a noble house, clumsy and pitiable. Then, one day, she fell into the water and emerged with a completely different temperament. From then on, she stepped into public life, amassed wealth through trade, established banks and merchant associations, and within a few short years became the foremost merchant in Jiangning Prefecture. She could well be called Yu half the city. Yet her luck had been poor. In this struggle for the imperial court, she had initially backed the wrong side. Though she later submitted to Xie Wei, she had been kept under watch and confined to the palace for the past several days. Finding themselves equally wretched, the two became confidants who held nothing back from each other. Jiang Xuening listened to her tales of building a fortune from nothing, all filled with novel ideas, and heard her complain about the barbarian lands overseas she'd visited for trade, where even steam engines had yet to appear. Jiang Xuening had no idea what a steam engine was, but Yu Fangyin always claimed that she wasn't from here, but from some distant place to which she could never return. She also said there was a great secret from the previous dynasty, and that anyone with half a brain who knew it would never have made so many missteps in this struggle for power. It was simply a pity that she had realized it too late. Yu Fangyin sighed faintly and gave a bitter smile. Whoever wants to time travel to this godforsaken era full of suffering can have it. Jiang Xuening had not heard such crude words in a long time. She froze for a moment before remembering the urgency of the situation and suddenly raised her voice. "Lord Xie." The Vermilion Palace walls lay blanketed beneath pristine white snow. A sea of dark figures stood beyond the palace gates. Yan Lin stood guard, his sword at his side. The man at their head stood tall, but gave no response to her call. Jiang Xuening knew he could hear her. This was the most scheming man in the entire Dacian dynasty. A sage's appearance, a devil's heart. As imperial tutor to 2 emperors and grand tutor to the crown prince, how many people revered, respected, and admired him. Yet none knew that beneath that noble exterior, like clear winds beneath a bright moon, lay a heart brimming with violence and slaughter. The imperial sword of authority bestowed upon him by the emperor had been stained with royal blood, dyeing the moat crimson. The hands that plucked zither strings and wielded brushes had also tightly gripped the lives of the entire Shao clan, leaving the corpses of those implicated piled like mountains. He was the only man she had failed to charm despite exhausting every trick at her disposal. You executed members of the royal family, exterminated the Shao clan, and eradicated the celestial sect. You hold both power and my life in your hands. By rights, I have no standing to bargain with you. Suddenly, a tear fell from Jiang Xuening's eye and landed, searing hot, upon her hand. In this life, I've used many people. But when I carefully reckoned the debts, I wronged Yin Lin, and Yin Lin repaid me in kind. I used Xiao Dingfei and Zhou Yingji, and they climbed through the ranks because of me. I schemed against Xinjie, and now I'll join him in death. I owe them nothing. Thus had passed the turbulent course of her life. The dagger lay hidden within her sleeve. She gently drew it out. The cold gleam of its blade reflected in her eyes and against the exquisite golden hairpin at her temple. Jiang Xuening's body trembled. Her voice shook, and tears pooled in her eyes, yet she had no right to cry. Word by word, she spoke as though she were bleeding. But there is one man. He has been upright his entire life and strict in upholding the law. Yet I coerced him and led him astray, tarnishing half a lifetime of his reputation. He's a good official. I sincerely beg Lord Xie, in memory of the time I fed you my blood on the journey to the capital, to take my life in exchange for his. Spare him. Who could have predicted that the seemingly heartless empress would one day trade her life for a mere vice minister of justice? Was she truly heartless, or had no one ever warmed that heart? The figure beyond the gates remained motionless for a long time. Finally, a calm, single-word reply came. Granted. Such a pleasant voice. Just like long ago. Jiang Xuening smiled in relief and resolutely raised her hand. Thunk! The sharp dagger slit through the delicate veins of her neck with a sound like tearing paper. At almost the same moment, there seemed to be the clang of a sword striking the ground beyond the gates. She collapsed as well. The exquisite golden hairpin struck the ground, its deep red gemstones shattering and scattering. Warm blood slowly seeped across the icy steps, spreading like the shallow stream where she had once played barefoot as a child. A mistaken entry within palace walls, splendor becoming her cocoon. In the end, this palace of earthly tranquility became the tomb that swallowed her bones and buried her life. Outside the window, sunlight touched the snow, melting it little by little. It had been a long, long dream, in which the causes and consequences of an entire lifetime had become muddled together, yet the sensation of a blade slicing across her neck remained vividly clear. It really hurt. Jiang Xuening thought that, had she known, she should have chosen a less painful way to die. Cough. In the dream, something seemed to be pressing against her chest, making it difficult to breathe. She coughed once and finally struggled to open her eyes. But what she saw next startled her. She was lying on a messy couch. More precisely, she was lying between two men. Mere inches from her was the face of a refined and elegant young man, so close that their breaths mingled. He even had one arm casually draped over her. Jiang Xuening's scalp prickled. The scene immediately reminded her of when Yin Lin had returned to court, confined her within the palace, and silently entered her chambers whenever he pleased, making it impossible for her to sleep peacefully. She flung the man's arm away, rolled off the couch, and abruptly rose to her feet. Still half drunk, the young man lifted his eyelids and looked at her strangely. Propping himself up on one elbow, he reached out to pull her back. Brother Zhang, let's keep sleeping. How dare you? Having once been an empress who could command even court officials, Jiang Xuening instinctively reacted to his disrespectful words and shameless behavior. She slapped him across the face. Smack! The sharp, resounding slap finally awakened the black-robed youth sleeping at the other end of the couch, his head resting upon a sword. He opened his eyes. Sharp brows, a straight nose, thin lips. His entire bearing radiated an incisive edge. For a moment, he seemed bewildered by the scene before him. Then his gaze fell upon the finely dressed young man's disheveled robes, the faint red handprint on his right cheek, and Jiang Xuening's furious, shocked expression. Xing. The youth reacted instantly. He stepped between Jiang Xuening and the other man, unsheathed his sword, and pressed its blade against the young man's neck. His still youthful face was frosty with rage. "What did you do to her?" he demanded coldly. The young man was both shocked by the audacity of having a sword drawn on him and aggrieved by the accusation. Covering his stinging cheek, he protested, "What could I have done? I'm not a cut sleeve." The youth's brows furrowed, his gaze filled with suspicion. This prince, Jiang Xuening, suddenly froze. Only now did she belatedly notice the strong scent of alcohol clinging to her. Only now did she realize that she was dressed in a blue robe embroidered with silver-threaded bamboo patterns, disguised as a young man. And only now did she feel the lingering sting in her palm from that slap. Disguised as a man, not in a dream. At last, the face of the man currently held at sword point and the figure of the youth shielding her surfaced from the depths of her memories. One was Shi Jing, the future Prince Linghe who would eventually become emperor. The other was Yin Lin, the young marquis who would later become a rebel. Was this what Yufanyin had so often called rebirth? In her previous life, she had been cautious and calculating, wrapping men around her finger. Yet in this new life, she had just slapped the future emperor. If she knelt down and begged for mercy now, would it still be in time? Chapter 2. Reborn. 18.5 years old. But not at the very beginning, nor after everything had already happened. At 14, she had returned to the capital, disguised herself as a man, and claimed to be a distant cousin from the Jiang Xuening's household. She ran wild throughout the capital with Yin Lin. In September of her 18th year, she was summoned to the palace to serve as an attending student for Liu Yang Grand Princess. That same November, the Marquis of Courage estate met with disaster. Jiang Xuening vaguely recalled that throughout her true youth, Yin Lin had always been there. With Yin Lin by her side, she had feared nothing. The young man came from a military family and had spent time at the border. He possessed a spirited vigor and dashing charm that most young men in the capital lacked. Riding magnificent horses and wielding his sword, he was always by her side, cherishing and protecting her. Had nothing gone wrong, he would have married her. But this year, while she was with Yin Lin, they unexpectedly encountered Linghe Wang's Shi Jing, who had come looking for him. At the time, she hadn't known Shi Jing's identity. But when Yin Lin saw this refined and elegant young man dressed in luxurious attire, the first words he blurted out were, "How did you get out?" What was Yin Lin's status? He was the heir apparent of the Marquis Yongyi estate, a family nearly on par with the Shao clan, personally appointed by the emperor and highly favored within the palace. Wherever he went, people respectfully addressed him as Young Marquis. There were very few people who could make him use the honorific Yu. In her previous life, Jiang Xuening had always aspired to become the empress, so she secretly took note of this. After making discreet inquiries, she indeed discovered that Shi Jing was Prince Linghe. There were even rumors throughout the capital that the emperor, having no sons, intended to name Shi Jing as his imperial heir. Thus, what had begun as an accidental acquaintance became a deliberate attempt to draw closer. Later, when the Marquis of Courage estate fell into trouble, she married Shi Jing as she had wished. Within 2 years, the emperor passed away from illness and left the throne to Shi Jing, making her the empress. But although Shi Jing had grown up in the palace, he was unlike his brothers. He was too kind-hearted, to the point of indecision, and too gentle, to the point of timidity. Though he possessed the means to act, he couldn't bear to use them. Eventually, even the civil and military officials at court could no longer be controlled, and the newly appointed Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince, Xie Wei, often had to step in to handle matters and mediate on his behalf. In the end, Shi Jing was even poisoned to death. By then, Jiang Xuening had already been placed under house arrest by Yin Lin and couldn't even see him one last time. A person who was too kind could never be an emperor. That was the only lesson Jiang Xuening could draw from Shi Jing's tragedy in her past life. Now, she had been reborn shortly after meeting Shi Jing. Fortunately, their entanglement was still shallow. This time, she must not enter the palace again. The palace of earthly tranquility was her tomb. The simply furnished room was nevertheless rather elegant. In the cool early autumn air, the faint scent of last night's alcohol still lingered. Beyond the closed window, the distant clamor of the marketplace could faintly be heard. Yin Lin still held his sword. Though he had only the stature of a young man, the defined lines of his waist and back were already apparent. His lips were pressed into a straight line, and when he wasn't smiling, His expression carried an intimidating edge. For now, he ignored Xinjie. Instead, he turned back. The coldness in his eyes and brows remained undiminished as he asked in a low voice, "Which hand did he touch you with?" Jiang Xuening finally snapped out of her daze after realizing that she had truly been reborn. The young man's bright, star-like eyes were right before her. They had yet to be filled with the anguish of the Yin family's downfall or tainted by the darkness of the palace's endless power struggles. Pure, radiant, dazzling, like the blazing sun hanging high in the sky. But this question, judging from his expression, if she answered, he might chop off Xinjie's hand right then and there. Jiang Xuening broke out in a cold sweat and quickly grabbed his arm. No, nothing like that. It was all a misunderstanding. I had a nightmare just now and was still half asleep. When I opened my eyes, I didn't understand what was happening and thought young Master Shun was a bad person. I panicked and hit him. "Please put the sword away before someone gets hurt." Yin Lin frowned. Really? Hearing Jiang Xuening's explanation, Xinjie inwardly cursed his bad luck. But young Master Jiang was Yin Lin's friend, after all. Though their statuses were worlds apart, could he really make a fuss over a single slap? That would be unbecoming of a gentleman. Still, Yin Lin's skeptical expression left him both amused and exasperated. "Don't you trust my character? Even if I had ill intentions, which I didn't, would you really cut off my hand?" He was Prince Linghe, after all, a noble of imperial blood. But to his surprise, Yin Lin quietly studied him for a moment before sheathing his sword with a decisive motion. His voice was firm. "I would." Xinjie's eyelids twitched, and he looked up sharply. But Yin Lin had already turned toward Jiang Xuening. His previously icy tones softened, like snow melting after years of frost. "Are you all right? You drank so much last night when I wasn't looking. Let me take you home." When Jiang Xuening heard those two words, "I would," she couldn't help recalling her past life. After Yin Lin returned to court, he allied himself with Xie Wei, and together they stripped Xinjie of his power. Not long afterward, Xinjie was poisoned to death. In her past life, she had assumed Xie Wei was behind it. But now, she wondered whether Yin Lin might have been the one. In her youth, she had taken such devotion for granted. Only after being reborn did she realize how rare it truly was. The sincerity of youth was unguarded. When they loved, they protected. When they cared, they showed it, as though they wanted to hold the object of their affection safely in their palms at all times. It was a shame she didn't deserve such affection. Jiang Xuening stared at him blankly, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Xinjie sensed that something was odd and suddenly spoke up. "Master Xie is giving his daily lecture at the Hall of Literary Glory today. We're supposed to attend. It's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading to the palace with me, Yin Lin?" Only then did Jiang Xuening snap out of her thoughts. Of course, she needed to go home. But having only just been reborn, her mind was a jumbled mess that needed sorting out. She didn't want Yin Lin escorting her back, so she said, "You mustn't delay palace matters. Yin Lin, I'd like to go back alone today." Back then, her temperament had been famously spoiled. Half of it was because her father, Jiang Xuening, felt too guilty to discipline the daughter he had brought back to the capital. The other half was because Yin Lin indulged her. So if she wanted to go back alone, she didn't really need a reason. Sure enough, Yin Lin didn't ask why, as though he were already accustomed to her willfulness. After all, this was Ningning, the one he cherished most. He simply said, "Then I'll have Qing Feng follow you from a distance." Qing Feng was one of his two personal attendants. Though Jiang Xuening wanted to refuse, she glanced at his expression and decided to hold back for now, nodding obediently instead. The more Xinjie watched them, the stranger their relationship seemed. He was naturally good-tempered and slow to anger. To be fair, his looks were also exceptional, especially when he smiled. His eyes would curve slightly, giving him the refined warmth of polished jade. After Jiang Xuening married him in her previous life, they never had a single argument. The reasons were simple. First, Xinjie had an excellent temper. Second, his true affection wasn't for her. Third, she didn't like him either. She desired only the position, so nothing else could sway her heart. To those who didn't know the truth, they probably appeared to have a harmonious relationship between emperor and empress, treating each other with respect. Considering that she had been the one to act rudely first, Jiang Xuening looked at him with some remorse. I was disrespectful just now and even went so far as to strike you, young Master Shun. I hope you won't hold it against me. Another day, I'll host a banquet to make amends. It would have been a lie to say Shi Jing wasn't upset about being slapped out of nowhere. Moreover, Lin was being rather domineering. But when Jiang Xuening spoke, her voice was soft and gentle, and her eyes were like clear spring water. The delicate youth had a face like powdered jade, with red lips and white teeth. Perhaps because of her young age, the contours of her face were still soft, accentuating her refined features and giving her a beauty that blurred the distinction between masculine and feminine. For some reason, Shi Jing found it difficult to remain angry. He had never been one to make things difficult for others, so he simply smiled and said, "Your hand wasn't that heavy to begin with. But since you've said so, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll wait for young Master Jiang to treat me to drinks another day." Lin suddenly felt the urge to beat this fellow up. His expression darkened as he gave Qing Feng a few instructions, then tidied himself up and left the inn with Shi Jing. On the way back to the palace, Shi Jing recalled the details of what had happened at the inn and felt that something wasn't quite right, especially the way Lin had drawn his sword and pressed it against his neck while shielding that Jiang family cousin. And the more he thought about that delicate youth with such striking looks, Shi Jing frowned slightly. As someone a few years older than Lin, he felt he ought to offer some advice. He lifted the carriage curtain and said, "Ahem, Lin. Although some scholars in the capital nowadays have a fondness for male companions, and that Zhang family cousin is indeed quite attractive, you're the heir to the Marquis of Courage Estate. In the future, when it comes to marriage." Shi Jing was riding in a carriage. Lin, however, rode on horseback alongside him. The horse was handsome, but the rider was even more so. Yet upon hearing these words, Lin's face darkened. "Your Highness, I don't fancy men." Now it was Shi Jing's turn to look at him skeptically. "Then what about that Jiang family cousin?" "He's not some cousin of the Jiang family." Lin also recalled what had happened earlier, especially the way Jiang Xuening had looked at Shi Jing. Something about it had left him uneasy. A thoughtful glint flickered through his dark eyes. The troubled youth suddenly turned toward Shi Jing and said, "She is the second daughter of the Jiang family." Cough, cough. Shi Jing, who had just taken a sip of tea inside the carriage, choked in disbelief at what he had just heard. You actually. Lin, however, saw nothing wrong with it. Mounted on his horse, his black robes accentuated his tall, straight figure. He merely said, "She loves excitement and freedom, so I brought her out to play. Your Highness treats me as both a brother and a friend, so I'm telling you her true identity to make sure you know she's a young lady. Before, when you didn't know, naturally it wasn't your fault. But now that you do, you should mind your manners so there won't be any more incidents like the one this morning." Shi Jing nodded reflexively, but as soon as he did, he realized something was wrong. Shouldn't you be the one minding your manners? If word of this gets out, how will the young lady ever marry? A hint of sharpness appeared in the young man's brows and eyes. He simply smiled and said, "Since I'm the one who spoiled her into being this way, naturally I'll be the one to marry her." Chapter 3. What bold words. Considering Lin's age, Shi Jing realized that in 2 months, once his capping ceremony was over, it would indeed be time for him to discuss marriage. He laughed and asked, "Does the Marquis know about your intentions?" "He does." Lin's sword hung at his waist as he casually flicked his wrist, swinging the horsewhip with effortless grace. The imperial palace loomed ahead. He first removed his sword before saying, "Father said the Jiang family is a scholarly household, and Zhang Darren currently serves as the Vice Minister of Revenue, holding a substantial position. When the emperor ascended the throne, it was he who secretly escorted Master Xie to the capital, contributing to the new reign. He is also friends with Master Xie. As the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, she is a suitable match for me. After the capping ceremony in November, I will send someone to propose marriage. You usually ignore the idle noble youths in the capital, and even when noble ladies try to charm you, you pay them no attention. I thought you were too young to understand matters of the heart, living a life of asceticism. Who would have guessed you'd already made such plans? I never saw it coming." Shi Jing pondered for a moment, gradually catching on. "Besides, last night, when I was drunk, I didn't behave improperly. It was only this morning, when I accidentally touched her shoulder upon waking, that you rushed to tell me she was a young lady and declared your intention to marry her. Yanlin, aren't you being a little too protective? As the saying went, a friend's wife is not to be coveted. Yanlin's earlier words had not only reminded Xinjie that Jiang Xuening was a young lady and that he should keep his distance, but had also clearly marked her as his own, warning off any potential suitors. Having his youthful thoughts exposed, Yanlin's handsome face flushed slightly. Yet he raised his voice even louder, as though trying to hide his embarrassment. So what if I'm protective? I want to be. That was simply how domineering he was. Xinjie couldn't help laughing. The two stopped before the Meridian Gate. Yanlin handed over his sword and walked with Xinjie through the Huiji Gate on the right, heading toward the Hall of Literary Glory. The current emperor, Xinlang, who was also Xinjie's elder brother, had ascended the throne 4 years ago. In any dynasty, the year of imperial succession was fraught with peril. The year Xinlang took the throne had been no exception. During his illness, the previous emperor had confined Xinlang to the palace and, in a moment of confusion, had even attempted to send him to his fiefdom, throwing his supporters into disarray. Fortunately, Xiaowei arrived in the capital like a bolt from the blue, stabilizing Xinlang's influence in the capital and summoning renowned physicians to cure the previous emperor's illness. Only then did the previous emperor leave behind an edict naming the third prince, Xinlang, as his successor. Xiaowei, styled Juan, hailed from the prestigious Xie family of Jinling, the same Xie from the poem, swallows that once graced the halls of Wang and Xie. However, by this dynasty, the Xie family had nearly fallen into decline. He passed the imperial examinations at the age of 20 and entered the Hanlin Academy. But soon afterward, news arrived from Jinling that his mother had passed away at home. Xiaowei thus went into mourning, returning to Jinling to observe 3 years of filial piety. At 23, after the mourning period ended, he secretly returned to the capital, just in time for the crisis. In a single stroke, he turned the tide, ensuring Xinlang's smooth ascension to the throne. Alongside Yuanji Hashang, he became one of the new emperor's most trusted confidants. Though he held no official position, he was appointed junior tutor of the crown prince. With no princes in the palace to teach, he instead lectured the emperor himself, earning a reputation for being an imperial tutor in all but name. As autumn deepened and the chill set in, Xinlang began to feel unwell and had secretly summoned the 3 grand secretaries to the palace several times. No one knew exactly what they discussed, but since the previous month, Emperor Xinlang had issued an edict summoning several young nobles from the imperial clan to enter the palace and attend the daily Confucian classics lectures with him. Among them were several of his brothers, including Xinjie. When Yanlin and Xinjie arrived before the Hall of Literary Glory, the daily lecture had already been underway for quite some time. The chief eunuch, Huangde, who was guarding the entrance, hurried over as soon as he saw them. Bending low, he whispered urgently, "Your Highness, young Marquis, why are you so late today? The lecture has already been going on for half an hour. If you enter now, the junior preceptor will surely see you." They had been drinking so happily the previous night. How could they have remembered today's lecture? Xinjie and Yanlin exchanged a glance, both feeling a headache coming on. Their teacher, Xiaowei, was known for balancing leniency with strictness. People said he carried the legacy of the ancient sages, but he also had little tolerance for negligence. The last time, the Yinping prince, who was quite favored by the emperor, had been merely half a quarter late. He hadn't dared make a sound and had quietly slipped in through the side door. Yet Xiaowei spotted him immediately and called him out in front of everyone, demanding that he recite the discourse on factions from the previous day's lecture. The Yinping prince, young and fond of play, couldn't recite a single word. He stood there stammering, his face burning red with embarrassment. Xiaowei hadn't become angry. Instead, he gently invited him to sit back down, saying that perhaps he had explained the material too intricately the day before, and it was understandable that the prince couldn't remember it, shifting the blame onto himself. After sitting down, the Yinping prince had been utterly ashamed. That very night, he returned to his residence and burned the midnight oil studying. The next day, he arrived at the Hall of Literary Glory without a moment's delay, not only flawlessly reciting the discourse on factions, but also the admonitions to Emperor Taizong, astonishing everyone. From then on, he devoted himself to diligent study. The Yinping prince, at 14, could still excuse himself as a careless child. But Yin Lin and Sun Jie were no longer young. They had reputations to uphold. Now, staring at the doors of the Hall of Literary Glory and hearing the faint sounds of the lecture within, they both felt their scalps prickle with dread. Fortunately, Huangde was quick-witted. After a moment's thought, he offered them a solution. The junior preceptor has always dealt with matters on the spot. Once the moment has passed, he never holds grudges or revisits old faults. The palace administration delivered an ancient zither today, which His Majesty gifted to the junior preceptor. During the tea break between lectures, he will surely test it. The junior preceptor loves the zither. Why don't Your Highness and young Marquis wait a little longer? Once he begins playing, you can slip inside unnoticed. Sun Jie and Yin Lin felt as though they had been saved and hastily bowed to him. Thank you, eunuch. With that, they quietly retreated to a side hall to wait. Jiang Xuening had no idea what kind of situation Yin Lin and Sun Jie would face when they attended the daily lecture at the palace that morning. After they left, she soon set off on her way back to Zhang Mansion. In her youth, she had wandered through nearly every street and alley in the capital. Just after leaving the inn, she still felt somewhat disoriented and struggled to find her bearings. But after walking a short distance, her old memories gradually returned, and she quickly found the way home. The streets bustled with people. Vendors smiled broadly as they hawked their wares. Young children chased one another, waving dough figurines. All the ordinary vitality of the world washed over her, settling upon Jiang Xuening's brows. Her tense body gradually relaxed, and at last, the reality of her rebirth became solid. She was no longer trapped in the hazy, dreamlike state she had been in while facing Sun Jie and Yin Lin. Now, she was not the empress, nor did she have to spend the rest of her life within the towering walls of the palace of earthly tranquility. Jiang Xuening walked down the street like a fish returning to water, her steps light and buoyant. Zhang Mansion was located in Huai Tree Alley, not too far away, and before long, she caught sight of its vermilion gates. To be honest, she didn't harbor much affection for Zhang Mansion. After all, she had only returned to the capital at 14. Before that, she had grown up on a rural estate in Tongzhou, raised by her father Jiang Boyo's concubine, Wan Yang. As her birth mother put it, she had been ruined by improper upbringing. Jiang Xuening's origins were somewhat complicated. She was originally the daughter of her father's principal wife, Meng Shi. But when Meng Shi was pregnant with her, she became embroiled in a conflict with Wan Yang. Wan Yang was a Yangzhou slender horse who had been gifted to her father and later elevated to the status of concubine. Favored by her father, she too had been heavily pregnant at the time. According to Wan Yang, Meng Shi had fabricated a fault and used it as an excuse to banish her to the rural estate. Wan Yang was no pushover either. Seeing that her exile to the Tongzhou estate was inevitable, she decided to go all the way. Taking advantage of the chaos when both women went into labor on the same night, she swapped the daughter she had given birth to with the one Meng Shi had delivered. Wan Yang's daughter thus became the legitimate young mistress of Jiang Mansion, clothed in silks, fed on delicacies, educated in propriety and righteousness, and given the name Jiang Xuehui. Meng Shi's daughter followed Wan Yang to the rural estate, where she ran wild with unbridled freedom, knowing nothing of the decorum expected of a noble young lady. This unfortunate daughter of Meng Shi was, naturally, Jiang Xuening. Fortunately, Wan Yang treated her quite well. She taught her to read and write, as well as the arts of makeup and incense appreciation, and never mistreated her. Looking back now, Jiang Xuening realized that Wan Yang's scheme had been profoundly calculated. For years ago, when Wan Yang fell gravely ill, she directly sent a letter to the capital revealing the truth about the baby swap. This caused an uproar throughout Jiang Mansion. After the truth was verified, people were sent from the capital. But Wan Yang couldn't be bothered to explain herself. With a final, too late for regrets, she passed away, leaving behind a mess. Meng Shi loathed Wan Yang intensely, yet Wan Yang had never mistreated her daughter and had left behind those words of remorse, suggesting that she'd had a change of heart. There was no way to hold a grudge against someone who was already dead, nor could she take out her anger on Jiang Xuening. As an influential family, Zhang Mansion couldn't afford to make the scandal public. Although the eldest daughter was Wan Yang's child, she had been raised by Meng Shi since infancy. She was graceful and virtuous, and a genuine mother-daughter bond had formed between them. Since she was innocent in the matter, restoring her to illegitimate status would invite ridicule and likely make it difficult for her to marry. So the household reached a compromise. They claimed that, during Jiang Xuening's childhood, a fortune teller had predicted that she must avoid urban centers until the age of 14 to avert disaster, and thus she had been raised on the estate as an ordinary child. Now that she was past 14, she was naturally brought home. Thus, Jiang Mansion came to have two legitimate daughters. When Jiang Xuening first returned, she had still been somewhat restrained, obediently learning whatever Meng Shi taught her in an effort to become a proper young lady. But Jiang Xuening, with a father's tender heart, felt particular compassion for his ill-fated daughter. Mixed with his guilt, that compassion led him to indulge her. Over time, Jiang Xuening's temperament grew increasingly willful. She even bullied Jiang Xuening. After meeting Yanlin, she became completely unmanageable. When her first attempt at cross-dressing was exposed, Meng Shi angrily declared that she had truly been raised by that little harlot Wan Yang. Even Zhang Boyo finally thought things had gone too far, but there was no stopping her from going out with Yanlin. After the young man paid a visit to Jiang Mansion and spoke with Zhang Boyo, the household tacitly allowed such behavior. Whenever Jiang Xuening dressed as a boy, everyone called her young master, and the entire household covered for her, pretending that such a person truly existed in the Zhang family. So when she returned now, the gatekeeper merely started in surprise before quickly lowering his head and timidly greeting her. Young master is back. Land in the capital was expensive. Although Zhang Boyo held the substantial position of Vice Minister of Revenue, he was still only a third-rank official. Even with a well-off family, he didn't dare be too extravagant. The four-courtyard residence was small, but exquisitely built. Jiang Xuening remembered that, at this time, she should be living in the West Wing, right next to Jiang Xuening. In her previous life, when she first returned, she had felt both inferior and jealous upon seeing Jiang Xuening. Later, spoiled by everyone's indulgence, she often used Xuehui's status as the daughter of a concubine to oppress her, tacitly allowing the servants to mistreat her. She had snatched away Jiang Xuehui's chance to become an attending student in the palace. She had even stolen Jiang Xuehui's marriage. Xin Jie had originally favored Jiang Xuening, but with only a handkerchief as a token, he hadn't known which of the Jiang sisters it belonged to. Jiang Xuening had seized the opportunity. Later, Jiang Xuening married a scholar who had passed the imperial examinations and left the capital with him. Only during the new year, when noble women entered the palace to pay their respects, did Jiang Xuening catch distant glimpses of her. She had only heard that Xuehuing was doing well. Now, faced with this elder sister, who seemed to have taken the life that should have been hers, Jiang Xuening felt somewhat conflicted. She planned to retreat to her room and think carefully about how she should treat Jiang Xuehuing from now on. But just as she reached the covered corridor, she heard a shrill voice. It was clearly an old servant woman. "Miss, your words are truly laughable. Our quarters have more people, while yours have fewer. What's wrong with us taking a larger share of the provisions? Don't you know your own status?" "Not just you. Even if the second miss were here, I wouldn't flinch. I was the one who went to fetch the second miss back to the mansion back then. She obeys my every word. When I say east, she wouldn't dare go west." "You." Standing beneath the corridor was a woman wearing a sky-blue jacket embroidered with lotus vines. She had an oval face and willow leaf eyebrows. Though her features lacked Jiang Xuening's bewitching allure, there was an innate dignity in her bearing. Yet now, a trace of anger appeared on her face. This was Jiang Xuening. Behind her stood a young maid wearing a vest, while 3 steps ahead stood a gaudily dressed woman with a black mole beneath her lip, giving her a sharp, unkind appearance. One corner of her mouth curled into a mocking sneer as she stared at Xuehuing with blatant disdain. Jiang Xuening approached from behind, unnoticed by the woman. Hearing the claim that she obeyed her every word, her brow arched sharply. Since when had she ever obeyed anyone? The woman was Wang Xing's wife, a servant from Jiang Xuening's quarters. She had originally served Meng Shi and had indeed been sent to fetch Jiang Xuening from the countryside, taking care of her along the journey. Later, Jiang Xuening asked Meng Shi to assign the woman to her service. From then on, Wang Xing's wife treated her like a reborn parent, practically groveling at her feet. And yet, behind her back, this was how she behaved? Wang Xing's wife couldn't see Jiang Xuening, but Jiang Xuehui, who was facing her, saw everything clearly. In that instant, her heart sank. The younger miss of the mansion was notorious for being a little hellion. Arriving at such a critical moment in their dispute, she was bound to stir up another awkward scene without bothering to distinguish right from wrong. The maid standing behind her trembled with fear, her legs nearly giving way as she stammered a greeting to Jiang Xuening. As second miss, Wang Xing's wife stiffened instantly, but when she turned around, all her previous arrogance and sarcasm vanished without a trace. Instead, her face blossomed into an ingratiating smile, overflowing with exaggerated delight. "Oh, my dear second miss, you finally returned. This old servant prepared black-bone chicken soup at home, along with your favorite pineapple cakes." As she spoke, she eagerly extended a hand toward Jiang Xuening, as though intending to assist her. On her wrist was a green jade bracelet. The jade was translucent, its luster smooth and radiant. At a glance, it was clearly high-quality Hetian green jade. Jiang Xuening lowered her gaze toward it, and her pupils suddenly contracted. This bracelet. In her past life, shortly before Wan Yang passed away, she had grasped Jiang Xuening's hand. Although Jiang Xuening already knew by then that Wan Yang wasn't her birth mother, but rather the wicked woman who had taken her away, after so many years together, and unaware of the deeper implications, she hadn't hated Wan Yang. So she thought Wan Yang had something she wanted to tell her. Who could have imagined that Wan Yang would press this bracelet into her hand and say sorrowfully, "Ningning, your auntie begs a favor of you. If you return to the mansion and see the eldest miss, please give this to her for me." At that moment, Jiang Xuening had felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her head. Perhaps her jealousy toward Jiang Xuehui had begun at that very moment. After Wan Yang passed away and she returned to Jiang Mansion, she tossed the bracelet into a box, preferring to let it rot there rather than give it to Jiang Xuehui. Later, when she encountered many hardships and thought back to Wan Yang in the past, she tried to find the bracelet again, but it was nowhere to be found. Who would have thought it had ended up with Wang Xing's wife? Jiang Xuening quietly gazed at Wang Xing's wife, her expression suddenly becoming inscrutable. Wang Xing's wife continued smiling. "Judging by your clothes, you must be tired from playing. Let this old servant attend to you and take you back to your room." But when she raised her eyes and met Jiang Xuening's gaze, for some reason, a chill ran down her spine. Without even glancing at Jiang Xuehui beside her, Jiang Xuening merely curled her lips into a faint smile and said to Wang Xing's wife, "I never knew before that you were so talented. You've even mastered the art of changing faces, haven't you?" Chapter 4. At these words, Wang Xing's wife was stunned. Jiang Xuehui and her personal maid, standing nearby, looked as though they had seen a ghost. They seemed unable to believe such words could have come from Jiang Xuening's mouth. Not only had she refrained from jumping in and stirring up trouble as usual, but her words were even laced with sarcasm toward the servant woman she had always favored. Wang Xing's wife's eyelids began twitching uncontrollably. She had originally served by Meng Shi's side, though she wasn't among her most trusted servants. For years ago, when she was sent to Tongzhou to fetch Jiang Xuening back to the manor, she immediately recognized an easy target. Young, inexperienced, of high status but raised on a rural estate, knowing no one in the capital, she was bound to feel lost and insecure upon arriving. Thus, Wang Xing's wife ingratiated herself with Jiang Xuening throughout the journey. Sure enough, after returning to the manor, Wang Xing's wife merely had to drop a few hints before Jiang Xuening requested that Meng Shi transfer her into her service. From then on, all matters, large and small, in Jiang Xuening's quarters fell under her control. And as Jiang Xuening began associating with young Marquis Yin and became someone everyone in the manor feared, Wang Xing's wife's status as the managing maid naturally rose along with hers. But she had never expected Jiang Xuening to say such things today. As second young miss must be joking. Wang Xing's wife suppressed her confusion, waving her hands while forcing on the same fawning manner she'd always used before. This old servant isn't from Sichuan, and even though I've watched opera troupes perform several times, how could I possibly have learned face-changing? For you to suddenly mention it. You must want to watch an opera, yes? I recently heard Madam say that 2 new troupes have arrived in the capital. Shall we invite one to perform for you? In the past, such flattering words might not have made Jiang Xuening beam with delight, but at least they wouldn't have provoked her anger. But the current Jiang Xuening, casually smoothing the hem of her cyan brocade robe, embroidered with silver-threaded bamboo leaves, she leisurely seated herself on the corridor's leaning rail. Even with her eyebrows darkened in a masculine style, her rosy lips and pearly teeth remained unmistakable. Her face possessed both the misty allure of distant mountains and the dewy tenderness of flower petals. Only the smile on her lips carried a certain chill. Jiang Xuening shifted her gaze toward Wang Xing's wife's wrist and feigned curiosity. That bracelet on Mama's wrist is quite lovely, though it looks familiar, rather like one I couldn't find recently. Wang Xing's wife's heart immediately skipped a beat. The exquisite bracelet on her wrist suddenly felt scorching beneath Jiang Xuening's gaze, as though it had been heated by flames, making her hand tremble. But having survived in the inner household for so long with such a disposition, she possessed some skill at reading people's intentions. In the span of a single sentence, several thoughts flashed rapidly through her mind, and she vaguely grasped the crux of the matter. The bracelet. The second young Mrs. inexplicable change in attitude must have something to do with the bracelet on her wrist. Having managed Jiang Xuening's quarters for years, Wang Xing's wife had grown accustomed to throwing her weight around, and Jiang Xuening had always been careless with her possessions. How could Wang Xing's wife resist? Pilfering a little here and there had only seemed natural. Who could have predicted that today would bring such misfortune? Her mind raced, and she immediately began to put on an act. Does it look similar? This old servant's bracelet can't possibly compare with the young Mrs. Fine Things. I bought this from a street peddler last time. He said it had a small crack and sold it to me cheaply. After buying it, I even spent 2 chin of silver to have it repaired. Look, the mended part is right here. With a beaming smile, she slid the bracelet off her wrist and pointed toward the place where the crack should have been. But the moment she pointed, she let out an exaggerated gasp. Wang Xing's wife widened her eyes, feigning genuine surprise. How did the crack disappear? Jiang Xuening watched her performance coldly. After a moment's thought, Wang Xing's wife suddenly put on an expression of realization and chuckled awkwardly. Oh dear, this old servant's memory is failing me. Yesterday, while helping the second young miss tidy her dressing table, I took off my newly repaired bracelet to avoid damaging it and set it aside. I must have accidentally mixed it up with the second young Mrs. Fine bracelet while packing everything away, then picked up the wrong one afterward. No wonder this bracelet felt so much smoother when I wore it, almost as though it could lift one's spirits. It turns out to be the young Mrs. Precious item, blessed by your celestial aura. Listen to that. Even the most skilled flatterer couldn't have phrased it better. Comparing her attitude toward Jiang Xuening with the way she treated Jiang Xuening, it was easy to understand why Jiang Xuening's past self had insisted on taking Wang Xing's wife from Meng Shi's side and allowed her to throw her weight around. Jiang Xuening smiled faintly. So this really is my bracelet. It's all because this old servant's eyesight is failing with age, causing me to make such a mistake. Thankfully, the second young miss noticed early with your sharp eyes. Otherwise, if I were later accused of stealing your belongings, I wouldn't be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. She put on a show of immense gratitude. Since Jiang Xuening was reclining lazily against the leaning rail, Wang Xing's wife crouched down, pretending to help put the bracelet on her. But halfway through, she seemed to remember something. Oh no, this won't do. This old servant's vulgar energy might taint the bracelet and sully your celestial aura. Let me wipe it clean first. Wang Xing's wife pulled out the handkerchief hanging from her waist and meticulously polished the bracelet before offering another ingratiating smile. Gently lifting Jiang Xuening's left hand, she slid the bracelet onto her wrist. The young girl's fingers were slender and fair. The jade bracelet, the color of storm-laden skies, accentuated her snow-white wrist. Among all the nonsense Wang Xing's wife had spouted, one thing happened to be true. The bracelet had looked like nothing more than a vulgar trinket on her wrist, but on Jiang Xuening's, it became a transcendent treasure. See? It looks absolutely exquisite on you. Wang Xing's wife praised her effusively while secretly observing Jiang Xuening's reaction. Had this happened during Jiang Xuening's 2 years in the palace, Wang Xing's wife would have been dragged away and beaten to death before dawn the next day. But now, she was back at Zhang Mansion, having only just been reborn, with no intention of returning to the palace. Jiang Xuening felt that she should keep a low profile. Without that lofty status, she ought to restrain her temper. So she merely rotated her wrist casually, as though admiring the bracelet. Across 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she had worn it. The heirloom Wan Yang had left behind was indeed exceptional. A pity, it had never been meant for her. Her calm eyes held no trace of joy, only indifferent stillness. Jiang Xuening turned toward Wang Xing's wife. Smiling, she reached out and patted her shoulder, casually brushing away some non-existent dust with a benevolent expression. "You treat me so well, Mama." Wang Xing's wife hurriedly smiled, eager to demonstrate her loyalty. But Jiang Xuening's next words were spoken coolly. "From now on, if Mama tells me to go east, I'll never go west. I'll be sure to obey your every word." The smile on Wang Xing's wife's face had barely formed before those words utterly crushed it. For a moment, her expression shifted through a riot of colors, becoming a spectacle in itself. Jiang Xuening paid her no mind. Just as leisurely as she had sat down earlier, she now rose to her feet. Only then did she glance at Jiang Xuehui, who had been standing silently to the side. In Jiang Xuening's memories of her past life, this elder sister's face had nearly faded into obscurity. Even in midnight nightmares, only a faint outline remained. Now, seeing her again, with those delicate features, Jiang Xuehui didn't seem nearly as detestable as Jiang Xuening had always believed. But she didn't say a single word to her. Between her and Jiang Xuehui stood Meng Shi. Wan Yang. The cruel twists of fate. Their temperaments were worlds apart. They simply weren't the same kind of people. Even if Jiang Xuehui bore no grudge against her, the knot in Jiang Xuening's heart would always remain. There was no need to speak. She couldn't be bothered to engage. Jiang Xuening turned and walked away along the corridor. Jiang Xuehui couldn't help following her with her gaze, watching her retreating figure. Her back was straight, and the pale jade bracelet on her wrist swayed lightly. The impression she gave was entirely different from usual. The moment Jiang Xuening disappeared, Wang Xing's wife's legs gave way beneath her, and she collapsed. Her heavily powdered face was deathly pale. Only then did she realize that her back was drenched in cold sweat. The expression and tone Jiang Xuening had used when speaking those words had seemed utterly calm on the surface. But the more composed she had been, the more chilling it felt. She hadn't even lashed out after saying them. She had simply walked away. That alone was terrifying enough to scare someone to death. The maid at Jiang Xuehui's side, Mei Er, had witnessed everything clearly. She couldn't help rubbing the goosebumps rising on her arms. The second young lady today? How could she be so frightening? Mei Er leaned closer to her mistress and whispered, "After just one night away, she's like a completely different person." Young lady, could something have happened to the second young lady outside? Nonsense. With young Marquis in there, how could anything happen? Yet when Jiang Xuehui thought back on the incident, she too found it unbelievable. A frown creased her brow, and a trace of worry surfaced. She glanced at Wang Xing's wife, who was still slumped on the ground nearby. Where was the domineering arrogance from earlier? She beckoned Mei Er to follow her and said, "Perhaps Wang Xing's wife crossed some line with her. In any case, with her temper, it's best not to provoke her. As long as she doesn't come knocking at our door, we'll pretend we saw nothing." Mei Er wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, it was early autumn, and the faint fragrance of early blooming osmanthus drifted in from outside. Jiang Xuening followed the winding corridor until she reached her own western chamber. Stepping inside, she saw a maid with her hair styled in double buns slumped over the table in the outer room, fast asleep. Not far from her sat a sewing basket containing unfinished needlework. This was one of her 2 personal maids in the residence, Linghe. Jiang Xuening didn't wake her and walked straight through the outer room into the inner chamber. Every object was familiar, yet carried a strange sense of distance. The wardrobe held women's and men's clothing in equal measure. By the window, a square table held a fine burner of agarwood incense. Yet the dressing table was crowded with all manner of pearl hairpins, floral ornaments, rouge, and powder. When it came to being a woman, Wan Yang's greatest skill had been the art of adornment. Traditionally, Yangzhou slender horses were divided into 3 grades. Those of the first grade learned poetry and painting, played the qin and flute, practiced their posture, and mastered cosmetics, selling their charm and beauty. Those of the second grade placed less emphasis on literacy and music, excelling instead at the abacus and accounting, selling their skills. Those of the third grade were illiterate and learned only needlework and cooking so they could manage household chores. Wan Yang had originally been a second-grade slender horse. She had been born with only modest looks, yet she acquired cosmetic skills that even first-grade slender horses might lack. She could enhance 5 parts of beauty into 8, and with her clever mind, she knew how to read men's desires. Thus, before meeting Meng Shi, she had thrived effortlessly. What woman didn't love beauty? Jiang Xuening, having been raised by her, naturally adored anything that could enhance her appearance. She had learned a great deal. Moreover, as Meng Shi's daughter, she had been born with 10 parts of beauty. Now 18, though not yet fully blossomed, a touch of makeup was already enough to captivate and mesmerize. It had to be said that her face had been a tremendous asset in everything she achieved in her previous life. For indeed, nothing in this world was as unreasonable as beauty. Jiang Xuening stood quietly before the dressing mirror, gazing at the lovely face reflected within. It lacked the 3 parts of dignity she had possessed as empress, making the natural allure and radiance at the corners of her eyes and brows all the more striking. A face men adored and women loathed. Suddenly, she scoffed softly and pressed the mirror down. The bracelet Wang Xing's wife had slipped onto her wrist earlier was yanked off and tossed onto the dressing table with a clatter. In her previous life, she had envied Jiang Xuehui and stolen her position as an attending student, only to encounter Lu Yang, Grand Princess in the palace, and suffer endless harassment. In her previous life, she had resented Jiang Xuehui and stolen her marriage, becoming empress, only to enter an azure field. Surrounded by cunning foes and outmatched by them all, she ultimately lost her life. Thus, it was clear, karma bound all things. The heavens were not blind. After discarding the bracelet, she sat down. But Linghe, who had been sleeping outside, was startled awake by the noise. Rising hastily, she lifted the curtain leading into the inner chamber and saw Jiang Xuening seated there. Her face instantly paled with fright. Trembling, she approached. Linghe didn't know second miss had returned. Jiang Xuening glanced back at her. This little maid had been chosen by Meng Shi in Jiang Mansion. In her previous life, she had served Jiang Xuening for 6 years and was kind-hearted. After Jiang Xuening married Xinjia, the maid was married off and no longer attended her. Most likely, Jiang Xuening's absence the previous night had left the servants on edge. Jiang Xuening bore her no grudge. Seeing the dark circles beneath Linghe's eyes, her voice softened. "I'm fine. Go back to your room and sleep." At these words, Linghe, who had still been standing, dropped to her knees with a thud. Her expression became even more terrified than before. "Miss, Linghe swears never to sleep before you return again, nor will I dare nap at the table. Please don't have the matron sell me. I have parents above and siblings below." Jiang Xuening realized that the girl had misunderstood her and was torn between exasperation and amusement. Reaching out to pull her up, she said, "The floor is cold. Don't kneel. I never said I would punish you." Linghe allowed herself to be pulled up, but the expression on her face became even stranger. She stared fixedly at Jiang Xuening for a moment. Then she suddenly turned and bolted outside, shouting as she ran. Tang Er, come quickly." The second young lady didn't return all night. She might have caught some illness or something. She's acting completely wrong. Tang Er was Jiang Xuening's other personal maid. Linghe dragged her inside, her voice trembling with panic. "She just told me to go to sleep, and even said the floor was too cold to kneel on. Tell me, has the second young lady bumped her head somewhere outside? What if something's really wrong with her? What are we supposed to do then?" Jiang Xuening was speechless. Listening to this, she finally understood why the girl had looked at her so strangely earlier. For a moment, She was at a loss for words. But as Linghe continued to sob and wail without end, the corner of Jiang Xuening's lips twitched slightly, and a trace of her old temper flared up. Her brows furrowed, and her expression turned cold. "Try crying one more time." "Hic!" Linghe, in the middle of her panicked weeping, was so startled that she hiccuped and immediately fell silent. It was clearly a scolding. Yet upon hearing it, she suddenly went from sorrow to joy, wiping away her tears with a laugh. Good. That's how she used to be. Tang, the second young lady, isn't ill. She isn't ill at all. Jiang Xuening was speechless. For some reason, she suddenly recalled that terrible joke Shi Jing had once told her, the one called "no problem." It seemed she wasn't cut out to be a good mistress after all. This maid, she mused, might as well be sold off at the first opportunity. Chapter 5. Tang was 2 years older than Linghe and much steadier in temperament. Dressed in a light green vest, she was dragged inside by Linghe while still holding a letter in her hand. She immediately noticed something unusual about Jiang Xuening's expression. She quickly pinched Linghe. Linghe instantly fell silent. Only then did Tang approach. She first placed the letter on the side table, then moved to Jiang Xuening's side to help her remove the robe that still smelled of wine. Linghe was frightened because you didn't return all night. I guessed that since the young Marquis still had to attend the daily lectures at the palace, you'd return by morning at the latest. So I had hot water prepared for you. You can bathe first, then get some rest. You don't seem to have slept well last night. This one was useful. Jiang Xuening glanced at Tang. This maid had also been placed at her side by Meng Shi. Though capable, she couldn't overcome her mistress's terrible temper and tendency to indulge flattering servants. Even with 10 parts of ability, she could barely display 3. Then I'll bathe first. Not in the mood to say much, Jiang Xuening temporarily abandoned the thought of selling Linghe, since she'd finally stopped crying. With all the bathing preparations ready, Jiang Xuening undressed and stepped into the tub, slowly sitting down as the warm water gradually covered her smooth shoulders and slender neck. Such moments were the easiest for emptying one's mind. Yet she particularly enjoyed thinking during them. Having just asked Tang, she knew that today was the 7th day of the 9th month. She hadn't yet disguised herself as a man to attend the double 9th Lantern Festival with Yanlin, nor had she encountered Lu Yang Grand Princess, who had gone out to play with Shi Jing. This meant that, in this life, she could still avoid the princess accidentally developing affection for her. Judging from the earlier scene at the inn, she also hadn't begun deliberately approaching Shi Jing. If she didn't compete for it, the summons to serve as an attending student in the palace wouldn't fall to her. Yanlin was still galloping around the capital with his sword, and the Marquis of Courage Estate had yet to be implicated in the prince who pacifies the South's rebellion case. Nor had she spoken those hurtful words to the youth in his darkest hour. But the situation wasn't entirely optimistic. Yanlin alone was enough of a headache. With his capping ceremony approaching, the youth had already given almost all his naive yet passionate affection to an unworthy woman like her. He took her out to play, protected her, and even smoothed things over at Zhang Mansion when her willfulness and audacity went too far. In her past life, she hadn't understood. But after everything she had experienced, how could she fail to see it now? Zhang Boyo might feel guilt and pity toward his ill-fated daughter, but prominent families still had rules. No amount of doting would allow her to roam outside disguised as a man. Yet Zhang Mansion had tacitly permitted it. There could only be one explanation. Her marriage had long since been secretly decided. Rather than indulging her because she was the Jiang family's second daughter, they indulged her because she was the future wife of the heir to the Marquis Yongyi estate. But that marriage was doomed to fail. In just 2 months, the Marquis of Courage estate would meet with disaster. In her previous life, Yanlin never reached the day when he could send someone to propose marriage. His family was raided the day before his capping ceremony. Jiang Xuening leaned quietly against the edge of the wooden tub, blinking as she recalled the spirited face and fervent eyes of the young Yanlin, followed by the resolute profile and inscrutable gaze of the grown Yanlin when he returned triumphantly to court. For a moment, her heart felt tangled in knots. It was true that the Marquis of Courage estate had connections with the remnants of the prince who pacifies the South's faction. Yet there seemed to be hidden circumstances behind the matter. Otherwise, in her previous life, When Yin Lin returned with military power in his hands, he wouldn't have simply joined Xie Wei's rebellion. But exactly what those hidden circumstances were, Jiang Xuening had never discovered before her death. She would have to take things as they came. Regardless of how events unfolded, she had no intention of remaining in the capital this time. Having already attracted Yin Lin's attention in this life, she needed to find a tactful way to part amicably with him, lest his affection turn to resentment and lead him to imprison and retaliate against her when he returned to court. Those days in her past life had been a living nightmare. Escaping the capital would be ideal. In her previous life, although the capital's schemers fought viciously among themselves, they kept their conflicts contained. No matter how turbulent the palace became, the chaos never spread beyond the bounds of the imperial city. The realm remained prosperous, and its people lived in peace. Perhaps she could wait until their struggles concluded before returning to the capital. At most, it would take 7 years. Leaving the capital would also allow her to seek out Yu Fangyin, who traveled throughout the realm conducting business. What could be better? Jiang Xuening acknowledged that she possessed only petty cleverness when it came to manipulating people's hearts, not the grand wisdom required to stabilize nations. Especially not with Xie Wei, that imperial tutor cloaked in a sage's robes, lurking within the court. Working alongside him meant constant peril. One misstep could spell doom before she even realized what had happened. This chess game wasn't hers to play. Avoiding danger while pursuing safety was only human nature. Having settled her thoughts, Jiang Xuening summoned Linghe and Tang to dry and dress her. They helped her into a lilac-embroidered skirt with subtle white cloud patterns along the hem. Cinched at the waist, it accentuated her slender, graceful figure. As Tang adjusted her sleeves, she noticed the 2-inch scar on the inside of Jiang Xuening's left wrist. With a soft sigh, she remarked, "The scar ointment we obtained last month is nearly gone. This one seems to have made it a little fainter. Shall I purchase more in a few days?" Jiang Xuening turned her wrist and examined it. A 4-year-old scar. It slanted diagonally from the middle of her inner wrist toward her palm, deeper at the bottom and shallower at the top. It had clearly been inflicted with a dagger to draw roughly half a bowl of blood. She turned her wrist back, a dark light flickering in her eyes. Was her rebirth heaven's favor toward her, or toward Xie Wei? She had been granted another life, yet only after returning to the capital. If she had returned to the journey before reaching the capital, before making this cut, this life might have been far easier. But what was done could not be undone. With her decision to leave the capital for safety, money became the first concern she needed to address. "Bring me everything from my room," she instructed. "I need to take stock." Both maids hesitated. Their young mistress had never kept track of her possessions. Fickle by nature, whether it was her stipend, household distributions, or gifts from the young marquis, she would wear things once or twice before carelessly discarding them, never paying attention to where they ended up. So there were naturally a few people in the household whose hearts had been blinded by greed. Wang Xing's wife was the worst among them, often taking the young lady's belongings. No matter how displeased Tang and Linghe were, it was useless. The young lady herself turned a blind eye and never said a word. But now, she suddenly wanted to take stock of her possessions. Tang and Linghe exchanged glances. Tang remained composed, but Linghe couldn't contain her excitement. Clenching her little fists eagerly, she quickly replied, "Yes, we'll go fetch everything right away." In Jiang Xuening's memory, she had accumulated quite a few things over the past 4 years. Yet when the two maids finished gathering everything and brought it before her, only 2 chests remained. Pearls, jade, gold, and silver hair ornaments. She casually sifted through them. The quality wasn't bad, but the quantity was rather pitiful. She picked up a string of translucent tourmaline beads, chuckled, then tossed it back into the chest. "Call everyone in for me, inside and out. Not a single person is to be missing." The 2 maids went to summon the others. It took quite a while before all 7 or 8 of them gradually trickled in, standing around sloppily and lazily without the slightest semblance of discipline. The maids and matrons whispered among themselves, trying to guess what she intended to do. Jiang Xuening sat by the window on the Kong, reclining slightly against an autumn-scented brocade pillow. She picked up a teacup from the side table, took a sip, and silently observed them. After another moment, even Wang Xing's wife arrived. She had been half frightened to death by Jiang Xuening on the veranda that morning. The moment she heard Jiang Xuening had summoned everyone, she hurried over, forcing a smile. There's still so much work waiting for everyone. What instructions does the young lady have, calling us all here so suddenly? Jiang Xuening couldn't be bothered with their nonsense. She simply pointed toward the two chests on the table before them and said coolly, "Nothing urgent. It's just that my chests seem rather empty. Whatever you've taken from me over the years, put it all back." Wang Xing's wife's expression instantly changed. The others were equally startled. The room fell silent. Deathly silent. Eyes darted around, but no one spoke. Jiang Xuening laughed at the sight. "So none of you took anything. Is that it?" Wang Xing's wife had taken the most, and knew full well that hardly anyone in the room was innocent. They had all covered for one another. What serious consequences could possibly come of this? She stepped forward with an exaggerated expression of shock. "What kind of talk is this, young lady? You truly wrong us servants. Everyone here serves you in this household, in matters large and small. We always put you first. Who would dare take your things?" Jiang Xuening ignored her and turned her gaze toward the others. "Do you all think the same?" The others exchanged uneasy glances. But who would dare step forward and admit it? Besides, they all knew the second young lady had no idea how many possessions she owned. Even if she discovered that things were missing, what could she do? She couldn't simply accuse them without proof. Anyone who admitted to it would be a fool. They understood that simple logic perfectly and assumed Jiang Xuening was merely throwing a tantrum because too many things had gone missing. But given her outwardly tough yet inwardly weak nature, she wouldn't be able to cause any real trouble. So after she finished speaking, no one answered for a long time. Among them, a maidservant with a melon-seed face even chimed in to support Wang Xing's wife. "The young lady really does whatever comes to mind, accusing us hard-working servants out of nowhere and for no reason. It's truly disheartening." Jiang Xuening didn't become angry. She simply said, "Fine." With that, she stepped down from the footrest beside the Kong, casually dusted off her hands, and walked out of the room without another glance at anyone. Everyone was utterly baffled. Wang Xing's wife was especially confused. She had expected Jiang Xuening to argue back and forth, never imagining that she would simply leave. Her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, should have settled back down. Yet an inexplicable sense of unease crept over her. Where is the young lady going? By then, Jiang Xuening had already walked outside. Standing behind her, Wang Xing's wife carefully noted the direction she was heading and suddenly went pale. That was unmistakably the path to the master's study. Jiang Xuening had already assessed the situation clearly. These maids and matrons couldn't be commanded for the time being. Although she had plenty of ways to deal with them, petty squabbles in the inner household weren't worth expending so much effort on. Nor was it worth fighting with them like squabbling roosters. If there was trouble, she would simply go to her father. It was better to resolve matters quickly than drag them out. Meng sure wasn't close to this improper legitimate daughter who had been raised by a concubine. But Zhang Boyo treated her quite well, perhaps partly because of Yan Lin, even to the point of indulgence. A single word from him would be enough to punish the maids and matrons. At most, it would require a little explaining. But that was Jiang Xuening's forte, so she wasn't the least bit intimidated. Zhang Boyo's study was located in the eastern corner of the front courtyard, shaded by several old locust trees. When Jiang Xuening entered, she first stepped into the outer chamber. A young servant dressed in blue stood by the door. This was Chang Zhua, who attended to Zhang Boyo. Against the wall inside, for chairs were arranged in a row. On the last one sat a man dressed in the dark blue uniform of the embroidered uniform guard, a token hanging from his waist. He appeared tall and steady, with ordinary features, but when his sharp, hawk-like eyes opened and closed, they gleamed with deep calculation. The moment Jiang Xuening noticed him, he noticed her as well. He immediately rose from his seat and saluted her with composed respect. "Greetings, 2nd Mississippi. Zhou. In her previous life, he had risen to the rank of commander of the embroidered uniform guard, holding the seal of that office. But this man was infamous throughout the court as a servant of 3 surnames. Initially, he had merely been the son of a servant in the Jiang household. Implicated in Wan Yang's affair, he had been exiled to the estate's fields along with his family. As he grew older, he helped with the manual labor on the farm, learned a few characters from the village schoolteacher, and read some books on his own. Back then, when Jiang Xuening was returning to the capital with no one to rely on, she asked him to accompany the envoys from the capital and escort her back. Zhou Yingji made one request. Once they reached the capital, Jiang Xuening was to speak with Jiang Boyo and arrange for him to serve under the master. Jiang Xuening agreed. Once in the capital, Zhou Yingji began working for Jiang Boyo. Impressed by his competence and shrewdness, Jiang Boyo recommended him to the embroidered uniform guard 2 years later, securing him a position as a junior officer. Through his own efforts, he had now risen to the rank of a 6th-grade embroidered uniform guard centurion. If Jiang Xuening remembered correctly, in her previous life, 1 month from now, she would ask Zhou Yingji to investigate Shun Jie's identity for her. And Zhou Yingji's condition would be an introduction to the young Marquis, Yan Lin. As the saying went, noble minds share principles, petty minds share interests. Her relationship with Zhou Yingji was one of mutual benefit. She had something he wanted, and he had something she needed. Naturally, she agreed. Before the Marquis of Courage estate fell, Zhou Yingji seized the opportunity to climb higher and became a 5th-grade deputy commander. Later, when Jiang Xuening married Shun Jie, Zhou Yingji naturally aligned himself with Shun Jie. And when Shun Jie ascended the throne, he placed considerable trust in him. In the end, Zhou Yingji rose to the position of chief military commissioner, standing toe-to-toe with the Eastern Depot controlled by the eunuchs. He accomplished many things, some righteous and some not, becoming a significant force within the court. Yet his end was utterly tragic. Once Xie Wei stepped out from behind the scenes and seized control of the court and palace, the first thing he did was order Zhou Yingji to be riddled with arrows. His head was then nailed to the palace gates with 3 long iron spikes, creating a gruesome spectacle for every official entering and leaving the palace. Jiang Xuening had never witnessed it herself, but merely hearing the palace servants recount it had sent chills down her spine. Come to think of it, the Marquis of Courage Estate's involvement with the remnants of the prince who pacifies the South's rebels had been a case handled by the embroidered uniform guard. A thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Xuening's mind. She glanced at Zhou Yingji but didn't return his greeting, merely giving him a curt nod before turning toward Changzhou. Is father inside? Changzhou replied. He is, but he has a guest. Jiang Xuening frowned. Recalling her youthful willfulness, she declared, I don't care. The maids and matrons in my quarters have gone completely out of line. They're stealing my things and ganging up to bully me. Go inside and tell father I only need a word with him. Then I'll deal with them. Changzhou couldn't help feeling embarrassed. But knowing the second young lady's temperament, he steeled himself and went inside to deliver the message, lifting the curtain to the inner chamber. Jiang Xuening sat down on a chair in the outer room. Zhou Yingji remained standing nearby, occasionally glancing at her. Meanwhile, when Changzhou entered to report, Jiang Boyo was personally brewing tea for his guest. With refined features and a distinguished beard, he carried an air of elegance despite nearing 40. Hearing Changzhou whisper that Jiang Xuening was asking for him, he frowned. Nonsense. Changzhou glanced at the guest seated across from Jiang Boyo, feeling increasingly awkward, and lowered his voice even further. The second young lady says the maids and matrons in her quarters have sticky fingers. He relayed the details. Suddenly, Jiang Boyo's expression brightened with delight. She really said that? Changzhou nodded. Jiang Boyo immediately clapped his hands and laughed. So the girl finally has a moment of clarity, or is she simply blinded by rage? Those people in her quarters have been misbehaving behind the scenes for a long time. Madam has mentioned it several times, and I've been itching to deal with them. But I never had an opening. Go at once and summon the whole lot. Don't give Ninghe time to reconsider. Once her anger cools, it'll be too late. Seeing his master's excitement, Changzhou grew even more embarrassed. Oblivious, Jiang Boyo turned toward his guest and said, Juan, I must beg your indulgence for a moment. There's some unpleasant business in my household that needs settling. I'll return shortly. The guest smiled faintly. No trouble at all. Chapter 6. Jiang Xuening sat outside, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Yan Lin, Zhou Yingji, and others from her past life. She paid little attention to the sounds coming from the inner room. Just as the curtain rustled, she looked up and saw Jiang Boyo stepping out. She immediately rose to her feet, first offering a proper bow. "Greetings, father." Then she continued, "To trouble you with such trivial matters is truly a sign of my incompetence and shame." Jiang Boyo was in an exceptionally good mood at the moment and waved his hand dismissively. "The servants in your courtyard have no sense of propriety, and the mistress lacks authority. It's long overdue too." Ahem. Before he could finish, Changshuo coughed twice beside him. Jiang Boyo glanced at him, and, seeing the slight shake of his head, quickly realized his mistake. Shi Jing had been back in the household for 4 years now, and the adults had watched her grow. Could she really be unaware that the maids and matrons in her quarters had sticky fingers? She must have noticed. Yet no matter how outrageous these servants behaved behind her back, in her presence they flattered her endlessly, calling her second young miss, and treating her as though she were the center of their universe, the most unique person in the entire world. And so, she indulged them. Ultimately, this child had been brought back from the countryside. With Wan Yang gone and her relationship with Meng Shi distant, she had known no one in the capital when she first arrived. Outwardly, she appeared spoiled, but inwardly, she was fragile and sensitive. The weaker someone felt inside, the more they relied on validation from others. Jiang Boyo, after all, had risen to the 3rd rank in court and held the crucial position of Minister of Revenue. He understood people and situations well. His daughter was no exception. Thus, in the past, even when he saw her indulging the servants in her courtyard, he had advised Meng Shi not to interfere, fearing that if the situation were mishandled, Shi Jing's feelings might be hurt, and she might believe the household was deliberately targeting her. Today, something must have provoked her enough to finally take action and seek his help. But precisely because of that, he couldn't appear too eager. If she dealt with the matter herself, that would be fine. But if others rushed in to scold and punish her servants, she might overthink it. Once her anger faded while others did the reprimanding, the entire matter might simply fizzle out. Jiang Boyo thought it would be better to retreat in order to advance, so he abruptly changed his tone. "However, you've always been quite protective of them, so they must have served you well. It's common for servants to pilfer a little here and there, but for you to come to your father seeking justice and discipline your own people, why make such a grand fuss? Couldn't you have handled it privately?" What a smooth and natural change of direction. Jiang Xuening listened quietly, studying Jiang Boyo for a moment before seeing through his act. She turned away. "Father makes a fair point. It was thoughtless of me. Shall I return and deal with it myself, then?" Wait, no. Why wasn't she reacting as he'd expected? Shouldn't she have become even angrier upon hearing someone defend those maids and matrons, making her even more determined to punish them harshly? Jiang Boyo was caught off guard by her response. Seeing her turn to leave, he didn't even have time to think before instinctively reaching out to stop her, offering a reassuring smile. Now, since you're already here, how could I let you go back and handle this alone? Don't forget, I oversee the Ministry of Revenue at court. I can't stand dishonesty. If a household isn't in order, how can a country be governed? I won't let you suffer any injustice." If only he'd said that from the beginning. Why bother going around in circles? Her father really was. The corner of Jiang Xuening's lips curled faintly. Yet beyond the amusement, an inexplicable melancholy welled up in her heart. Back when she was still an unmarried maiden at home, even if the maids and servants misbehaved, nothing too serious ever happened. Any trouble could be resolved simply by mentioning it to Yan Lin. But after marrying Xinjie, although he never mistreated her, he wasn't like Yan Lin, who would handle everything for her. And in the treacherous environment of the palace, no matter how ill-suited she had been to it, she was forced to adapt and move forward step by step. Only then did she gradually develop a composed demeanor and the skill to navigate complicated social situations. Yet compared with her younger self, she had become an entirely different person. Jiang Boyo studied her and noticed the subtle shift in her expression. "Curious," he asked. "You used to be quite lenient with them. Your mother and I were even a little worried. Why the sudden change of heart today?" Jiang Xuening reflected on it. Her transformation was indeed significant. She needed a plausible explanation. Without missing a beat, she replied, "Yin Lin taught me." "Oh, that brat who was always climbing over their walls." Jiang Boyo stroked his beard, inwardly scoffing, though his expression remained thoughtful. Soon, All the maids and servants from Jiang Xuening's quarters were brought forward. They trembled like leaves, their faces ashen with fear. Mindful of the guest inside, Zhang Boyo didn't want to create too much noise. He ordered 2 chairs placed beneath the eaves outside the study and had the servants kneel in the courtyard. The commotion quickly spread, and many servants throughout the mansion peeked out from behind walls and corridors to watch. Led by Wang Xing's wife, none of the servants attending Jiang Xuening could believe what had happened in less than half an hour. First, the second young lady, whom they had always fooled with ease, suddenly summoned them to her room. Then, without warning, she demanded that they return everything they had taken. When they denied it, expecting her to argue and reason with them before resorting to punishment, she instead immediately reported them to the master without another word, forcing them all to kneel here. Wang Xing's wife had it even worse. She had already been startled when Jiang Xuening first returned and demanded the bracelet. The second young lady, who had once been so obedient to her, now acted completely unpredictably. She couldn't understand what had changed or why. Now, with Zhang Boyo backing her, Jiang Xuening simply pointed at Linghe and said, "Go fetch 2 large boxes." Linghe did as instructed, placing them on the ground as directed. Jiang Xuening accepted the tea offered by Chang Zhua, blew lightly across its surface, took a sip, and set it down before speaking. "I've already said what needed to be said earlier in the room. Those who took my things had better find them and return them promptly. I can let bygones be bygones." Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, including the master of the house, the servants kneeling below remained utterly silent. Even Wang Xing's wife didn't dare speak. A young maid behind her gave her a push, but although she seethed with anger inside, she held her tongue, thinking only of getting through this ordeal before dealing with the little wretch later. Seeing that they still refused to speak, Jiang Xuening smiled, but she said nothing more. While they knelt, she sat comfortably, sipping hot tea and nibbling on pastries. What was there to hurry about? The courtyard was paved with hard bluestone slabs. Though the maids and matrons of the household couldn't exactly be called spoiled, most had delicate skin and tender flesh and weren't accustomed to hardship. Kneeling for a short while was bearable, but as time passed, some began to struggle. Knees shifted uncomfortably, bodies swayed, and beads of sweat formed on foreheads and soaked through their backs. Finally, one maid could bear it no longer. In a mixture of urgency and indignation, she dramatically kowtowed, feigning grievance. "Second young miss, you truly wrong us servants. When have we not served you wholeheartedly, doing everything possible to keep you happy? We all know your temper. Who would dare play tricks in front of you? That would be courting death. We only thought that since we serve our mistress well, our mistress would surely cherish us in return. Who could have imagined that the second young miss would act on a whim and even accuse us of stealing your belongings?" She continued, growing bolder as she spoke. "If you produced an account book and confronted us one by one, we might accept it. But everyone who serves in your quarters knows that you've never kept track of your own belongings. It's always been us who manage them. Today you say something is missing from a box. Tomorrow you say something extra has appeared. It's all according to your word. We servants come from humble backgrounds. Where would we get the money to make up for these so-called shortages?" What a masterful twisting of black and white. One glance confirmed that this was the same maid who had contradicted her earlier. Were it not for the fact that her hands were still delicate and precious, Jiang Xuening would already have slapped her twice across the face. This maid was betting that she had no evidence, especially when it came to Jiang Xuening's notorious lack of accounting for her belongings. They all knew this and clung to it, even turning the accusation back on her. After all, given her spoiled nature and the power of their collective accusation, wouldn't she be left with no way to clear her name? "You want evidence, do you?" Jiang Xuening's slender brows lowered slightly as a smile played upon her lips. Her tone remained leisurely. "I indulged you in the past because I thought you at least knew who the mistress of this household was. I never imagined you'd dare contradict me now. Do you truly think I have no idea what's going on?" Everyone froze in shock. Even Linghe and Tang, the only 2 who weren't implicated and stood nearby attending her, were taken aback. Jiang Xuening glanced at the 2 maids. Her gaze shifted from Linghe to Tang, a faint glimmer flickering in her eyes before she instructed, "Tang, fetch the account book." Linghe was utterly bewildered. Since when did the young mistress have an account book? She knew nothing about it. Even the usually composed Tang heir looked momentarily lost. But Jiang Xuening didn't leave her confused for long. On my bookshelf. 3rd row from the top, 6th book from the left. Go and get it. At these words, Jiang Boyo, sitting nearby, gave her a peculiar look. Jiang Xuening sipped her tea and waited. The maids and matrons kneeling below began trembling violently at the mention of an account book. Those with weaker constitutions nearly collapsed to the ground, their hearts wrung with torment and disbelief. How could the second young miss have an account book? Someone who carelessly tossed aside even her most precious belongings. How could she secretly keep records? It was utterly baffling. They desperately hoped they had misheard. Kneeling anxiously, they stared toward the moon gate, praying that Tang heir would return empty-handed. Alas, heaven had other plans. Tang heir returned. Emerging through the moon gate, she carried a thick, blue-bound volume in both hands and presented it to Jiang Xuening with a stammer. As second young miss, the account book you requested. From a distance, the others couldn't see. Tang heir's seemingly steady hands were trembling violently. Jiang Boyo, sitting nearby, instinctively glanced at the book and nearly choked on his tea. That was no account book. The cover clearly bore 4 large characters. Primer for children. Who could have guessed that there wasn't an account book on that shelf? Following Jiang Xuening's instructions, Tang heir had found this children's primer as the 6th book on the 3rd shelf. But there had been no other choice. She had to bring it. Now, faced with this grand spectacle, Tang heir didn't dare imagine how her mistress intended to salvage the situation. Yet Jiang Xuening remained unperturbed. With perfect composure, she accepted the account book and began flipping through it. In March this year, for my 18th birthday, Mother gave me a red jade scepter pendant and a set of kingfisher feather head ornaments. Father gave me soot ink and Tang paper. Young Master Yanlin presented me with a pair of root kiln white porcelain flower vases, a night pearl from Persia, a 9-linked puzzle carved from flawless mutton fat jade, and a snow-white rabbit. Yanlin had caught it during a hunt. He had said that its red-eyed timidity reminded him of her. Unable to bear killing it, he brought it back for her to raise. Alas, she'd neglected the little creature and left it in the servant's care. Within 2 months, it had died. Jiang Xuening had never kept account books. In her youth, she'd never recorded such things. But Yanlin remembered. During her confinement in the palace, whenever he visited under cover of darkness and reclined upon her couch, his fingers calloused from martial training tracing her cheek, he would recount all those youthful gestures of affection. She couldn't forget them even if she tried. Lowering her lashes, Jiang Xuening recited several entries before finally lifting her gaze toward the cowering figures below. By then, none of them could maintain their kneeling postures. They had practically melted onto the ground. Wang Xing's wife reacted fastest. Hearing the meticulous list of distinctive items, all of which could be traced even if they had been pawned, she knew that an official investigation would inevitably lead to conviction. At this critical moment, she chose self-preservation. Wang Xing's wife kowtowed with a loud thud, crying with apparent sincerity, "Miss, you are truly wise." This old servant was blinded by greed. "I didn't dare admit it earlier because I underestimated your capabilities. My family is in dire straits, and seeing others take your things without consequence, I thought I might temporarily borrow a few items to tide us over, planning to secretly return them once we got through our difficulties." She continued without even pausing for breath. "Who knew you saw through our filthy schemes as clearly as a mirror? Having served you all these years since your return to the estate, my guilt over betraying your trust has kept me awake at night. Now that you've discovered it, I actually feel relieved. Please wait while I return everything. I beg you to consider my years of service and allow me to atone. Punish me however you wish. Just let this old servant continue serving you." The maids kneeling behind her nearly popped their eyes out in disbelief. They had seen shameless people before, but never anyone this brazen. When it came to thick-skinned audacity, none of them could hold a candle to Wang Xing's wife. Jiang Xuening listened as the woman invented excuses for her theft, flattered her, and, most importantly, confessed while pledging her loyalty. Anyone listening might mistakenly believe she was a model of devoted service. It was laughable. "Then go fetch the things," Jiang Xuening said dismissively. Wang Xing's wife kowtowed 3 more times as though she'd been granted amnesty, then scrambled to her feet with an ingratiating smile and hurried away to retrieve the stolen items. Seeing this, who among the others dared continue resisting? Earlier, in Jiang Xuening's rooms, they had denied any wrongdoing because they thought it was a minor matter. Now, kneeling there in terror, with even Wang Xing's wife having capitulated, they all prostrated themselves and begged for mercy before rushing off to return their loot to the chests Jiang Xuening had ordered placed on the ground. Soon, the containers overflowed with hairpins, jade ornaments, vases, and scrolls. Only after this crackdown did Jiang Xuening realize she was practically a minor heiress. Even Zhang Boyo, sitting nearby, gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! The Marquis of Courage estate was indeed one of the 2 most powerful noble houses. Before she'd even married into the family, had Yanlin already emptied his family's coffers for her? Chapter 7. Seeing the last maid place a gold hairpin she had hidden into the box, Jiang Xuening finally nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Boyo glanced at the primer for children in her hand, coughed lightly, and tentatively asked, "Have they returned everything they took? Should we check?" "Check." With this children's primer? Jiang Xuening had already reached her limit bluffing about the gifts Yanlin had given her on her 18th birthday. How could she possibly know anything more? So she simply said, "They definitely haven't returned everything. Many of them must have already sold or pawned some of the items. But forcing them to produce more would be too harsh. I won't bother counting what's in these 2 boxes. Giving them a warning so they'll curb their audacity in the future is enough. What do you think, Father?" This seemed like making a great fuss only to let the matter go lightly. Jiang Boyo frowned. No punishment. Jiang Xuening thought for a moment, then looked at the maids and matrons kneeling obediently in the courtyard. They were originally trained by the household before being assigned to my quarters. There were rules back then, and none of them dared flatter or fawn over me openly. Their ability to serve isn't lacking either. Even after making them kneel here, only a few dared talk back. The world is full of people like them, those who bully the weak but fear the strong. They're all mediocrities. She paused briefly. In the end, it's because I was too lenient and indulgent. I overthought everything and couldn't tolerate even a single criticism of the people serving me. So I thought, why not give them another chance? This time, let each of them receive 5 strokes of the cane and forfeit 2 months' stipend. If they serve diligently afterward and don't repeat their mistakes, that will be enough. If they offend again, we'll settle both the old and new accounts and deal with them directly. Her words sounded plain, but to Jiang Boyo, they stirred a mixture of emotions. Linghe had truly grown up. He had expected her to make an enormous scene, perhaps even resort to violence. Yet not only had she pointed out the faults of others, but she could also reflect upon her own mistakes and speak so frankly. She suddenly displayed a magnanimous and upright demeanor worthy of a noble household. Most importantly, she hadn't lost her kindness and generosity. Her methods couldn't exactly be called swift and decisive, but why would a young lady need such a heavy hand? Looking at his daughter, Jiang Boyo found her far more agreeable than before and couldn't help nodding slightly. Very well, we'll do as you say. Yet Jiang Xuening's heart remained unruffled. She was by no means purely kind-hearted. It was simply that, having lived through a previous life, she deeply understood one principle. Leave room for reconciliation, for you may meet again someday. Just like with Yanlin back then. She had been determined to become empress. Even if the Marquis of Courage estate hadn't fallen from power, she would ultimately have chosen to marry Shinjia. But why had she spoken so harshly? And why at such a critical moment? Her words had been absolute, her actions extreme. If she had been Yanlin, she would have hated herself too. It was only natural that Yanlin, after regaining power, would seek revenge. There were 2 things best avoided in this world: bullying the young and poor, and cornering a mad dog. Dealing with these maids and matrons was akin to the latter. For one thing, mediocre people were all the same. Replacing them with an entirely new group wouldn't necessarily be better than keeping those who had already learned their lesson and would now be more cautious in their words and actions. For another, punishing them too severely would inevitably earn her a reputation for cruelty and ruthlessness. Moreover, they would certainly resent her. Having served at her side for so long, their offenses weren't severe enough to warrant death. Yet every one of them had a mouth capable of spreading rumors. Who knew what they might say? Besides, sometimes refraining from action could yield better results than taking action. Many of them must have concealed some things while returning the stolen items. Some had returned more, others less. Jiang Xuening didn't know exactly how much each had taken, nor did she care to investigate further. But they would certainly suspect one another. You think she hid more? She thinks I returned too little. Once dismissed, they would start fighting among themselves, and those who deserved punishment would naturally suffer. If anything happened afterward, it wouldn't be blamed on her. This way, she could emerge clean and even earn a reputation for kindness, pleasing Zhang Boyo in the process. Why wouldn't she seize such an opportunity? After all, she still needed Zhang Boyo's permission if she wanted to leave the mansion in the future. Jiang Xuening thought for a moment, then asked Chang Zhuo to have someone bring over a brazier. Rising to her feet, she addressed everyone. You've all heard what I said earlier, haven't you? The servants below trembled and replied, Yes, we have. Jiang Xuening continued unhurriedly. You've served me long enough to know my temperament. This time, I'll take 3 parts of the blame. Not because I truly believe I'm at fault, but because I know most of you have elders to care for. I can't bear to see you sold off or expelled from the mansion, ruining your reputations and making it difficult for you to find decent households afterward. Her gaze swept across them. I'm also accustomed to having you around. Continue serving me as before, only with greater care. But if anyone dares make the same mistake again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Wang Xing's wife, prostrated on the ground, shuddered violently. The courtyard fell silent. Many servants and maids who had secretly gathered to watch from the corners also felt a chill in their hearts. The second young miss seemed different now. Anyone who failed to serve her diligently in the future might end up like those kneeling on the ground, facing dire consequences. Jiang Xuening picked up the account book and walked toward the brazier. The rising heat blurred her features. She tossed the book directly into the flames. Bright yellow and vivid red tongues of fire licked across the pages, devouring them until nothing remained but ashes. Those kneeling below watched, and secretly breathed sighs of relief. Jiang Xuening said simply, This matter ends here. There will be no further pursuit and no further investigation. All of you may go and receive your punishments. Wang Xing's wife immediately kowtowed again, flattering her profusely. Second young miss is truly merciful and kind-hearted. 4 old servants like us and these maids to have a mistress like you is a blessing from our ancestors, the result of 3 lifetimes of good karma. We'll go receive our punishments at once. The others also expressed their gratitude one after another. Soon, they all left to receive their punishments. Linghe and Tang were both literate and knew exactly what had been written in their mistress's account book. After witnessing this turn of events, they were utterly dumbfounded. Even Chang Zhuo, standing nearby, couldn't help looking at Jiang Xuening with an expression that plainly said, I can't believe you used a children's primer to bluff and frighten them like that. Jiang Xuening, however, let her gaze linger on the departing maids for a moment longer. Then she turned to Tang and softly asked, Who was the one kneeling below who dared talk back earlier? Tang paused to recall. There had only been one person who dared speak back in that situation. She replied, She's also one of the maids who serves inside your rooms. Her name is Tianxiang. Jiang Xuening nodded slightly. After this little drama concluded, she wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, she followed Zhang Boyo as he rose and walked back toward the outer study. Zhang Boyo noticed. You want to deal with that maid? Jiang Xuening's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She nodded, then lowered her head. The others are manageable. They lack any real ability and are mostly just bullies who prey on the weak. But this Tianxiang is sharp-tongued and eloquent. Earlier, I nearly found myself at a loss for words against her. If I hadn't truly known I hadn't done those things, listening to her speak might have made even me believe I was at fault. She hesitated. But first, I've already promised not to pursue the matter any further. Second, I've never had to handle this sort of situation before. I truly don't know what to do with her. Jiang Boyo had witnessed the earlier scene as well. That defiant maid was the sort who would bite when cornered. While the others still showed some fear toward Jiang Xuening, this maid alone seemed utterly unafraid, as though she didn't regard her mistress at all. Keeping her around would likely invite trouble. Jiang Boyo quickly came to a decision and merely gestured toward Changshuo without giving explicit instructions. Though Jiang Mansion wasn't among the most prominent households in the capital, certain methods within noble estates were universally understood. Changshuo immediately understood his meaning. This servant will remember. Jiang Boyo then patted Jiang Xuening reassuringly on the back. Consider this matter closed. Someone will deal with that maid, so you needn't worry. But speaking of which, were today's words and actions also taught to you by the young Marquis? Of course not. But Jiang Xuening naturally couldn't tell anyone that she had been reborn. Having already used Yin Lin as a shield once, she saw no harm in doing so again and nodded. Yes, Yin Lin taught me that too. Jiang Boyo sighed. The Marquis of Courage Estate has a worthy successor. Jiang Xuening lowered her eyes without responding. Jiang Boyo then said, You must be tired. Go and rest. You were out all night, and today's commotion was no small matter. Remember to pay your respects to your mother this evening, so she can set her mind at ease. Jiang Xuening assented. Understood. Thus concluded the conversation between the not particularly close father and daughter. She bowed and took her leave. Jiang Boyo lifted the study curtain again and stepped inside, chuckling as he spoke. Juan, have you been waiting long? Jiang Xuening, who had just taken a step away, froze completely. A wave of dread crawled from her feet all the way to her head. They were merely two simple words. Yet the moment they reached her ears, they seemed to shriek like a warning, unleashing a bone-chilling horror that left her trembling. She turned her eyes just in time to catch a glimpse inside the study as the curtain lifted. Atop an exquisitely carved tea table lay an open book. A slender, well-proportioned hand reached out and lightly turned a page. The pad of the ring finger habitually traced along its edge with practiced ease before resting gently against the corner. That gesture, Jiang Xuening knew it all too well. Whether during her time as an attending student in the palace, listening to his lectures in her previous life, or later, after becoming empress, when she occasionally entered the inner court and watched him and Shun Jie handle affairs of state, or even after Shun Jie was poisoned, when she wandered through the imperial garden in shock and fear only to find him sitting in a pavilion reading memorials. This man possessed an innate elegance in his every gesture. Even when killing without blinking, he was strikingly handsome. Xie Wei styled Juan. In that brief instant, every memory connected to this man surged through Jiang Xuening's mind, each one steeped in terror. She remembered Yu Fengyin saying, there was a great secret from the previous dynasty. Anyone with half a brain who knew it would never have made so many grave mistakes. It's simply a pity I learned of it too late. She remembered the ending of her previous life. She remembered the old scar on her wrist that remained even now. Jiang Boyo had already gone inside. The curtain fell back into place. But Jiang Xuening's world became eerily silent, allowing her to hear the conversation within with perfect clarity. Jiang Boyo sighed. It was about Ninghe just now. She's always been a constant worry for me. But surprisingly, she seems to have come to her senses this time. You're not a father, so you surely don't understand the feeling. Speaking of which, when you secretly came to the capital years ago, she traveled with you. In the blink of an eye, for years have passed. The person opposite him seemed silent for a moment. Then he spoke softly, his voice like a quiet spring striking stone, deep and magnetic. Ninghe Gunyang. At that moment, Changshuo entered from behind carrying incense. The curtain lifted slightly once more. Jiang Xuening clearly saw the corner of a sky-blue gauze robe shift. The person sitting beside the tea table had turned toward the curtain. Even though she couldn't see his face or meet his gaze, at that moment she could distinctly sense that he was looking toward her, still standing outside the study. Though separated by a curtain, his gaze seemed capable of piercing straight through it. Jiang Xuening felt as though her heart had been seized by a giant hand, nearly suffocating her. Everyone in the empire knew that 4 years ago, Xie Wei, the junior tutor of the crown prince, had secretly entered the capital alone to assist the then third prince Shen Lang in ascending the throne. Everyone also knew that Jiang Boyo, the vice minister of revenue, had contributed to the emperor's rise by discreetly aiding Xie Wei's entry into the capital 4 years ago, making him a minor but notable meritorious official. Yet few people knew. Back then, Jiang Boyo had disguised Xie Wei as a distant relative of Jiang Mansion and arranged for him to travel to the capital alongside his own long-lost legitimate daughter. The master strategist Xie Wei, who would later turn the tide of the imperial succession, had been hidden inside Jiang Xuening's carriage. While everyone else called her Second Miss Jiang, only Xie Wei was different. He addressed her as Linghe Gunyang. No matter how carefully Jiang Xuening had calculated, how could she possibly have anticipated that the distinguished guest in Jiang Boyo's study today would be Xie Wei? She should have been more alert. How many people in the imperial court could leave an embroidered uniform guard centurion like Zhou Yingji waiting outside without explanation, making him stand there silently, without the slightest complaint? Jiang Xuening didn't know how she managed to retreat from the study. She only knew that her steps were more steady and composed than ever before. It wasn't until she had left the study, walked down the corridor, and nearly reached her own room that her legs suddenly gave way. Without warning, she stumbled and grabbed a pillar for support before collapsing onto the corridor floor, her face deathly pale. Wrong. She had made a fatal mistake the moment she was reborn. She would always remember the first time she saw Xie Wei. The man was still recovering from a wind cold, his complexion pale with illness. Dressed in plain white robes without a single ornament, he carried a chain in his arms. Though his expression appeared weary, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his lips as he approached the carriage and gave her a slight nod. At the time, she had no idea this man would later become the all-powerful imperial tutor. Nor did she know that he would slaughter the entire royal family. Had she known, perhaps she would have restrained her wicked temper during that journey and treated him a little better. No. Had she known, she would never have offered him half a bowl of her blood as a medicinal ingredient in that desolate mountain wilderness during their moment of peril. In her previous life, when his blade first turned against the Shao clan and the royal family, she had once questioned Xie Wei, demanding to know how he dared commit such heinous acts of slaughter. Xie Wei had lightly marked the roster with a vermilion imperial brush before replying, "You are not heaven. How do you know I'm committing atrocities rather than carrying out heaven's will?" Jiang Xuening had been utterly stunned. Then he set down the brush and gazed at her calmly. "As for your majesty, being able to live until today is already the greatest mercy I could offer. When I was delirious with illness, I once revealed certain treasonous words to your majesty. Fortunately, your majesty had a poor memory and lacked cunning at the time. After entering the capital, I had people test you repeatedly, and you showed no recollection whatsoever. Only then did I feel at ease and allow your majesty 2 extra years of life." His tone remained perfectly calm. "Otherwise, on the day I was appointed junior preceptor, your majesty would already have lost your head." At that moment, he smiled slightly and drew a finger lightly across his own neck. Jiang Xuening felt as though her entire body had been plunged into icy water. His smiling expression had been colder than the night itself. In other words, Xie Wei hadn't killed her after entering the capital because she hadn't remembered anything, because she hadn't been clever enough. Now, those words echoed in her ears once more. Recalling that meaningful Linghe Gunyang, Jiang Xuening raised a hand to her neck, only to discover that her fingertips had gone cold and were trembling uncontrollably. Xie Wei was no benevolent man. During the final 2 years of her previous life, his name had loomed like an immense, oppressive shadow over the entire court and imperial city, making people lower their heads in fear even as they walked. Tang Er and Lian Er panicked when they saw her frightened expression. Miss, what's wrong?" Jiang Xuening still couldn't remember what those treasonous words had been. But rebirth had given her knowledge she hadn't possessed before, and that was enough for her to judge the dangerous situation she might soon face. Xie Wei would move to kill her. Her nearly numb fingers slowly lowered. Blinking, she spoke in a dazed voice. "Tang Er, go back and see if Zhou Yingji is still there." Chapter 8. In this life, Jiang Xuening had originally intended to avoid any contact with Zhou Yingji. But now, after unexpectedly encountering Xie Wei, she had to protect herself. Though Zhou Yingji was a scoundrel, the advantage of dealing with such men was that as long as there was profit to be gained, they could walk the same path, each taking what they needed. Today, when she came to see Jiang Boyo and used a copy of the young scholar's treasury as an account book to assert her authority over the servants, Xie Wei had likely already taken note of it. Even if it couldn't be called a masterstroke, it certainly couldn't be described as unintelligent. In her previous life, she truly had been naive. She knew nothing about the capital or the imperial court. At barely 14, she had been lost in her own misfortunes and uncertain fate, with no idea what her unfamiliar father and mother in the capital would be like. Then, with the celestial sect uprising, she had become trapped in the wilderness with Xiaowei, her heart filled with nothing but terror and confusion. How could she possibly have had the presence of mind to decipher the deeper meaning behind the words of a man delirious with illness? She had heard them, but she had truly forgotten. Later, when she racked her brains trying to remember, she could barely recall phrases like, Shenlang's character is unfit for great responsibility, and commoners are people, and so is the sovereign. Even so, Xiaowei had repeatedly tested her before finally letting the matter rest. Now, though 4 years had passed in this life, after witnessing her actions today, he might very well reconsider and suspect that she actually remembered his words, and had merely been feigning ignorance to slip past his scrutiny. The courtyard was utterly tranquil in the afternoon. Slender branches draped from the flower trellis. The slanting sunlight cast a crimson veil over the veranda and steps. Jiang Xuening had instructed Tang Er to find Zhou Yingji, but she herself remained seated beneath the eaves for a long time, slowly regaining her composure. In her current predicament, there were 3 ways she could respond. First, continue stubbornly pretending ignorance. After all, though she had acted decisively and asserted her authority, she had blamed everything on Yin Lin, telling Jiang Boyo that Yin Lin had taught her all of it. She wasn't worried about Yin Lin exposing her. Even if she killed someone and claimed Yin Lin had done it, he would probably take the blame. Moreover, as long as the Marquis of Courage estate remained unscathed, Yin Lin could still protect her. The question was, would Xiaowei believe it? Second, follow Yu Fangyin's example and seek Xiaowei's patronage. This devil disguised as a sage had been the ultimate victor in her previous life. Aside from the Shao clan, the imperial family, and the rebellious factions of the celestial sect uprising, he wasn't indiscriminately bloodthirsty. But there were problems with this approach as well. Yin Lin had the Marquis of Courage estate and military power. Yu Fangyin had commerce spanning the realm and immense wealth. And her? What skills or bargaining chips did she possess that would make Xiaowei value her and accept her allegiance? Third, throw caution to the wind and oppose Xiaowei outright. She knew his greatest secret, even his ultimate ambition, and was aware of certain political movements within the imperial court. With the advantage of foresight granted by rebirth, she could seize opportunities in many future events. But the problem was, Xiaowei was now the emperor's tutor, while she was merely a sheltered young lady. The disparity in their status and power was so enormous that she might be crushed before she even began opposing him. Moreover, Xiaowei's strategies were fluid, while her knowledge of past events was static. How could she possibly be certain she could outmaneuver him? Yu Fangyin often said, all roads lead to the capital. But as Jiang Xuening looked ahead and behind, every road seemed like a narrow dead end. Of course, there was actually a fourth option. No matter how formidable Xiaowei was, he was still a man. In her previous life, she had managed to bewitch men with a woman's charms. So in this life, she could certainly try to coax this exceptionally brilliant imperial tutor. If Xiaowei could become one of her devoted admirers. But the moment the thought surfaced, she shuddered and immediately suppressed it, scolding herself. No, I must never entertain such a terrifying idea. Xiaowei was different from Xinjie, different from Yin Lin, different from Zhou Yingji, even different from Zhang Zhe. Jiang Xuening would never forget how, in her previous life, when she had become utterly desperate, she once entertained the same notion. One night, she dressed in delicate goose-yellow palace attire, adorned herself beautifully, and carried a bowl of soup from the imperial kitchen to the western warm pavilion. Yet when Xiaowei raised his gaze and took in her clothes and makeup, his eyes darkened almost imperceptibly, and one brow arched ever so slightly. He saw straight through her. Then he gave her a faint smile. Your Highness, have some self-respect. That night, she fled in shame and humiliation. Even now, merely recalling the scene made Jiang Xuening want to dig a hole and bury herself alive. How could she possibly be foolish enough to repeat such an experience? Before someone like Xiaowei, it would only be self-inflicted humiliation. Therefore, given her current circumstances, the first and second options were the most feasible. As for the third, Jiang Xuening had already equated it with certain death. Unless she was forced into a life-or-death situation, she had absolutely no intention of opposing Xiao Wei. Having reasoned through all this, meeting Zhou Yingji became crucial. Whether because of the imminent incident involving the Marquis of Courage estate being implicated in the old case of the prince who pacifies the South, or simply because she needed to make herself more valuable and gain some leverage. But Jiang Xuening didn't get to see Zhou Yingji. Before Tang Er returned, an elderly servant approached from ahead. Spotting Jiang Xuening sitting beneath the corridor, the woman immediately put on a smile, stepped forward, and bowed. This old servant was just about to look for the second young lady. Who would have thought you'd be sitting here? Madam heard that the master had summoned the people from your courtyard for punishment and wanted to ask about the situation. She sent me to invite you over for a word. This was one of Meng Shi's attendants. Jiang Xuening had no impression of the servant, but she could infer her identity from the woman's words. However, having just unexpectedly encountered Xiao Wei, her mind was still unsettled. Now, with her attempt to meet Zhou Yingji thwarted and Meng Shi summoning her for no apparent reason, she felt thoroughly displeased. Her expression turned cold as she replied indifferently. Understood. I'll go now. Meng Shi was in her chambers speaking with Jiang Xuehui. When news arrived that Jiang Xuening had gone to Jiang Boyo to deal with the maids and servants in her courtyard, both women were surprised. Knowing that Jiang Xuening hadn't returned the previous night, Meng Shi decided to summon her. First, she wanted to ask about the situation and see what this daughter raised by a concubine was scheming now. Second, she wanted to remind her that even the most unruly behavior had its limits. What kind of scandal was it for an unmarried young lady to stay out all night? Before long, Jiang Xuening arrived. She had never been close to her birth mother, Meng Shi, who in turn disliked her lack of discipline and unrestrained nature. Thus, Jiang Xuening's attitude toward Meng Shi was naturally distant. When she noticed Jiang Xuehui was present as well, her voice grew even more indifferent as she performed the customary greeting without a trace of warmth. Daughter greets mother. Jiang Xuehui, standing beside her, was completely ignored. Hearing the lingering resentment in her tone toward Xuehui, Meng Shi's finely drawn willow leaf brows furrowed slightly. Yet she refrained from directly criticizing her. Rise. What happened today that you made such a scene with the maids and servants? Jiang Xuening replied. They've been unruly in my quarters for too long and have grown bolder by the day. Yesterday, when I went out with Yan Lin, he taught me a method for disciplining them. That's why today's events happened. If I've disturbed you, mother, it is my fault. Others referred to Yan Lin as Young Marquis or Heir Yan, including Jiang Boyo and Meng Shi. The Marquis of Courage estate wielded considerable military power and enjoyed the emperor's favor. No one dared slight them. But Jiang Xuening was different. She addressed Yan Lin by name without hesitation, a clear testament to how much he indulged her. Meng Shi's frown deepened. Though Yan Lin's status was among the highest in the capital, surpassed only by the descendants of the Shao family from the Duke's manor, he was notorious for his reckless and daring behavior. When Xuening was first brought home, she had been obedient. But ever since meeting Yan Lin, she had taken to disguising herself as a man and parading around as the young master of Jiang Mansion, forcing the entire household to cover for her. Meng Shi felt it necessary to speak up. In the past, although I disapproved of your outings with Heir Yan, your father tacitly allowed them, so I held my tongue. But leniency is not license, Ninger. You must understand your limits. A young lady staying out all night and gallivanting around. If word spreads, you may be able to ignore the gossip with the heir's protection, but your sister is now of marriageable age. She paused, her expression stern. Ruining your own reputation may matter little to you, but outsiders will speak of the daughters of the Jiang family. What then becomes of your sister? Meng Shi's words were fair and reasonable. If Xuening's behavior became known, it would indeed implicate Jiang Xuehui. Reason told her that she could find no fault with those words. Yet a surge of defiance still made her hands clench at her sides. Lowering her gaze, she said quietly, Mother is right. I will be more careful in the future. Meng Shi was dissatisfied with her perfunctory reply and defiant posture. and her temper immediately flared. With a sharp clack, she set down her teacup and prepared to reprimand her. Jiang Xuening, witnessing the scene, felt her heart sink. Though her mother meant well, such harsh words would only drive her younger sister farther away, and she herself might later be blamed for it. She couldn't allow this to continue. Quickly taking Meng Shi's hand, Jiang Xuening interjected, "You know how rarely sister listens, even to Yen. The fact that she's now willing to heed his advice and manage her household shows that she's becoming more mature. If the heir helps her improve, why worry about gossip?" She continued gently, "A splendid marriage for sister would benefit our entire family. My own prospects might even rise because of her. Please set your mind at ease. Today, when Wang Xing's wife harassed me, it was sister who stepped in to help." Jiang Xuening thought to herself that it had only been because Wang Xing's wife was brazenly talking nonsense behind her back and stealing her belongings. It had little to do with Jiang Xuening. Now she watched coldly as Xuehui spun lies to placate Meng Shi. Upon hearing this, Meng Shi considered the matter and found it reasonable. But the words she'd spoken earlier were difficult to retract. When she raised her eyes and saw Jiang Xuening standing there, lifeless and expressionless, her features somewhat resembling her own, the faint charm at the corners of her eyes and brows nevertheless reminded her irresistibly of that wretched woman, Wan Yang. Her mood immediately soured. She waved a hand dismissively. "Enough. Your father will decide your affairs. Go back. There's no need to come for evening greetings." "Yes, mother. I take my leave." Meng Shi couldn't bear looking at her, and Jiang Xuening had no desire to linger either. She bowed neatly and withdrew. The sky was nearing dusk, ablaze with the glow of sunset. Behind the western wing, beneath the wall, a patch of Confederate roses bloomed. Their pink flowers varied in shade, glowing brilliantly beneath the evening light. As Jiang Xuening passed beneath them with Linghe, a Confederate rose suddenly fell onto her head. The fully bloomed flower tumbled downward. Jiang Xuening instinctively caught it, then looked up, only to see Yen Lin, dressed in a black robe with a leather belt cinched around his waist, sitting boldly atop the wall covered in Confederate roses. One knee was bent. One hand rested on his sword. He grinned down at her. "Today's daily lectures ended early, but His Majesty kept me talking for a while. I've only just left the palace. The day after tomorrow is the Double Ninth Festival. There's a lantern fair in the capital. I want to take you to see it." The sunset glow fell upon the flowers and upon his cheeks. For a moment, Jiang Xuening was dazzled, her thoughts drifting away. Only after a pause did she realize what he had said. The Double Ninth Lantern Fair. That was when, in her previous life, Princess Liu Shenzhi, who had left the palace with Shun Jie, encountered Jiang Xuening disguised as a man, and fell for her. Chapter 9. Although Jiang Xuening had been reborn, the only advantages she possessed were a mind far more mature than her body and foreknowledge of certain future events. In terms of her actual circumstances, her situation was even worse than in her previous life. She considered it carefully. If she could win over Princess Liu Yang in this life, it would undoubtedly give her another layer of security beyond Yen Lin's protection. But she wasn't actually a man. If she disguised herself as one, caused Shenzi to develop feelings for her, and was then discovered, the outcome would likely be no different from her past life. Heaven knew how much effort she had expended in her previous life to steal Jiang Xuehui's opportunity to become an attending student in the palace, only to run into Shenzi on her very first day. That was when she learned that the girl Shenjie had brought along during the Double Ninth Lantern Festival was actually the younger sister of the current emperor, Xinlang, Princess Liu Shenzhi. And all the attending students selected that time had actually been chosen for her. Thus began Jiang Xuening's misfortune. When Shenzi discovered that she was actually a girl, her expression darkened immediately. She likely felt that her sincere affection had been misplaced and couldn't accept it, yet she was also too embarrassed to admit it. From then on, she made things difficult for Jiang Xuening at every turn. Yen Lin had grown up playing with Shenzi and argued with her several times over the matter. Shenzi then grew resentful toward Jiang Xuening, believing that she had deliberately provoked Yen Lin into turning against her and intensified her harassment. Although this eldest princess didn't actually know any truly cruel methods of torment, to Jiang Xuening at the time, it had been unbearable. Even now, Remembering those days felt like recalling a dark and gloomy period of her life. The bright pink Confederate rose rested in her palms as memories of Shunzi from her past life flashed through her mind. Jiang Xuening looked up at Yanlin and suddenly realized just how clearly his youthful nature showed in the way he spoke. He was domineering and unguarded. The moment he arrived, he said, "I want to take you to see it," rather than, "Would you like to go?" Jiang Xuening smiled faintly, suddenly feeling mischievous. The double ninth lantern festival is on the 9th day of the 9th month, but today is only the 7th. Why are you here already? Yanlin had been sitting casually atop the wall. At her words, his gaze immediately became evasive, and his fingers tightened around his sword. But then he seemed to decide there was no reason to feel guilty and quickly regained his boldness. "None of your business. I wanted to come see you." "What's wrong with that?" Linghe, standing beside Jiang Xuening, was stunned and quickly lowered her head, not daring to look up. Jiang Xuening hadn't expected him to be so blunt. Thinking of past events, she fell silent. Yanlin frowned. "Are you coming or not?" Jiang Xuening gave him an apologetic smile. "Not this time. But if you want to see another lantern festival, come find me, and I'll go with you then." She could, of course, go out dressed as a woman. That way, she could avoid catching Princess Lu Yang's eye. But dressing as a woman would inevitably attract attention and make things inconvenient. It was better not to go at all, especially since she had no real interest in lantern festivals anyway. Yanlin frowned. "That's a strange thing to say. Why not this time? What's the difference between this time and next time? It's only the lanterns that change. Or do you already have plans for the double ninth festival and can't go?" Jiang Xuening thought for a moment and simply found an excuse. "I felt a little dizzy when I returned this morning. I want to rest at home for a couple of days." Yanlin immediately took a closer look at her complexion. Indeed, she didn't look particularly well. His Ningning was much fairer than most people. Under the sunlight, her skin resembled translucent jade, making one want to reach out and gently caress it. After returning to the residence, she had changed into a dress and no longer wore the men's clothing he usually saw her in. Now past 18, the young woman had developed a graceful figure. Standing beneath the flowering tree, she held the Confederate rose he had just tossed down. Her slender fingers rested against the radiant pink petals tinged with red, while her delicate, palm-sized face tilted upward to look at him. Her gaze was gentle and clear, carrying an irresistible charm and tenderness. Yanlin hadn't noticed when he first arrived. But now, looking more closely, the young man's heart stirred. He only wished his capping ceremony would come sooner. Then he could marry this beautiful girl and cherish her at home. Meeting her gaze, Yanlin coughed lightly and looked away. "It's all my fault for being careless last night and not looking after you properly. I let you sneak several drinks and turn into a lazy kitten. Fine. Rest well at home for the next few days. I'll find out when the next lantern festival is and make it up to you then." Jiang Xuening was about to reply. Unexpectedly, a shout came from the distance. Well, I've caught you climbing the wall again. Do you believe I'll report this to the Marquis and let him judge? Is this any way for an heir to behave?" It was Zhang Boyo, who happened to be passing by and had caught them in the act. Yanlin immediately felt a headache coming on. Without another word, Zhang Boyo strode over, his sleeves flapping, looking as though he wished he had a long bamboo pole so he could knock Yanlin off the wall. "Young Marquis, isn't this going too far? My household has more young ladies than just Ningning." Yanlin didn't understand the problem. "But I only look at her." Zhang Boyo's beard practically bristled with anger. "In any case, you're not allowed to climb this wall anymore. As the heir of a marquis's household, if you have business here, use the front gate or send a servant with a message. I won't say a word about that. But this? What kind of propriety is this?" Yanlin had long since become familiar with Zhang Boyo. With a twist of his wrist, he flipped his sword and joked without the slightest trace of fear. "Lord Jiang, there's no need to be angry. Wasn't this wall built to be climbed? If it displeases you, just build it higher. It'll give me a chance to practice my skills." Zhang Boyo was momentarily speechless, too exasperated to respond. Seeing that it was already late, Yanlin, though reluctant to leave Jiang Xuening, knew he had to return home and pay his respects to his parents. He turned back to her. "I'll take my leave for today. I'll visit you another time." Jiang Xuening nodded. Pushing off with his hands, Lin leaped from the wall covered in Confederate roses and vanished in the blink of an eye. Left behind, Jiang Boyo could only glare in frustration. Jiang Xuening chuckled at the sight, inexplicably feeling much lighter. She bowed to Jiang Boyo, then turned to return to her room. Behind her, she heard Jiang Boyo mutter, "What kind of nonsense is this?" When Jiang Xuening returned to her room, Tang Er had already been waiting for some time. Seeing her, Tang Er said, "Earlier, as you instructed, I went to find Lord Zhou. As soon as he heard that you wanted to see him, he waited outside. But Madam called you away, and when you didn't return for some time, Lord Zhou had urgent matters to attend to and couldn't wait any longer, so he left." She continued, "However, he left a message for you. He said that if you have something to discuss and it's inconvenient to do so within the manor, you can visit him at Xie Street Alley, if you don't mind lowering your status. He assured me that you wouldn't be neglected." Given how late it was when she returned, Jiang Xuening hadn't expected Zhou Yingji to still be there anyway. But at least he had left a message. Judging from the events of her past life, Zhou Yingji was desperately trying to get close to Lin during this period and would probably be eager to meet with her as well. She simply acknowledged it. Understood. She planned to find a convenient, inconspicuous time to go out and speak with Zhou Yingji. Then she sat down by the window on the heated Kong. As she reached for her tea, she suddenly noticed a card lying on the table. Jiang Xuening raised an eyebrow and picked it up. "What's this?" Earlier, when Tang Er had been startled by Lin Er and dragged into the room, she had been holding this card. But afterward, with attending to Jiang Xuening's bath and serving her tea, she had nearly forgotten about it. Now, seeing it again, Tang Er quickly remembered. "It's an invitation from the young ladies of Qingyuan Count's mansion, inviting you to view chrysanthemums on the Double Ninth Festival. The invitation arrived this morning. I meant to tell you earlier, but it slipped my mind." Qingyuan Count's mansion? Jiang Xuening's eyelids twitched. "You mean the Yu family's Qingyuan Count's mansion?" Tang Er found her reaction somewhat surprising, but didn't understand why she responded that way. "Yes, the Yu family. Qingyuan Count's mansion isn't considered a prominent household in the capital. Their status has declined with each generation. Although the two young ladies there are skilled with flowers, their invitation happens to clash with the chrysanthemum viewing hosted by the Duke's Manor." She explained further, "Anyone who receives an invitation from the Duke's Manor probably won't attend the Count's event. Earlier, someone mentioned that the Duke's Manor's invitation had also been sent to Madam, so she'll probably take you and the eldest young lady there. You needn't pay much attention to the Count's invitation." Needn't pay attention? How could she not? Qingyuan Count's mansion. The Yu family. In her previous life, the Yu Fangyin she had known was a concubine-born daughter of the Count's mansion, described by outsiders as someone who had changed drastically after a near-drowning incident. Later, she became a merchant and rose to become the wealthiest person in Jiangning, the most prosperous city of the Great Qin dynasty. And that near-drowning incident had occurred precisely on the day of Qingyuan Count's mansion's double ninth chrysanthemum viewing. In other words, the Yu Fangyin who would later dominate commerce and amass immense wealth had not yet experienced that incident. The true Yu Fangyin had not yet arrived in this world. The current Yu Fangyin of Qingyuan Count's mansion was not the same person Jiang Xuening had known in her previous life. Nor was she the person Jiang Xuening wished to meet again in this life. Yu Fangyin had once said that she was a transmigrator. At the time, Jiang Xuening hadn't understood the term. She had only grasped that Yu Fangyin came from a distant, unreachable place and hadn't originally belonged to their world. But after experiencing her own rebirth, Jiang Xuening could vaguely understand what Yu Fangyin had meant. Yu Fangyin had always been alone. Others only saw her as eccentric, dismissing her as unconventional and reckless. But only she herself knew that she was fundamentally different from everyone around her. Perhaps it wasn't even a world. In Jiang Xuening's understanding, world was a term Buddhists liked to use, yet Yu Fangyin always seemed to prefer it over the word realm. At that moment, as Jiang Xuening gazed at the exquisitely decorated invitation in her hand, the faint smile on her face gradually disappeared. Another choice now lay before her. If Yu Fangyin came to this world in this life as she had in the previous one, she might be one of the few people who could truly understand Jiang Xuening. After all, during those days of house arrest in their past life, they had become inseparable confidants. proving just how deeply compatible they were. With Yu Fangyin's abilities and Jiang Xuening's foresight from rebirth, if they worked together carefully and managed things well, they might actually be able to stand against Xie Wei. In Yu Fangyin's words, she would become Jiang Xuening's golden thigh. But there was one problem. Jiang Xuening also knew that Yu Fangyin fundamentally despised this world. That night, lying beneath the gauzy bed curtains, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep for a long time. Memories of her past life surged through her mind. Closing her eyes, in the hazy realm of dreams, she found herself back in the palace of earthly tranquility, playing chess, drinking wine, playing leaf cards, and sharing heartfelt conversations with Yu Fangyin. One moment, she saw Yu Fangyin dressed in plain clothes, throwing shelves of classical texts into a brazier with exhilarating abandon. Another moment, she walked barefoot across the floor, humming unfamiliar melodies with carefree ease as the night air cooled around her. Then she was drunk again, clutching a wine jug as she sat on the windowsill, gazing wistfully at the full moon beyond the palace walls, enveloped in loneliness. Reclining on the couch, Yu Fangyin had once said, "Your Majesty, I come from far away, from a time far better than this one. I stand outside the game, while you're trapped within it. I've never thought a woman's ambition was wrong. If you want to be empress, then so be it. You've done nothing evil. The fault isn't yours, but this world's." Yu Fangyin had raised her wine cup with a soft scoff. Pitiful, laughable. She had also pointed toward the full moon and said, "Others see me as wealthy beyond measure, able to buy anything under heaven. But when I look at myself, I see only a pitiful creature, a heart longing for freedom, yet trapped within these walls, suffering without escape." Her voice had softened. "Your Majesty, do you know? In that other world, I have friends who miss me, parents waiting for my filial care." Word by word, in Jiang Xuening's dream, her voice became choked with emotion, soaked through with tears. The night passed without sleep. When Jiang Xuening rose the next morning, faint bloodshot veins marred her eyes, and she felt a sense of disorientation that even she couldn't quite understand. She needed Yu Fangyin so desperately, yet at the same time, her rebirth had given her the chance to change her confidant's fate. Tang Er was deeply worried when she saw her condition, but Jiang Xuening only asked, "Is the invitation from Qingyuan Count's mansion still here?" Tang Er cautiously replied, "Yes, it is. Will you be going?" Jiang Xuening blinked. After a long pause, she finally answered, "Yes." She had to go, but once she went, what then? She didn't know. Chapter 10. The chrysanthemum viewing banquet at the Qingyuan Count's mansion was scheduled for the next day. After receiving Jiang Xuening's affirmative reply, Tang Er drafted a response card and had it delivered to the mansion. After all, invitations were merely solicitations, and not everyone who received one would attend. Sending a reply allowed the hosts to make proper arrangements in advance. However, news of this eventually reached Yanlin. That day, after the daily lectures concluded, he left the palace with Shun Jie and went to Shun Jie's residence to brew tea. His handsome face darkened with displeasure as he vented. "I asked her if she wanted to watch the Lantern Festival on the 9th day of the 9th month, and she refused. Yet when someone invites her to a chrysanthemum viewing banquet for the double 9th festival, she eagerly agrees. That shabby Qingyuan Count's mansion. Is she deliberately trying to provoke me?" This was a matter between young lovers, so Shun Jie refrained from commenting and simply watched him. Yanlin couldn't let it go and continued nursing his resentment. He picked up his teacup but couldn't bring himself to drink, setting it back down with a clink. Frowning, he called out, "Qingfeng, go back to the estate and check whether we received an invitation from the Qingyuan Count's mansion. If we did, send a reply. I'll be attending. If not, make sure we get one. Just take my name card and deliver it. Do they dare bar me at the door?" Qingfeng hesitated before cautiously reminding him. "But young master, the Duke of Qing's manor also sent an invitation. If you attend the Qingyuan Count's mansion banquet instead." The Shao family of the Duke of Qing's manor was the only noble house in the capital that could rival the Yin family. More than 20 years ago, the two families had even been connected by marriage. But now, Yanlin let out a cold laugh. The Duke of Qing's banquet is for the elders to socialize. The younger generation is just there for show. Besides, Our Marquis of Courage estate and the Duke's manor have long since severed all ties. What's so strange about me not going? Stop wasting words and hurry up. Not daring to argue further, Qingfeng asked. Should I inform Second Miss about this? Yin Lin grumbled. No. I want to see what kind of nonsense excuse she comes up with when she sees me there. Shenjie chuckled. You and your temper. But after a moment's thought, he added, in that case, I'll join you at the Qingyuan Count's mansion for some fun. Yin Lin raised an eyebrow at him. Shenjie leisurely sipped his tea and explained, you know the rumors circulating in the palace. They say my imperial brother intends to name me Crown Prince Regent. Today, after leaving the Hall of Literary Glory, Master Xie advised me that public opinion in court is formidable. Even if my conscience is clear, it would be best to distance myself from the Shao family for the time being. The Duke of Cheng's manor, the Shao family, was the maternal clan of the current Empress Dowager and the Emperor's maternal relatives. Shen Jie and Shun Lang were brothers born of the same mother, so the Emperor's maternal family was naturally his as well. But the timing was indeed delicate. His imperial brother was now the Emperor, and the Shao family held immense influence. Though rumors claimed the Emperor intended to name him Crown Prince Regent, if he grew too close to the Shao family, it might invite suspicion from his imperial brother. Yin Lin lowered his gaze in contemplation. Master Xie is willing to advise you. Shenjie shrugged. The master is noble in character, embodying the legacy of the sage. He treats everyone kindly. The news that both the Duke of Cheng's manor and the Qingyuan Count's mansion had sent invitations for chrysanthemum viewing banquets on the Double Ninth Festival had quietly spread among the capital's elite. Most who received invitations from both mansions planned to attend the Duke of Cheng's banquet. There was no particular reason. The Shao family was simply too illustrious. Those of lower status scrambled to curry favor. Those already of high status looked down on the shabby Qingyuan Count's mansion. Thus, although many felt this incident was quite a blow to the Yu family's reputation, they still found excuses, or didn't even bother with excuses, to decline the Qingyuan Count's mansion's invitation. Everyone assumed few would attend the Count's banquet. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, news spread that afternoon that the young master of the Marquis of Courage estate and Prince Linghe had sent their replies. They would attend the Qingyuan Count's mansion's banquet the next day. For a moment, jaws dropped everywhere. Even within the Count's mansion, there was utter bewilderment. People exchanged puzzled glances. Do we have any ties with the Marquis of Courage estate? Who knows the young master? Who managed to connect with Prince Linghe? Have we even exchanged a few words with them? Why would they come out of the blue? But soon, elation took over. Originally, having their banquet scheduled on the same day as the Duke's manors had left them both anxious and deeply embarrassed. The sparse replies they had received so far were bad enough, but half of them were polite refusals. The Yu family had already braced themselves for a desolate scene the next day. Yet suddenly, the news that Prince Linghe and the young Marquis were coming was like a blessing from heaven. After all, these two figures were among the most distinguished in the entire capital. The entire household was instantly invigorated. By evening, as word of Yin Lin and Shun Jie's impending arrival spread, replies and requests to attend came pouring into the Qingyuan Count's mansion like snowflakes. Initially, they had prepared extra tables, thinking they had overestimated the number of guests. But to their surprise, after tallying the numbers, they realized they didn't have enough. So they scrambled through the night, the mansion's courtyards brightly lit, fearing they might not be ready and would slight their esteemed guests the next day. The Yu family had two legitimate daughters, the elder, Yu Shuang, and the younger, Yu Yu. Both sisters were considered above average in beauty. When the servants informed them that Prince Linghe and the young Marquis were coming, their eyes widened in shock, and they covered their mouths with their hands. The servant, beaming with joy, said to them, "The Count has instructed that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The young ladies must prepare well and dress beautifully." The words were tactful, but Yu Shuang and Yu Yu understood the implication, and their cheeks flushed slightly. Still, they replied, "Father worries too much. For such an important banquet, we naturally won't disgrace the Count's mansion." The servant hastily agreed. Yet Yu Shuang found the situation unusual. Her demeanor was cooler, and she frowned in thought. How strange. When did our Count's mansion ever forge ties with the Marquis of Courage estate? I've never heard of our brothers having any connection with the young Marquis or Prince Linghe. Why would they come so suddenly? Moreover, the timing of their replies was unusually late, almost as if they had decided at the last minute. Yu, however, was visibly delighted. Her features were more striking, and her youth made her goose-yellow gown particularly vibrant. Dismissing her sister's concerns, she said, "Sister, you overthink things. Couldn't they have simply decided to come on a whim? It's said the Shao and Yin families are at odds. Perhaps the young Marquis is deliberately snubbing the Duke's manor by attending our banquet." It wasn't an impossible explanation. But still, even if they wanted to slight the Duke's manor, they could simply not attend. Why go out of their way to honor our Count's mansion? Yu Shuang, being the elder sister and having learned much from her mother, thought more deeply. She turned to the servant and asked, "Tell me," before the replies from the young Marquis and Prince Linghe arrived, who else had confirmed their attendance? The servant counted on his fingers. Before the young master and his highness, there weren't many who replied that they'd attend. Just the Shangshan Count's mansion, the Zhou family from the censorate, and, oh, this morning, the second miss from the Jiang Xuening's household in the Ministry of Revenue. Yu Shuang couldn't help but frown. Second Miss Jiang. Heaven knew the invitation sent to the Jiang Xuening's household was merely a formality. They weren't familiar with Jiang Xuening at all. If it had been Jiang Xuehui, that would have made sense. But Jiang Xuening's attendance was as baffling as young Master Yin and Prince Linghe's, and she was even coming before those two. Yu, however, couldn't be bothered to think too much. The moment she heard second Miss Jiang, she scoffed, her face twisting in disgust. Young Master Yan's attendance was supposed to be a great occasion, but now this country bumpkin is coming too, bringing nothing but bad luck. Yu Shuang found the situation odd, but didn't respond. Mentioning Jiang Xuening reminded Yu of another person she despised. Lifting her chin, she ordered the servant, "By the way, since we'll have distinguished guests tomorrow, make sure that wretch is locked up in the woodshed. Don't let her offend anyone important." Back at the Zhang residence, Jiang Xuening had no idea that her impulsive decision to attend the Qingyuan Count's banquet had set off a chain of reactions, nor did she know that Yin Lin and Xin Jie would be there. Her thoughts about Yu Fangyin had given her a headache. Having slept poorly again the night before, she spent the entire day in a daze, listless and unfocused. Meng Shi, upon hearing that she would attend the Qingyuan Count's banquet instead of the Duke's manors, didn't press for details. Jiang Xuening suspected she was relieved. After all, if she were to attend the Duke's manors banquet, bringing Zhang Xuei would showcase grace and propriety, while bringing her, willful and unruly, would only invite trouble. Early the next morning, Jiang Xuening rose, had some kanji, dressed, and boarded the prepared carriage. They skirted half the imperial city before arriving at the Qingyuan Count's mansion. The mansion was located in the eastern part of the city, an area populated by noble families. Compared to the towering grandeur of the Duke's manor, the Qingyuan Count's mansion had only its two stone lions at the entrance to boast of, its declining status evident in its modest facade. Surprisingly, many guests had come today. The usually quiet front gate was now bustling with carriages and horses. People greeted one another with bright smiles as they entered, making one wonder whether the Count's household was regaining favor. In her past life, Jiang Xuening had heard Yu Fangyin describe the Qingyuan Count's current situation clearly. When she alighted from the carriage and saw the lively scene, she nearly thought she'd come to the wrong place. She had to look up at the plaque several times to confirm that it was indeed the Count's mansion. Puzzled but unable to ask, she handed over her invitation, and a servant led her inside. As they walked along the covered corridor, the sweet fragrance of osmanthus filled the air, and chrysanthemums were artfully arranged, lending an air of refined elegance. Just as they were about to pass through the round gate into the rear garden, a slender figure suddenly darted out from the side. A green dress, dirty and torn. A girl with a disheveled double-loop hairstyle, her face frantic and her eyes red. Jiang Xuening found her vaguely familiar and felt a jolt in her chest. Before she could react or step aside, the girl bumped into her shoulder. The embroidered sachet at her waist fell to the ground. Jiang Xuening stood still, watching her. Yu Fangyin had just escaped from the woodshed, desperate to see her gravely ill aunt before it was too late, fearing she might miss their final meeting. Yet now she had bumped into someone, and tears of panic welled up in her eyes. She hastily bent down to pick up the sachet, but her tears fell, dampening the meticulously embroidered white peony on the sachet. When she tried to wipe it with her hand, the fabric was already stained. Overwhelmed with frustration at her own clumsiness, she didn't dare touch it again with her soiled hands. Trembling with shame and fear, she cupped the sachet in both hands and offered it back to Jiang Xuening. Fang Yin is foolish. Not only did I bump into you, but I also ruined your sachet. I will embroider a new one for you another day to make amends. Please forgive me. As she extended her hands, her sleeves slid back slightly. The exposed wrist revealed not a single patch of unblemished skin, only dark bruises and even a few lash marks. The servant guiding them was stunned at the sight. Jiang Xuening's gaze shifted from her face to her wrist, her expression growing even more distant. Tang Er, quick to react, sensed something amiss and hurried forward to take the sachet. Just give it to me. From the other end of the corridor came the sound of hurried footsteps and the sharp shouts of several matrons. Can't even keep watch over one person. Locked up and still she escapes. And on such an important day? If anything happens, you'll pay dearly. Hurry, find her now. Hearing this, Yu Fangyin dared not linger. She hastily bowed to Jiang Xuening, then lifted her skirt and fled in the opposite direction. The overgrown branches along the path tore at her sleeves and the back of her hand, but she didn't dare stop. The matrons soon spotted her and gave chase. The commotion grew louder. The servant, aware of the recent unrest in the household over the aunt's condition, didn't want the guest to know more. He forced an apologetic smile at Jiang Xuening. Please excuse the disturbance, Mississippi. It's just a newly bought maid with no manners. The matrons are disciplining her. I hope you weren't startled. Jiang Xuening merely took the sachet from Tang Er's hands. The elegant peony, embroidered in white thread, had once exuded refined grace. Now it bore a tear stain, smudged further by grime. She blinked, lowering her gaze to study it. Her long, dark lashes cast a shadow over her eyes. Inside, she could hear her own cold, ruthless voice. Jiang Xuening's thought, don't interfere. Don't interfere. So many people die every day. What's one more? Stay out of it. In just a few hours, you'll meet the real Yu Fangyin. Chapter 11. What? She ran away. Second Miss Yu, who had been entertaining guests in the flower hall, was pulled aside into the corridor by her maid. Upon hearing that Yu Fangyin had escaped from the woodshed at a time like this, her pretty face darkened instantly. Weren't the servants supposed to be guarding her? What are they good for? The maid trembled, too afraid to speak in the face of her anger. Yu snorted coldly. But she's probably just going to see that lowly concubine of hers. Since we have guests today, we can't make a scene. Tell them to ignore it for now, so we don't invite unnecessary gossip. Later, when my sister and I take the guests to admire the garden, go straight to that wretch's room and seize her. We'll deal with her properly then. The maid murmured an acknowledgement and went to relay the orders. Meanwhile, the guests invited to the banquet had begun arriving one after another. Everyone gathered in the flower hall to chat. Many young ladies from noble families hadn't originally planned to attend, but upon hearing that Yan Lin and Xin Jie would be at the Qingyuan Count's mansion, how could they possibly stay away? Who in the capital didn't know of young Marquis Yan's exceptional looks and talents? He excelled in both martial arts and scholarly pursuits, and his position as heir had long been secured. In just 2 months, he would undergo his capping ceremony. Traditionally, marriage discussions followed the capping ceremony. Even without considering the prestige of the Marquis of Courage estate, Yan Lin alone was enough to draw admirers in droves, let alone the presence of Prince Linzi Xinjie, who had yet to take a principal consort. When Jiang Xuening stepped into the flower hall from outside, a quick glance revealed a room full of elegantly dressed young women, their powdered faces and crimson lips adorned with smiles so perfectly polite that they seemed almost rehearsed. Only 2 among them wore genuine smiles. One was the eldest Miss Yu Shuang of the Yu family, and the other was the second Miss Yu. This was hardly surprising. In Jiang Xuening's memory, the Qingyuan Count's mansion had already declined, and hosting a banquet on the same day as the Duke's manor should have deterred guests. Yet so many had come. If she were in their place, she too might struggle to conceal her delight. The servant who had escorted her in announced cheerfully from the entrance, "Second Miss Jiang of Jiang Xuening's household has arrived." The noble young ladies chatting in the hall barely registered the announcement at first, merely lifting their heads out of habit to glance toward the door. But that single glance left them stunned. As Jiang Xuening walked in, someone, no one knew who, fell silent first. The hush spread until the entire hall abruptly fell silent. Since returning to the capital, Jiang Xuening had rarely attended such gatherings. Most of the young ladies here were refined noble women, each cultivated with the same grace as Jiang Xuehui. During her first 2 years back, Jiang Xuening had been learning etiquette, and Meng sure couldn't take her out. Later, after befriending Yanlin, she grew impatient with mastering tedious rules or the incense-making and zither-playing favored by noble ladies, naturally avoiding events that clashed with her temperament. Moreover, such occasions almost always included Jiang Xuehui. With such an accomplished elder sister around, even if Jiang Xuehui had no intention of overshadowing her, outsiders inevitably compared them and always found Jiang Xuening lacking. She saw no reason to subject herself to such frustration. Thus, while many in the hall had heard of her existence, few had actually seen her appearance or demeanor. At the sudden sight of her, an undercurrent of envy rippled through them all. When the heavens shaped a person like her, they were undoubtedly too partial. Even without elaborate attire or heavy makeup, her natural beauty shone all the more. Her brows, untouched by ink, were dark as though painted. Her lips, unadorned, were red as though stained. Her snow-white complexion resembled the purest snow atop the highest peaks, giving her an untouchable aura. Yet her bright, ink-black eyes, with just a subtle shift of her gaze, pulled her back into the mortal world, exuding an innate charm and liveliness. There was even a hint of allure. She kept others at arm's length, yet at the same time beckoned them with a distant fascination. Her voluminous black hair was styled into a delicate, morning clouds near fragrance spun. Though her youthful figure had yet to fully mature, it already possessed an exquisite grace. Her slender waist swayed gently as she walked, reminiscent of willow branches dancing in the spring breeze, fresh and tender. Amid the brief silence, someone muttered, "Why is she here?" Only then did the young ladies farther away snap out of their daze. Some who had seen her before whispered among themselves, while those who hadn't turned to others for information. Though the voices were hushed, Jiang Xuening needed only a glance at the expressions of these so-called noble ladies to know that their impressions of her were far from favorable, tinged with veiled hostility. But soon, that hostility turned into knowing disdain. After all, a country girl who had spent the first 14 years of her life on rural estates, even if she had returned to the capital, could never compare to these pampered noble ladies raised in luxury. Wearing a dragon robe wouldn't make her a crown prince. In her past life, she had been particularly sensitive to such gazes. But in this life, she regarded them with far greater ease. Having once been an empress, even if she couldn't outmaneuver the cunning officials of the court, she had still fought her way to the throne through sheer determination. To her, these defeated rivals were little more than clowns. The atmosphere in the flower hall was oddly tense. Fortunately, both hostesses of today's banquet were present. Upon hearing the servant's announcement, Yuxuang quickly stepped forward. Her eyes flickered when she saw Jiang Xuening, and she smiled warmly, greeting her with a curtsy. "I believe we've only crossed paths once before, at Secretary Zhang's banquet. I hadn't expected Second Miss Jiang to grace us with your presence today. Please, come in." Yu, however, fixed Jiang Xuening with a piercing stare. As today's hostess, she had dressed to impress. Earlier, when she had admired herself in the mirror, she had been convinced of her own striking beauty. Moreover, the Yu family hadn't hosted such a prestigious event in years, so her excitement was palpable, like a vibrant red blossom on a branch. Even if she couldn't outshine all the others, she was undoubtedly radiant, standing out like a dazzling pearl in the crowd. But Jiang Xuening's arrival eclipsed her entirely, like a bright moon rising in the night sky, dimming the glow of the pearl. Yu, never one for generosity, found Jiang Xuening's beauty irritating and looked down on her rustic upbringing. With a false smile, she deliberately remarked, "How odd. Today, we only see Second Miss Jiang. Where is your elder sister?" Many around them stole glances. Most had heard the Jiang family's official explanation regarding the two legitimate daughters. Bringing up the elder sister in front of the younger one so pointedly, Yu Yu's intention to provoke Jiang Xuening was glaringly obvious. They all waited eagerly to see how Jiang Xuening would respond. Yet, to everyone's surprise, she remained remarkably composed, showing neither embarrassment nor anger. With a faint smile, she met Yu Yu's gaze and replied calmly, "Of course, my elder sister and mother have gone to the Duke's manor. They specifically asked me to convey their apologies to the Yu family." Yu Yu's expression abruptly changed. The others present secretly gasped. This second Miss Jiang appeared unruffled, but her words cut deep. Who didn't know that the Qingyuan Count's mansion and the Duke's manor had coincidentally scheduled events on the same day? In such situations, wise and well-connected families would split their attendance between both places. Though everyone understood the unspoken rule, no one would voice it aloud. Jiang Xuening's response clearly implied that the higher-ranking Madame Jiang had taken the eldest daughter to the Duke's manor, leaving only her to attend the Qingyuan Count's mansion, a blatant slap in the face to Yu Yu. Yu Yu took a step forward, ready to retaliate. But Yu Shuang, standing beside her, reacted swiftly. She grabbed Yu Yu's hand and smoothly intercepted Jiang Xuening's words. "What does it matter? After all, we all reside in the capital. There will be plenty of opportunities to gather for flower viewing or moon admiring in the future. Let's sit and continue our conversation, shall we? Please." Only then was Jiang Xuening invited to take a seat. Some noble young ladies who had interacted with Jiang Xuening before observed her poised and unflappable demeanor and began questioning their previous impressions of her. The Jiang family's second daughter had always been considered unfit for high society, relying solely on her looks. So how did she now exude an air of nobility surpassing their own? Jiang Xuening noticed the covert glances but paid them no mind. She hadn't come for the banquet in the first place. Disgusted by the capital's hypocritical socializing, she remained largely silent after sitting down, half listening to the idle chatter around her while her thoughts remained fixed on one person, Yu Fangyin. The face of the Yu Fangyin she had known in her previous life and the figure of the Yu Fangyin she had encountered in this lifetime flickered and overlapped in her mind, unsettling her heart. Yu Yu, after stewing in anger for a while, noticed Jiang Xuening's silence. As the other young ladies fawned over her, especially since the Yu family had managed to invite both Yanlin and Xinjia, she gradually forgot the earlier discord. Soon, she began discussing recent affairs in the capital with the others. Clapping her hands, she recalled something amusing. "Oh, have you all heard about that amusing incident? The one where some petty official from the Justice Bureau dared challenge the embroidered uniform guard." Jiang Xuening had just absent-mindedly picked up a small osmanthus cake from the table when the words Justice Bureau official struck her. Her hand stilled, and she suddenly lifted her gaze to Yu Yu. Wearing a scornful smirk, Yu Yu continued mockingly. "Everyone knows that since the late emperor established the embroidered uniform guard, they've held immense authority, handling many judicial matters. Recently, Battalion Commander Zhou of the Guard arrested 2 pedantic scholars for writing slanderous books about the court, clearly acting on the emperor's orders. They were already imprisoned, but guess what? The next day, someone submitted a memorial to the emperor, claiming the arrest lacked approval from the Justice Bureau and demanding Battalion Commander Zhou's impeachment. Turns out it was some minor 7th-ranked Justice Bureau official named Zhang. Such audacity. He must have a death wish. Battalion Commander Zhou had connections with the Qingyuan Count's mansion. Over the matter in court, the Earl of Qingyuan had already vented his fury in his studies several times. Naturally, Yu Yu found this Zhang fellow meddlesome and spoke of him with little courtesy. The others chimed in. How dare such a petty official defy the embroidered uniform guard? He doesn't know what's good for him. Jiang Xuening's fingers loosened slightly, and the osmanthus cake she had picked up dropped back onto the plate. Uncharacteristically, she interjected with a laugh. If this is called not knowing what's good for him, then what, in your esteemed opinions, would qualify as knowing what's good for him? Everyone was taken aback. They had been chatting for so long, without Jiang Xuening uttering a word that they had nearly forgotten her presence. Hearing her speak now left them momentarily bewildered. Then, glancing at the expression on the Jiang family's second daughter's face, they couldn't help but feel a slight shock. Even when Yu had needled her earlier, Jiang Xuening's demeanor had remained indifferent, as though she didn't care. But now, though her lips curved into a smile, it was cold. Her beautiful eyes lifted, calmly gazing at them and inexplicably exuding an intimidating aura. Paired with the mocking curve at the corner of her lips, her sarcasm possessed an almost cutting sharpness. Yu Shuang was stunned. Yu, however, was instantly provoked by her words, her face darkening completely. Listening to you, it sounds like you're defending this Zhang fellow. But I haven't heard that Jiang Xuening is so influential as to promote some insignificant 7th-rank official of unknown origin. Her words insinuated that Zhang had Jiang Boyo's backing. In her past life, Jiang Xuening had never been one to suffer fools gladly, let alone tolerate Yu's repeated provocations. Thus, the last trace of a smile vanished from her face. Taking the embroidered handkerchief handed to her by Tang Er, she deliberately wiped her hands and said, word by word, according to imperial law, the embroidered uniform guard must not only present an arrest warrant, but also obtain approval from the Ministry of Justice's reviewing official before apprehending anyone. This Zhou Qianhu acted with reckless audacity, daring to disregard imperial law. It's only right that Zhang dared impeached him. Why is it that Miss Yu is the one crying injustice for him? Could it be that you intend to defy the law and turn black into white? The others around them paled. Though the embroidered uniform guard had grown increasingly arrogant, and court officials had gradually grown accustomed to their methods, this was the first time someone had cited the law in such a setting. It left them too intimidated to interject. Even Yu, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a chill. But she had always disliked Jiang Xuening, and having been publicly contradicted, she couldn't back down now without losing face. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "Go ahead and cite the law. Let's see what becomes of this Zhang Darren in the end." Jiang Xuening smiled leisurely. "I, too, am waiting to see what becomes of Zhou Qianhu." Her smile didn't reach her eyes as she stared at Yu, a fierce hostility lurking in their depths. In her past life, though she had never actively harmed anyone, she had lived through an era of bloodshed. Some things had become ingrained in her bones, setting her apart from these sheltered young ladies. Her gaze held a hint of bloodlust. Yu had never encountered anything like it. For a moment, she trembled beneath that gaze, her mouth opening and closing soundlessly, unable to utter a single word. How could she know what the name Zhang meant to Jiang Xuening? This man was the only person she had wronged in her past life. Though she had clung to life in fear of death, in her final moments, she had mustered all the courage she had ever possessed just for him. How could she allow anyone to tarnish his name with even a single word? It didn't matter if it was just Yu sitting here today. Even if it were Xie Wei himself, she would dare rebuke him without hesitation. Chapter 12. The atmosphere in the flower hall had completely stiffened. No one dared delve too deeply into court affairs, and with Jiang Xuening's intimidating demeanor, even the peacemakers hesitated to intervene. They couldn't help but wonder, how could a girl who had spent the first 14 years of her life on a rural estate, with no worldly experience, become so fearsome after just 4 years in the capital? Fortunately, at that moment, a servant hurried in with a delighted expression and announced, "Miss, Prince Linghe and young Master Yin have arrived outside." The earlier dispute between Yu and Jiang Xuening was instantly forgotten, even by Yu herself. The young ladies in the flower hall immediately began whispering among themselves, their expressions a mixture of admiration and bashfulness. Some of the bolder ones even crowded near the doors and windows to catch a glimpse. Only Jiang Xuening froze slightly upon hearing the news. Jiang Xuening's thought, "Why is Yin Lin here too?" But then a headache set in. No wonder there were so many guests at the Qingyuan Count's mansion today. It wasn't because the Count's family had regained influence, but because Yin Lin and Shun Jie were coming. This was just perfect. She had casually brushed Yin Lin off the other day, claiming she needed to rest at home, and now here she was attending a banquet on the Double Ninth Festival. He was definitely going to throw a fit later. At the Qingyuan Count's mansion, the chrysanthemum viewing took place in the garden. Though the male and female guests were separated, with the women in the flower hall and the men in the waterside pavilion, the two areas weren't far apart. Both groups had to pass through a long corridor in the garden to enter, making them visible to each other from a distance. By the time the servant made the announcement, Yanlin and Shunjie had already entered and were soon walking down the corridor. Shunjie, a noble prince, carried himself with innate grace and refinement. Yanlin, for once, wasn't wearing his sword and was dressed as a noble young master. His fitted sky-blue satin robe was cinched at the waist with a leather belt, from which hung a simple white jade pendant. His tall, upright posture, jade-like features, and bright, star-like eyes made him resemble a dazzling sun as he strode down the corridor, leaving onlookers spellbound. The young ladies in the flower hall were no longer naive girls. At the sight of such an outstanding young man, their hearts couldn't help but flutter with budding affection. Yu, in particular, was utterly entranced, her cheeks flushed. At 18, she considered herself more beautiful than her sister and close in age to Yanlin. When she heard yesterday that the young master and the prince were coming, she had secretly wondered whether Yanlin was coming for her, so much so that she had barely slept. Now that he was here, her heart raced uncontrollably. One of the young ladies leaning by the door suddenly gasped, covering her lips in surprise. Why is young Master Yin coming this way? The others immediately followed suit in astonishment. Even those who had been pretending to remain composed rose from their seats to look outside. Sure enough, Yanlin had paused in the corridor, exchanged a few words with Shun Jie beside him, and then, accompanied by his servant in blue, began walking toward the flower hall. The hall buzzed with speculation. What is young Master Yin doing? Is he looking for someone? Oh, could it be for our Miss Yu? Yu and Jiang Xuening's table happened to be by the window, offering the best view in the entire flower hall, with a clear view of the outside. Naturally, those outside could also catch glimpses of them. Yu, hearing the teasing from the others, was inwardly delighted but feigned embarrassment and annoyance, pretending to swat at the gossipy girls. Don't talk nonsense. Our mansion didn't send an invitation to the Yin heir. Yesterday, we received his reply saying he would come today, and the whole household was puzzled. Who knows why he's coming? Her words only fueled further speculation. Then he must have come looking for someone. Truly, the Qingyuan Count's mansion has great influence. Jiang Xuening sat quietly by the window, gazing outside, her expression devoid of the subtle excitement and bashfulness visible on the others' faces. No one paid her any attention. Only Yu Shuang cast a thoughtful glance in her direction. Before long, Yanlin approached and stopped right beside the window. Today was the Qingyuan Count's mansion's banquet. If the Yin heir had stayed among the male guests, it would have been unremarkable. But now that he was heading toward the female guest's side, it inevitably sparked speculation. Since he was at the Count's mansion, had come to the women's side, and had even graced the banquet with his presence, conventional reasoning suggested he must be here for the Yu family's young ladies. Instantly, all eyes turned to Yu. It was hard to say whether there was more doubt, envy, or jealousy in those gazes. Surrounded by everyone's stares, Yu felt an unprecedented tension, nearly knocking over her teacup in her nervousness. But soon, that tension transformed into pride and vanity. As the hostess, she had to entertain the guest. Taking a deep breath to steady her pounding heart, she summoned all the composure she could muster and rose gracefully, offering a poised smile. Yanlin, raised among nobility, had seen countless women fawn over him since childhood. He was all too familiar with such affected postures and couldn't be bothered to spare her a glance, pretending not to hear. Instead, his gaze settled on the young woman seated in the corner by the window. Jiang Xuening remained still. Her clear eyes looked outside naturally and calmly, though a trace of vexation seemed hidden in her expression, as if she found him troublesome, enough to stir irritation in anyone who noticed. Yanlin was already displeased that she had brushed him off and come to this tiresome Qingyuan Count's mansion banquet. Now, his lips pressed into a thin line, his expression darkening. Didn't expect me to come today, did you? All eyes in the room swiveled abruptly. Yu paled, her carefully maintained smile nearly twisting into something else. She turned to stare at Jiang Xuening in disbelief. Jiang Xuening sighed inwardly, but said nothing. Yanlin commanded, "Come out." Another round of shocked gasps filled the room. Knowing his temperament and sensing his anger, Jiang Xuening dared not provoke him in front of everyone. fearing he might escalate the situation and embarrass them all. So she obediently stood and left the flower hall. The moment she stepped outside, the room erupted in whispers. The young noblewomen who had just been admiring Yin could hardly believe their eyes, and even their glances toward Yu grew peculiar. Yu, as the hostess, had eagerly risen to greet the guest, only for the esteemed guest to ignore her completely and instead address the supposedly insignificant second Miss Jiang, and with such familiarity. It was enough to make jaws drop. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Originally, they had thought the presence of the Yin heir and Prince Linghe at the banquet must have been due to some hidden influence of the Qingyuan Count's mansion. But judging by the Yin heir's words and actions just now, it seemed nothing like what they had imagined. Yu stood rooted to the spot, watching the two retreating figures outside. Her face shifted through a myriad of colors, her expression quite spectacular. Yin Lin walked ahead. Jiang Xuening followed half a step behind. Qingfeng and Tang Er trailed even farther back, keeping their distance. Only when they reached a secluded corner of the garden did Yin Lin stop and turn to her with an amused smirk. You said you'd rest at home for 2 days, yet here you are at someone's chrysanthemum banquet. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? From the moment Jiang Xuening heard he had arrived, she knew his jealousy would flare. And now it had. She lifted her gaze to him, her eyes like a clear spring, and smiled. I only saw the invitation from the Yu family after returning home and decided to come on a whim. Besides, aren't you here now too? Her words implied that she had known Yin Lin would come as well. Yin Lin's anger instantly dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sweetness. The tight line of his lips softened into a genuine smile. You haven't learned much in the way of proper skills, but you've certainly mastered the art of coaxing me. Jiang Xuening's thought, isn't this exactly what works on you? But aloud, she said, still, you're far too bold, young master. There were other young ladies from noble families in the hall just now, yet you dared to approach me. If word of today's scene spreads, who knows what rumors might arise? Let them spread. Yin Lin's expression turned imperious, utterly dismissive of such concerns. Before, I had 2 years until my capping ceremony, so I couldn't let others know, fearing unforeseen complications that might trap you in gossip. But now, with only 2 months left, I want the whole world to know. Jiang Xuening fell silent. Her mind flashed to the bloody capping ceremony of their past life, the Yin family's downfall, the executions, the exile, the once great Yinshi clan vanishing like the sun plunging into a valley, leaving not a sliver of light. Seeing the young man before her now, so full of anticipation for adulthood, she felt the cruel irony deeply. Noticing her troubled expression, Yin Lin mistook it for anger and grew uneasy. After a moment's hesitation, he backtracked. But if it displeases you, I won't do such things again. Her heart grew even colder. Yet Yin Lin stepped closer and took her hand. His Highness is still waiting for me. Since you're already out today, there's no need to rush back. After the banquet ends this afternoon, wait for me at the Tower of Ascending Clouds. I'll come later and take you to the Lantern Festival. His hand, accustomed to wielding a sword, bore faint calluses on the fingertips. The warmth of his grip seeped into her skin. Jiang Xuening met his smiling gaze and found herself unable to refuse. After all, she had already turned him down once, only to show up here. Another rejection might provoke an outright tantrum. Reluctantly, she agreed. All right. Yin Lin couldn't linger either. Misinterpreting her silence as disapproval of his boldness, he exchanged a few more words with her, cautioning her not to drink too much and end up a drunken mess, before leaving with Qingfeng for the waterside pavilion. Jiang Xuening retraced her steps, strolling leisurely back toward the flower hall. But just as she passed a few clusters of flowering trees, sudden curses erupted from the other side, piercing through the overlapping branches and leaves. You little bitch, how dare you run? Who even knows whose bastard you are? The household has raised you all these years, and you dare to rebel. Gag her and hold her down. Let her sober up in the water. Amid the shouts, there seemed to be the muffled, despairing sobs of a woman, though they were barely audible. Jiang Xuening's steps halted on this quiet, seldom-trodden path. In a flash, she realized what was happening on the other side of the trees. Reason urged her to leave immediately, yet her feet refused to obey. She didn't know if she'd gone mad, but she gently lifted a branch and peered through the gap. Beyond lay a small lotus pond. In late autumn, the lotus flowers and leaves that had flourished in summer had long since withered, leaving behind a pond of decay yet to be cleared. At that moment, 3 rough-handed maids stood by the pond's edge. One, her face dark with anger, wiped her bleeding wrist with a handkerchief, evidently having been bitten. The other 2 had Yu Fangyin in their grasp, one twisting her arms behind her back, the other pressing her head down and forcing her into the water. Jiang Xuening had only heard that in her past life, Yu Fangyin's personality had drastically changed after a drowning incident. But she had never imagined it was this kind of drowning. Tang Er, standing behind her, was already horrified. Yet Jiang Xuening felt a chill seep into her bones. The voice that had once clamored in her heart resurfaced, sharper and more piercing than before. Jiang Xuening's thought, "Don't interfere." Jiang Xuening's thought, "Don't interfere." Jiang Xuening's thought, "Everyone has their own fate." The original Yu Fangyin was timid, cowardly, and foolish, only fit to be bullied. Even if you save her now, it's only temporary. Could you save her for a lifetime? Jiang Xuening's thought, "And don't you truly want to meet the other Yu Fangyin?" Jiang Xuening's thought, "Don't interfere. Don't interfere." Jiang Xuening's thought, "You're not the one killing her. You're just standing by." The maids, having been scolded by the young mistresses for letting Yu Fangyin escape the woodshed, despised this illegitimate daughter of a lowly concubine for her ingratitude. They were determined to torment her into submission, ensuring she'd never dare defy them again. Their hands were merciless. They held her head underwater, letting her thrash and struggle, refusing to let her up. Yu Fangyin had been locked in the woodshed for days, barely eating and beaten besides. What strength did she have left? After only a few feeble struggles, she could resist no longer. The icy water filled her mouth and nose, choking off her breath. Her earlier desperate resistance gradually weakened, her slender neck slowly sinking beneath the surface. What kind of despair was that? The sight stabbed at Jiang Xuening's eyes. No one understood the terror of death better than her. She had truly experienced it once before. Now, seeing Yu Fangyin's struggles cease, realization exploded through her mind. Jiang Xuening's thought, "Could I really stand by and watch an innocent girl be murdered before my eyes? And even if I wait for the Yu Fangyin I want, could I truly, with a clear conscience, become close friends with her as I did in my past life?" In that moment, Jiang Xuening's reason finally lost control. The instant she shouted, "Stop!" she knew all her self-admonishments over the past few days had been in vain. She was a selfish person, but not wicked enough to the core. The 3 women by the pond were startled by the voice. Turning around, they saw an unfamiliar noble lady emerging from among the flowering trees and immediately loosened their grip. But Yu Fangyin had already lost all strength. The moment they released her, she tumbled into the pond. With a loud splash, she sank straight to the bottom. The 2 women who had laid hands on her instantly paled at the sight. Jiang Xuening's face was expressionless, her voice eerily calm and cold as she commanded, "Pull her out." The 2 maids had only intended to teach Fangyin a lesson and had never expected her to be so fragile. No matter how lowly, she was still the family's illegitimate daughter. If this truly resulted in death, they would face dire consequences. Snapped back to reality by Jiang Xuening's order, they hastily fished her out. By the time they dragged her onto the bank, she was drenched, her face ashen and her eyes tightly shut. The woman who had instigated the attack panicked and urged, "Quick, slap her back." Jiang Xuening stood to the side, watching coldly as they attempted to revive her, gazing at this face that should have been familiar. Yet her mind was filled with an unprecedented haze, unable to discern whether she felt more anticipation or dread at this moment. She thought herself hypocritical. She could have stepped in earlier to reprimand them, yet she had deliberately waited until Fangyin was on the brink of death before intervening. Perhaps this way, she could console herself. She hadn't stood idly by, nor had she intentionally brought Yu Fangyin into this world she despised. She had tried her best, only failing to prevent it. Cough. The maid slapped Fangyin's back twice with no response. In her panic, she struck harder and pinched Fangyin's philtrum, finally eliciting a violent cough as the water was expelled from her lungs. Her eyes slowly opened, heavy with exhaustion. In that instant, Jiang Xuening staggered back 2 steps, unsteady on her feet. Those eyes held no wisdom, no clarity, none of the detached awareness and indifference toward the world that she had known so well. Only panicked fear and clumsy dullness. It wasn't her. Something within Jiang Xuening crashed to the ground, as though she had been granted absolution. But immediately afterward, an overwhelming loneliness surged up and engulfed her completely. Chapter 13. The two matrons breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yu Fangyin regain consciousness. Only then did they realize that, despite the cool weather, they had broken into a cold sweat. They raised their sleeves to wipe their brows. Yet no one expected that Yu Fangyin, having just awakened, would suddenly flash a fierce look in her eyes. With all her strength, she broke free from the two women and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Help! Help!" The women were startled and hurriedly tried to cover her mouth. "What are you screaming for?" But it was already too late. Though weak, Yu Fangyin had poured all her remaining strength into those two cries, which echoed through the relatively open and quiet surroundings. Though the area was secluded, a few maids taking a shortcut happened to pass by. Hearing the commotion, they came over and saw Yu Fangyin lying drenched on the ground. Misunderstanding the situation, and without waiting for the matrons to explain, they shrieked, "Oh no! Oh no! Someone's fallen into the water." The matrons nearly turned green with rage. By now, the chrysanthemum viewing in the garden outside had already begun, and it wasn't far from here. Soon, a large crowd surged over, both servants from the household and guests attending the banquet. Yin Lin had been chatting with Shun Jie and initially paid no attention to the news of someone falling into the water. But upon hearing that it was a young lady who had fallen into the lotus pond, and recalling the direction Jiang Xuening had gone, he was alarmed. In his panic, he didn't even stop to ask for details before rushing over with the others. Fortunately, when he arrived with the crowd on this side of the lotus pond, he saw Jiang Xuening standing safely by the water's edge, unharmed. Only then did he relax. A moment later, he chided himself for overreacting out of concern. But then another thought struck him. The earlier shout had drained the last of Yu Fangyin's strength. She staggered forward a couple of steps before collapsing to the ground. Having fallen into the water earlier, her clothes were completely soaked and now clung to her body. From the pavilions and corridors opposite, many people were watching, pointing, and whispering. Jiang Xuening's thoughts had wandered for a while, but when she snapped back to reality, she understood the reason behind Yu Fangyin's actions. If the matter wasn't blown up, who knew what might happen next? She could be quietly done away with, and no one would ever know. The person was already saved. There was no use regretting it now. Today, Jiang Xuening wore a moon-white dress with a gold-threaded embroidered overcoat draped over it. She removed the overcoat and gently placed it over Yu Fangyin. Then, with an icy expression, she addressed the bustling crowd gathered across the pond. "What are you all gawking at? Haven't you seen matrons disciplining young ladies or servants bullying their masters before?" Gasps rose from the crowd. Her words stunned everyone. The three matrons standing nearby gaped at Jiang Xuening as though they'd seen a ghost. Even Yu Fangyin was dumbfounded. The still warm overcoat rested on her shoulders, while the young woman before her, now clad only in a fitted moon-white gown, stood tall and straight, her eyes tinged with coldness. Radiant as a plum blossom in snow, austere as the moon over a frozen pond. Not even the most exquisite phrases from the operas she'd heard, crafted to describe peerless beauties, could capture a fraction of her splendor. In that instant, her nose tingled, and large teardrops rolled down her cheeks one after another. Yet she was too tongue-tied to utter even a single word of thanks. She could only stare fixedly, unable to tear her gaze away. Standing on the opposite side of the pond, Yin Lin immediately understood what had happened. His gaze swept over Jiang Xuening's slender and delicate figure, then shifted to the group of noble young men standing beside him. He couldn't help but feel that they weren't looking at the girl who had fallen into the water. They were clearly staring at his Ningning. His brows furrowed deeply without him realizing it. Yin Lin's expression darkened as he spoke up at once. "Exactly. What kind of spectacle is it for a bunch of grown men to crowd around watching a young lady who's fallen into the water? Hurry up and leave, all of you." After all, this was an incident within the inner quarters of the Qingyuan Count's mansion, and the identity of the girl who had fallen into the water was unclear. It truly wasn't appropriate to linger. Though the others felt somewhat displeased by Yin Lin's words, they eventually muttered and dispersed. Only Yin Lin lagged a few steps behind. Xin Jie glanced at him. After a moment's thought, Yin Lin actually removed his outer robe and handed it to Qing Feng, who stood beside him. With an impatient expression, he said, "Take it to her. The weather's turning cold. There's no need to catch a chill over some girl of unknown origin." Qing Feng thought that even if this robe were given to second Miss Jiang, she might not dare wear it. But since it was his master's order, and knowing his temperament, he didn't dare argue at this moment. So he took the exquisitely embroidered outer robe and headed toward the opposite side of the lotus pond. Upon arriving, he held out the robe. Tang Er, however, turned to look at Jiang Xuening, unsure whether to accept it. Qing Feng sighed inwardly and said quietly, "If second Miss refuses, this servant will have a hard time explaining when I return." Jiang Xuening glanced at him before instructing Tang Er, "Take it." Qing Feng immediately exhaled in relief. "Thank you for your kindness, second Mississippi." Tang Er took the sky blue outer robe and draped it over her arm. Qing Feng bowed respectfully to Jiang Xuening before retreating. The onlookers had all scattered. Only the servants of the Qingyuan Count's mansion remained nearby. Seeing Yu Fangyin drenched and shivering violently in the cold wind, her face deathly pale, Jiang Xuening turned to the three matrons and said, "Though it's not my place to interfere in your count's household affairs, if you truly harm someone's life with such harsh treatment, aren't you afraid of incurring bad karma?" Earlier, the three matrons had nearly exploded with rage when Jiang Xuening, an outsider, dared to spout nonsense about matrons punishing a young lady, servants bullying their mistress. But in the blink of an eye, they saw someone from young Marquis Yan's side delivering a robe to her. They were relieved they hadn't impulsively scolded Jiang Xuening. Otherwise, offending the wrong person would have landed them in deep trouble. Now, as Jiang Xuening reprimanded them, they all lowered their heads in awkward silence, not daring to retort. Jiang Xuening had no intention of meddling further in the Count's affairs. She simply said, "Take her back to her room first." Yes. The other masters of the household likely hadn't yet heard of the incident and would arrive later. Having been witnessed by Jiang Xuening, the three matrons were both guilty and fearful. They hastily complied, stepping forward to support Yu Fangyin and leading her toward the northeastern courtyard. Jiang Xuening hesitated for a moment, then followed them. Tang Er watched from behind, utterly bewildered. Jiang Xuening found it difficult to describe exactly what she was feeling at this moment. Seeing a good deed through to the end? No, she wasn't that kind of benevolent person. Waiting for a miracle to happen? She had already experienced enough miracles, her rebirth being one of them, and the heavens wouldn't be so generous to her again. Perhaps it was simply the desire to take a look, to see where the former Yu Fangyin had lived. The side courtyard was where the mansion's low-status and unfavored concubines and illegitimate daughters resided. The side courtyard of the Qingyuan Count's mansion was truly unimpressive, appearing rather plain. Even the quarters of slightly higher-ranking servants in the Zhang mansion were better than this. Inside, the furnishings were simple and unadorned. A bed, wooden screens, tables and chairs, and an unfinished sewing project in the needlework basket on the Kong table. The surroundings, however, were neat and tidy, with everything arranged meticulously. There was only one young maid with newly grown hair in the room. It wasn't even clear whether she had been assigned to serve Yu Fangyin. When the group entered, the girl was so frightened that she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. It wasn't until the leading matron scolded her that she remembered to serve tea, water, and towels. Jiang Xuening glanced at her, but said nothing, her gaze instead wandering around the room. But after all, Yu Fangyin had never been here. There were no miscellaneous books for leisure, no luxurious silks, no fashionable novelties, no Western clocks. The surreal feeling she had experienced while saving someone earlier gradually dissipated, sinking back into reality and leaving no room for further hope or fantasy. For the first time, she truly turned her attention to examining this lifetime's Yu Fangyin. Perhaps because there were outsiders present, or perhaps out of sheer panic, Yu Fangyin hadn't changed her clothes. She had carefully removed the outer garment Jiang Xuening had draped over her earlier and asked the maid to bring a thin quilt to wrap around herself. Her face was pale as she stared at Jiang Xuening. Her features could only be described as delicate. Willow leaf eyebrows, almond eyes, and cherry lips. These should have been lovely, but there was a lack of vitality between her brows, as though she were a wooden puppet carved by an unskilled craftsman, stiff and lifeless. A tear mole rested beneath her left eye. This was what elders often called the mark of a luckless, hard life. Jiang Xuening searched this face for even the faintest trace of the other Yufangyin, but after a long look, she realized there was none. Truly none. The Yufangyin from her past life was gone. Yufangyin had never seen such a gaze before. This noblewoman who had saved her seemed to be searching for another person within her. There was a touch of mournful sorrow in her eyes, as though reality had been accepted, yet dreams had been shattered. Yufangyin unconsciously clenched her fingers, feeling that she ought to say something, but when she opened her mouth, no words came out. Jiang Xuening stood silently for a long moment before blinking and saying to the flustered matrons, "Leave us." The matrons exchanged glances. Though puzzled, they didn't dare object. Even the young maid, though confused, didn't dare linger and followed them out. Now, only Jiang Xuening and Yufangyin remained in the room. Finally, Yufangyin stammered, Thank you, noble lady, for saving my life." Jiang Xuening gazed at her, raising a hand to gently brush across a face that should have been so familiar, yet now felt strangely foreign. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind the girl's ear and murmured dreamily, "You should thank me. To save you, I gave up the greatest reliance of this life." Yufangyin froze. Only then did Jiang Xuening let out a self-deprecating laugh and say to her, "I see you don't wish to die. Having walked through the King of Hell's palace and back, what is there left to fear? Endure like this. At least live decently, so as not to disgrace this body." This was her own body. She shouldn't speak such biased words. Yet how could she suppress the disappointment in her heart? She considered herself merely an ordinary person. Yufangyin likely didn't understand her words and merely stared at her with wide eyes. The longer Jiang Xuening looked, the more disheartened she became. They were too far apart. She had originally wanted to say much more, but the words suddenly wouldn't come. 1,000 thoughts and emotions were buried in her heart, with no one to confide in, and for a moment, they all sank back into silence. Tang Air. After a moment's thought, Jiang Xuening called Tang Air inside. "Did you bring money? Give it to me." Tang Air took out a pouch containing some silver notes, 300 taels, 5 tin-tael notes, and a few silver ingots. This had been prepared for the young lady to use for purchases on the way back to the manor. She glanced at Jiang Xuening and hesitated briefly, but still handed it over. Jiang Xuening opened it, took a look, then placed it on the table. "Call it fate that we met. Take this money, arrange a proper coffin for your mother, and give her a decent burial. Keep the rest for yourself and live well." Yufangyin didn't know how she knew about her mother, but her eyes reddened instantly, and she suddenly broke into silent sobs. Like a fish stranded on land, her mouth opened soundlessly, yet the anguish seemed all the more heart-wrenching. In the end, she didn't dare cry aloud. After all, it was only the death of a concubine in the household, one who had hanged herself. Jiang Xuening found the atmosphere stifling and realized she truly had nothing to say to this version of Yufangyin. After sitting for a while, she stood and walked out. But at the doorway, she paused again. Resting a hand on the doorframe, she glanced back and said coolly, 3 mornings from now, a merchant named Su Winnie will be selling a batch of raw silk outside the Jiangxia Guild Hall in the Eastern Market. If you have spare money and aren't content with your current lot, you might negotiate to buy some. In half a month, you could triple your investment. If you're frugal, it should sustain you for a while. In the past, Yufangyin's first fortune had been hard-won, even requiring her to borrow usurious loans to get started. But she had dared to venture, to dream, and to act, ultimately succeeding. This Yufangyin, however, seemed like a block of wood, timid, narrow-minded, and slow-witted. The skill and vision of the Yufangyin from her past life were things even Jiang Xuening couldn't replicate. How could this one compare to even a fraction of that? Jiang Xuening's advice was merely to ease her own conscience. She didn't believe this girl could achieve anything. With that, she turned away with a frown, called Tang Air, and left the courtyard. Only Yufangyin remained in the room, watching her retreating figure through blurred tears before lowering her head to stare at the pouch in her palm. slowly clenching it tight. Chapter 14. When Jiang Xuening returned to the flower hall, she encountered the Yu sisters rushing over to handle the matter. Clearly, they had already heard the news of this outsider meddling in their household affairs. With the old grudge from the earlier incident in the flower hall, and now this new grievance, Yu Yu's eyes seemed to spit fire as she glared at her. Even Yu Shuang's expression was far from pleasant, offering only a terse greeting. Jiang Xuening responded with equal indifference. The feud with the Yu sisters of the Qingyuan Count's mansion was undoubtedly set in stone, but she couldn't care less. Who in the world would fear the hatred of an ant? By the time she returned to the flower hall, news of Yu Fangyin's fall into the water had spread everywhere. With no clear details, the rumors had grown wilder than the truth. Some said it was a maid driven to desperation by abuse from the household. Others claimed it was a proper young lady who, after her concubine mother had hanged herself, had acted rashly in despair. But the most widespread version was Jiang Xuening's own account. The girl was a concubine-born daughter of the Yu family, bullied by wicked servants, and her fall might not have been so accidental. Earlier, when Yan Lin had sought her out to speak, the many young noblewomen in the flower hall, usually so proper, had witnessed this brazen private meeting for the first time. After Jiang Xuening left, they had plenty to criticize. Moreover, many of them had their own designs on Yan Lin. Who would have thought that second Miss Jiang would appear out of nowhere, making them suspect that the young master's bold behavior before his capping ceremony must mean the marriage was already all but settled in secret. It was enough to make them green with envy. But then came the incident of Yu Fangyin's fall. The lives of noble young ladies were dull. How could they resist the allure of gossip? With the hosts busy handling the matter, some took the opportunity to gather around Jiang Xuening and pry for details. Jiang Xuening recounted what she had seen, neither exaggerating nor omitting a single detail. Soon afterward, the Yu sisters returned, claiming it was merely a concubine-born daughter who had accidentally slipped into the water. Fortunately, the servants had discovered it early, and she had been rescued. A physician had been summoned, and all was well. On the surface, everyone expressed relief that no harm was done. But these noblewomen had already heard Jiang Xuening's account, and who among them didn't have some dirty laundry in their own households? Some things were obvious at a glance, and none of them truly believed the Yu sisters' flimsy excuses. Still, as hosts, they had to be given some face. As for how the story would spread once they returned to their own homes after the banquet, that was their business. Next came the luncheon, chrysanthemum viewing, and poetry and painting. For Jiang Xuening, it was utterly tedious. Had Yan Lin not mentioned earlier that after the event she should wait for him at the Tower of Ascending Clouds so they could attend the Lantern Festival together that evening, she might have left immediately after meeting Yu Fangyin. For the last half hour, she simply sat to the side, watching these noble young ladies wield their brushes with practiced elegance, meticulously painting chrysanthemums in various poses on sheet after sheet of laid-out rice paper. Soon, they would select the best painting, and the banquet would conclude. But no one expected that just as this refined gathering was about to end, a sudden announcement rang out from the entrance. Luoyang Grand Princess has arrived. The Grand Princess? Everyone in the hall was startled. Without even a moment to look up, they hurriedly bowed in greeting. We welcome the Grand Princess. Jiang Xuening's eyelid twitched upon hearing that voice, inwardly cursing herself for not leaving earlier. But then it occurred to her. She was dressed as a woman now. So she forced herself to relax the tension that had suddenly seized her nerves, bowing along with the others in the corner and instinctively lowering her head even further. Light footsteps echoed from the front of the hall, accompanied by the delicate chime of jade pendants hanging from a noblewoman's waist. Soon, a voice drifted down from above. No need for formalities. This princess and Aishu merely heard that the Qingyuan Count's mansion's banquet was still underway and thought to see what it was like. Rise. Each word fell like pearls upon a jade plate. It was as if celestial music had descended, ethereal and divine. Hearing such a voice, everyone couldn't help but imagine what kind of heavenly beauty the eldest princess Luoyang must possess to have such a melodious tone. Though these noble ladies were of high status, few had ever entered the imperial palace. Most had never seen the princess before, so once they rose, they couldn't resist lifting their eyes to look. Yet the moment they beheld the princess's face, They all froze. A strange flicker passed through their gazes, followed swiftly by pity. Each silently thought the same thing. Their thought, what a shame. Princess Luyang, Shunzi, was the daughter of the late emperor's beloved consort, noble consort Xian. Doted upon since childhood, she had been raised in luxury. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her features had inherited noble consort Xian's exquisite beauty. She was radiant and striking, with sweet dimples when she smiled, bringing joy to anyone who saw her. Yet, just half an inch below her left eye, near the outer corner, lay a scar. Though its color had faded somewhat, and it wasn't overly long, on such a flawless face it stood out starkly, impossible to ignore. The beauty of her face was marred by this single flaw, evoking sighs of regret. A pearl with a crack, jade with a flaw. This was a face that had been marred. Even with makeup to conceal it, the scar remained visible. To have such a captivating voice, yet a face that did not match it. Jiang Xuening, however, knew the origin of the scar on Princess Lu Yang's face. It had been left behind 20 years ago, when the prince who pacifies the south raised an army in rebellion and attacked the capital. At the time, Shunzi had been little more than a newborn, snatched from her wet nurse by the rebels. They held her hostage, slashing her face with a dagger to force the other royals hiding in the imperial palace to reveal themselves. Later, the loyalist forces arrived and quelled the rebellion. Though the noble princess Shunzi survived unscathed, her face bore this scar permanently, from her infancy to this very day. Now, 2 decades later, all those in the imperial court and palace who had lived through that upheaval would be reminded of the bloody chaos that had drenched the royal halls whenever they saw this scar. Princess Luyang's scar was a mark of shame carved by the Pingnan prince rebels upon the face of the mighty De Qian dynasty. And precisely because of this, the current emperor doted on this younger sister of his beyond measure. Any request Shunzi made, so long as it did not threaten the fate of the nation, he granted without hesitation. Even if she wanted to pluck the stars from the sky, Xinlang would order someone to try before he would relent. Shunzi grew up in the palace, having witnessed countless gazes directed at the scar on her face since childhood. Some were filled with pity, some with tenderness, and others with mockery. Occasionally, she even caught the unspoken thoughts on the faces of particularly beautiful palace maids. Their thought, what does it matter if she's the exalted imperial princess? With that scar ruining her looks, she's not even as good as us lowly servants. In her younger years, she hadn't understood the meaning behind those looks. But as she grew older and came to understand, her emotions shifted from anger to hatred, and from hatred to sorrow. Tell me, what woman in this world could truly be indifferent to her own appearance? Shunzi swept her gaze across the room, taking in everyone's curious stares, except for one person in the corner who kept her head bowed low, refusing to look up. How peculiar. Having long grown accustomed to such scrutiny in the palace, she felt a thorn prick her heart, but refrained from lashing out. Instead, she said coolly, "You may continue with your paintings." The others flinched under her sharp glance and quickly averted their eyes. Since the princess had spoken, none dared disobey. Thus, they all returned to their previous activities, some resuming their paintings, others their poetry. Jiang Xuening also exhaled softly in relief, retreating to her spot, as though hoping to disappear entirely. But before she could even sit back down, Shunzi strode directly toward her, stopping right in front of her. "So you're Jiang Xuening? Look up." Jiang Xuening's thought. Why on earth has Her Royal Highness noticed me again? Jiang Xuening was no longer the empress now. Compared to Shunzi's imperial status, she was merely the daughter of an ordinary official. The gap between their positions was too vast for her to defy, so she obeyed and raised her head. For a brief moment, undisguised admiration flashed through Shunzi's eyes, soon replaced by wistful envy. She sighed softly. "I came here today just for you." Jiang Xuening's eyelids twitched violently. Shunzi continued, "No wonder Yan Lin, that untamable wild one, is so devoted to you. You're so breathtaking that even I feel moved just looking at you. Truly enviable." She had originally been attending a banquet at the Duke's Manor today, only to learn upon arrival that her elder brother Xinjie had gone to the Qingyuan Count's mansion. Shunzi had always been attached to this gentle, good-tempered brother of hers, and when she further heard that Yan Lin, who had grown up playing with her, was also there. She made inquiries. That was how she discovered that Shun Jie had gone because of Yin Lin, and Yin Lin had gone because of some official's daughter. Naturally, her curiosity was piqued. As soon as the banquet at the Duke's Manor ended, she dragged Xiao Shu, the eldest daughter of the Duke's Manor and her close friend, along with her to see for herself just who this legendary second Miss Jiang was. Shun Zi knew Yin Lin's temperament. He had never shown much interest in women. If he had taken a liking to someone, she must be extraordinary. So when she swept her gaze across the room earlier, the one person who kept her head lowered stood out. Drawing closer and ordering her to look up, Shun Zi discovered that it was indeed second Miss Jiang. Her face was peerlessly beautiful, neither cold nor overly alluring, yet unforgettable at first glance. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuening inwardly groaned. Jiang Xuening's thought, what kind of cursed fate is this? From Shun Zi's words, it seemed she had come to see her because of Yin Lin. Whether she wanted to or not, they had crossed paths now. She was well aware of the future fate of this Lu Yang Grand Princess. After the Marquis of Courage Estate, which originally held military power, was implicated in the old case of the prince who pacifies the south and exiled, within 2 months, the Tatar in the north began to stir. Claiming the succession of a new king, they sought to marry a princess from the great Qian as their queen. The emperor, unwilling to reinstate the Marquis of Courage Estate, sent the Luyang Grand Princess to marry into the Tatar. For years later, the Tatar, having built up their strength, launched a full-scale invasion. The court officials welcomed back only the princess's coffin. By then, the emperor had been replaced by Shun Jie. In his grief, he overturned Shun Lang's conviction of the Marquis of Courage Estate, exonerated them, and reinstated Yin Lin, who had been in exile for 4 years. Yin Lin finally got his chance to lead troops as a convicted man, quelling the border unrest, driving out the Tatar, and killing until the barbarians dared not step an inch beyond the Great Qian's borders. He was then granted the title of general, given the Tiger Tally, and returned to the capital. After that came Jiang Xuening's disaster. She remembered their first meeting in her previous life, when she had been dressed as a boy. Seeing Shun Zi overly concerned about the scar on her face, she had picked up a fine brush used for painting lanterns at the festival, dipped it in a bit of cherry pink, and traced the scar beneath Shun Zi's left eye. At the time, Shun Zi mistook her for a man and developed feelings for her. Later, when she discovered Jiang Xuening was a woman, she naturally couldn't get over it. But before leaving for the Tatar marriage alliance, Shun Zi specifically sent for her to recreate the makeup from their first meeting. Sitting quietly before the mirror and gazing at her own radiant reflection, 2 lines of tears streamed down her cheeks. After Shun Zi's departure, Jiang Xuening had often asked herself, if given another chance, would she still paint that stroke when they first met? At the time, there was no answer. She thought she wouldn't. But now, with Shun Zi standing alive before her once more, truly giving her this opportunity, Jiang Xuening realized her answer. Jiang Xuening's thought, I would. Your Highness is naturally peerless in beauty, the brightest pearl of the great Qian dynasty. How could I ever compare to even a fraction of your grace? She looked up at her, smiling faintly. You need not envy me. These words sounded like blind flattery. Shun Zi's first reaction was disgust. But when she met Jiang Xuening's gaze, she found nothing but sincerity and unfeigned solemnity in her words, leaving her momentarily stunned. Jiang Xuening then turned and actually pulled her toward the most secluded, unoccupied painting table in the corner. Lightly picking up a fine goat hair brush, she dipped it in pale cherry pink. Forgive my presumption. Then she leaned in and gently traced a few strokes over the scar beneath Shun Zi's left eye. The once glaring scar was transformed into a crescent of pink, like a fallen petal. By the time she stepped back, the palace attendants following Shun Zi had gasped softly, their eyes filled with admiration. Jiang Xuening simply said, some wounds, if your highness shows too much concern for them in public, will let everyone know your vulnerabilities, giving them weapons with which to hurt you. But if you display them openly, uncaring, or even merely pretending not to care, no one will know your weaknesses and thus cannot harm you. Your scar is the glory of the dynasty. Why be ashamed of it? Shun Zi was utterly speechless. No one had ever spoken to her so boldly before. Though the words were blunt and sharp, they flowed like a refreshing breeze over her heart, soothing certain wounds. She couldn't tear her gaze away from second Miss Jiang, whom she was meeting for the first time. After finishing that brushstroke, Jiang Xuening felt a sense of relief in her heart. Then she began pondering. Although she'd crossed paths with Lu Yang Grand Princess again, she still didn't know how Xie Wei would deal with her in this lifetime. If she could curry favor with Her Highness, then even if Xie Wei wanted to take action against her, he might have to think twice. There was nothing wrong with that. But when she composed herself and looked back, meeting Shenzi's gaze at that moment, her scalp suddenly tingled. Jiang Xuening's thought. This look. Jiang Xuening's thought. Why is it exactly the same as in my previous life? She instinctively glanced down at her attire. Definitely women's clothing. Jiang Xuening's thought. But why this look? In that lightning-fast moment, an unprecedented thought flashed through Jiang Xuening's mind, making her whole body tremble and raising goosebumps all over her skin. Jiang Xuening's thought. Who said that in my previous life, Liyang Grand Princess must have fallen for me because I was disguised as a man and mistaken for male. The same situation could have another explanation entirely. Perhaps upon seeing her dressed as a boy yet exuding feminine softness, the princess had felt drawn to her, though perhaps without realizing it herself. Jiang Xuening's fingers, still holding the brush she hadn't yet put down, suddenly stiffened. Under Shenzi's intense gaze, she felt as though she'd been struck by lightning. Her numb mind produced only 3 words. Jiang Xuening's thought. I'm doomed. Chapter 15. Calm down. Stay calm. Jiang Xuening forced herself not to overthink it for the moment. A glance, especially the very first glance, was merely the budding beginning of everything. A man's gaze toward a woman he liked was easy to distinguish, because beyond affection, there was always a trace of desire, whether more or less. But when a woman looked at another woman she liked, devoid of desire, it was essentially no different from looking at a very close, deeply beloved friend. She must still be haunted by the shadows of her past life, seeing danger where there was none. Once this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Xuening steadied herself considerably. Her heart might be in turmoil, but her face betrayed nothing. Shenzi stood very close to her, yet she had no idea of the strange and absurd thoughts swirling through Jiang Xuening's mind. She merely had a palace attendant bring out a small handheld mirror, and upon seeing the delicate, petal-like stroke on her face, her eyes flickered with emotion. When she first laid eyes on Jiang Xuening, she had been genuinely startled by her beauty, assuming Yin Lin's affection for her was solely due to her striking appearance. But after just a few words, this second Miss Jiang had revealed a side of herself entirely unlike that of any ordinary noble maiden. Which young lady in the capital could speak like this? She and Yin Lin had grown up together, and now that she thought about it, he had never been one to be blinded by beauty. There must truly be something about this second Miss Jiang that made her so likable. That was why he adored her. Shenzi took 2 steps closer and, smiling, took Jiang Xuening's hand. You speak in such an endearing way. No wonder Yin Lin likes you. Even I can't help but grow fond of you. If she hadn't said anything, it would have been fine. But now, Jiang Xuening nearly collapsed to her knees. Clinging to the nearly frayed thread of composure in her mind, she resisted the urge to pull her hand from Shenzi's grasp. Composing herself, she adopted an expression of humble deference and said, This lowly girl speaks without restraint and is prone to nonsense. I beg your highness not to take offense. Shenzi frowned at her sudden change in demeanor, shrinking and timid, utterly devoid of the spirited charm she had shown earlier when she boldly took up the brush to paint her face. She was about to say something when another voice interjected. Your highness has frightened her. Shenzi turned to look. The speaker was a woman dressed in lavish attire who had been standing beside Shenzi all along. In bearing and presence, she was only slightly less imposing than the princess. Her robes were tailored from the finest shoe brocade, and the pearls adorning the forehead ribbon she wore were of immense value, let alone the flawless mutton-fat jade bracelet on her wrist. Her brows arched like distant mountains, her eyes sharp as a phoenix's. Her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall, her cheeks fair as snow. Though not as breathtakingly beautiful as Jiang Xuening, the kind of beauty that incited envy at first glance, she was undoubtedly radiant in the flower hall. More than that, There was an innate air of nobility about her. Despite the smile on her lips, she exuded an unspoken authority. At a glance, she was clearly someone formidable. This was Xiao Shu, the eldest daughter of the Duke's manor, someone Jiang Xuening also recognized. Or, to put it more plainly, the eldest daughter of the Xiao clan, the very same Duke's manor that Xie Wei had nearly wiped out in her past life. She had been silently observing until now, only choosing to speak at this moment. Yet Shenzi seemed displeased by her words. Xiao Shu smiled, unfurling her scented fan as she glanced at Jiang Xuening, then leaned in to whisper a few words into Shenzi's ear. Shenzi's eyes sparkled upon hearing them. The scar beneath her left eye, which had once been unsightly, had been artfully shaped like a falling cherry blossom, and now, paired with her radiant expression, her entire face seemed to glow. She clapped her hands in delight. That's a wonderful idea. Then, turning to Jiang Xuening, she said, "It's too crowded today. I'll invite you to play another time." Jiang Xuening hadn't heard what Xiao Shu had whispered, but a faint unease stirred in her heart. In her past life, she and Xiao Shu had never gotten along. They were nearly the same age. Jiang Xuening had married Xinjie when he was still Prince Linghe, and when he ascended the throne, she naturally became empress. Xiao Shu, however, entered the palace later. With the prestige of her maternal family, the Duke's manor, and her status as Xunjie's cousin, she swiftly rose to the rank of imperial noble consort and was even entrusted with assisting in managing the 6 palaces. Though her fate had been grim in the end due to her ties to the Xiao family, at this moment, Xiao Shu's presence still made Jiang Xuening wary. She bowed respectfully to Shenzi with a murmured, "Yes," but toward Xiao Shu, she merely gave a slight nod. Jiang Xuening's thought, "I must never get entangled with the Xiao family." Jiang Xuening's thought, "When Xie Wei starts killing, he won't hesitate." Xiao Shu, having grown up in the high-ranking Duke's manor, had seen and learned far more than ordinary young ladies. From Jiang Xuening's subtle gesture, she easily sensed the other's coldness toward her. How interesting. Xiao Shu showed no reaction, merely casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Xuening before leading Shenzi away. As the banquet at the Qingyuan Count's mansion was nearing its end, and with the unexpected arrival of the Duke's manor's eldest daughter and the reigning eldest princess, the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Yu seized the opportunity to invite them to serve as judges and select the best poem and painting from the chrysanthemum viewing banquet. Xiao Shu, skilled in both poetry and painting, carefully reviewed each entry. After some discussion with Shenzi, they declared Yu Yu's slender chrysanthemum painting the best artwork and the poem Thoughts on the Double Ninth Festival by the daughter of the Hanlin Academy's chief, Miss Fan, the finest verse. Miss Fan, coming from a scholarly family, remained composed. Yu Yu, however, who had spent years honing her painting skills, was overjoyed, especially since the selection had been made by the Luyang Grand Princess herself. She nearly burst into tears from happiness. Jiang Xuening, who neither painted nor wrote poetry, observed everything coldly from start to finish. Once it was over and Shenzi and Xiao Shu had left, she was the first to take her leave. As Tang Er helped her into the carriage, she asked cautiously, "Shall we go to the Tower of Ascending Clouds?" Jiang Xuening glanced at the sky, calculating the time. The banquet in the main hall had ended, but the waterside pavilion was still lively. Yinlin wouldn't be free for a while yet. Her gaze flickered as she recalled another matter that had been left unresolved. She said, "First, go to Xie Street Alley." Zhou Yingji lived in Xie Street Alley. This alley was far from the Purple Forbidden City, so most high-ranking officials who attended court or frequently entered the palace didn't choose to reside here. Instead, it was mostly home to lower-ranking officials. Zhou Yingji had risen late in life, and whatever wealth he had was spent on bribes and connections. Naturally, he had no extra funds to purchase a proper estate. Thus, when Jiang Xuening arrived at the slanting alley, she saw only 2 small black lacquered doors at the end, adorned with aged bronze knockers and a simple plaque bearing the words Zhou Residence. It was indeed rather shabby. She instructed Tang Er to knock on the door. Soon, a woman's voice came from inside. "Coming." The sound of the door bolt being removed followed shortly afterward. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a delicate face peering out. The woman first saw Tang Er, then Jiang Xuening standing behind her. Though her attire was not extravagant, she clearly did not seem like someone of ordinary status. Hesitating, the woman asked, "May I ask who you are?" Jiang Xuening did not answer, but instead inquired, "Is Master Zhou not at home?" The delicate woman replied, "The master left for the guard station early this morning, and it's uncertain when he'll return. If the young lady has urgent business, you may come in and wait while I send someone to inform him. However, whether he returns or not is truly beyond my knowledge." Jiang Xuening hadn't expected that she would have to wait. But since she was already here, what would be the point of leaving empty-handed? After a moment's thought, she nodded. The woman opened the door wider and stepped aside, inviting Jiang Xuening and her maid inside. She then led them into the modest courtyard and called out to a young boy brushing a horse. "Nanzhou, go to the guard station and inform the master that there's a guest at home with urgent business." The boy named Nanzhou set down his broom and was about to leave when Jiang Xuening suddenly stopped him with a frown. "No need. Just tell your master that his beloved steed is gravely ill and he must return at once to see it." Nanzhou looked bewildered and glanced at the woman. The woman, unsure of Jiang Xuening's identity but sensing no hostility, feared delaying her master's affairs. Though hesitant, she eventually nodded and said, "Deliver the message," as she said. Only then did Nanzhou hurry off. The courtyard was indeed small, with no more than 4 or 5 rooms in total. Guests were received in the central hall. The woman introduced herself as Yao Nyang, a maidservant purchased by Zhou Yingji. She invited Jiang Xuening to sit and serve tea, perhaps flustered by the presence of such a striking figure and feeling somewhat inadequate. "It's this year's new tea, though not of the finest quality. I hope you'll forgive its shortcomings." In her past life, Jiang Xuening had heard of Yao Nyang. She was one of the few concubines who had long enjoyed Zhou Yingji's favor. Some even said she was his favorite. So she had been with him this early, during his humble beginnings. No wonder, even when surrounded by countless beauties in the future, he never neglected this plain-looking concubine. Jiang Xuening replied, "It's fine. I'll only stay a short while. If your master doesn't return soon, I'll leave." She lifted the tea and took a sip. It was Dongding Oolong, but it was indeed astringent with a hint of bitterness. Her years in the palace had refined her palate, and her standards for food and drink were high. Thus, she did not force herself to drink more, setting the cup down after just one sip. After waiting nearly 3/4 of an hour, hurried footsteps finally sounded at the entrance of the alley. Yao Nyang rushed to open the door. Zhou Yingji strode in, clad in the black embroidered uniform guard attire of a centurion, embroidered with subtle cloud patterns. The courtyard was small and unobstructed, so the moment he stepped inside, his gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Xuening seated in the hall. His eyes flickered briefly. He walked toward the room. Yao Nyang followed him, but he turned and said, "You may leave." Yao Nyang was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at Jiang Xuening but didn't dare say anything, only murmuring, "Then this servant shall withdraw if my lord has matters to discuss." Zhou Yingji stepped inside without hesitation and immediately bowed to Jiang Xuening. "Last time, when second miss summoned me, I had urgent matters and left without a proper farewell. It was most discourteous of me. Today, you've gone to the trouble of visiting personally. I beg your forgiveness." The man stood tall, making the room feel cramped with his presence. Jiang Xuening looked him over and remarked, "You returned quite quickly. The guard station happened to have no pressing business today. I was planning to return anyway." In truth, the opposite was true. The embroidered uniform guard headquarters was perpetually swamped with work. When Nanzhou came to fetch him, Zhou Yingji had been listening to reports about the conflict between Battalion Commander Zhou and Supervising Secretary Zhang Jia. The moment Nanzhou mentioned his horse being unwell, Zhou Yingji immediately knew something was amiss. He had personally fed his horse that very morning and noticed nothing wrong. Thus, he knew this was about something else. Feigning concern, he informed his superiors at the guard station before hurrying back. Upon questioning Nanzhou along the way, he confirmed that it was indeed Jiang Xuening who sought him. Zhou Yingji had risen from humble origins and possessed great ambitions. Facing Jiang Xuening, a seemingly delicate young woman, he showed no arrogance, instead adopting an even more deferential manner. "Though perhaps, if you'd waited a couple more days, even if you hadn't sought me out, I would have come to you." Jiang Xuening had guessed as much, but feigned surprise. Oh, Zhou Yingji continued. Recently, Battalion Commander Zhou of the Embroidered Uniform Guard arrested thieves without obtaining the required warrant from the Justice Ministry. Supervising Secretary Zhang memorialized the throne to impeach him, insisting on strict punishment according to law. Though Battalion Commander Zhou has connections at court, this matter won't be easily resolved. While Zhang's fate remains uncertain, at the very least, Battalion Commander Zhou will likely lose his position. This will create a vacancy for a battalion commander, but I lack both the means to bribe my way in and the connections to maneuver. I'd planned to swallow my pride and ask Second Miss for assistance. So the position he coveted actually involved Zhang Zhe in this roundabout way. Jiang Xuening knew little about Zhang Zhe's early career and wasn't sure how he'd navigated this situation originally. She lowered her gaze. She'd come here with a complete plan in mind, though she hadn't expected Zhou Yingji to be so direct in broaching the subject first. This saved her the trouble of elaborate explanations. After a moment's thought, she said, "You want me to introduce you to Yanlin?" Zhou Yingji sat in the subordinate's seat to her side. A glint flashed through his hawk-like, sharp eyes as he replied. The Marquis of Courage Estate rivals the Shao clan in influence and carries significant weight at court. Moreover, you enjoy a close friendship with the young Marquis, who will soon come of age. If I could gain his favor, I'd naturally be in a position to serve you in the future. This was clearly a reference to her potential future marriage into the Marquis of Courage Estate. In her previous life, when Zhou Yingji made this request, it was because she first needed someone to investigate Shun Jie's identity and indeed wanted Zhou Yingji's service, so she helped him. But in this life, already knowing Shun Jie's identity, she had no such need. However, Jiang Xuening studied him and slowly smiled. My father serves as Vice Minister of Revenue. Though he doesn't control appointments, he's still part of the 6 ministries. If you merely sought a battalion commander's position, you could simply petition my father. Yet you choose to approach the young Marquis through me. I find this rather curious. Why is that? As Zhou Yingji listened to her words, an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. Zhou Yingji's thought, since when has Second Miss become so well-informed about court affairs? She had always been known to be spoiled and willful, spending her days fooling around with young Master Yin. He stared at Jiang Xuening, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Xuening, however, said, "Introducing you to Yanlin isn't entirely out of the question. But first, I have a question for you. That's the real reason I came today." Zhou Yingji remained composed. "Please ask Mississippi." Jiang Xuening continued. "The decision regarding Zhou Qianhu's punishment hasn't even been finalized, yet you're already in a hurry to ask me to introduce you to Yanlin. Besides aiming for the position of Qianhu, I suspect there's another reason. The Embroidered Uniform Guard is investigating the old case of the prince who pacifies the South, and they want you to infiltrate the Marquis of Courage Estate to gather information. Isn't that right?" Screech. A sharp, grating sound rang through the room as Zhou Yingji's chair scraped violently against the floor. He shot to his feet, every hair on his body standing on end. His pupils constricted as he stared at Jiang Xuening. Utter disbelief filled his gaze. This matter had only come to his attention a couple of days ago. Today, his superior at the guard station had just summoned him for confidential instructions. It was supposed to be a top-secret mission, and he hadn't breathed a word of it to anyone. Yet now, Jiang Xuening had laid it bare with a single sentence. Zhou Yingji's thought. How did she know? Seeing Zhou Yingji's intense reaction, Jiang Xuening knew immediately that her guess had been correct. But what surged within her at that moment was sorrow. No wonder Zhou Yingji had met such a miserable end in her past life. The Marquis of Courage Estate had been implicated in the old rebellion case of the prince who pacifies the South, leading to its confiscation and the family's exile. Zhou Yingji had played no small part in it. No wonder Xie Wei later had him executed by a hail of arrows, and his head hung on the palace gates. And this venomous snake. She had been the one to introduce him to Yanlin back then. Jiang Xuening closed her eyes briefly before saying, "Zhou Yingji, if you want to live, I'll give you some advice. This case is of grave importance. Don't get too deeply involved. Succeed, and you might rise swiftly to great heights for a time. But wait a little longer, and I fear you'll end up headless, with nowhere to bury your corpse." After laying her cards on the table with Zhou Yingji, Jiang Xuening spoke with him for another quarter of an hour before leaving. It was getting late, and she was worried Yan Lin might have been waiting too long at the Tower of Ascending Clouds. After she left, Zhou Yingji sat in the hall, his face dark, not moving for a long time. It wasn't until Yao Nyang came looking for him that she was startled by his expression. "My lord, what's wrong?" Zhou Yingji didn't answer. He turned his gaze toward the courtyard. In one corner stood the stable, where a fine chestnut horse was quietly munching on hay. This was a horse Zhou Yingji had bought for himself 2 years ago, when he first secured the position of Baihu in the embroidered uniform guard. He made sure to feed it himself every day and often took it for rides in the outskirts of the capital. He stared at it for a while before standing and walking over, stroking the horse's sleek, beautiful mane. The horse recognized its master and affectionately nuzzled his palm. But Yao Nyang, standing beneath the eaves, clearly saw Zhou Yingji's other hand draw the blade at his waist. She let out a startled cry. Thud! A dull sound rang out as the sharp blade plunged into the horse's neck. The horse reared in pain, kicking over the stable, but Zhou Yingji held its head down firmly. Blood sprayed everywhere, drenching Zhou Yingji's entire body. Yet the strike had been ruthless and precise. The horse struggled only briefly before collapsing. Zhou Yingji finally lost some of his strength, half kneeling in that terrifying pool of blood. One hand clutched the blood-stained knife, while the other rested lightly on the horse's head. He watched as it breathed its last, then slowly said, "Remember, no one came today. My horse was sick." Chapter 16. In her past life, it was Zhou Yingji who investigated the Marquis of Courage estate. Later, when Shun Jie ascended the throne, he rehabilitated the Marquis of Courage estate. And later still, Zhou Yingji was shot to death by Xia Wei's arrows, beheaded, and nailed to the palace gates. From this, it was clear that he had done nothing good. This man was solely devoted to power and high positions, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. Yet he was also meticulous and cautious, leaving no room for error, making it difficult for others to catch his mistakes. This was why Jiang Xuening had found him useful in her past life. But in this life, she didn't even want to enter the palace. Getting too deeply involved with him again would be like negotiating with a tiger for its skin. Yet now, he was the only channel she had to understand the Marquis of Courage estate's involvement in the old case of the prince who pacifies the south. And with Xia Wei lurking, ready to take her head at any moment, she had no choice but to reach out. She could only hope that in this life, she could break free from worldly troubles and attain the kind of freedom Yu Fangyin had spoken of. With a sigh in her heart, she climbed back into the carriage and said, "To the Tower of Ascending Clouds." By now, dusk was settling in. In late autumn, the traces of wild geese had vanished. Only a few drinkers remained at the Tower of Ascending Clouds. Xuening, who had been promoted to Vice Minister of Justice half a year ago, idly toyed with a wine cup filled with fine liquor, his demeanor relaxed. Yet he said, "The embroidered uniform guard has always obeyed only the Emperor's orders. If they're investigating the Marquis of Courage estate, it must be the Emperor's will. Those remnants of the prince who pacifies the South's faction have been locked up in the Ministry of Justice prison for days now. They've gotten nothing out of them. So today they specially called me out to see if I could pry something from their mouths. Junior Preceptor, you're often by His Majesty's side. Could you give this lowly official a hint? What does the Emperor want to hear from them?" Xuening was notorious in recent years as a cruel official, employing brutal and even inhumane methods to torture prisoners. But this had also allowed him to crack several major cases, earning him an impressive record in local governance. This included the major feat of wiping out the celestial sect's Jiangsu branch in one fell swoop. Yet he was also fond of speculating about the intentions of those above him. Working under the Emperor's watch, sometimes the truth didn't matter. What mattered was what the Emperor wanted to hear. The man sitting across from him had no Confucian classics lectures or daily lectures to attend today, nor was he entering the palace, so he wore only a simple white robe with wide sleeves, devoid of any adornments. Even his hair was tied up with nothing more than an unadorned ebony hairpin. At this moment, he didn't even glance up at Xuening. On the table lay a newly crafted qin, having undergone the first 11 steps of production. Its lacquer gleamed like a mirror, its goose feet fully adorned. With lowered eyes, he carefully threaded the strings one by one. Xuanying's gaze flickered, and he added, Our emperor may seem magnanimous, but privately, I feel His Majesty is far too suspicious. Xie Wei finished threading the first string and wounded around the goosefoot on the right side of the Qin's back. Xuening couldn't help but study his expression. Take you, Junior Preceptor. Weren't you one of the key figures who helped His Majesty ascend the throne? Yet now, you've only been granted the empty title of Junior Preceptor, not even Grand Preceptor. Strictly speaking, you have the substance of an imperial tutor, but not the name. Meanwhile, that useless Yuanji Hashang, who's done nothing of note, has not only been named National Preceptor, but also put in charge of the Ministry of Rights, rising to the rank of Secretary. If I had even a tenth of your ability, I wouldn't tolerate such a thing. Does the Junior Preceptor truly feel no resentment at all? Xie Wei's fingers were born to play the qin. His fingernails were clean and translucent, exuding a gentle luster. Without pausing his task of stringing the qin, he said, Minister Chen, choose your words carefully. The Emperor is the supreme ruler. How can we presume to guess the thoughts of the Son of Heaven? Moreover, I am but a mere scholar, capable only of empty talk on paper. Master Yuanji, during His Majesty's days in the princely residence, often engaged in discussions with me. His mastery of Buddhist teachings is by no means undeserved. The Emperor appointed him as national preceptor for good reason. Whether it be thunder or rain, both are the grace of the sovereign. Why the discontent? Xuening chuckled, seemingly unconvinced. Fairness is something everyone in the court and beyond understands. Could you offer some guidance on how this official should conduct the interrogation? Xie Wei replied, Conduct it as it should be conducted. Xuening frowned. And if nothing is obtained from the interrogation? Xie Wei said, If Minister Chen cannot extract anything, someone who believes they can will naturally take your place. A chill ran down Chen Ying's spine, and he quickly formed a plan. Setting down his wine cup, he stood and bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Master Xie. Xie Wei continued to focus on stringing the qin, occasionally plucking a string lightly to test its sound. The sounds from the tower came intermittently. The setting sun draped him in a soft glow, yet it could not alter his demeanor in the slightest, only elongating his shadow behind him. Xuening knew this qin had taken 3 years to craft and was deeply cherished. At this stage of stringing, the fact that Xie Wei had spared him a few words was already a great courtesy. Aware of his boundaries, Xuening did not linger. After another bow, he took his leave and descended the stairs. After Chen Ying left, Jianshu, who had been standing nearby with his sword, furrowed his brows. Though young in appearance, he was not impulsive. After careful consideration, he hesitantly asked, Master, are we to let them investigate like this? Xie Wei replied, If it's not Xuening, it will be someone else. Jianshu fell silent. Not long after, a waiter came upstairs carrying a tray laden with food and wine. Sir, your order has arrived. Jianshu frowned. When did our master order anything? The waiter looked surprised. Didn't the gentleman who just left place the order for you? The waiter appeared ordinary but unfamiliar, with a faint Wuiwei accent in his speech. Since when did the Tower of Ascending Clouds have such a waiter? Suddenly sensing something amiss, Jianshu's brows shot up. Drawing his sword, he shouted, Master, beware. Crash. At Jianshu's warning, the waiter knew he had been exposed. His previously feigned innocence and servility twisted into a vicious snarl. He shoved the tray of food and wine at Jianshu and pulled out a short blade from beneath it, lunging straight at Xie Wei. Die! Xie Wei had just stood up with the qin in his arms when the assailant's blade reached him. With a sharp twang, the 4 newly strung strings snapped beneath the knife's edge. A deep gash marred the qin's body. The serene warmth on his face instantly turned icy. The alley near the Tower of Ascending Clouds wasn't too far away. Jiang Xuening assumed Yan Lin should have arrived by now, so she had the carriage stop by the roadside opposite the tower and sent the coachman inside to fetch him. But she never expected that moments after the coachman left, a dark figure would strike from outside. A flash of cold steel. The short blade pressed against her throat. Before Tang Er, who was also in the carriage, could even scream, the assailant struck her neck, rendering her unconscious at Jiang Xuening's feet. At that moment, feeling the cold steel against her neck, only one thought flashed through Jiang Xuening's mind. Jiang Xuening's thought, damn it all, That bastard Xie is really going to silence me. But soon, she realized something was amiss. Shouts seemed to come from the building opposite, someone yelling to search thoroughly inside and out, followed by a flurry of chaotic footsteps. Someone reported that the person was missing. Jiang Xuening couldn't see the face of the person holding her hostage, only sensing a slight tremor in the hand gripping the knife, as if he had just been through a fierce struggle, or perhaps was as nervous as she was. Soon, footsteps approached the carriage. Someone stopped in front of it. Jiang Xuening heard a voice say, "Is that Ning Gunyang inside?" Only Xie Wei would call her Ning Gunyang. Even if she didn't recognize the voice, she could tell who was speaking. Her mind raced. Jiang Xuening's thought, "The one holding the knife to my neck is likely an assassin." Jiang Xuening's thought, "Xie Wei is here to capture this person." Jiang Xuening's thought, "The assassin hasn't acted yet, probably because he deduced from my carriage that whoever is inside must be of some importance, so he intends to take me hostage." Jiang Xuening's thought, "On the surface, my life is threatened by the knife wielder, but..." Jiang Xuening's thought, "Outside the carriage is an even more terrifying devil." This situation was far worse than simply encountering Xie Wei trying to silence her. Because Xie Wei could easily kill her under the pretext of eliminating an assassin or a member of the rebellious party, then pin the blame on them afterward. Or he could let the assassin take her hostage but refuse to meet any demands, deliberately waiting for the assassin to kill her. That way, he wouldn't even need to cover his tracks or explain. There was no more convenient way for Xie Wei to distance himself from her death than this. At most, he could claim he had done his best, and no one could fault him. Just thinking about it made Jiang Xuening's scalp tingle. Not daring to glance back at the knife-wielding assassin, she immediately answered with a trembling voice when prodded by the man. "It's me." Outside, Xie Wei spoke again. "Are you alone?" Jiang Xuening couldn't gauge the assassin's thoughts and didn't dare reply. The assassin, however, let out a dark chuckle. Of course she's not alone. The servant beside Xie Wei had reacted too quickly earlier, causing his assassination attempt to fail. Immediately afterward, people had swarmed in to capture him, suggesting that Xie Wei had many hidden protectors whenever he went out. Forced to flee, the carriage had been his only hiding place. Since Xie Wei had possessed the insight to assist that unworthy dog emperor in ascending the throne, it wasn't surprising that he'd guessed the assassin was inside. So there was no point in hiding it. On the contrary, the assassin vaguely realized that Xie Wei seemed to know the girl in the carriage. This meant there was room for negotiation. Tapping the knife lightly against Jiang Xuening's neck, he asked, "You know Xie Wei?" Compared to the one outside, this assassin wasn't the most dangerous. Jiang Xuening had already slipped up once in front of Xie Wei. Terrified that he might notice something again and seize the chance to finish her off, and already frightened, she stammered, "Why yes. For years ago, I saved Master Xie's life. Though I don't know who you are, sir, let's talk this out. Please don't act rashly." These words were meant not just for the assassin, but also for Xie Wei. Back in the final moments of her previous life, she had used a favor owed from years past to protect Zhang Zhe and restore his unblemished reputation. Now, reborn for only a few days, armed with more knowledge and acting far more shrewdly than before, she had never imagined she'd have to cash in that favor so soon just to save her own life. Xie Wei stood outside the carriage, separated from its occupant only by a hanging curtain. The assassin's voice didn't surprise him, but Jiang Xuening's words caused his brow to lift slightly, finding them rather intriguing. The streets were eerily deserted, the atmosphere thick with tension. Jianshu glared coldly at the carriage, but Xie Wei instead glanced at a young man beside him, dressed in tight sleeves with a quiver on his back, and gave an almost imperceptible signal for him to move. Only then did Xie Wei address the carriage directly. "Indeed, Ning Gunyang once saved my life, and her father is a dear friend. Your grievances against the court may be a matter of public concern, but holding an innocent young woman hostage is hardly just. Between capturing traitors and repaying a life debt, I choose the latter. I assume you, too, would prefer not to die here. If you release her, I will arrange for a token to be brought, ensuring your safe passage out of the capital." Jiang Xuening's thought, "Nonsense." She didn't believe a single word. Yet, with a blade at her throat and Xie Wei before her, she dared not speak recklessly. The assassin, however, was elated by his unexpected luck, having randomly seized Xie Wei's supposed savior. He laughed loudly. Seems the heavens favor me. They say Junior Preceptor Xie devotes himself to Taoist studies and shuns women. Yet here you are, playing the chivalrous hero. If she's truly your lifesaver, then keeping her safe is simple. You take her place. Escaping with you as my hostage would be far better. Otherwise, his voice dropped abruptly, laced with venom. I'll slit this bitch's throat right now. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Xuening's back as she inwardly cursed the assassin's stupidity. Jiang Xuening's thought. No wonder the Pingnan Prince rebels and the heavenly teachings insurgents all fell to Xie Wei in my past life. This fool's brain is leagues behind. Jiang Xuening's thought. Does he actually believe Xie Wei's words? Jiang Xuening's thought. He expects to use me as leverage to make Xie Wei trade places? Jiang Xuening's thought. If Xie Wei agrees, I'll cut off my own head and carry it around. Outside, silence stretched unbearably. The assassin grew impatient. I'll count to 10. If you haven't decided, no need. Xie Wei's calm voice cut him off. Jiang Xuening's heart leaped into her throat. Then, impossibly, she heard him say, Release Ning Gunyang, and I will take her place. Jiang Xuening fell speechless. Regardless of her thoughts, the assassin was overjoyed, thinking the legendary imperial tutor Xie had finally slipped up. Assuming everyone valued survival, he'd foolishly bargained, unaware that the assassin had no intention of leaving alive. Demanding Xie Wei's exchange was merely a ruse. His true goal was to strike during the handover. You? Lift the curtain. He snarled at Jiang Xuening, keeping the blade pressed to her neck. Slowly, she leaned forward, reaching out to draw the curtain aside. Crimson twilight spilled into the carriage. Then she saw Xie Wei standing 3 zhang away in front of her carriage. Tall and straight, his long brows indifferent and his deep eyes tranquil. He was dressed in wide sleeves that remained spotlessly white. His features were exquisite, yet what people noticed first was always this restrained demeanor. Profound as still waters, steadfast as mountains, composed and unhurried, with an underlying weight that made one think of towering peaks, vast seas, ancient wandering sages, or hermits gathering ferns in the hills. His gaze passed through the empty space to rest upon her, calm and far-reaching. Yet Jiang Xuening shivered. She suddenly remembered that besides Jianshu, who excelled with the sword, Xie Wei had another silent attendant, Dao Qin, who was unmatched with the bow. He never missed his mark and was capable of shooting through a willow leaf at 100 paces. A quick glance outside revealed the towering height of the tower of ascending clouds. Jiang Xuening's thought. No doubt, the moment this assassin steps out of the carriage and into view, he'll die? Jiang Xuening's thought. I just don't know whether Xie Wei will conveniently dispose of me as well. The assassin behind her also swept his gaze around before addressing Xie Wei. Order your men to retreat 30 zhang. All the armed men turned to Xie Wei. Xie Wei raised a hand in dismissal, then met the assassin's gaze directly. Rest assured, I would never endanger the life of my benefactor or the beloved daughter of a friend. A gentleman's word is his bond. If you release her, I swear no harm will come to you. The men withdrew, leaving only Xie Wei standing alone. The assassin commanded, Step forward. Xie Wei complied. When he was just 6 chi from the carriage, the assassin ordered him to halt, then shoved Jiang Xuening forward. She truly didn't want to step down. Who knew if an arrow might pierce her skull the moment she did? But with a blade at her throat, she had no choice. Reluctantly, she descended. The assassin kept her close as he slowly advanced toward Xie Wei. Jiang Xuening trembled uncontrollably. She felt as though the king of hell himself were knocking at her door. Yet, to her utter shock, when they finally neared Xie Wei, the assassin abruptly pushed her aside and swung his blade straight at him. Xie Wei's expression didn't change. In that split second, Jiang Xuening saw her chance. Without hesitation, she lunged at Xie Wei. Jiang Xuening's thought. I refused to believe the archer above would dare aim at me with Xie Wei as a shield. A wave of cool, sweet fragrance enveloped her. Xie Wei had anticipated the assassin's move, but not Jiang Xuening's collapse. His brow twitched slightly, but his reflexes were quick. Before she could knock him over, he reached out, steadying her and keeping their sudden proximity at bay. At the same time, a sharp whistle split the air. The resonant hum of a bowstring echoed ominously through the stillness. An arrow shot down from the tower like lightning. Jiang Xuening's pupils contracted in terror, certain that death had come. But the next moment, a swath of snowy white blocked her vision. Xia Wei, frowning slightly, had calmly raised his wide sleeve to shield her. Jiang Xuening froze, her view obscured. Her ears caught the sickening crunch of an arrow piercing a skull, like puncturing a ripe melon. Then came the splatter of crimson blood, staining the pristine fabric of his sleeve. A sight that chilled the soul. The assassin's blade was now mere inches from Xia Wei, his face still contorted with malice, when a feathered arrow embedded itself in the center of his forehead, piercing clean through his skull and emerging from the back of his head. The sheer force behind that shot was terrifying. The impact sent him toppling backward, his dying gaze still filled with disbelief. Xia Wei, however, remained expressionless. After a brief glance, he released Jiang Xuening's arm and lowered the sleeve he had raised to shield her. Jiang Xuening steadied herself. With the sleeve no longer blocking her view, she saw the assassin lying dead, felled by the arrow. Looking up toward the tower of ascending clouds, she spotted a blue-clad youth with a quiver on his back retracting his bow by the railing before melting back into the shadows. The ground was splattered with red and white, blood and brain matter. Had Xia Wei not raised his sleeve, she would have been drenched in it. Standing nearby, Jiang Xuening turned pale at the metallic stench of blood, feeling nauseated. She averted her eyes, unable to bear the sight. The guards who had retreated earlier now rushed back. Some went to inspect the assassin. Jianshu, however, went straight to Xia Wei's side. Xia Wei's left sleeve was stained with blood, and even his slender, bamboo-like hand was smeared with it. Noticing this, Jianshu retrieved a clean silk handkerchief from his sleeve and presented it respectfully with both hands. "Sir." Xia Wei accepted it, but then turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuening's ear. After a moment's pause, he silently offered the handkerchief to her. Jiang Xuening froze. Belatedly, she raised a hand to her ear and felt something sticky. When she pulled her fingers away, she saw a faint smear of blood on her earlobe. A shiver ran down her spine. She was terrified of Xia Wei. Earlier, her attempt to push him away had failed, yet no arrow had struck her. Now, seeing him offer the handkerchief, her fear only deepened. After a long hesitation, her long lashes trembling, she cautiously reached out and took the handkerchief from his hand, murmuring, "Thank you, my lord." That earlier moment had been driven by desperation. But now, haunted by the memory of his cold rebuke in her past life, have some self-respect, she was extra cautious. She took the handkerchief without letting her fingers so much as graze his palm. Yet the pristine white silk slipped slightly as she took it, its edge brushing faintly against Xia Wei's palm. His fingers twitched imperceptibly. As he caught sight of the faint scar on her wrist when she reached out, the metallic taste of blood from a long-ago ordeal seemed to flood his mouth again. He withdrew his hand, clasping it loosely behind his back. Only then did he meet her gaze and say, "My apologies for startling Ning Gunyang." Jiang Xuening dabbed at the blood on her ear. The handkerchief was now stained. Keeping her eyes downcast, she replied, "I was fortunate to encounter you, my lord. Knowing you would find a way to save me, I wasn't too frightened." "Is that so?" Xia Wei watched as she wiped away the blood and clenched the handkerchief in her hand. He extended his palm toward her, his tone indifferent. Yet earlier, in the carriage, Ning Gunyang mentioned an old debt of gratitude, as if fearing I might abandon you. It seems I misjudged. Jiang Xuening's heart nearly stopped at his words. Forcing herself to remain composed, she stammered, "The assassin questioned me. I had no choice but to answer. I panicked, afraid he'd kill me if he thought me unimportant. Did I say something wrong?" After speaking, she finally noticed his outstretched hand and hurriedly returned the embroidered handkerchief. Xia Wei took the handkerchief back from her hand. Using the same piece of white silk, now stained with a trace of blood, he slowly and meticulously wiped his left hand, which had been splattered with blood earlier. His gaze lowered, and he fell silent. The silence made Jiang Xuening's heart race. Beside them, Jianshu observed the scene, glanced at Xia Wei, and wordlessly put away the spare handkerchief he had originally prepared to offer. Before long, someone came to report. Junior Preceptor, The yin heir is outside the street and wishes to enter. Xie Wei paused in his wiping motion, glanced at Jiang Xuening, and then said, Jianshu, escort Ning heir Gunyang over there. Jianshu responded, yes. Holding her breath, Jiang Xuening curtsied to Xie Wei. Not daring to ask about the maid in the carriage, she simply followed Jianshu as they crossed the long street to Yin Lin's side. After the two had left, Dao Qin came downstairs. In his arms was a qin. Xie Wei took it, running his fingers over the broken strings, and the deep knife mark cut into the body of the instrument. His face became expressionless. After a long while, he finally said, send the corpse to the Ministry of Justice. Have Kunning come see me. Chapter 17. Yin Lin hadn't expected the Qingyuan Count's mansion to be so troublesome. Moreover, the Count himself had come to speak with him for a while, delaying his departure. It wasn't until dusk that he finally managed to leave. He had originally planned to go to the Tower of Ascending Clouds, but upon reaching the street entrance, he found it blocked by officers. After asking around, he learned that an assassin had targeted a high-ranking official at the Tower of Ascending Clouds. He nearly panicked. He wanted to enter, but Xie Wei was inside, so he dared not act rashly. Fortunately, someone went to relay the message and soon returned with Jiang Xuening. Ningning, seeing her emerge, Yin Lin, in his urgency, didn't care whether anyone was watching. He grabbed her hands and looked her over from head to toe. Are you hurt? Did you fall anywhere? Jiang Xuening had just gone through that sudden, heart-stopping ordeal. Though she had walked all this way, her legs were still weak, and she couldn't quite snap back to reality upon seeing Yin Lin. Only after hearing him call her name several times did she blink. She merely said, I'm fine. It was a close call, but nothing happened. Though she appeared unharmed, her small face was deathly pale, utterly devoid of color, and her expression was dazed, clear signs of shock. Yin Lin's frown only deepened. Holding her hands, he felt how icy her fingers were, and his heart clenched. He lowered his voice to comfort her. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here now. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have given those people from the Count's mansion any face, and I shouldn't have asked you to wait for me at the Tower of Ascending Clouds. Then you wouldn't have encountered the assassin. But what Jiang Xuening feared wasn't the assassin. It was Xie Wei, the imperial tutor whom others revered as a sage. Recalling their earlier conversation, laced with hidden barbs, she realized that Xie Wei actually knew about her relationship with Yin Lin. When the subordinate reported, he had only mentioned that Yin Lin wanted to enter, not a word about her. Yet Xie Wei had glanced directly at her and ordered Jianshu to escort her out. In the past, whenever she went out with Yin Lin, she disguised herself as a man, so the matter hadn't spread. Jiang Xuening's thought. How did Xie Wei know? She considered many possibilities, perhaps through the Marquis of Courage estate, or perhaps from her father, Jiang Boyo. But in any case, Xie Wei was fully aware, which meant that, in her past life, Xie Wei must have known as well. Thus, his aloof attitude toward her in that life was perfectly explainable. She had betrayed Yin Lin, indirectly harmed the Marquis of Courage estate, and later even promoted Zhou Yinji. Feeling the warmth of the young man's palms, Jiang Xuening seemed to sense the fervor in his heart. Raising her gaze, she met his sincere eyes, brimming with concern, and for a moment, she couldn't bear to look directly at him. Because of her own wretchedness, because of her own hypocrisy, Yin Lin was still worried about her. You've had a shock today. You should go home early and rest. Let's skip the Lantern Festival. Next time it's held, I'll take you. As he spoke, he tried to lead her toward the waiting carriage. But a pang of sorrow welled up in Jiang Xuening's heart. She tugged his hand back and said, No, I want to go. Suppressing the urge to cry, she curved her lips into a smile, hoping to reassure him that she was fine. Yin Lin simply gazed at her quietly. After a long pause, he finally smiled back. Well, you're the one who said you wanted to go. As soon as the words left his mouth, he stepped forward and actually wrapped an arm around her waist, lifting her onto the horse. Jiang Xuening was completely caught off guard. Her eyes widened in shock, and she couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Yin Lin. Yin Lin burst into laughter, offering no explanation. He then mounted the horse behind her, one hand gripping the reins, and the other brandishing the whip, half encircling her in his arms as he urged the horse forward. The horse galloped away at full speed. The chilly autumn wind whipped against their faces and rushed into their collars. The sparse pedestrians on the street and the rows of buildings on either side flew past in a blur. Jiang Xuening's back pressed tightly against the boy's already broad chest. For a moment, all she could hear was the wind and his carefree laughter behind her. Her heart pounded even more fiercely than when she had encountered the assassin and Xiaowei earlier. It took her a while to regain her composure. Unable to hold back, she blurted out, "Are you insane?" Yin Lin laughed so hard that his chest shook with delight. "I sure am." Jiang Xuening was speechless with anger. Yin Lin knew she was frightened, but instead of slowing the horse, he urged it to go even faster and asked her, "Not afraid now, are you?" Jiang Xuening thought she had nearly died of fright and was about to retort. But just as the words were about to leave her lips, she froze. That's right. The moment he lifted her onto the horse and they raced through the streets, everything that had happened earlier at the Tower of Ascending Clouds had been wiped from her mind, completely forgotten. Realizing this, Jiang Xuening didn't know whether to feel moved or continue scolding him. But when she dismounted, her legs nearly gave way beneath her. After he steadied her, she saw him shrugging and snickering. Her temper flared, and she clenched her fists, giving him a few punches. "Still laughing, aren't you? Try that again and see what happens." As a girl, her punches didn't hurt at all. Yin Lin had spent most of his childhood in military camps, rigorously training in martial arts. What did he have to fear from her weak blows? He simply stood there and let her hit him. Then he even clutched his chest, putting on an exaggerated display of pain. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. That really hurts." Jiang Xuening glared at him and decided to stop hitting him. Everyone knew it didn't hurt. The chest of a martial arts-trained boy was as hard as a rock. Not only did hitting him fail to hurt him, but it made her own hands ache. She turned away and headed toward the bustling lantern festival. "Can't be bothered with you." Yin Lin didn't mind at all. Instead, he chased after her with a bright smile and soon began asking one question after another. "Want some sugar figurines over there? Look, they're releasing lanterns. Let's do one too. Ning Ning, look at those hair ornaments they're wearing. They're so pretty. I'll buy you one. Lanterns, lanterns. There's a lantern riddle game. Quick, come with me." Jiang Xuening had always been fond of fun by nature. Since her rebirth, this was her first real outing. At first, she felt a little out of place, but under Yin Lin's enthusiastic guidance, she soon rediscovered the carefree joy of her youth. They wove through the crowd without restraint. This world was nothing like the stifling confines of the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. It was vast and boundless, allowing her to frolic freely like a fish in water. And so, she remembered why she had always loved being with Yin Lin in her youth. She was a child raised in the countryside, but after returning to the capital, she had to learn all sorts of rules and etiquette in the mansion. She worried about not being liked by her new parents and feared being mocked by the servants for not measuring up to the sister who had grown up in the mansion. Confined indoors all day, the people and things she encountered were always the same, making life both stifling and dull. It was Yin Lin who gave her the chance to break free from it all. Though young, he had traveled to many places with his elders and possessed extraordinary knowledge beyond the ordinary. He not only indulged her in the capital's delights, but also told her about the magnificent landscapes and diverse customs of the outside world, opening a bright window through which she could glimpse everything that had ever piqued her curiosity. And he gave her a love she had never known before, like the most vibrant stroke of color on a painting. Such a wonderful young man. Jiang Xuening's thought. How could my heart have been so cold back then, to the point of wounding him with such cruel words? Yin Lin took her to solve lantern riddles. The prizes for guessing them correctly were all cheap little trinkets, but the thrill of getting them for free made them feel like treasures. When she held the pile of winnings in her hands, the joy surpassed anything she could have bought with money. The streets were filled with beautiful lanterns. As night deepened, they all lit up. Walking among them felt like drifting through a sea of light. Vendors along the roadside hawked snacks. Yin Lin spotted someone selling a basket of gorgon fruit seeds and calling out to passers-by to buy them. Remembering how much Ning Ning loved them, he pulled her over to make a purchase. With so many buyers, only a few remained. The vendor, noticing his fine attire, quickly put on a smile. Freshly shipped from Suzhou the other day. Top-grade, purple flower gorgon fruit seeds. Delicious. Would you like to try one? Gorgon fruit seeds, also known as fox nuts, were typically grown in the south. Named for their resemblance to chicken heads, the edible part was the seed. Inside, the kernel. Similar to lotus seeds. Lin picked up a few to examine. The water conditions on the Chao River haven't been good these past few days. How could your fresh seeds have come from Suzhou? Even express delivery of 800 li couldn't bring lychees here that fast. These were grown in Shikahai, weren't they? The vendor chuckled awkwardly. Ah, yes, you've got a sharp eye. But the taste isn't any worse than Suzhou's. Try one. Lin cracked one open, picked out a round kernel, and held it to Jiang Xuening's lips. She instinctively opened her mouth. Good. Lin asked. Jiang Xuening nodded. Then I'll take the rest. Handing over a piece of broken silver without waiting for change, he pocketed the remaining seeds and walked off. Jiang Xuening nibbled on them as they strolled. When she finally grew tired, Lin led her to sit and rest on the steps in front of the ginkgo temple. Vast groves of ginkgo trees grew before the temple. Now, in late autumn, all the leaves had turned yellow, falling from the branches and carpeting the ground. The monks inside had finished their evening prayers. While the distant streets buzzed with liveliness, the nearby temple bell rang out, serene and still. Lin sat beside Jiang Xuening. Over the past few days, he had heard about some matters in the Zhang mansion and sensed a change in her, as if she wasn't quite the same as before. He wanted to ask, but when he turned his head and saw her sitting curled up on the steps with her feet together, wholly absorbed in cracking open the last Gorgon fruit seed, while others would dig out the kernel to eat. She sometimes preferred to lean in and nibble it off like a little chick pecking at grain. He couldn't help but laugh. What difference did it make? She was still his Ningning. Lin was also a little tired, so he lay down beside her on the steps, gazing at the star-filled sky. With a smile, he said, Ningning, I'll soon be coming of age. Jiang Xuening paused, silent. Not wanting to broach the subject he truly wished to discuss, she instead said, There's someone I'd like to recommend to you. Lin was curious. Who? Jiang Xuening replied. His name is Zhou Yingji. He was originally a servant in my household, but later worked for my father, who secured him a position in the embroidered uniform guard. Recently, there's been some matter involving a certain battalion commander Zhou at court. He came to me, hoping to fill the vacancy by leveraging your connections. Lin had heard of this man. Without asking further, he simply said, Then have him bring his name card to me another day. When it came to her requests, as long as he could fulfill them, he never hesitated to comply. This response was almost identical to the one in her past life. Jiang Xuening then thought of Zhou Yingji. She wanted to prevent the Marquis of Courage estate from repeating the mistakes of the past and to save Lin. But now, she was nobody, and the only person she could use was this one. How much of an impact her current efforts could make, she herself had no confidence. Slowly, she lowered her hand. A fresh Gorgon fruit seed was pinched between her fingers. Her lashes fluttered lightly as she suddenly asked, Lin, why do you like me so much? What is it about me that you love? Though she was beautiful, the other noble ladies in the capital were no less so. As for temperament, she was more willful and spoiled than most. Her knowledge and refinement were utterly mediocre. In her birth mother's words, she was not fit for polite society. Yet Lin adored her anyway. Lin thought she was being silly and answered matter-of-factly. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you were different from the other girls in the capital. Your eyes look at people so honestly, without the slightest pretense. If you want something, you go after it. If you're unhappy, you won't spare anyone a kind look. When you're happy, you can sweet-talk anyone into delight. But when you're hurt, you hide away to cry. I thought, this is someone who ought to be cherished. If I could make her think of me every day, look at me with those bright, expectant eyes, and keep me in her heart to pamper, that would be a truly happy thing. Jiang Xuening felt her eyes sting again. But no one else likes me. Wan Yang doesn't, my mother doesn't, the servants in the household don't, and neither do the others in the capital. So haven't you ever thought that maybe you've mistaken the person you love? Jiang Xuening's thought. Lin, do you know? Jiang Xuening's thought. I won't always be that little girl who's content just to be held in your palm. Jiang Xuening's thought. I will grow up. I will turn wicked. Lin finally noticed the tremor of tears in her voice. Slowly, he sat up on the steps, gazing at her reddened eyes. feeling his chest tighten with an inexplicable heaviness. He reached out and gently patted her head. Then he laughed instead. Nonsense. Think about it. Your Wan Yang actually had no need to let the mansion know about the switch between you and your sister. If she had remained silent, your sister would forever have been the legitimate young lady of the Zhang mansion. Had she died without saying a word, the secret would have been buried with her. Yet before her death, despite having her own flesh and blood, she still risked hardship to send you back to the mansion. How can you say she didn't love you? Tears instantly rolled down Jiang Xuening's cheeks. She thought of Wan Yang, and of the bracelet Wan Yang had pressed into her hand before passing, meant for Jiang Xuening. For some reason, though she tried desperately to stop them, her tears only fell harder. The single gorgon fruit seed was soaked with tears. Yin Lin's heart ached at the sight. He took it from her fingertips and placed it in his mouth, tasting only bitter saltiness. He said, "My Ningning deserves the best love in the world." Jiang Xuening buried her face and continued to cry. The girl's delicate, pink-white complexion, bathed in the hazy surrounding lamplight, resembled a cold night blooming Sirius beneath the moon. The tear tracks glistened like starlight, evoking both pity and a wrenching ache in the heart. Yin Lin whispered again, "Don't cry." At that moment, he felt bewitched, unable to control his thoughts or his limbs. Almost involuntarily, he leaned closer, his trembling fingers brushing her cheek before his lips followed. Gently, he kissed away the tear tracks. Like a young beast with teeth yet still tame, driven by an instinctive urge to draw near. Jiang Xuening froze. But as his lips touched her cheek, Yin Lin felt his entire body ignite, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He scarcely knew what he was doing. Yet his lips drifted downward, unconsciously finding their way to the softness of hers. Hers were cool. His were scorching. The clash of temperatures jolted Yin Lin awake the instant they met. Only then, staring into her startled eyes mere inches away, did his fingers release her as if burned by hot iron, and he hastily retreated. Aye, Jiang Xuening's thought. What did he just do? The boy's face flushed crimson with sudden shame. He quickly turned away, coughing awkwardly. I overstepped. Jiang Xuening fell silent. Silence enveloped the temple steps. The boy could hear only the violent drumming of his own heart. Gazing at the nearly leafless ginkgo tree, he finally spoke after a long pause, still turned away from the girl seated beside him on the steps. Ningning, after the capping ceremony, marry me. Chapter 18. That day, by the time the two of them headed back, most of the Lantern Festival crowd had already dispersed. Yin Lin held the reins and helped her mount the horse. They returned the same way they had come. Only this time, he didn't gallop wildly. Instead, he let the horse amble along at an easy pace. Sitting together on horseback, he wished the road back to Zhang Mansion could be longer, and longer still, long enough for them to travel until the end of time, until the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled, with no end ever in sight. At that moment, the young man's heart was filled with pure sincerity. The girl he loved was sitting on his horse, nestled in his arms, and for a while, he couldn't think of anything else. His pounding heart consumed all his attention. He was so full of hope for the days ahead that he didn't notice the unusual silence of the person sitting in front of him. The breeze was slightly chilly. Jiang Xuening could feel the scorching warmth radiating from the chest behind her. Yet as she watched the increasingly familiar road leading back to Zhang Mansion, her heart grew more bewildered. If she were still the age of the girl she appeared to be, free of the obsessions and immaturity of her past life, and she met a young man who would go through fire and water for her like this, she would have been delighted, shy, exhilarated, and moved by his sword, his eyes, his tightly gripping hand, and even the Confederate roses casting their shadows upon the high walls. But she was no longer that girl. By the time they reached the gates of Zhang Mansion, it was already late at night. Yin Lin helped her dismount and said with a smile, "Make sure you get a good night's sleep." With that, he mounted the horse again. But when he turned and saw her still standing at the gate, watching him, he added, "Go inside. I'll wait until you're in." Jiang Xuening, however, quietly met his gaze and asked, "Yin Lin, you always spoil me and protect me like this. But have you ever thought about what would happen if, one day, I no longer had you? What would I do then?" Yin Lin was taken aback. He had sensed her melancholy that day and replied, "Don't borrow trouble. How could you ever be without me? I'll always be by your side." Jiang Xuening's heart twisted with pain, and even looking at him became unbearable. She let out a soft laugh. "You're right. Then I'll go in now." Lin nodded. So she turned and stepped through the side gate of Zhang Mansion, which was still open for her. Lin sat tall on his horse, holding the reins as he watched her figure gradually disappear. Yet a sudden wave of confusion rose in his heart. Many people in Zhang Mansion had stayed awake, waiting for her return. News of the assassination attempt in the capital earlier that day had already spread. When Jiang Boyo heard that Jiang Xuening had been present, and worse, had been taken hostage by the assassin, he had nearly jumped out of his skin in fright. Thankfully, others assured him that she was unharmed. But then the little troublemaker had gone off to the Lantern Festival with Lin, which was truly infuriating. Jiang Boyo had resolved to give her a stern scolding once she returned. Yet when he saw her come back, her face was visibly pale. His heart immediately softened. Assassination attempts were either the work of the Pingnan Prince rebels or the heavenly teachings insurgents. In any case, it wasn't the girl's fault. After such an ordeal, scolding her would be too cruel. So before he could even reprimand her, his heart softened, and he said gently, "The capital has been quite unsettled lately. I heard the embroidered uniform guard has already arrested many members of the traitorous party who were causing trouble. Today, Shi Jing wasn't the only one attacked. Although you and Lin are close and I trust him, no one knows what might happen. Stay home for now. Once things calm down, you can go out again." He expected Jiang Xuening to argue. But unexpectedly, she lowered her eyes and meekly agreed. All right. For more than 10 days afterward, she indeed did not leave the house. Only on the day after the attack did she send someone to Xie Street Alley, instructing Zhou Yingji to take a name card to Lin. After that, she didn't inquire any further. Within 2 days, Lin accompanied his father, Marquis Yongyi, to inspect the Fengtai and Tongzhou military camps, returning only on the 21st of September. That same morning, news came from the palace that Lu Yang Grand Princess, envious of the frequent daily lectures held at the Hall of Literary Glory, had begged the emperor to find her a few reliable tutors so that she could study seriously. Thus, the emperor decreed that attending students be selected for the Grand Princess. After court, he instructed the ministers to nominate one well-behaved daughter of suitable age from their households for selection by the palace. This immediately stirred the ambitions of all the officials, who didn't know how favored Lu Yang Grand Princess was. And weren't those attending the Confucian Classics lectures with the emperor at the Hall of Literary Glory all nobles and talented youths from prominent families? The prestige of merely having entered the palace or having served as the Grand Princess's attending student would be invaluable when the girls married, not to mention the opportunities to form marital alliances and the honor it would bring their families. Everyone would compete fiercely for the opportunity. Jiang Xuening didn't know how the other families arranged things. She only knew about her own household. After returning from the palace, Jiang Boyo discussed the matter with Meng Shi. I heard that during the recent Chongyang festival banquet, Ning seemed to have caught Lu Yang Grand Princess's eye and was treated with particular fondness. Each family will submit their candidates, but the palace will make the final selection. In terms of temperament and scholarship, Xuehui is naturally more suitable, steady, dignified, and sensible, and unlikely to cause trouble, but she might not compare with the daughters of other families. If we nominate Ning, her chances of being chosen are high, but her mischievous nature might even surpass the Grand Princess's. She's not one to endure grievances. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Meng Shi frowned. She knew Jiang Boyo favored Ning because of his guilt and the influence of Marquis Yongyi, but serving as the Grand Princess's attending student was a serious matter. How could Jiang Xuening be trusted with such a role? She said, Ning is flighty, and the palace is restrictive. She might not even want to go. Jiang Boyo glanced at her. I actually think Huijia would be more reliable. It wasn't favoritism. Ning's temperament was genuinely concerning. Losing face was one thing, but causing trouble was another. Still, such matters had to be discussed with both girls, so Jiang Boyo said, summon both young ladies. Meng Shi sighed, feeling uneasy again. I'm afraid Ning will make a fuss and insist on competing, refusing to back down. Jiang Xuening had been napping and was abruptly awakened, leaving her irritable, though she couldn't show it. After tidying herself up and heading over, she found that Jiang Xuehui had already arrived. Jiang Xuehui performed a courtesy and took her seat. Zhang Boyo explained the matter to them both and concluded, "Right now, we only know that attending students are being selected, but we have no details about what they'll learn in the palace or how they should conduct themselves. However, attending students for the imperial princes in our dynasty are required to reside in the palace, and you both know what kind of place the palace is. Extreme caution is necessary, so we must choose someone reliable." Yet Linghe seems to have caught the favor of the eldest princess. "What do you two think?" Silence fell. Jiang Xuening sat motionless, saying nothing. Jiang Xuehui, however, kept her head lowered, staring at the embroidered handkerchief in her hands. She recalled the person she had encountered upon returning from the Duke's Manor's Chongyang banquet a few days earlier. But she was not the legitimate daughter of the household in the strictest sense. Though she now bore the title of a legitimate daughter, she had no standing to advocate for herself in front of Jiang Xuening. Softly, she said, "I defer to father and mother's decision." Mengshi deliberately glanced at Jiang Xuening and spoke up. "There are only two legitimate daughters in this household, so either of you would be suitable, one steady in temperament, the other favored by the princess. But entering the palace is no easy matter, especially as an attending student. We don't expect you to bring glory to the family. Simply returning safely would be enough. Linghe's nature is too lively. Though the Yin heir might look out for her in the palace, the rules there are strict, and the heir doesn't reside within the palace walls. His protection might not be reliable. So, by reason, Huir would be the more suitable choice." Jiang Xuening listened expressionlessly. Jiang Boyo, however, kept a close watch on her reaction. Hearing Mengshi's words, he felt inexplicably guilty, sensing that they were being unfair to his second daughter. Hastily, he added, "Of course, Linghe is the one the princess favors. Since this is for the princess's attending student, if you wish to go, we'll submit your name." Mengshi pressed her lips together and fell silent. Jiang Xuehui had not held much hope to begin with. She knew Jiang Xuening's temperament well. Whatever she had, Jiang Xuening would always demand something better. Now, with an opportunity like entering the palace as an attending student, something noble ladies from other families would fight tooth and nail for, how could Jiang Xuening possibly let her have it? Though this time, she had harbored just a sliver of hope. But only a sliver. Jiang Xuening sat there for a long while, everyone's gazes fixed upon her. Yet her own gaze remained on Jiang Xuehui. Zhang Boyo and Mengshi waited for some time, but when she still didn't speak, they assumed she had silently conceded the opportunity to Jiang Xuehui. A weight seemed to lift from their hearts. Mengshi exhaled in relief and was about to say, "Then it's settled." But just as the words were about to leave her lips, Jiang Xuening suddenly rose from her seat. The unspoken words lodged in Mengshi's throat. Her eyelids twitched. Jiang Xuehui turned her gaze toward her and sighed bitterly in her heart. As expected, even Zhang Boyo inwardly groaned. This is trouble. He was already thinking about how to placate the situation when Jiang Xuening inevitably made a scene. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Xuening didn't even glance at anyone. With her eyes downcast, she bowed slightly and said, "Father and mother speak wisely. Though this opportunity to enter the palace is rare, I know my own temperament. I cannot endure or yield. But elder sister is dignified, virtuous, and discerning, willing to go, and well acquainted with the noble ladies of the capital. She would be more suited to the palace. I have no objections to letting her go this time." Zhang Boyo was stunned. "What did you say?" Mengshi straightened in her seat. "You?" Jiang Xuehui was also taken aback, her eyes flickering with inexplicable emotion. "Ningmei," Jiang Xuening scoffed, thinking of Wanyang again, and showed no courtesy as she said, "Don't think I'm doing this to accommodate anyone. The real reason I don't want to enter the palace is that I can't stand its rules. If there's ever something you have that I want, I'll still snatch it without hesitation." Jiang Xuehui had no words and could only gaze at her. But Jiang Xuening had already turned away, addressing Zhang Boyo and Mengshi directly. "Father, mother, if there's nothing else, your daughter will take her leave." Zhang Boyo and Mengshi hadn't expected the matter to be resolved so easily. At first, Neither of them reacted. Only after hearing her words did complex emotions stir in their hearts. They had assumed Ninghe would surely make a scene, yet she had effortlessly relinquished this golden opportunity, making them feel somewhat ashamed of their earlier suspicions. Jiang Boyo quickly replied, "There's nothing else." Without delay, Jiang Xuening bowed again and left the room. Only the three of them remained in the hall, each wearing a different expression. Eventually, Jiang Xuehui watched the slender figure gradually disappear down the corridor and slowly smiled. Ningmei's heart is actually quite soft. Meng Shi remained silent, but Jiang Boyo was moved inside. Ninghe being so sensible is almost unfamiliar. She's truly grown up, learning to be considerate of us and yielding to her elder sister. Fortunately, her little plans were already clicking away in her mind. Though the Marquis of Courage Estate's involvement in Prince Who Pacifies the South's rebellion case still weighed on her, she managed to sleep soundly that night for once. The next afternoon, the palace's selection list was announced. When the news reached Jiang Mansion, Jiang Boyo and Meng Shi could hardly believe their eyes. They repeatedly confirmed it with the eunuch sent from the palace. "Esteemed eunuch, could there be a mistake in the list? Our household submitted the eldest young lady's name. So why is it the second young lady who was selected?" The eunuch didn't know the details either and only said, "The decree is written as such. This servant doesn't know anything more. In any case, they're both your daughters, so it makes no difference. After the decree is issued, the young lady may prepare some belongings and enter the palace in 2 days to learn the rules and familiarize herself with the palace environment. If she proves unsuitable, she may still be dismissed. In short, you may begin preparations for her." Jiang Boyo and Meng Shi exchanged bewildered glances. By the time the news reached Jiang Xuening, she was still in her room taking stock of her belongings, planning to exchange some of the bulkier valuables for silver notes to make traveling easier later. Then Linghe came rushing in excitedly. "Miss, it's you. It's you." Jiang Xuening's head throbbed at the sound of her voice. But Linghe was a lively girl, and her thoughts rarely aligned with Jiang Xuening's. If Linghe thought something was good news, it was definitely bad news. The small goat hair brush paused in the middle of a stroke on the ledger, and Jiang Xuening's eyelid twitched as she asked, "What's me?" Linghe gasped for breath. Entering the palace. To be an attending student. Jiang Xuening's scalp prickled. She flung the brush aside and abruptly stood up. "What did you say?" Still oblivious to the situation, Linghe assumed she was overjoyed and hurried to explain. "The palace's finalized list of attending students has your name on it. The master submitted the eldest young lady's name, but for some reason, she wasn't chosen. Instead, your name was added directly. You'll soon be attending the princess." A loud buzzing filled Jiang Xuening's head as countless thoughts surged through her mind like a tidal wave. In the end, only one remained. Her name hadn't even been submitted, yet it had inexplicably appeared on the final list. The palace was a genuine Azura field. Who was scheming against her behind the scenes? Chapter 19. This question lingered in Jiang Xuening's mind all night, with no answer in sight. She had no idea how the selection process had been conducted. Thus, even if she suspected certain individuals, she had no way to verify her suspicions. Early the next morning, more news about the Luyang Grand Princess's selection of attending students began to circulate. For instance, there was the preliminary list of candidates. Xiao Shu, the eldest daughter of the Duke's manor, who had grown up playing with Shenzi, was naturally included, along with 11 other young ladies from noble and high-ranking families known for their intellect and refinement. Among them was the fortunate Jiang Xuening. She also noticed that the Fan family's young lady, who had been praised by Shenzi as the top poet at the Qingyuan Count's mansion, and Yu Yu, the second daughter of the Qingyuan Count's mansion, who had won acclaim for her painting, were also on the list. Then there were the subjects they would study. Men of the great Qin dynasty learned rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics, while girls from ordinary families learned, at most, a few characters and trivial skills such as embroidery, poetry, and painting. But Shenzi was a princess, so her requirements were naturally different. Of the 6 arts of a gentleman, rites, music, and calligraphy were mandatory. Additionally, they would study refined pursuits such as incense blending and painting. Beyond that, the emperor doted on Shunzi, and knowing how eager she was to sneak into the Hall of Literary Glory to listen to the daily lectures on the Confucian classics, he had arranged for several erudite scholars from the Hanlin Academy to teach her books typically reserved for men. The most astonishing detail was that among these tutors was none other than Master Xia Wei, the current Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince. It was said that he would teach two subjects. One was the Qin, which fell under music, while the other would be a selected text from the classics, though the specific book had yet to be decided. Heaven knew how badly Jiang Xuening wanted to bang her head against the wall when she heard this news from Linghe's chattering mouth. Then there were the arrangements for entering the palace. They were to prepare to enter the palace the day after next, staying for roughly 3 to 5 days to learn basic court etiquette and taboos from the female officials, ensuring that they wouldn't commit any blunders. Those who truly couldn't grasp the rules or were deemed unfit would be tactfully dismissed. Afterward, they would return home for a few days before officially entering the palace as attending students. They would mostly reside in the palace, allowed to return home once every 9 days until they completed the curriculum set by the tutors, a period estimated to last more than half a year. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. The mere thought of entering the palace as an attending student made Jiang Xuening's head spin. Of course, she wouldn't dare openly refuse the emperor's decree, so she needed a plausible excuse. If she failed to learn the etiquette or was deemed too incompetent and dismissed, wouldn't that be perfect? She resolved to deliberately slack off. That afternoon, Tang Er and Linghe busied themselves in the room, packing the essentials for her first trip to the palace. They also mentioned that since she would meet so many noble young ladies, it would be proper to bring small gifts, and suggested going out later to buy some. Jiang Xuening sat by the window, casually flipping through a book, her lips twitching at their words. People who know would say we're going as attending students. Those who don't would think we're visiting relatives. Linghe pouted. Since you're entering the palace, miss, we must prepare everything thoroughly. None of us maids can follow you in this time. Who knows what those palace maids are like? Even if these things aren't needed now, they might come in handy later. Besides, our miss is the only one whose name wasn't originally submitted but still made it onto the attending student list. We can lose at anything, but never at pomp. Hearing the subject brought up again made Jiang Xuening's eyelid twitch. Perhaps she should find a matchmaker to sell this maid off first? Why did she always have to bring up the most awkward subjects? Lowering her head, Jiang Xuening picked up a piece of candied fruit from the plate and nibbled on it while flipping through her book, paying no attention to their bustling about. After all, she had no intention of staying long in the palace. But this was something she couldn't reveal. If people knew she was deliberately scheming and maneuvering to avoid entering the palace, it might invite unnecessary trouble. The fewer people who knew, the better. Ideally, no one would know at all. She had barely turned 2 more pages when a faint tap sounded, as though something small had struck the window shutter. Jiang Xuening looked up, but saw only sunlight outside. Just as she was about to lower her head and continue reading, another soft tap came. This time, it struck the window lattice, bounced off, and rolled onto her book. Picking it up, she saw that it was a golden pine nut with a small crack in its shell. A squeeze of her fingers split it open. It was a roasted pine nut, ready to eat. Though she couldn't see anyone, Jiang Xuening already knew who had come. Unable to suppress a smile, she said, "The walls around our estate might as well not exist. If my father finds out you've sneaked in again without using the main gate, he'll surely grumble about it for days." But he didn't see me this time, did he? Yin Lin's voice came from above as he emerged from the dense shade of the tree beside the wall and leaped down. Today, he wore a dark robe, with a small pouch hanging at his waist and a handful of pine nuts in his hand. Smiling, he sauntered over to her window. "Unless you tattle on me." After not seeing him for several days, he seemed slightly tanned. His handsome face now bore a faint scratch, though fortunately, it wasn't deep or extensive enough to mar his looks. Instead, it added a touch of ruggedness to his noble bearing, making him appear even more dashing. Jiang Xuening asked, "How did you get that?" Yin Lin still cared somewhat about his appearance. Hearing her question, he touched his cheek and coughed lightly. "When I went to the Tongzhou military camp, I had a bit to drink and couldn't resist sparring with some of my father's subordinates. Fists and feet have no eyes, so I got a little hurt. But it's nothing serious. The camp physician said it'll heal in a couple of days. The Fengtai and Tongzhou military camps had housed garrisons for generations, serving as the capital's protective shield. However, 20 years ago, when the prince who pacifies the south rebelled and marched his troops toward the capital, neither the Fengtai nor the Tongzhou camps had been able to react in time to quell the uprising. Consequently, the late emperor established the imperial guards in the capital, selecting the finest soldiers from both camps to join their ranks and defend the city. By the current dynasty, after Xinlang ascended the throne, he further strengthened the imperial guards. Having personally experienced the prince who pacifies the South's rebellion, he harbored deep-seated fears about the dangers of feudal lords revolting and the sluggishness of military reinforcements. As a result, the standing of the Fengtai and Tongzhou camps within the military hierarchy declined even further. The Marquis of Courage Estate was one of the noble families at court entrusted with military authority, primarily overseeing the more distant Tongzhou military camp. As for the Fengtai military camp, which was closer to the capital, it was under the control of the Duke's Manor of Cheng. The most crucial 26 imperial guards, however, were jointly managed by the emperor himself and the Ministry of War. From this, it was evident that although the Yin and Shao families were two prominent noble clans in the capital capable of rivaling each other, the Shao family of the Duke's Manor were maternal relatives of the current emperor, Xinlang, and thus clearly enjoyed greater trust than the Yin family. It was unclear who was pulling the strings behind the affairs of the Marquis of Courage Estate. Jiang Xuening looked at Yin Lin and asked, "What about Zhou Yingji?" Yin Lin glanced at the busy maids in her room and placed the handful of pine nuts he was holding on the table beside the window. With one hand on the windowsill, he effortlessly swung himself up to sit on it, one leg dangling outside and the other bent on the sill. He casually picked up a piece of candied fruit and ate it. Only then did he reply, "This man is quite interesting." He paused to recall the details, his expression turning appreciative. "I met him before leaving the capital. He was neither servile nor overbearing, composed and steady. Perhaps because he was originally from the embroidered uniform guard, he was well versed in all matters of the court and seemed quite capable. But what made me think he was truly useful wasn't just that. Something happened recently involving him. Have you heard about it?" Jiang Xuening was curious. "There's been unrest in the capital lately, with assassins about. I haven't left the house or paid much attention to outside matters." "What happened?" Yin Lin said. "This man kept a fine horse, which he adored. He fed it himself every day. Since there weren't many open spaces in the capital, he would take it to the outskirts to run whenever he had time. But not long ago, while he was handling official business at the guard station, a child urgently came to inform him that his horse had fallen gravely ill and was on the verge of death. He immediately requested leave from his superior. After returning home to see the horse, he drew his own blade and killed it with his own hands." Jiang Xuening froze. Yin Lin, however, laughed. The next day, when he went to the Imperial Guard office, his superior asked him, "How is your horse?" He replied, "The horse is dead. I killed it." The superior was shocked and asked for the reason. He said, "I raised this horse for over 2 years, treating it like family. But it fell ill, and I couldn't bear to see it suffer. So I gave it a quick and to spare it further torment, repaying the bond we shared over these years." That horse. How could Jiang Xuening not know about it? When she had gone to see Zhou Yingji, the horse had been perfectly fine. How could it have suddenly become so ill as to be on the verge of death and suffering unbearably? The only thing she could think of was the excuse she had casually fabricated for the child to summon Zhou Yingji back from the guard station. Lord Zhou's beloved horse is gravely ill and about to die. A chill ran down her spine. Her fingers, resting on the pages of the book, trembled slightly. Yin Lin continued, "Whether his explanation was true or not, the fact that he killed the horse is undeniable. This decisiveness speaks volumes about his character. Recently, the emperor has been considering transferring judicial matters to the embroidered uniform guard, but the 3 judicial offices, the Ministry of Justice, the Court of Judicial Review, and the Censorate, have strongly opposed it. The impeachment of Zhou Yingji by the supervising censor gave these offices the perfect opportunity to push back. Faced with overwhelming criticism, The emperor had no choice but to strip Zhou of his rank a few days ago. I've arranged for someone to handle matters at court, and this vacancy fits Zhou Yingji perfectly. Zhou Yingji was not one to act without incentive. Yan Lin's efficiency in handling this was just as well. Although Jiang Xuening had been reborn, when she experienced these events in her previous life, she had known nothing about court politics. She knew only the final outcome, with no understanding of how events had unfolded, the specific details involved, or the various factions vying for power. If she rashly gave a warning, she didn't know whose attention it might draw. She feared that not only would she fail to help the Marquis of Courage estate, but she might also bring harm upon herself. However, if she used Zhou Yingji to deliver the warning, she could conceal her own involvement. Moreover, Zhou Yingji was a sleeper agent sent by the embroidered uniform guard to investigate the relationship between the Marquis of Courage estate and the Pingnan Prince rebels. He knew more about the matter than she did and could provide concrete information, which would be necessary to earn the Marquis of Courage estate's serious attention. Even if disaster couldn't be avoided, taking precautions and making preparations in advance might prevent a repeat of the tragedy from her previous life. While some had died during the confiscation of property, far more had perished during the exile. Some from old age and frailty, others from encounters with bandits, and still others from poverty and illness. Among them was Yan Lin's father. A heaviness settled in Jiang Xuening's heart as she reflected on how thoroughly Zhou Yingji had used her in her past life. Though she was employing him again this time, she would have to guard against him carefully. Today, he could kill his beloved steed without hesitation to maintain a flawless lie. Tomorrow, he might just as easily raise his blade against her for the sake of his own career and future. Unable to hold back, she warned Yan Lin, "I think this man may love his horse, but he killed it without hesitation. While decisive, he's also ruthless." Yan Lin's expression softened, understanding her concern. "I know." Jiang Xuening didn't press further. Lowering her gaze, she picked up the handful of pine nuts he had set down earlier and began peeling them one by one. The pine nuts were tiny, and peeling them was slow, tedious work. As she worked, her brows gradually furrowed. Yan Lin chuckled at the sight, then untied the bulging pouch hanging from his waist and tossed it to her. "Knew you'd lose patience. Open it." She caught the pouch and found it surprisingly heavy. Inside were fully peeled pine nuts, their golden kernels gathered together. Though the gift wasn't valuable, the effort required to peel them was considerable. Just looking at the full pouch, she could imagine the young man sitting by her windowsill, carefully peeling each pine nut with hands more accustomed to gripping a sword, then gathering them together and tossing them to her so casually. When she remained silent, Yan Lin wondered if she disliked them. "Don't you like them?" Jiang Xuening shook her head. "No, I do." Yan Lin was puzzled. "Then why aren't you eating them?" She didn't know how to explain. The gift might be small, but the sentiment behind it was too heavy. She feared she couldn't repay it. A cool autumn breeze drifted through the window. September was nearing its end, and the fragrance of osmanthus was fading. When she remained silent for a long while, Yan Lin inexplicably recalled the strange words she had spoken to him that night. Just then, her maid approached with a few books and asked, "Miss, would you like to bring some books to read when you enter the palace tomorrow?" Without turning her head, Jiang Xuening replied, "No." Only then did Yan Lin remember the matter of her entering the palace. He plucked another piece of candied fruit from her plate and grinned. "So you're going to be the princess's attending student, and you'll even receive lessons from Master Xie. How about it?" "Happy." As if Jiang Xuening could possibly be happy about it. She opened her mouth, ready to say that she didn't want to go at all. But before she could speak, she looked up and saw Yan Lin's beaming face. Suddenly, she sensed a hint of smugness in his words. A bad premonition struck her. Jiang Xuening's eyelid twitched. "You've only been back for 2 days, and you already know about the attending student selection?" Yan Lin let out in awe, blinking at her with sparkling dark eyes, his triumphant expression becoming even more obvious. "I've known about the princess selecting attending students for a while. I recommended you to her ages ago, insisting that she include you no matter what. You've always said you wanted to see new places, and weren't you always curious about the palace? With such a great opportunity, of course I couldn't forget about you, Ningning. So did I do a good job?" Jiang Xuening fell silent. "So it was you who set me up," She barely resisted the urge to shove him off the windowsill. Her lips twitched into a forced smile while she secretly ground her teeth. Good job. A really, really great job. What a pleasant surprise. For some reason, Yanlin felt a chill run down his neck. But if Ningning was happy, he was happy too. So he continued, though I don't know what Master Xie will teach you, learning the qin is definitely part of it. I've already had people search for some fine qins, including a few ancient ones from centuries ago. Master Xie loves the qin. If you bring a good one to the palace, even if he's strict, he'll go easier on you for its sake. We've got time today, so come on, let's go pick one out. Just hearing Master Xie made Jiang Xuening's skin crawl, and the mention of the qin gave her a headache. She wanted to say that she'd probably be advised to quit after one session and wouldn't need it at all. But Yanlin was relentless. Before long, he had forcibly dragged her into a carriage to go qin shopping. 14 days had passed since the Double Ninth Festival. Yu Fangyin stepped into the trading house for what felt like the 100th time. After asking about the day's price of raw silk, she frowned but still sincerely thanked the clerk, ignoring the disdainful looks he gave her. After more than 10 days of burning the midnight oil to study ledgers and practice bookkeeping, her eyes were bloodshot. Leaving the trading house, she felt dizzy and unsteady. Outside, the streets bustled with crowds and carriages. Her family had been keeping a closer watch on her lately. If her sisters, especially her second sister, caught her sneaking out again, she would face another round of torment. Her second sister had just been chosen as the eldest princess's attending student, and no one in the household dared cross her. Yu Fangyin thought she should return early today. She had slept for only 2 hours the previous night and could barely keep her eyes open. But as she walked, her gaze fell upon a roadside stall displaying exquisitely embroidered handkerchiefs, sachets, and various embroidery patterns. One sachet, embroidered with green-veined orchids in a stitching technique she had never seen before, caught her eye and stopped her in her tracks. Yu Fangyin remembered the white peony she had stained. So she reached out and picked up the sachet for a closer look. Unbeknownst to her, someone passing by accidentally bumped into her. Already dazed and barely able to stand steadily, she was jolted forward by the impact. In her flustered state, her sleeves swept across the neatly arranged embroidered handkerchiefs and sachets, knocking most of them to the ground. The vendor, who was running a small business, immediately cried out, "What's wrong with you, miss? Are you here to ruin my livelihood on purpose?" Yu Fangyin was overcome with guilt. "I'm sorry. I just wanted to look at the sachets. I didn't mean to." The surrounding gazes fixed upon her, making her feel utterly humiliated. She quickly lowered her head and helped the vendor pick up the fallen items, apologizing repeatedly. The commotion on the street drew attention, and people couldn't help but point fingers at her. Jiang Xuening had just followed Yanlin upstairs to the elegantly decorated secluded bamboo pavilion. Before stepping inside, she heard the commotion and turned to look, immediately spotting the flustered girl amid the crowd. Fangyin, in her haste to pick up one sachet, ended up knocking over even more, growing increasingly frantic. Recognizing her as Yu Fangyin, Jiang Xuening felt a slight pang in her heart. Nothing seemed to have changed. Just as clumsy as before. Still just as clumsy. Glancing at the stall selling sachets and embroidered handkerchiefs, she suddenly let out a self-mocking laugh. What had she been expecting, after all? Hadn't she known all along? A girl confined to the inner quarters, never taught household management, likely unable even to read account books or write more than a few characters, and still bound by family restrictions. Even if she had money, at best, she would invest in land. Could she really have hoped that Fangyin would take risks, buy raw silk, or venture into business? The bold and unconventional Yu Fangyin from her past life was truly one of a kind. Yanlin followed her gaze and recognized the girl as the Yu family's illegitimate daughter she had saved that day. Frowning, he asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Xuening withdrew her gaze and lowered her eyelids. "You can cure an illness, but not fate. Sometimes, even when you know something is impossible, seeing it with your own eyes still brings a hint of disappointment." Yanlin studied her with concern. She smiled faintly. "It's nothing, just a little." Chapter 20. The fortunes of Qingyuan Count's mansion were declining day by day, and as the scion of an aristocratic family, Yanlin was well aware of it. The incident involving the mansion's illegitimate daughter falling into the water during the Double Ninth Festival banquet had become common knowledge, especially after Jiang Xuening's shocking remark that day. Servants punishing their mistress, slaves bullying their master. Qingyuan Count's mansion had thoroughly lost face. To avoid gossip about mistreating an illegitimate daughter, they no longer dared to openly make trouble for her. But the hidden suffering she endured was likely even worse than before. As the only legitimate son of Marquis Yongyi's estate and a favorite in the imperial palace, Yanlin had never been subjected to the underhanded schemes of the inner household. But although he had never experienced them personally, he was familiar with such domestic intrigues. After all, his father had numerous concubines and illegitimate children. He felt that Ningning was overly concerned about this illegitimate daughter they had met by chance, so he advised her, "You're too kind-hearted. The world is full of clumsy, inept people who can't help themselves. Saving her was enough. Do you really expect her to be reborn? Remember, people's circumstances have their reasons. If she had any capability, she wouldn't have ended up in such a state." Jiang Xuening withdrew her gaze and said, "Precisely because I saved her myself. I care more about her than others and hope she'll improve. But you're right. I've done my duty. How could I possibly do more?" With that, she let out a soft sigh, as though trying to dispel some lingering discomfort in her heart. Then she said to Yanlin, "Let's go in and look at the zither." Secluded Bamboo Pavilion. The name itself revealed that this establishment specialized in zither. Though it was located in a bustling, prime area of the capital, where land was worth its weight in gold, one had to pass through an inconspicuous street-level entrance and climb the stairs before seeing the simple, yet elegant bamboo plaque on the second floor. The words "Secluded Bamboo" were inscribed in pure ink upon the bamboo. Since the zither was an instrument of refinement, this decor perfectly suited both pretentious patrons who wanted to appear cultured and genuine connoisseurs who preferred to avoid crowds. Yanlin, clearly no stranger to the place, led Jiang Xuening inside with practiced familiarity. Near an incense burner in the corner, a man dressed like a scholar was adjusting the incense with tweezers. He was burning premium Borneo camphor. The entire pavilion was suffused with its delicate fragrance. Hearing footsteps, the scholar turned around. When he saw Yanlin, he smiled. Setting down the incense tweezers, he washed his hands in a nearby copper basin and remarked, "The young master finally graces us with his presence. If you delayed any longer, I was about to put those zither up for sale." Yanlin laughed. "Can't you at least hide your mercantile spirit while you're in a zither pavilion?" The scholar shrugged. "Do you think I run this place as a charity? Playing the zither requires bathing, washing your hands, and burning incense, not to mention a good instrument. None of that comes free." Jiang Xuening found the man intriguing and studied him more closely. The lean, ordinary-looking scholar glanced back at her and immediately understood. "So it's this young lady who's looking for a zither?" Jiang Xuening remained silent. Yanlin said impatiently, "Enough chatter. Where are the zither?" The scholar raised his eyebrows slightly, easily sensing Yanlin's unusual attitude toward the young woman. Instead of withdrawing his gaze, he took a few more glances at Jiang Xuening before turning and entering the inner chamber. He brought out the 4 chains hidden inside one by one and arranged them on the long table in the pavilion. Then he untied their chain bags one after another and invited Yanlin to take a look. "Originally, I found 5 chains. One was newly made by Gu Benyuan of Jiangning, but it arrived late. By the time my people went to fetch it, Gu Benyuan had already gifted the new chain to Xiejuan. Gu Benyuan was currently the most renowned luthier. Generally speaking, making a chain was an intricate process. From selecting the wood to stringing and tuning the instrument, crafting a single chain took at least a year. For those who were meticulous and particular, it could take more than 2 or even 3 years. Luthiers were artisans who made their living from this craft. If they produced only one chain every 2 years, they would surely starve. Therefore, many luthiers prepared their materials in advance and worked on 10 or 20 chains simultaneously. That way, although the crafting process still took 2 years, they could produce multiple chains within that time. However, Gu Benyuan was already in his 60s and approaching 70. His energy could no longer compare with that of younger luthiers, and he was unable to work on many chains at once. Thus, He typically produced only 1 or 2 qins every 2 or 3 years. Yet people of the time particularly favored rare and scarce things. In recent years, countless people had offered fortunes to acquire his qins. No one had expected that before this new qin could even make its debut or sound a single note, the old man would simply give it to Xie Wei, leaving many people secretly gnashing their teeth in frustration. Yin Lin practiced martial arts and wasn't particularly fond of qins, but he had heard of Gu Binyuan's reputation. He was momentarily stunned. Gifted? Yes, given away for free. The scholar finally revealed a trace of dissatisfaction. He let out a cold laugh, then added with a hint of schadenfreude. Not long ago, didn't the Pingnan Prince rebels assassinate a court official in the capital? Xie Jing had spent 3 years crafting a qin. That day, he selected some fine strings from my place, intending to string it and test it when he had time. But on his way back, for some reason, he ended up at the Tower of Ascending Clouds and encountered the rebels. He was unharmed, but his new qin, which hadn't even been strung yet, was cleaved in 2 with a single slash. TSK. Whether he was frustrated or furious, who knows? All we heard was that he skipped court for 2 days. When Gu Binyuan learned about it, he had someone deliver a qin all the way from Jiangning to the capital for him. Talk about throwing money away. Yin Lin remarked, "You don't actually care about the qin, do you?" The scholar snorted. "If someone paid a fortune for a qin, I'd dare to double the price and sell it to you. Xie Jing is cutting off my livelihood." Ahem. Yin Lin coughed, very much wanting to ask, "Do I look like an easy-to-fool spendthrift to you?" But after some thought, he decided not to respond. Xie Wei was the junior tutor of the Crown Prince, and currently presided over the daily Confucian classics lectures in the palace, making him half a teacher to Yin Lin. The scholar, however, was different. This scholar was the owner of secluded Bamboo Pavilion. He had originally been a fellow candidate in the same imperial examinations as Xie Wei, and both hailed from Jinling. His name was Lu Xian, courtesy name Zhang. Throughout their academic pursuits, wherever Xie Wei ranked first, Lu Xian ranked second, whether in the preliminary examinations, the provincial examinations, or the metropolitan examinations. Even after entering the Hanlin Academy, he was still overshadowed. People of the time jokingly referred to them as Xie first, Lu second. Lu Xian, a stubborn man from a humble background, grew even more determined to compete with Xie Wei the more he fell short, and he took a peculiar pride in it. Unexpectedly, news of a death in the family arrived from Jinling one day. Xie Wei had to return home for the funeral and observe a 3-year mourning period. Lu Xian suddenly found himself in first place, but with Xie Wei gone, he felt there was little of interest left in the Hanlin Academy. After a year, he directly resigned from his official post. It was said that he also returned to Jinling. 4 years ago, Xie Wei returned to court after supporting the current Emperor Xinlang's ascension and was promoted to junior preceptor. Lu Xian, however, seemed to have lost interest in an official career. Although he also returned to the capital, he surprisingly opened a qin studio and began selling qins, living like a carefree recluse. For a former Hanlin scholar to engage in such a business was practically unheard of. Many old acquaintances in the capital couldn't believe it and frequently came to visit. Before long, this qin studio became renowned throughout the court and beyond. Of course, people gradually realized that compared with being an upright official, Lu Xian was utterly unapologetic about being a shrewd merchant. There was even a saying passed around in private: when a jinsher sells a qin, you have no choice but to buy. That alone showed just how ruthless his business dealings were. In other words, Lu Xian and Xie Wei were old acquaintances who had crossed paths many times before. Lu Xian could address Xie Wei as Xie Jing, with little regard for formality. But Yin Lin, who was taught by Xie Wei, had to carefully consider matters of respect and hierarchy. He glanced at the 4 qins before him and asked, "What about these?" Lu Xian proceeded to introduce the qins one by one, though most of the time, his gaze lingered on Jiang Xuening. Much of what he said was directed at her, clearly aware of where the priority of today's business lay. The problem was that Jiang Xuening truly had no love for the qin. In her past life, when learning the qin, all the noble young ladies had gone all out to impress Xie Wei. Only she, finding it too tedious and exhausting, had relied on Yin Lin in the early days and later on Shun Jie. barely attending Xie Wei's lectures at all. If someone asked which of these qins she liked, she very much wanted to answer, not a single one. Fortunately, Yinlin knew she had never studied the qin back at Zhang Mansion. After some consideration, he chose the ancient qin, more than 300 years old, named Plantain Hermitage. Due to years of weathering and playing, the qin's surface was covered in flowing, water-like cracks. Its open notes were deep and resonant, while its harmonics were clear and mellow. Only the price was shocking. Lu Xian smiled faintly and held up 3 fingers to Yinlin. Jiang Xuening gasped, but Yinlin treated it as nothing unusual. He instructed someone to fetch silver notes for payment, then personally fitted the qin into its bag and handed it to Jiang Xuening. Though you're entering the palace as attending students for the princess, and Master Xie is generally lenient, he won't go easy on you in your studies or with the qin simply because you're girls. You must pay full attention during his lectures. He rarely plays the qin in the palace, but I've been fortunate enough to hear him a few times. He's truly exceptional. In the past, you probably didn't want to learn the qin because your teacher wasn't very good. This time, in the palace, you might just come to love it. Thus, a good qin was essential. Yet Jiang Xuening's eyes twitched slightly at his words. No one knew that her refusal to learn the qin after arriving in the capital was precisely because of Xie Wei. For years ago, on the journey to the capital, Xie Wei had carried a qin with him. She had thought he was truly some distant relative of Jiang Mansion, dressed in plain white robes, owning nothing but a qin, and looking sickly. Though they shared a carriage, he rarely spoke, spending most of the journey resting with his eyes closed. Only during occasional stops along the way would he pluck the strings of that qin. Jiang Xuening couldn't understand it, and she didn't like him either. It was then that she learned of her true origins and discovered that there was a universally praised elder sister in the family. Fearing the disdain of the servants sent from the capital to fetch her, she, who had never been taught proper etiquette, forced herself out of sheer terror to adopt the airs of a noble young lady, all for the sake of that pitiful, fragile shred of dignity. Noble young ladies were lofty and imperious. So she, too, acted lofty and imperious toward others, and among those others was Xie Wei. Having grown up in the countryside without learning any manners, she found his every movement unbearably irritating, whether it was the way he held his chopsticks while they dined together or his perfectly composed posture while resting in the carriage. At the time, she thought this shabby man was putting on airs. Only much later was she willing to admit that what truly unsettled her was the unspoken chasm between them, a gap she could sense even without understanding it. And that gap was precisely the difference between her, a girl raised in the wilds, and the dazzling capital she was about to enter. But people were always reluctant to admit such things. Even after becoming empress, she couldn't bear the sight of Xie Wei, and since his name was always associated with the qin, she couldn't stand the instrument either. The most humiliating, most desperate moments of her life had all been witnessed by this man. Just seeing him brought those memories flooding back. And that was what she had dreaded most in her past life. Who knew what Xie Wei had thought of her back then? The current empress had once been nothing more than a country girl who couldn't even pass for royalty if dressed in a dragon robe. The mere thought was mortifying, so Jiang Xuening had always treated that past as though it had never existed. Xie Wei, ever perceptive, likely understood her feelings. Despite his high status at court and frequent presence in the palace, he rarely appeared before her and never spoke of it. As for the scar on her wrist, she had consulted imperial physicians for ointments and carefully applied them for 2 years, until it vanished without a trace. Now, the hall was suffused with the lingering fragrance of benzoin. Its soothing aroma brought tranquility. Jiang Xuening blinked and lowered her gaze to Plantain Hermitage, resting in her hands. Suddenly, she thought, if not for Zhang, perhaps she would have taken this secret to the grave, that she had once saved Xie Wei with her own blood. But then again, hadn't Xie Wei, after the palace coup in their past life, stopped touching the qin altogether once his hands were stained with blood? Chapter 21. A zither priced at 3,000 taels, and Yinlin hadn't even blinked when paying for it. The wealth of the Marquis of Courage estate was truly evident. In the past, Jiang Xuening had been ignorant and taken Yinlin's kindness for granted, enjoying his affection without a second thought. But after her rebirth, She knew she could never repay the boy's sincere devotion, nor should she continue accepting his generosity without qualms. She shouldn't have accepted this zither. Yet just as she was about to refuse and tell Tang Er to fetch the silver notes so she could pay for it herself, Jiang Xuening hesitated. A sudden change of mind suppressed her earlier resolve, and she silently accepted the instrument. Lu Xian counted the silver notes one by one, a beaming smile on his face as he said to Yin Lin, "I knew the young Marquis would be the most generous. Of all my patrons in the capital, you're the one I, Lu Xiaoyin, am always happiest to see. Come back often. Once you get hooked on zither, one won't be enough. You'll want two. And once you've learned to play, you'll want to learn how to make them. Just come to me. I'll have everything you need, and I promise you'll never leave empty-handed." Yin Lin rolled his eyes, but Jiang Xuening froze, hardly believing her ears. Lu Xiaoyin, wasn't that Lu Xian, one of Xiao Wei's most trusted allies during the palace coup he later instigated? Yin Lin controlled the military, while Lu Xian managed the finances. In her past life, Yin Lin had become the commander of the Imperial Guards, while Lu Xian, after being exceptionally promoted by Xiao Wei during her confinement in the palace, became the first scholar-turned-merchant-turned-official, eventually rising to the position of the new Secretary of Revenue. Back then, Yu Fangyin had donated 80% of her wealth to the imperial treasury to save her own life, and it was this very man who had handled the transaction. Earlier, when they entered secluded bamboo pavilion, Yin Lin hadn't introduced the owner's identity. It wasn't until Lu Xian inadvertently revealed his own name that Jiang Xuening was struck with shock, catching a glimpse of something Yin Lin couldn't see. Now, when she looked at Lu Xian again, her impression of him was entirely different. Before, she had merely thought him bold and unrestrained in speech, an amusing man running an amusing business. But now, she sensed that his boldness might conceal a trace of arrogance, the arrogance of a man who saw himself as the only sober person in a world of fools. Lu Xian finished counting the silver notes and nodded in satisfaction, casually tucking them into his robe. "The amount is correct," Yin Lin said. "Then we'll take our leave." A 3,000-tael transaction wasn't something that happened every day. Lu Xian played the shrewd merchant to perfection, his face wreathed in smiles as he personally escorted them to the door. Jiang Xuening followed behind Yin Lin, carrying the zither downstairs. Unexpectedly, someone hurried up the stairs and nearly collided with them. At a glance, she recognized Jianshu, Xiao Wei's attendant. Her eyelids twitched. Jianshu often accompanied Xiao Wei and was skilled in swordsmanship. Yin Lin had met him before and recognized him. "Master Xia has sent you on another errand, I see." Jianshu bowed to him with a smile. "Indeed." Then his gaze shifted and landed on Jiang Xuening behind him. His steps, which had been about to continue upward, suddenly paused. "Ning Gunyang, good day." Jiang Xuening was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in return. Yin Lin, however, raised an eyebrow at the form of address, sensing something peculiar. He shot Jianshu a slightly odd look. Since when was she Ning Gunyang? But Jianshu didn't seem to notice anything amiss. After offering a quick salute, he hurried upstairs. Inside secluded bamboo pavilion, Lu Xian was just about to close the door and pour himself a celebratory drink after selling such an expensive qin. But just as his hands reached for the door, he spotted Jianshu approaching. His eyelid twitched, and he immediately moved faster to shut the door. Unexpectedly, Jianshu was faster. He stepped forward and wedged his palm into the gap, smiling at Lu Xian. "The sky's still bright, Master Lu. Why the hurry to close up?" Lu Xian cursed inwardly. "Damn martial artists with their thick hides. Why didn't the door crush you?" Yet his face feigned surprise, as though he had only just noticed Jianshu, and he beamed warmly. "Ah, Jianshu, I didn't see you there. So, how's your master faring after ruining a qin? Has he died of rage at home yet?" Jianshu's face darkened. "No need for your concern, Master Lu." The glee returned to Lu Xian's eyes. "What do you want to buy?" "Not here to buy. I'm here on business." At that, Lu Xian's expression changed. He immediately tried to shove Jianshu's hand out of the doorway and declared flatly, "I'm broke. Get lost." Jianshu didn't budge. "Didn't young Marquis Yin just leave?" Lu Xian lied without blinking. "That qin wasn't worth much." Jianshu gave a cold smirk and withdrew his hand, pretending to leave. Then I'll go back and inform Master that there's a discrepancy in your accounts from 3 months ago. 5,000 taels are missing. Wait. I've got money. Lucien hastily grabbed him and pulled him inside. You're still young. Why do you act as stuffy as Shi Jing? Even Dao Qin would be better. Threatening people with accounts isn't a good habit. So what's the matter? Jianshu had long grown accustomed to Lucien's antics. Knowing the matter was urgent, he got straight to the point. A ship capsized on the Chao River. Lucien stiffened. What kind of ship? A silk ship. Lucien's eyes gleamed. When, 3 days ago, the news came by urgent courier. Hardly anyone in the capital knows yet. Lucien clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Excellent. Jianshu continued. Master says that recently, silk merchants in the capital have colluded to drive silk prices down. Now that a silk shipment has capsized on the Chao River, the price of raw silk in the capital is bound to rise. If we can buy up raw silk cheaply before the news spreads and sell it when prices surge, we stand to make a hefty profit. But after the recent suppression of prices, many merchants couldn't hold on any longer and have already sold off their stocks. There may be very little left on the market. Lucien pondered for a moment, mentally running through the names of all the major and minor merchants in the capital. A sly smile curled his lips, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. There is one. There's still one left. When Su Wenyi saw Yu Fangyin walk in, he was startled by her haggard appearance. How many nights has it been since you last slept properly? Someone, bring Yu Gunyang a cup of hot tea. Fangyin rubbed her eyes and sat down. A servant promptly brought over the tea, casting her several worried glances. This was a guest room in the Jiangxia Guild Hall, established by merchants from Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces to accommodate fellow traders visiting the capital on business. Su Wenyi himself was a silk merchant from Nanshuan, Suzhou. He had arrived in the capital 2 months ago, forced to head north because the major silk merchants of Jiangsu and Zhejiang had colluded to suppress the purchase price of raw silk. This left the silkworm farmers dissatisfied, while small and medium-sized merchants like him, who made their living trading silk, could no longer sustain their businesses. Who would have thought that the major merchants in the capital would also collude with those from Jiangsu and Zhejiang? Moreover, with so many small and medium-sized merchants flocking to the capital, silk prices had not only failed to rise, but had instead fallen to just half of last year's market price. Forget making a profit. It wasn't even enough to cover what they had paid the silkworm farmers. Su Wenyi was 36 years old this year. Even without cultivating a beard like some scholars, his face bore the marks of hardship, with fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. With silk prices stagnant and himself stranded in the capital, going to sleep each night without knowing whether the sun would rise on a better tomorrow, he felt as though he were being fried in a pan of oil every single day. His entire livelihood depended on this one business venture. Last year, he had tried his hand at salt trading and lost a considerable sum. This year, when purchasing silk from the silkworm farmers, he hadn't even been able to scrape together enough money. Fortunately, as a local merchant from Nanshuan who had dealt with the silkworm farmers for years, they trusted him despite the poor market conditions. They accepted only a 10% deposit and handed over all the raw silk they had produced that year, allowing him to sell it in the capital at a good price before returning home to settle the remaining payment. In business, wasn't it always a matter of exchanging goods for money on the spot? Yet the silkworm farmers back home had been willing to give him the goods first and collect payment later. Su Wenyi was a conscientious merchant and didn't want to betray the trust of his fellow villagers. But heavens knew how desperate he had felt when he arrived in the capital and began asking everywhere about the market price of raw silk. 11 days ago, stranded in the capital and nearly unable to afford his lodging at the guild hall, he finally felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. He decided to sell the half shipment of raw silk he had, even at a low price. Whatever money he could recover, he would take back home. As for the shortfall, he could only owe it for the time being and slowly find a way to make up the difference. But just then, in the midst of such dire circumstances, Yu Fangyin appeared and gave him a glimmer of new hope. The girl had arrived that day still dressed in mourning clothes, her eyes red and swollen, startling Su Wenyi. At first, he thought she had suffered some misfortune and had come seeking help. Yet to his surprise, she pulled out 400 taels of silver from her purse and told him she wanted to buy silk. Su Wenyi had lived half his life, but had never encountered a customer like this. He was stunned and unable to react for a long while. Seeing that the girl didn't appear particularly wealthy, nor did she seem to be the daughter of a merchant family, he was deeply puzzled. At the time, however, he was too eager to sell the silk to ask many questions, so he sold her a portion at the current market price. Yet 400 taels was only a drop in the bucket compared with his entire shipment of silk. After the transaction, Xuening couldn't suppress his curiosity. The market price of raw silk is already so low, and it might fall even further. You're just a young girl who probably can't even read account books properly. 400 taels is no small sum. What do you plan to do with the silk after buying it? To his astonishment, Xuening replied, I'll sell it after the price rises in half a month. Xuening shuddered. His mind reeled as though he had been struck by thunder. Watching her turn to leave, he uncharacteristically lost his composure and chased after her, his voice trembling. How can you be so certain, young lady? The girl from the Yu family seemed dazed, as though frightened by his fierce expression. Only after a long while did she finally answer bluntly. The person who gave me the money said so. Xuening was even more shocked. Miss, do you have a master? Xuening looked at him. After thinking for a moment, she seemed to decide that the term was appropriate and nodded. Yes. She instructed me to take the money, buy raw silk today, and sell it in half a month for triple the profit. Xuening immediately drew a sharp breath. Wouldn't that be twice last year's market price, for times the current rate? Who on earth was Xuening's master, to dare make such a claim? With his many years of business experience, Xuening immediately realized that he might have stumbled upon a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In commerce, buying low and selling high was the path to profit. Prices fluctuated with the market, so information was crucial. Those who possessed knowledge others lacked often prospered, seizing opportunities that the uninformed could never grasp. Xuening, or rather, the master behind her, was likely one such person. Although he couldn't understand why someone with such insight would invest only 400 taels, Xuening couldn't bring himself to let this opportunity slip away. He wanted to take the risk. If silk prices truly rose in half a month, it would be his salvation. If they fell instead, how much worse could things possibly get? His situation was already desperate, so he decided to gamble. With the 400 taels from Xuening, Xuening arranged for boats at the dock and extended his stay at the guild hall for another half-month. He abandoned his plans to sell the raw silk at a loss and even bought a set of fine stationery, an abacus, and several old account books from his family, giving them to Xuening while they waited together for the price to rise. During this time, Xuening had subtly tried to probe for the identity of her master, but Xuening remained tight-lipped, refusing to say a word. Whenever he asked why the price would rise, she merely replied, I don't know. My master didn't mention it. Now, Xuening sat across from her, noticing the exhaustion in her bloodshot eyes. Counting the days, he sighed. Only 4 days left. Instead of rising, silk prices had fallen. Xuening had just returned from checking the market rates and knew this very well. But in used to social interaction, she didn't know how to respond. Stiff with unease, she clutched her teacup tightly and drank in silence. Her demeanor was agonizing to watch. Xuening gave a bitter laugh. Miss, you once said these 400 taels were all your savings. With prices remaining stagnant, aren't you afraid of losing the money and facing your master's wrath? Xuening thought for a moment. If it's lost, I'll save up and repay her later. 350 taels of that sum had come from Second Miss. She didn't know why Second Miss had saved her or given her money, but a drop of kindness deserved a flood in return. In all her 18 years, she had never encountered such kindness, nor such a good person. Nor did she understand why Second Miss had looked at her with eyes on the verge of tears. She had thought about it for a long time, but still didn't know how to repay her. But Second Miss had taught her how to do business. Perhaps, if she could make the business successful and earn a great deal of silver, then present it all to Second Miss, she would be happy? Xuening didn't understand her thoughts and was momentarily stunned by her answer. After a moment, he shook his head helplessly. This girl was truly devoted to her employer. The money had originally been given by the employer, and the tasks had been assigned by the employer. Whether there was a profit or a loss, it all belonged to the employer. How could she speak of repaying it if there was a loss? He had someone bring over the account book he had prepared. This is a new account book for you, Mississippi. I've had my accountant add annotations to make it easier and clearer for you to understand. However, staying up late to study accounts is harmful to your health. You should exercise some restraint. Yu Fangyin had come today specifically to collect the account book and study it. She accepted it with both hands and quickly expressed her thanks. Then she hesitated before adding, "Recently, the household has been watching me closely, so I might not be able to come out for the next few days. If you don't see me in 4 days, Mr. Su, please help me sell the raw silk first." Su Winnie asked, "Not earlier, not later, but precisely in 4 days? What if the price continues to rise?" Yu Fangyin shook her head. "My master said to sell it at that time." Su Winnie was momentarily speechless, but eventually agreed. After seeing Yu Fangyin off, he sat back down and let out another long sigh. The clerk behind him frowned, still full of doubts about the matter. "Boss, this girl seems single-minded to me, downright foolish. With such a good opportunity, why wouldn't her master handle it personally instead of leaving it to us?" Su Winnie gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with desperate resolve. "We've already gambled on this. Don't bring it up again. I don't think the master she mentioned is a lie. If she were lying, she would have made the story more convincing. There's no reason for her to be so secretive about it otherwise." He closed his eyes briefly before opening them again. Now, his gaze was filled with suppressed anger and sorrow. "Besides, if I really return with only that paltry sum after selling at such a low price, how could I face the trust and expectations of the silkworm farmers back home? Once autumn and winter pass, they'll need to prepare for the next silkworm season. Without money, how are they supposed to survive?" The clerk immediately fell silent. After saying this, Su Winnie actually calmed down. Just as he was about to ask the clerk to go out and gather more information, there was suddenly a knock on the half-open door. A scholar stood outside, cupping his hands in greeting towards Su Winnie inside the room. "Are you Su Winnie, the merchant from Nanshuan Suzhou?" Su Winnie didn't recognize him. "Please come in. Who might you be?" The scholar was naturally Lu Xian. Upon entering, he noticed that the tea on the table hadn't yet been cleared away, indicating that someone had recently visited, but he didn't ask about it. Instead, he stated his purpose directly. "My surname is Lu, given name Xian. I heard you have a shipment of raw silk that hasn't been sold yet. I've come today to propose a deal. I want to buy this shipment from you." Su Winnie's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his breathing unconsciously paused. But his expression remained composed. "What price are you offering?" Lu Xian replied. "Naturally, the market price." Su Winnie couldn't gauge his background and simply said, "I won't sell at the market price." Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing that the situation might not be as he had expected. "Isn't your silk unsellable, Mr. Su?" Su Winnie said, "It may not be selling right now, but someone like you has clearly come here with deep pockets to buy it. Who's to say the price won't rise in a few days?" Lu Xian's pupils contracted slightly. He sensed something unusual, but forced a smile. "You seem to know something." By now, Su Winnie was certain that what Yu Fangyin's master had said was true. His entire face flushed with excitement. Yet his voice remained steady, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, as though he were speaking to Lu Xian, or perhaps to himself. 11 days ago, someone bought a batch of raw silk from me. Her master told her that the price would rise. Today, when I saw Boss Lu come here, I knew." His voice trembled. "I gambled right." Bang! Lu Xian kicked open the door of the luthier hall. Jianshu, standing guard nearby, nearly drew his sword in alarm. When he recognized Lu Xian, his eyes widened in surprise. Lu Xian stormed inside, his face dark with anger. He grabbed the already cooled Hokue tea from the table and gulped it down, then slammed the cup back onto the table with a startling clatter. Against the eastern wall of the luthier hall, more than a dozen pieces of wood for making chains were neatly arranged. Xia Wei, dressed in a simple cyan robe with his sleeves rolled up to reveal his bony wrists, stood examining them with a marking line in hand. He wore no wide-sleeved crane cloak. Hearing the commotion, he turned around. Seeing Lu Xian, his cool, slender brows furrowed slightly. "Failed," Lu Xian replied, "half succeeded. But today I saw a ghost. Xie Jing, tell me honestly, when did the silk boats capsize on the Chao River? When did the news first reach the capital? And who else knew about it?" Xia Wei turned his attention back to the wood. He flipped over a piece of paulownia in the center. "Didn't Jianshu tell you? The incident happened 3 days ago. The news reached the capital less than 2 hours ago. Aside from the messenger, only I, Jianshu, and you knew. Lucien snapped. Impossible. Someone bought raw silk from Su Winnie 11 days ago, predicting that the price would rise. I probed carefully, but Su Winnie revealed very little. After leaving, I made some inquiries. These past few days, a young woman has been visiting the guild hall, apparently doing business with him. Guess who she is? An unheard-of illegitimate daughter of Qingyuan Count's mansion named Yu Fangying. She seems to have a master behind her, but no one knows who. If the silk boats capsized 3 days ago, how did this person know 8 days in advance? Xiaowei's fingers, tracing the Polonia board intended for the Qin's surface, paused. Lucien's words revealed something deeply suspicious, yet Xiaowei didn't pursue that question immediately. Instead, he asked, "You said you half succeeded. How?" Lucien nearly choked at the question. Suppressing his frustration, he answered, "Su Winnie is sharp. He probably guessed I'm someone influential. After all, those who receive this kind of news first in the capital aren't people one should offend lightly." He wanted to establish some goodwill, and he was also afraid he'd be left penniless if silk prices didn't rise. So in the end, he sold me half a boatload at last year's market price. Xiaowei nodded. Good. This year, the silkworm farmers in Jiangsu and Zhujiang have suffered greatly. We aren't doing this purely for profit. Earning a little less is fine. But Lucien was a money grubber. He couldn't help tapping the table forcefully with his fingers. Xie, get this straight. This matter is serious. How could Yu Fangying's master have predicted that the silk boats on the Chao River would run into trouble? If they could have a small-time player like Yu Fangying buy silk, they might very well be secretly purchasing even more raw silk at low prices. It's highly likely that this person is connected to the incident on the Chao River. I don't believe in clairvoyance. Either it's a coincidence, or it was premeditated. Whether this person is in the court or among the commoners, they're clearly no ordinary figure. I say we can't let this go. We have to find out exactly who Yu Fangying's master is. Xiaowei had never intended to let the matter go. He had simply been more concerned about whether the task had been accomplished. His expression remained indifferent, showing neither joy nor anger. He merely lowered his gaze and said, "Indeed, we shouldn't underestimate this. Since we don't know who this person is, have someone investigate that illegitimate daughter of the Count's household. This person must have had contact with her, and they have some connection to the Chao River. Yet they don't dare act openly. They might be some low-ranking official. The scope is narrow. It shouldn't be difficult to investigate." Lucien thought the same. But soon, they realized that things weren't as simple as they had imagined. Chapter 22. After leaving secluded bamboo pavilion, Yanlin took her around for a while longer. From gold and silver jewelry to jade ornaments, rouge and sachets, even calligraphy and paintings, whenever they entered a shop and saw something nice, he would always ask her, "Do you like it?" At first, Jiang Xuening didn't notice anything unusual, but when she saw Yanlin pick up a jade scepter and ask her the same question again, a faint realization began to dawn on her. The young man had always been straightforward in expressing himself, yet now, he seemed uncharacteristically reserved. Whenever he asked whether she liked something, his eyes were smiling, but his gaze flickered slightly, as though he were hiding something he didn't want her to discover, along with a barely perceptible trace of shyness. Yanlin truly didn't want her to know. September was nearly over. Counting on his fingers, October would soon arrive, followed by November, the month of his capping ceremony. Once the ceremony was complete, he would be of marriageable age. Then he could propose to the Zhang mansion, and naturally, the betrothal gifts would need to be prepared in advance. He wanted to know what Ningning liked and disliked. If there was anything she fancied, he would quietly buy it after today and add it to the betrothal list. He imagined she would be pleasantly surprised when she saw everything. The young man's thoughts were hardly well hidden. Before Jiang Xuening noticed, she could still casually answer whether she liked something or not, assuming he was merely asking her opinion as usual. But once she realized his intentions, she found it awkward. Saying she liked something felt inappropriate, yet insisting that she disliked everything wasn't right either. She followed him into 2 more shops. Finally, in front of the 3rd store selling pearl and jade hair ornaments, she stopped and said to Yanlin, "I'm a little tired." Yanlin looked up and saw the weariness on her face. Only then did he belatedly realize that while he had been happily browsing, he had forgotten she was entering the palace tomorrow and hadn't even asked whether she wanted to rest. A pang of guilt struck him. It's my fault. I forgot again. There'll be plenty of time later. Once you enter the palace as the princess's attending student, I can still visit you. Let's head back early today. I'll escort you. Jiang Xuening had come by carriage. Yin Lin, however, was on horseback and rode slowly beside her carriage on the way back. Occasionally, she lifted a corner of the carriage curtain and saw the golden-red glow of the setting sun spilling over the young man's tall, straight figure. His high nose bridge, the faint smile on his lips, even his fluttering eyelashes caught the light. Whenever he turned to look at her, his gaze was so intense and radiant. Yet what welled up in her heart was an inexplicable ache. It was about time. She needed to find the right opportunity to make things clear with Yin Lin. Upon returning to the mansion, Jiang Xuening ordered her belongings to be brought out and instructed the household accountants to check what items her parents had acquired for her over the years. She didn't keep her own records, but the mansion did. The maids and matrons who had previously been punished for stealing from her trembled in fear, thinking the second young miss was about to settle old scores again. Even Wang Xing's wife turned pale with fright. Jiang Xuening simply said, I told you I wouldn't hold it against you anymore. This has nothing to do with you. Just move the things as instructed and check the accounts as needed. Only then did the servants in the room relax. Soon, several large chests were brought out. Jiang Xuening sorted her valuable possessions into two categories according to the inventory in her hands. On one side were things that belonged to her, mostly gifts from the household during festivals. The other side, which made up the majority, consisted of gifts Yin Lin had given her over the years. She meticulously recorded everything in a newly prepared ledger. The Marquis of Courage estate had once been vast and illustrious, but when the emperor issued the decree to confiscate its property, there had been no warning whatsoever. Even the night before, the entire household had been preparing for Yin Lin's capping ceremony the following day. Thus, when the confiscation order arrived, they were caught completely unprepared. All their assets were seized and thoroughly investigated, and the entire family was immediately imprisoned in the imperial prison. Although some people outside tried their best to intervene and pull strings, they were constrained by a lack of money and their inability to see either the Marquis or his heir. Then, when the embroidered uniform guard discovered letters linking the Marquis of Courage estate to the Pingnan Prince rebels, the emperor flew into a rage. After that, no one dared to intervene on behalf of the Marquis's household. In the end, out of consideration for the Marquis's past service to the nation, the emperor spared them the death penalty of exterminating the entire clan. But how miserable and destitute had they been after being exiled? In her past life, when Yin Lin returned to the capital, he had become a completely different man. He always carried an air of hostility and rarely smiled. The fiery youth from her memories seemed never to have existed. Only in the quiet of the night, when he lay on the bed in her palace, gently holding her hand and telling her about his experiences, feelings, and observations during his exile in the desolate Northwest, could Jiang Xuening sense that this was still Yin Lin, the same youth who had once told her stories of the land's majestic beauty. But the stories were different now. In his youth, he had been a noble young heir, dressed in fine clothes and riding spirited horses, traveling across the land with boundless confidence, his eyes filled with brilliance and beauty. After his exile, he was no longer a scion of nobility, but a convicted criminal sent to a harsh and bitter land. Even the same landscapes appeared desolate in his eyes, and his memories were filled with the cruelty of the world and the fickleness of human hearts. Now, heaven had given her another chance, turning back the river of time and allowing her to see once more the sincere and passionate youth from her memories. This depth of emotion, she could never repay it. But if she could ensure that this youth remained forever as beautiful as he was in her memories, how wonderful would that be? The zither Yin Lin had bought for her during the day still rested on the table. Jiang Xuening gazed at it quietly for a long time before recording it in her ledger and adding a small note beside it. 3,000 taels of silver. After writing it down, she couldn't help letting out a bitter laugh. That Yin Lin, he really spent money without blinking, didn't he? Was he trying to bankrupt her? This zither had cost 3,000 taels, but who knew how much its value would depreciate when she resold it? That Lu Xiaoyin was truly a swindler. Linghe and Tang didn't understand why she had suddenly started inventorying her belongings again, but then they remembered something and approached her. By the way, miss, since you were chosen as the princess's attending student, the master and madam have rewarded you with many things. This afternoon, the eldest young lady also sent over a set of scholars' treasures. Would you like to look at them and count them as well? Jiang Xuening? She glanced toward Linghe. Peugeot brushes, a Duan inkstone, soot ink, and a stack of Qingxintang paper. All were of the finest quality. For a moment, she remained silent before finally saying, "Just leave them there." The news that Jiang Xuening had been summoned to the palace as an attending student for the princess naturally caused quite a stir in Zhang Mansion. After all, with her spoiled temperament and lack of proper education, she was far from matching the eldest young lady, Jiang Xuening, in any respect. Yet the final list bore her name. Initially, rumors throughout the mansion had claimed that the name submitted was that of the eldest young lady. No one had expected such an unexpected turn of events. For a time, all kinds of speculation arose. Some said the palace might have mistaken the names. Others claimed Jiang Xuening had ingratiated herself with the princess and used some underhanded method to have Jiang Xuehui's name removed and replaced with her own. Still others whispered that she had thrown a tantrum before the master and forced him to change the candidate before submitting the name. There were even those who suggested that Jiang Xuehui's qualifications simply hadn't been good enough, and the palace had therefore rejected her. But no matter what people said, none of it reached Jiang Xuening's ears. She didn't care. Since she was scheduled to enter the palace the next morning, Zhang Boyo and Meng Shi, though equally baffled by the outcome, still arranged a family dinner that evening and summoned both Jiang Xuehui and Jiang Xuening to attend. This was the first time Jiang Xuening had seen Jiang Xuehui since the palace selection. She looked no different from usual. As poised and virtuous as ever, she even took the initiative to serve dishes to their parents during the meal. There was no trace of resentment or disappointment on her face, as though the matter had never happened and she had heard none of the gossips circulating outside. Jiang Boyo, however, was deeply troubled. He had little hope for Jiang Xuening's time in the palace and earnestly advised her, "Your father serves at court, and his achievements are passable. Once you enter the palace, there's no need to strive for excellence. Just behave yourself, control your temper, and don't cause trouble. Whether the princess or the tutors take a liking to you doesn't matter. Scrape by if you have to. Remember, observe more, speak less, and keep your head down." Jiang Xuening acknowledged every point. But inwardly, she thought, "Tomorrow, when I begin learning palace etiquette, Jiang Boyo won't need to worry so much. If my plan of passive resistance goes smoothly, I'll probably fail the etiquette and aptitude assessments and be sent home early." Seeing her indifferent demeanor, Jiang Boyo grew even more uneasy. Though he said nothing further, he resolved to seek out Juan after court the next day and ask him to look out for her in the palace. Meng Shi, still unsettled by the unexpected change in the selection, wore a displeased expression throughout the meal. She glanced at Jiang Xuening several times, tempted to ask whether she had interfered in the process. But with Jiang Boyo signaling her to let the matter go, she held her tongue. Her words to Jiang Xuening were merely perfunctory. After all, Jiang Boyo had already said everything that needed to be said, leaving little for her to add. The meal ended at 7:15. By the time they left the main hall, lanterns had already been lit throughout the mansion. After bidding farewell, Jiang Xuening and Jiang Xuehui left together, walking along the corridor, one ahead and the other behind, as was natural. On any other day, they would have ignored each other and gone their separate ways. But today, Jiang Xuening called out to her, her tone cool. "I didn't like the gift you sent." Jiang Xuehui paused, but didn't turn around. "Then just throw it away, Ningmei." Jiang Xuening let out a mocking laugh. "If I were you, having my name submitted only to be passed over while my unaccomplished younger sister was chosen as an attending student, I'd certainly wonder whether I'd been played for a fool. Yet here you are, pretending with your gifts of brushes and ink. Do you really think I can't tell that you wanted to enter the palace too?" Jiang Xuehui finally turned to look at her. The corridor was draped with wisteria vines, though their flowering season had long since passed. Now, in late autumn, The withered leaves and sparse branches allowed the pale moonlight to filter through, casting fragmented shadows across her figure. Clad in a simple moon-white gown, Jiang Xuening stood there with an elegant grace. Even the mocking curve of her lips possessed a captivating charm. Her joys and anger were laid bare, as though she disdained concealment. Jiang Xuehui felt a pang of envy. She spoke slowly. I didn't want to enter the palace. What woman in this world hasn't yearned for splendor? To me, there's no shame in that. But since it didn't happen, there's nothing to lament. Everything has its own fate. It seems I lacked both the ability and the fortune. Jiang Xuening had always disliked her composed demeanor. The smile on her lips faded, replaced by sharper sarcasm. Do you know why I've disliked you ever since the day I returned to this household? Jiang Xuehui remained silent. Jiang Xuening reached up and snapped a dry twig from the vine overhead. The crisp crack pierced the quiet night with startling clarity. It's not only because you're better than me, more accomplished than me, and have enjoyed everything that should have belonged to me. More importantly, for 4 years, you've known your true origins and who your birth mother is. Even if some people didn't raise you, they gave you life. Yet you've never asked me about Wan Yang. Not even once. Jiang Xuehui's interlaced fingers tightened slightly. She lowered her gaze, as though she were about to speak. But in the end, she said nothing. Jiang Xuening tossed the twig aside and smiled at her. Before Wan Yang died from her illness, she took my hand and pressed her family's heirloom bracelet into it. She asked me to give it to you when I returned to the household. Her smile turned cold. But I never did, because I believed you weren't worthy. Chapter 23. After saying this, Jiang Xuening didn't bother to see what expression Jiang Xuehui might have and simply turned to leave. Most of the time, she couldn't quite distinguish what emotions she held toward Wan Yang. Yet when all the tragedies of her past life were traced back to their roots, they were connected to Wan Yang. Logically speaking, she should hate her. But whenever she thought about how Wan Yang had always been preoccupied with her beloved daughter, yet never once spared a thought for Jiang Xuening herself, she couldn't help feeling that Wan Yang was ultimately both detestable and pitiable. In her past life, Jiang Xuening had seized Jiang Xuehui's opportunity and even her marriage prospects, stubbornly forcing her way into the palace to become Xin Zi's attending student. In this life, she had deliberately avoided the palace, yet everyone seemed to rush toward her as though driven by fate. Even the matter of entering the palace as an attending student had fallen into her lap, without her name ever being submitted. It was as though unseen hands were pushing her into the palace. Everything seemed eerily similar to her past life. It made her wonder, having been reborn into this life, could she truly change anything? Or was she merely doomed to repeat the same mistakes? Early the next morning, before dawn had even broken, Jiang Xuening was roused by her maids. After washing and dressing, she bid farewell to her parents, took a few belongings, and boarded the carriage. Ministers entered and exited the palace through the Meridian Gate. Female relatives of the palace and attending students like them entered through the Gate of Chastity and Obedience at the northeastern corner of the palace. Most of the attending students selected this time were between 17 and 20 years old, in the prime of their youth. By the time Jiang Xuening arrived, several had already gathered. She rarely attended gatherings of noble daughters and wasn't familiar with them, but they knew one another well and were whispering among themselves near the palace gate. Yet the moment the Zhang mansion's carriage arrived, the murmurs ceased. All eyes turned toward her. Their gazes held varying degrees of curiosity and wariness. Originally, the name submitted by the Zhang family had been Jiang Xuehui's, yet somehow Jiang Xuening had been chosen as the attending student instead. This matter wasn't only known within the Zhang household. Word had long since spread outside, among noble daughters like them, who wouldn't pay attention to such things. Others had fought tooth and nail for this opportunity. Yet Jiang Xuening had sat at home without lifting a finger, and the privilege had simply fallen into her lap. It was difficult not to feel unsettled. As soon as Jiang Xuening stepped down from the carriage, a quick glance revealed several familiar faces. Indeed, they were the same group of attending students from her past life. There was Yu from Qingyuan Count's mansion. At the Double Ninth Festival banquet, Jiang Xuening had thoroughly humiliated her, creating enmity between them. Now, dressed in elegant palace attire, Yu wore an expression of dignified grace. But the look she cast toward Jiang Xuening was filled with undisguised hostility, even tinged with venom. Jiang Xuening thought to herself that you had better not provoke her. In this life, her standing in the palace was far better than it had been before. If she lost her temper and accidentally crushed Yu, the rumors wouldn't reflect well on her. Beside Yu stood Fanilon, daughter of the Secretary of the Ministry of Rites, who had been declared the winner of the poetry contest at the Double Ninth Festival banquet. Among all the girls, she was dressed the most plainly, without even a single pair of ear pendants. Her demeanor carried an air of detachment. Entering the palace seemed to hold no excitement for her. While the others looked at Jiang Xuening with varying degrees of curiosity, Fanilon merely glanced at her indifferently, showing neither envy nor interest. Jiang Xuening knew that among the 12 attending students entering the palace, Fanilon was the only one who harbored no desire for wealth or glory. In the end, she wouldn't remain in the palace to serve as an attendant. Next was Zhou Baoying, the third daughter of the Dingyuan Marquis. She was the youngest among them and the beloved jewel of the Marquis. Her small face still carried a touch of baby fat, round and plump, with large, bright eyes like black grapes. She stood at the palace gates looking around without the slightest trace of fear. In her fair, delicate hands, she clutched a small oil paper package, constantly reaching inside for candied fruits to nibble on. Her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster's as she blinked and stared intently at Jiang Xuening. This was a girl who could be won over with nothing more than a handful of snacks. There was only one drawback. Anyone who gave her treats could win her over. Perhaps it was because she was still young and naive, utterly lacking in principles. The remaining girls included Yao Rongrong, Fang Miao, and 3 others. Jiang Xuening found the other 3 unfamiliar and could no longer remember them. It seemed they had all been dismissed by the palace's female officials during the days of learning etiquette and familiarizing themselves with the palace environment because of poor manners and inadequate knowledge. The first 2, however, she still remembered. One was Yao Rongrong, the lowest born among those entering the palace this time, daughter of Hamlin Academy lecturer Yao Duping. Her delicate, modest appearance and clothing seemed rather shabby compared with the other noble-born young ladies. Whenever she looked at others, her gaze was meek and submissive. The moment her eyes met Jiang Xuening's, she immediately looked away, not daring to glance over again. Jiang Xuening remembered Yao Rongrong because, in her past life, she had been the slowest and most inept learner among them all. Lastly, there was Fang Miao. Her face was delicate and clean, while her lively eyes were a little too restless. A small red mole adorned the tip of her brow, lending her a charming air. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that she wore a water blue robe today. That was because September, according to the 5 elements, belonged to metal, while the gentle, flowing essence of lesser Yin harmonized with water. Indeed, Fang Miao was the only daughter of the director of the Imperial Observatory. Having grown up immersed in her father's world, she had learned to observe celestial phenomena and calculate solar terms, delving deeply into the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. She could even read fortunes and divine fates. As for whether her predictions were accurate, Jiang Xuening didn't know. In her past life, Fang Miao's hobby had made her quite popular among the others. They often gathered in the evenings to divine matters of love and fortune, and she had thrived in such company. Jiang Xuening paid no attention to how the others looked at her, because in this life, her plan was clear. Learn etiquette? Just as no one could wake a person pretending to sleep, no female official, no matter how skilled, could teach someone determined to stay far away from the palace. She couldn't be bothered with these people. So after stepping out of the carriage, she didn't approach them to chat. Instead, she stood at a moderate distance from the palace gates. The eunuch guarding the entrance glanced at her, counted on his fingers, and said, 9 have arrived. 3 more are missing. Please wait a moment, young ladies. This servant will escort you into the palace shortly. Yao Rongrong timidly asked, who hasn't arrived yet? Zhou Baoying lowered her head and picked through the candied fruits in her oil paper package. Pouting slightly, she answered casually, the last to arrive will surely be Sister Xiao. Sister Chun and Sister Yao are with her, so they'll probably come together. The others' expressions subtly changed. As the legitimate daughter of a marquis household who had always been close to Xiao Shu and the others, and being simple-minded by nature, Zhou Baoying saw nothing wrong with her words. But the social standings of the others present could hardly compare with theirs. Now, with most of them already gathered here waiting, there were still people who hadn't arrived. Who wouldn't think those yet to come were putting on airs? Just as they were speaking, an extravagantly luxurious carriage approached the gate of chastity and obedience from the distance and stopped before the crowd. The coachman placed a footstool beside the carriage. The eunuch who had been speaking with Jiang Xuening and the others immediately hurried forward upon seeing it. His face broke into an obsequious smile as he bowed beside the carriage. The young mistress has finally arrived. It was indeed Xiao Shu inside. Today, she wore an apricot yellow, wide-sleeved immortal dress. The jade pendants at her waist chimed softly as she descended with the support of the eunuch's offered hand. Smiling, she said, "So it's Eunuch Huang who's come to greet us today? The eldest princess didn't mention that to me." Huang Renli chuckled. Her Highness was delighted to hear that so many companions would be visiting this time. She specially sent this servant to observe and report back to her. Everyone immediately understood. This Huang Renli was a eunuch serving the Luyang Grand Princess and was clearly highly trusted by her. Yet such a eunuch had personally helped Xiao Shu down from the carriage. The prominence of the Xiao clan, as well as Xiao Shu's closeness with the eldest princess, was evident. Xiao Shu wasn't the only person in the carriage. After she descended, two others followed. Jiang Xuening's eyebrows lifted slightly when she saw them. One was Chen Shui, daughter of Grand Secretary Chen Yunjin. Although she rarely entered the palace and wasn't especially familiar with the Luyang Grand Princess, she was extremely close to Xiao Shu. Their noble family backgrounds in the capital were comparable. While she wasn't as strikingly beautiful as Xiao Shu, she lived up to her name, possessing an innate grace and dignity. A faint smile always rested on her face. Yet her eyes revealed considerable thoughtfulness and calculation. She was a person of restrained and cautious temperament. The remaining girl was more interesting. With almond-shaped eyes and willow-leaf brows, her hair arranged in a single coiled bun, she wore crescent moon-shaped white jade earrings and an exquisite jade lock at her chest. Both her beauty and attire spoke of extraordinary origins. Yet as she stepped down from the carriage, this official's daughter wore a furrowed brow. She looked visibly irritated and even somewhat gloomy, as though some troublesome and unresolved matter was weighing heavily on her mind. Jiang Xuening remembered her all too well. Yao Shi, daughter of Grand Tutor Yao, the Secretary of Personnel. She had nearly married Zhang Zhe, only to stubbornly break off the engagement halfway through the marriage negotiations. Afterward, she spread rumors throughout the capital that Zhang Zhe brought misfortune to his wives, while her father politically suppressed him, driving Zhang Zhe's elderly mother, Madame Feng, into such anger that she fell gravely ill. After much deliberation, Yao Shi eventually married Zhou Yingji. Thereafter, her maternal family helped Zhou Yingji rise meteorically through the ranks. Yet unexpectedly, only 3 years later, she died from difficult childbirth in Zhou Yingji's residence, which was filled with wives and concubines. At this moment, Yao Shi must have been in the middle of marriage negotiations with Zhang Zhe, and she was probably deeply troubled by it. After all, Zhang Zhe had only recently clashed with the embroidered uniform guard. By all appearances, his future didn't seem promising. Jiang Xuening couldn't quite explain it. Though she knew she hadn't been a saint in her past life, her methods had never been as underhanded as this woman's. She scrutinized Yao Shi from head to toe, then from left to right, and simply found her displeasing. To abandon Zhang Zhe and choose Zhou Yingji. What a waste of those pretty eyes. Her gaze was calm, yet laden with meaning as she fixed it on Yao Shi. Yao Shi had just stepped down from the carriage and was glancing around at the others when her eyes inadvertently met Jiang Xuening's stare. She paused, momentarily stunned. But Jiang Xuening suddenly curved her lips into a brilliant smile. Standing among the crowd, she looked as though she held great fondness for Yao Shi, appearing utterly amiable. She even nodded in greeting, completely concealing the sharpness and mockery from moments before. Yao Shi was baffled. Yet when someone as striking as Jiang Xuening smiled at you, even another woman could hardly resist. Although she had no idea why Jiang Xuening was smiling at her, Yao Shi instinctively smiled back. Outwardly pure and kind, Jiang Xuening mused inwardly. In her past life, She hadn't known Zhang Zhu at this point and hadn't paid Yaoshi any attention. But in this life, this girl had better not stir up trouble right under her nose. Otherwise, Jiang Xuening might not be able to resist stepping in. Chapter 24. With that, all 12 had arrived. Among the group, Xiaoshu was undoubtedly the unspoken leader. The moment she approached, all eyes turned toward her, filled not only with admiration, but also with traces of fear and submission. Many took the initiative to greet her. Xiaoshu responded to each of them with a nod, treating everyone equally. The only exception came when her gaze fell upon Jiang Xuening. The corners of her lips curved slightly. At this point, Jiang Xuening had yet to pay her respects. Yet Xiaoshu nodded to her from afar first, offering what seemed like a friendly acknowledgement with a hint of implicit recognition. Had it been anyone else, they would have been flattered beyond measure. But to Jiang Xuening, Xiaoshu's attitude still carried the innate superiority of nobility. It wasn't a gesture of genuine equality, merely an acknowledgement that since Jiang Xuening had caught the eye of the eldest princess, she was now worthy of Xiaoshu's notice. Yet Xiaoshu would never truly take her seriously. Such was Xiaoshu's nature. Born into extraordinary privilege, everything others spent their lives dreaming of had been hers since childhood. Rarely did she encounter anything she couldn't obtain. This made her utterly composed in every situation. Even when facing royalty, she remained neither arrogant nor deferential. Toward those who posed no threat to her, no matter how disrespectful they were, she could still converse with ease and never lose her temper. Because in her eyes, those beneath her were unworthy of dialogue. Only when she perceived someone as a threat would she bare her fangs. Jiang Xuening had clashed with her in her past life. Before becoming empress, she had once put considerable effort into charming Xinjie. Though Xinjie might not have truly favored her, what man didn't enjoy being flattered by a beautiful woman? So, for a time, she was considered favored. But once Xinjie ascended the throne and Jiang Xuening became empress, having achieved her goal, she could no longer be bothered to humor him. Soon afterward, when Xiaoshu entered the palace, Jiang Xuening gladly let the harem compete for favor. She was perfectly content to have the emperor stay in Xiaoshu's quarters while she remained in the palace of earthly tranquility, wielding the phoenix seal and focusing solely on being empress, living a life of comfort. Until one day, Xiaoshu became pregnant, was named imperial noble consort, and Xinjie even granted her authority to oversee the 6 palaces. Only then did Jiang Xuening begin to panic, or rather, to rage. It turned out that becoming empress didn't guarantee she would remain one for life. With so many women in the harem, capable individuals would inevitably emerge, especially someone like Xiaoshu. She had been born into a powerful aristocratic family, backed by formidable maternal support. She was talented and ambitious, accustomed to standing above others all her life. It was unlikely she would ever be satisfied with merely being an imperial noble consort, much less tolerate anyone standing above her. Thus, the struggle truly began. Though Jiang Xuening's relationship with her family was strained, their fates were intertwined. Zhang Boyo had recently been appointed Secretary of Revenue, giving him considerable influence at court. She also had Zhou Yinji, who by then controlled most of the embroidered uniform guard. He was ruthless and reliable in carrying out his duties. What was particularly interesting was that the Shao clan had a long-lost, legitimate eldest son named Shao Dingfei, who had only been found a couple of years earlier. As the rightful heir to the Duke of Cheng's title and Shao Shu's half-brother, he was notorious throughout the court for his dissolute and reckless behavior. He was utterly useless in all things except his fawning devotion to Jiang Xuening. For her sake, Shao Dingfei could infuriate the Duke of Cheng to the point of fainting, and he showed no respect whatsoever to his sister, Shao Shu. He was, in essence, the perfect weapon for Jiang Xuening to use against the Duke's manor. Thus, when it came to clashes with Shao Shu and the Duke's manor, Jiang Xuening never found herself at a disadvantage. At worst, their battles were evenly matched. Later, when Xie Wei brought down the Shao clan, she even clapped her hands in delight for a while. Of course, her joy was short-lived. Within half a year, Xie Wei struck again. This time, he toppled the imperial family and seized control of the entire court. Jiang Xuening, the empress, finally lost her former glory. It was truly a case of When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. Though both Shi and Xiao Shu met unfortunate ends, ultimately falling into Xie Wei's hands amid the political turmoil, one might expect Jiang Xuening to feel a shred of sympathy for her former rival. But that wasn't the case at all. While Xie Wei was indeed a devil cloaked in the guise of a sage, that didn't make Xiao Shu a good person, nor did it mean Jiang Xuening had to unite against a common enemy with her. On the contrary, in this life, Jiang Xuening still disliked Xiao Shu and remained wary of her. Faced with Xiao Shu's greeting, she lowered her gaze in thought for a moment before offering a faint nod in return, maintaining her usual aloofness. Xiao Shu's eyes flickered with scrutiny, but her attention soon shifted as Huang Renli finished counting heads and summoned several palace attendants to carry their belongings. After verifying their waste tokens, he led them into the palace, occasionally pointing out the surrounding halls along the way. Huang Renli knew that these young ladies were all from noble families. Some were friends of the eldest princess, while others had piqued her interest. His voice, naturally soft and gentle, carried a soothing warmth as he spoke. This time, all the young ladies will reside in the Hall of Admirable Restraint. His Majesty has taken great care in preparing for Her Highness's attending students. Originally, this hall was meant for the Crown Prince's attendants, but since there are no princes in the palace at present, it has been refurbished by the Imperial Household Department with new furnishings and ornamental trees. Each of you will have your own spacious room. The hall is adjacent to the Hall of Adoration, where lectures will be held, so it is quite convenient. To the north lie the 6 palaces, where the imperial consorts reside, while to the south, one can glimpse the outer court's Hall of Literary Glory and the Pavilion of Literary Brilliance. This makes it easy for the tutors to come and go for the princess and the young ladies' lessons. However, as it lies on the edge of the inner court, closer to the outer court, if any of you are concerned about accidentally encountering outsiders, it would be best to limit your movements. Though the separation between men and women wasn't overly strict in this dynasty, some households adhered to rigid rules, even forbidding their daughters from meeting unrelated men. Hence Huang Renli's reminder. Jiang Xuening, of course, paid no heed. But among the other young ladies, a few nodded solemnly in agreement. Jiang Xuening scoffed inwardly. The Hall of Admirable Restraint had been all too convenient for her in her past life. Close to the Hall of Literary Glory, some tutors could easily come to lecture the princesses after finishing their lessons for the emperor, princes, and ministers. Similarly, those like Yan Lin and Xin Jie, who attended these lectures, could also sneak over. Occasionally, when Xie Wei was lecturing on certain texts, other noble descendants would even request the emperor's permission to listen from behind a specially arranged screen. It was practically a place where one could flirt with whomever they pleased. In this life, the Hall of Admirable Restraint was just as it had been in the past. Even the 2 newly planted osmanthus trees beneath the palace walls stood in exactly the same places. Since it had previously housed the attending students of the princes, the place was elegant and simple, exuding the scholarly atmosphere of a library. It was clearly a place meant for learning. Young ladies from wealthy families, accustomed to luxury at home, might not find it particularly impressive. But someone like Yao Rongrong, who came from a modest background, couldn't hide her delight. She was about to praise the grandeur of the palace when she noticed the indifferent expressions of the others and quietly swallowed her words. Huang Renli said, "The place has already been cleaned, but you ladies may need to discuss which rooms you'd like to stay in. Once you've settled on your accommodations and tidied up a bit, several female officials from the Bureau of Etiquette will come to teach you palace protocols. You must be on your best behavior, as Su Shangyi herself will be coming to observe. She has served in the palace for many years and was once the personal attendant of the eldest princess, having watched her grow up. She is extremely strict when it comes to etiquette. If you fail to meet her standards, even if you've made it this far, you might still be sent home." Su Shangyi. The moment Jiang Xuening heard the name, she reflexively felt a dull ache in her knees, back, neck, and even her fingers. In her past life, having grown up in the countryside, she had never been fond of learning rules. After returning to the capital, she became even more unruly under Yan Lin's indulgence. As a result, the moment she entered the palace, she ran straight into Su Shangyi's hands. Moreover, since Su Shangyi had raised Shen Ziyi, Whether out of loyalty to the princess or under some directive from her, she was especially harsh on Jiang Xuening, making her repeat tasks at the slightest mistake. Those moments were particularly humiliating. Because everyone else had already mastered the lessons, they would stand by and watch her struggle, their gazes inevitably judgmental as they whispered behind her back. Many of the noble young ladies who had come as attending students today had deliberately inquired about the palace's inner workings. Clearly, they had also heard of this formidable Su Shangyi from the Bureau of Etiquette, and their expressions betrayed a hint of fear. This led to hushed discussions as they chose their rooms. "I've heard of Su Shangyi. She's terrifying. My mother warned me this morning to avoid her if possible. But Eunuch Huang mentioned that several female officials would be coming. So maybe we'll be taught separately? What if I really end up with Su Shangyi? Oh no. Is she really that scary?" This room faces south, with the window on the west side overlooking the osmanthus trees. "It should attract good fortune. I'll take this one. Don't anyone dare fight me for it. May the gods bless me so I can pass this trial smoothly." Jiang Xuening didn't bother competing for the prime rooms. Instead, she chose the quietest, most secluded corner, though it had poor lighting. Just by listening to the chatter behind her, she could already tell who was who. The one who always added suffixes like lo or yet to her speech in a sweet voice was Zhou Baoying. The timid and shy one was Yao Rongrong. The somewhat mystical girl who took forever to choose a room while muttering calculations was Feng Miao, who could practically be considered half a fortune teller. The others didn't say much. Soon, the rooms were chosen. With unspoken agreement, everyone left the best room for Xiao Shu, while Qin Shuyi and Yao Shi took the rooms on either side of hers. The rest scattered among the remaining rooms. Jiang Xuening ended up with the room at the very edge, so only its eastern side adjoined another room. It was a rather poor location, and the neighboring room was taken by Fan Alon, who didn't much care about being an attending student anyway. Once the rooms had been chosen, everyone went inside to settle their belongings. Jiang Xuening had brought the least with her, so she finished tidying up quickly. Stepping outside, she thought she'd be the first. To her surprise, Fan Alon was already sitting outside. Seeing her emerge, Fan Alon gave a slight nod. Perhaps thinking Jiang Xuening shared her indifference toward the whole affair, she even offered a rare smile, genuine and warm. Truly like an orchid blooming in an empty valley. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, she carried an air of serene elegance, untouched by worldly concerns. Jiang Xuening guessed that Miss Fan might have mistaken her for a kindred spirit. But since there seemed to be no need to explain such a pleasant misunderstanding, she shamelessly accepted the goodwill and smiled back. The two sat in silence, waiting. It took nearly half an hour before everyone else finished settling in. Then came an announcement from outside. The female officials from the Bureau of Etiquette had arrived to teach them the rules. Instantly, all the palace maids inside and outside the hall of admirable restraint stood straight, bowing their heads and holding their breath, not daring to make a sound. The solemnity of the moment sent a ripple of tension through the group. Soon, four female officials entered through the palace gates. The one at the forefront wore the gray-blue robes of a fifth-rank female official. Her hair was coiled high and adorned with two golden hairpins carved with auspicious cloud patterns. Her hands were folded neatly in front of her waist, though they did not rest against it. Every step she took was measured and precise, each identical in length. Her face, marked by age, showed not a trace of warmth. Wrinkles framed her eyes, and a faint vertical crease between her brows hinted at frequent frowns. Her gaze swept over the group, cold, sharp, and utterly devoid of warmth. Among the 12, the more timid immediately lowered their heads in fear. Only Xiao Shu, Qin Shuyi, and Fan Alon remained composed, bowing calmly in greeting. Xiao Shu and Qin Shuyi had often entered the palace and were already well-versed in etiquette. Fan Alon, however, treated everyone the same, so Su Shangyi's severity didn't faze her. Noticing this, Su Shangyi's brows furrowed. She stopped before the group and spoke in a flat, uninflected tone. "Today, the Bureau of Etiquette has been tasked with instructing you young ladies in palace etiquette. This will last 2 days. You may address me as Su Shangyi. In the future, you will all serve as attending students for Her Highness the eldest princess, so utmost caution is required. I expect everyone to take these 2 days seriously." Should anyone slack off or prove incapable of learning, they will be sent home. Huang Renli had already conveyed a similar warning earlier, but no one had taken it to heart. Yet when Su Shangyi spoke those words, a chill ran through everyone, leaving them trembling inside. Su Shangyi saw that they had all taken her words to heart, and then said, "Now, please divide yourselves into 3 groups. Later, 3 female officials will instruct you separately so that the guidance can be more thorough." Everyone bowed in unison. Yes. With that, Su Shangyi stepped aside and took a seat. All the girls immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the strictest and most fearsome Shangyi would not personally instruct them. But the instruction to divide yourselves carried a subtle implication. Xiao Shu, Chen Shuyi, and Yao Shi had arrived together in the same carriage, so naturally, they grouped together. Yu Yu, however, glanced around and suddenly stepped forward. Pulling Fan Ilan along, she approached Zhou Baoying, who was about to join Xiao Shu's group. Smiling sweetly, she said, "I've always wanted to get to know you, Baoying. Shall we be together?" Zhou Baoying thought for a moment and found it agreeable, so she nodded. Jiang Xuening remained standing where she was, pondering whom to align herself with in this lifetime. In her past life, she had been fiercely competitive and paired with Zhou Baoying. Unfortunately, she had the bad luck of encountering Su Shangyi and was tormented beyond recognition. This time, though she had already planned to take it easy and had no intention of passing smoothly, if she ran into Su Shangyi again, leaving the palace would be a certainty, but not without suffering greatly first. She still hadn't quite made up her mind. Choosing who to align with requires careful consideration of momentum. A mysterious voice suddenly spoke from behind her. Jiang Xuening turned to see Fang Miao walking toward her, her lively eyes gleaming shrewdly as she rested a hand on Jiang Xuening's shoulder. "Second Miss Zhang has been riding a wave of good fortune lately, shining brightly. I feel that if I stick with you, I might borrow some of that momentum and catch a bit of your light. So I'll join you, th." The final word abruptly froze in her throat. Fang Miao had heard that Jiang Xuening was the only one who hadn't originally submitted her name, but had still appeared on the list of attending students. Moreover, she had caught the eye of the Luyang Grand Princess at the Chongyang banquet. This time, upon entering the palace, she was likely the Grand Princess's second priority after Xiao Shu. Fang Miao had intended to stick close to her, hoping to make things easier for herself and increase her chances of being noticed by the Grand Princess. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Su Shangyi standing up again. Not only standing up, but walking straight toward Jiang Xuening. Good heavens! Fang Miao's eyelids twitched violently. All the unspoken words she had prepared to cozy up to Jiang Xuening were swallowed back down. Her fingers subtly twisted in midair, and she abruptly changed direction, pointing toward Fan Ilan's group. "Ah, the momentum over there seems pretty good too." With that, she lifted her hand from Jiang Xuening's shoulder, even smoothing out the wrinkles in the fabric of her robe. "Well, I'll be off then, second Miss Jiang. Don't miss me too much." Then she scurried over to Fan Ilan's side. For a moment, everyone looked at Jiang Xuening with pity. Yu Yu even let out a soft, mocking tisk, thinking about how Jiang Xuening had once been so arrogant in their household. Now, she was finally about to meet her downfall. Someone like her deserved to be taught a lesson. Falling into Su Shangyi's hands, she'd be lucky to escape with her skin intact. Only then did Jiang Xuening realize that something seemed terribly amiss. Then she heard a cold voice behind her. "Second Miss Jiang." Jiang Xuening stiffened all over and turned around, only to find that Su Shangyi had somehow appeared behind her. Looking at that expressionless face made her entire body ache. In her heart, she thought that indeed, even in this life, she couldn't escape Su Shangyi. But looking on the bright side, Su Shangyi had strict standards. As long as Jiang Xuening displayed her spoiled temper and cunning nature, she would most likely be dismissed from the palace. She immediately prepared to curtsy, but she never expected that, in the next moment, a faint smile would actually appear on Su Shangyi's usually stern face. Though barely noticeable, it was a world of difference from before. In that instant, not only Jiang Xuening, but everyone else who had been gloating or preparing to watch the spectacle was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The iron tree had bloomed. The sun had risen in the west. Su Shangyi had actually smiled. She seemed unaccustomed to smiling, so the expression appeared somewhat stiff and unnatural. Now, gazing only at Jiang Xuening, her voice even softened slightly. "Second Miss Jiang, this is your first time entering the palace, isn't it? I shall personally instruct you in the proper etiquette." Jiang Xuening's silence. Wait, something doesn't seem right here. Everyone else's silence. What happened to treating everyone equally with strict impartiality? Chapter 25. They had no idea that Su Shangyi had watched Shenzi grow up. Yet never in all those years had she seen the princess wear such a carefree smile or such a relieved expression. It had been the evening after the double ninth festival banquet, when they returned from outside the palace. As usual, at dusk, she went from the Bureau of Etiquette to Phoenix Palace to visit the eldest princess. Upon entering, the palace maids told her the princess was inside. Lifting the beaded curtain, she was astonished to see the princess sitting before the dressing mirror, gently touching her own cheek with her fingers. Su Shangyi thought she must be dreaming. All the palace servants in Phoenix Palace knew that the eldest princess loathed mirrors more than anything. Except for grand ceremonial occasions requiring solemnity and dignity, when she would allow the maids to dress and adorn her before briefly glancing in the mirror, she ordinarily refused even to look at her reflection. Her appearance was entirely left to the judgment of her attendants, while she herself paid little heed. What had happened now? Before Su Shangyi could recover from her shock, her heart pounding with worry that something might have happened to the princess, the eldest princess spotted her in the mirror. Rising, she turned and embraced Su Shangyi, her face radiant with joy. "Auntie, look at me." Only then did Su Shangyi see clearly. The princess had applied new makeup, delicately tracing the faint scar at the corner of her eye, a remnant from childhood, in cherry blossom pink. It now resembled a fallen petal gracing a beauty's face, transforming what had once been a blemish into an enhancement of her charm. More striking was the princess's demeanor. In the past, even at her happiest, a shadow of melancholy had lingered between her brows. But today, it had completely disappeared. A brilliant light shone from her eyes, radiant and unburdened. At that moment, Su Shangyi couldn't suppress the sudden surge of emotion within her and sincerely praised her. "You look truly beautiful." Yet the princess didn't explain why she had suddenly changed like this. Naturally, Su Shangyi remained observant. When leaving Phoenix Palace, she inquired with the attendants who had accompanied the princess outside the palace that day. Only then did she learn that, at the banquet in Qingyuan Count's mansion, the princess had met an extraordinary young lady, second Miss Jiang from Jiang Xueling's residence, named Jiang Xuening. At the time, Su Shangyi was simply relieved that the princess had finally found a good friend. She hadn't intended to do anything about it. But not long afterward, she saw this second Miss Jiang's name on the list of attending students for the princess. Though Su Shangyi wouldn't presume to say she treated Shenzi as her own child, she genuinely doted on her. She couldn't have been happier for the princess to spend time with someone who brought her such joy. That was why she displayed unprecedented kindness toward Jiang Xuening. While those around them were stunned, Su Shangyi kept her gaze fixed on Jiang Xuening. Seeing the young lady staring blankly at her, seemingly unresponsive, Su Shangyi instinctively frowned. But then, remembering that this girl would become the princess's good friend and shouldn't be scolded lightly, she prompted her again. "Second Miss Jiang?" Only then did Jiang Xuening snap out of her daze and hurriedly reply, "Fan, I'll trouble you, Lady Shangyi." Su Shangyi nodded, glanced around at the others, and announced, "Let us begin." Initially, it had been said that the 12 would be divided into 3 groups, but now there were clearly 4 distinct groups. Xiao Shu, Chen Shui, and Yao Shi formed one. Fan Ilan, Yu Yu, Feng Miao, and Zhou Baoying made up another. Yao Rongrong and 3 others whom Jiang Xuening barely remembered were together. And Jiang Xuening stood alone, a group of 1. The other 3 female officials instructed the 3 groups, while Su Shangyi personally tutored Jiang Xuening. The others nearly popped their eyes out in disbelief. After all, most of them had harbored subtle reservations about Jiang Xuening from the start. How could she have been selected as an attending student without even submitting her name? Clearly, there had been some behind-the-scenes dealings, placing her in a uniquely privileged position among the attending students. Not only had her selection been special, But now even her palace etiquette lessons came with preferential treatment? Su Shangyi, known for her severity, was actually showing her favor. This stirred deep resentment in some. Yu led the charge. She already had a grudge against Jiang Xuening, and when she saw Su Shangyi approach her with a cold expression, she assumed Jiang Xuening was in for a world of trouble. But before she could even savor the moment, Su Shangyi's attitude toward Jiang Xuening felt like a slap across her face. Her smile hadn't even faded before the sting set in. Now, she was practically grinding her teeth in fury. However, as they followed the female officials' etiquette lessons while covertly observing Su Shangyi and Jiang Xuening, they soon realized something. Jiang Xuening seemed utterly hopeless. The female officials from the Shangyi Bureau began with posture. Standing properly was fundamental. Su Shangyi explained with utmost clarity. Legs together, back straight, waist firm. No slouching. Yet the neck should bow slightly, lowering the head just a fraction. Hands clasped lightly at the waist, not pressed flat. Elbows should be raised evenly on both sides. No lazy drooping. But Jiang Xuening? When her legs were together, her waist wasn't straight. When her waist straightened, her back hunched. When her back straightened, her neck stiffened. When her neck bowed, her head remained stubbornly raised. Even when she finally got everything else right, her hands were clasped incorrectly, her elbows wobbling like a roly-poly doll, never settling at the same height. No one had ever seen such uncoordinated limbs. And Jiang Xuening herself remained utterly unruffled, standing there with unshakable composure, as if completely unaware of her own ineptitude. Su Shangyi, infamous in the palace for her strictness, was someone who couldn't tolerate the slightest flaw. She never hesitated to reprimand anyone in the palace for lacking decorum, her temper as sharp as her standards. She had assumed that someone capable of advising the princess must be clever and refined. And Jiang Xuening certainly didn't look foolish. Yet who could have guessed that teaching her would be like carving a block of wood, and one entirely devoid of shame. She only corrected herself when prodded. Otherwise, she stood motionless for ages, utterly oblivious to her own mistakes. Where was the wit her face suggested? Su Shangyi's fingers, clasped at her waist, tightened slightly, her knuckles whitening. For a moment, she nearly lost her temper. But then she remembered Lu Yang Grand Princess. No, it was fine. It was all right if she was a little slow. It just meant teaching her would take longer. Be patient. Be patient. After repeatedly reminding herself of this, Su Shangyi finally let out a soft breath and suppressed her rising frustration. She maintained the stiff smile on her face and forced herself to say to Jiang Xuening, "It's all right. Take your time. Second Miss Jiang has already improved a little compared to before." Jiang Xuening. Since when did your standards drop so low, Su Shangyi? The others? This is definitely not the Su Shangyi we know. She's fake, right? There was no doubt that Jiang Xuening had no intention of seriously learning any etiquette here. She had already learned it in her past life. Not to mention, she had lived in the palace for some time afterward. Even if she had grown lax in her manners after becoming empress, many things had already become habits. She couldn't possibly be worse than the other young ladies who had just entered the palace as attending students. But those noble ladies worked hard because they wanted to stay. She was determined to leave no matter what. So why should she take it seriously or put in any effort? Not only would she refuse to take it seriously or put in effort, she would deliberately act as though she couldn't learn no matter what, making Su Shangyi think she was a hopeless case. However, the plan wasn't progressing smoothly. Jiang Xuening's earlier ominous premonition had come true. In this life, though Su Shangyi was still the one teaching her, she was both gentle and endlessly patient, completely unlike the devilish instructor from her past life, who nitpicked everything and could find fault even in perfection. On the contrary, no matter how Jiang Xuening acted up or pretended, Su Shangyi firmly held her hand, gazing at her with an encouraging look that seemed to say, "Just try a little harder. I believe in you." This was too troublesome. Being looked at like that by the very person who had once been her psychological tormentor made her skin crawl. Jiang Xuening was completely unsettled. No, she had to stay calm. She knew Su Shangyi's temper. Right now, there might be some other reason for her unusual tolerance, but everyone had their limits. Once pushed past a certain point, even a sage would lose their temper. If her act of playing dumb wasn't working right away, it didn't matter. She absolutely couldn't give up. Persistence was victory. If she still couldn't provoke Su Shangyi now, it must be because she wasn't acting up enough or hadn't kept it up long enough. Jiang Xuening could tell Su Shangyi was holding back. Deliberately, she let her previously raised arm drop carelessly. After clearly seeing the corner of Su Shangyi's eye twitch uncontrollably, she put on a shy, timid smile and murmured, "Thank you, Lady Shangyi. I've always been slow since childhood. No matter what I learn, I just can't get it. I'm sorry for troubling you so much. I refuse to believe you can still hold back." Su Shangyi indeed nearly lost her temper, wanting to scold her harshly and tell her that it wasn't just stupidity, but sheer laziness. Yet she swallowed the words at the last moment. Think of the princess. Think of the princess. She reflected that perhaps she had been pushing too hard and making second Miss Jiang nervous. Perhaps she herself also needed to calm down. So she said, "It's fine. Second Miss has practiced for so long. You must be tired. Rest for a while before continuing." The others, currently being strictly corrected by the other female officials. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air seemed to hum with the sound of invisible blades slicing through. Jiang Xuening could clearly feel a dozen sharp gazes instantly landing on her, as if they wished to pierce her through like a sieve. After all, the others weren't like her. Su Shangyi was the head female official of the Shangyi Bureau, and the three other female officials accompanying her were essentially her subordinates. Now that they were in the same room as Su Shangyi, teaching palace etiquette under her ever-strict supervision, who would dare not remain fully alert? Even those who had initially accepted bribes to go easy on certain students wouldn't dare slack off now. If they were caught by Su Shangyi, it would be a disaster. Thus, these female officials were not only completely diligent, but also stricter than usual, unsmiling and rigid, utterly indistinguishable from Su Shangyi herself. Yet Su Shangyi was uncharacteristically lenient. As a result, the situation the others faced was the complete opposite of what they had imagined. They had assumed Jiang Xuening, with her clumsy movements, would be tortured beyond recognition under Su Shangyi's harsh training while they watched and laughed. But now, Jiang Xuening was breezing through Su Shangyi's session without a care, while the supposedly lenient female officials were putting them through the ringer. If they couldn't learn, the female officials would scold them coldly. If Jiang Xuening couldn't learn, Su Shangyi would let her sit and rest. For a moment, Jiang Xuening hesitated. Already, her unexplained inclusion as an attending student had made her stand out and left her somewhat isolated. Now, receiving special treatment during etiquette lessons would only make her the target of everyone's resentment if she actually sat down. But the damage was already done. She realized that the more this happened, the harder she had to work to leave the palace, unless she wanted to stay and be torn apart by the others. Retreat was no longer an option. The best defense was offense. Jiang Xuening immediately put on a touched and delighted expression. "I've been exhausted for a while now. Lady Shangyi, you're truly considerate." Then, steeling herself, she plopped down onto the nearby chair with feigned nonchalance. Yes, plopped, without a shred of grace or poise. Su Shangyi nearly choked on her breath. Forcing herself to look away, she silently chanted, "Namo Amit Ba." Out of sight, out of mind. Out of sight, out of mind. If Her Highness favors her, there must be something extraordinary about this girl. If I haven't noticed it yet, it's only because I'm blind. Calm down, and slowly discover her merits. After standing for over half an hour, sitting down did feel wonderfully comfortable. Except, her back felt a little chilly. A glance confirmed that everyone's eyes were fixed on her, with Yu Yu's face twisted in fury, as though she might explode at any moment. Feng Miao was staring too. Standing behind Fan Alon, she watched Jiang Xuening's relaxed posture and the clearly comfortable chair, nearly crying with envy. She wished she could go back and punch her past self. Why did I do that? Why did I switch? First instincts are always right. Jiang Xuening was the one with momentum. Why hadn't she mustered the courage to persevere a little longer? Otherwise, she could be sitting over there enjoying the cool breeze right now. Fortunately, Jiang Xuening didn't have to sit for too long. After adjusting her mindset, Su Shangyi invited her to stand up again and continue learning the rules. However, what she never expected was, after the short break, Jiang Xuening showed not the slightest improvement. In fact, she seemed even worse than before. It was as though she had taken Su Shangyi's patience for granted. She had completely lost even the initial grace of a well-bred young lady, making anyone who saw her furious. Su Shangyi felt as though she were about to suffocate from frustration. She could barely maintain the smile on her lips. Still, she tried her best to hold on. Even though her voice trembled, she said to Jiang Xuening, "It's all right. You're doing a little better now. Let's try again, second Miss Jiang." Little did she know that Jiang Xuening's heart was also trembling at this moment. She really wanted to rush forward, grab Su Shangyi by the shoulders, shake her, and shout in anger. "Su Shangyi, wake up. Show me your true temper." But she couldn't. Now it was a test of who could keep their composure longer, and who would crack first. While the etiquette lessons for the others were already halfway through, Su Shangyi and Jiang Xuening had only just managed to master standing. By this point, both instructor and student had fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. Su Shangyi's were from anger. Jiang Xuening's were from exhaustion. Even though Su Shangyi treated her kindly, repeating those foolish movements over and over was no small burden. She also had to be careful not to accidentally do it correctly and expose herself. It was truly a strenuous effort. During the second break, she observed Su Shangyi's expression and estimated that her patience was nearing its limit. Just one more push, and she would surely be scolded and sent home from the palace. So when she stood up for the third time, Jiang Xuening was filled with hope. Now they began learning walking. She planned to keep up her act, but unexpectedly, Princess Liang, Shenzi, entered from outside at that very moment. "Her Highness the eldest princess has arrived." At the announcement, everyone bowed in greeting. Shenzi was dressed in light blue palace attire today. The scar beneath her left eye was still adorned like a delicate pink cherry blossom petal, strikingly beautiful. As she walked in with a smile, her radiance was like the clear blue sky outside, dazzlingly lovely. As soon as she approached, her gaze landed on Jiang Xuening. Jiang Xuening stiffened, but Shenzi merely waved her hand, sat down to one side, and said to everyone, "No need for formalities. I'm just here to observe. Please continue." Everyone immediately responded in unison. The female officials returned to instructing the others. Su Shangyi continued teaching Jiang Xuening. At this point, Jiang Xuening still didn't sense anything amiss. Though Princess Liu Yang's arrival made her slightly uneasy, the princess had only glanced at her without taking any further action, which eased her mind a little. She focused and resumed her act. Su Shangyi said, "When walking in the palace, be sure to watch your step and avoid looking around. The ideal stride for a lady is 1 qi, about the length of this ruler placed at your feet." Jiang Xuening took a step. Suddenly, with a snap, she accidentally stepped on the ruler. The ruler broke. Su Shangyi felt a vein throbbing at her temple, stretched taut to the point of nearly snapping. Just then, a voice sounded beside her. It was Shenzi. Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed at Jiang Xuening with a beaming smile, her eyes sparkling as though filled with stars. Without turning her head, she said to the palace maid beside her, "Look." She crushed something from the palace without even a flicker of change in her expression. So composed, so calm. The others? Wait a minute. What's with that tone? There's not a hint of reproach in it. It's practically overflowing with admiration and infatuation. Jiang Xuening. Better pretend I didn't hear that. It's fine. I can keep acting up. Hearing Shenzi's words, Su Shangyi witnessed firsthand just how much the princess favored this girl before her. Her initial anger instantly dissipated. She calmly exhaled, instructed someone to fetch another ruler, and then said to Jiang Xuening, "Please take another step, second Mississippi." Jiang Xuening stepped again. This time, she didn't step on the ruler, but her stride was barely half a foot, utterly casual and far from Su Shangyi's initial instruction that 1 foot is ideal. Shenzi sighed softly at the sight, cupping her face in admiration. Ancient poets described the delicate grace of beauties as willow branches swaying in the breeze and lotus steps gliding lightly. I never believed it. I always thought small steps would make a girl seem timid and unappealing. But now that I've seen Ningning, I know there truly are people whose small steps can be so enchanting. The others were completely baffled by the situation. What kind of eyesight does Her Highness the eldest princess have? This is clearly a blatant disregard for Su Shangyi's instructions, Sheer laziness. How does it earn such extravagant praise from her? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuening nearly lost her footing and stumbled. Shunzi clasped her hands to her chest, her crescent moon eyes brimming with tender indulgence. See? Even when she almost slips, she remains unflustered. Beautiful people really do make everything pleasing to the eye. Jiang Xuening had just steadied herself, her heart still racing from the scare, when those words made her eyelids twitch. This time, she truly lost her balance. Her left foot tripped over her right, and she instantly fell to her knees. Fortunately, she caught herself with her hands in time, so it didn't hurt much. Shunzi immediately rose from her seat and hurried to Jiang Xuening's side, helping her up with a look of concern. Why are you so careless? Did it hurt? Jiang Xuening stood on shaky legs, feeling half dead, and stammered. This humble girl grew up in the countryside and never learned palace etiquette. I'm lazy and dull-witted, truly incapable of mastering courtly manners. I fear I'll disappoint your highness's kindness. Staying here would only bring shame, so I beg your highness to dismiss me from the palace. I know my limits and dare not aspire to be your highness's attending student. What nonsense are you saying? Shunzi had already taken her hand, her expression radiating natural affection. At the Chongyang banquet last time, you painted that falling cherry blossom makeup on me. I adored it. Everyone in the palace started copying it afterward. How could I not adore you? If you can't learn palace etiquette, it doesn't matter. I'll protect you. Besides, you have no idea how much effort I put into getting you into the palace. Jiang Xuening's eyelids twitched again as a familiar sense of foreboding rose in her heart. Sure enough, Shunzi wore a slightly aggrieved expression and leaned in closer, looking somewhat pitiful. Yet her words carried the same credit-seeking tone as Yin Lin's. At first, though Yin Lin asked me to add your name, I genuinely wanted you to enter the palace. But the selection of attending students must follow the Ministry of Rights rules. Those whose names weren't submitted initially couldn't be chosen. I had to pester those old men at the ministry for ages before they finally agreed. So what do you think? I've been good to you, haven't I? Are you happy? Jiang Xuening's silence. So, you had a hand in dragging me into the palace too. Jiang Xuening's face was utterly blank as she met Shunzi's radiant gaze. Slowly, she curved her lips into a smile and replied with perfect decorum. Your Highness, the eldest princess, has been far too kind to this humble subject. I am truly overjoyed. Truly, absolutely thrilled. Chapter 26. No normal person could withstand eldest Princess Liu Yang's blatant disregard for facts and blind praise, let alone someone like Jiang Xuening, who carried psychological scars from her past life. Fortunately, the situation didn't last long. Shunzi had only been seated for a short while when a palace attendant came to summon her, saying that the Empress Dowager wished for her company to relieve her boredom. Reluctantly, Shunzi had to leave. Before departing, she took Jiang Xuening's hand and said, Anyway, I like you. If anything happens during your stay in the palace, just tell the maids in the hall of admirable restraint. They'll report it to me. Since mother is calling, I'll go now, but I'll visit you again tomorrow. Jiang Xuening breathed a sigh of relief as she watched Shunzi leave. The day finally ended with her reluctantly mastering court etiquette under the tireless and infinitely patient guidance of Su Shangyi. There was no other choice. Pretending was simply too exhausting. Moreover, recalling Shunzi's attitude toward the matter, even saying things like, it's fine if you can't learn it, what was the point of continuing the act? If one plan failed, she would have to switch to another. Still, she couldn't let the others catch on, so she endured until dusk. Then, little by little, she began moving more fluidly, as though Su Shangyi had finally managed to teach her properly, gradually meeting the strict standards. In the end, Su Shangyi, rarely pleased, looked at her with satisfaction and pointed her out to the others. This proves that even the least talented can improve. As the old sayings go, the slow need to start early, and diligence can compensate for clumsiness. With enough effort, many difficulties in this world can be overcome. Second Miss Jiang performed admirably today. You should all take her as an example. Jiang Xuening. The others inwardly scoffed. If this could be considered an example, none of them should even be in the palace. But aloud, they chorused, yes. Thank you for your guidance, Su Shangyi. Only then did Su Shangyi dismiss them and leave with the 3 female officials from the Bureau of Etiquette. In the late autumn chill, Jiang Xuening was drenched in sweat. The moment everyone left, she couldn't be bothered to exchange another word with anyone. She immediately retreated to her room and asked the maids of the Hall of Admirable Restraint to prepare scented water for her bath. The others lingered behind. Chen Shuyi, the daughter of Grand Secretary Chen Yunjin, walked beside Xiao Shu with Yao Shi. After glancing at Yao Shi, who seemed lost in thought, Chen Shuyi's eyes flickered slightly before she remarked coolly to Xiao Shu. Though I haven't met the eldest princess often, I've rarely seen her treat anyone so well. All second Miss Jiang did was apply her makeup. How is that worth such favor? Chen Shuyi hadn't attended the gathering at Qingyuan Count's mansion, so she didn't know. But Xiao Shu had witnessed everything. Playing with an exquisite perfumed fan, she lowered her gaze and chuckled softly, appearing far more at ease than Chen Shuyi's thinly veiled wariness. If it were only about the makeup, of course it wouldn't matter. What truly mattered were the words spoken at the time. Such words, Shuyi, you and I could never utter in this lifetime. Chen Shuyi fell into thought. Since it was everyone's first time gathering together in such a setting and their first day in the palace, by evening, after everyone had washed up and eaten, someone, no one knew who, took the initiative to call everyone to gather in the flowing water pavilion at the Hall of Admirable Restraint, which was designated for reading and tea. Jiang Xuening wasn't particularly interested. After all, these people hadn't discussed anything remotely interesting in her past life. Nothing beyond perfumes, jewelry, or, at best, the talented young men outside the palace. There was simply nothing novel about it. But she couldn't resist the fact that everyone now thought highly of her. Who could blame them, given the standing she had with the Luyang Grand Princess? Everyone had witnessed the scene during today's etiquette lessons. Though they all inwardly thought her backdoor privileges were utterly excessive, they still treated her with even more surface-level friendliness. While they were all noble young ladies and wouldn't stoop to outright flattery, their words were exceedingly gentle. Even Yu Yu, upon seeing her, suppressed her previous hostility and forced a smile from the corner of her lips. So Jiang Xuening was dragged along by Feng Miao and a few others. 6 or 7 people sat around a round table, while the rest scattered across the heated platform by the window, chatting intermittently and occasionally picking at the candied fruits and nuts prepared on the plates. Zhou Baoying, in particular, buried herself in the snacks, refusing to lift her head no matter who approached. Xiao Shu, however, seemed to regard Jiang Xuening with special favor. When she saw her enter, she nodded in greeting and smiled. Younger sister Jiang certainly stole the spotlight today. Exhausted, Jiang Xuening could only manage a strained smile, feigning an awkward expression as if unsure how to respond. Elder sister Xiao, you jest. Seeing that Jiang Xuening showed no intention of engaging in further conversation, Xiao Shu didn't press the matter and instead turned to chat with the others. Everyone couldn't help but complain about today's female officials. Yao Rongrong, shrinking timidly in a corner, flushed red. My family never taught me these things growing up, so I'm terribly slow at learning them. Thankfully, Sister Jiang was about the same as me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do today. The room fell into a brief, stunned silence at her words. Was this girl foolish or exceptionally foolish? Such thoughts should have stayed in her head. Why voice them aloud? The room quieted for a moment. Yu Yu cracked a melon seed. Her expression didn't dare reveal too much, but her eyes betrayed her amusement at the unfolding drama. It took Yao Rongrong a moment to realize she had misspoken. Remembering Jiang Xuening's standing with the princess today, she shrank even further in fear and hurriedly apologized. I didn't mean it like that. Jiang Xuening. She wasn't angry. She just pitied her. In her past life, she'd had no interactions with Yao Rongrong and had no intention of making things difficult for her now. She simply smiled casually and said, "It's fine. I really am slow and couldn't learn much." But Su Shangyi was so persistent, going over it again and again. It was hard not to pick it up eventually. Fan Elan was kind-hearted. She had initially picked up a poetry collection from the bookshelf to browse, but upon seeing Yao Rongrong's embarrassment, she interjected. Isn't palace etiquette taught over 2 days? But at first, the palace said we'd stay for 3 days on our first visit. I heard that on the last day, The masters will test us to assess our knowledge and determine the content and depth of future lectures. I just wonder which master will conduct the examination. Who else could it be? Shi Jing, of course. Jiang Xuening sneered inwardly. Sure enough, the usually reticent Chen Shui answered, it should be Junior Preceptor Xie. He currently oversees the daily lectures on Confucian classics in the palace and is exceptionally learned. This time, he'll also be teaching us the Qin and literature. The other masters defer to him. When I entered the palace, my father reminded me that this visit doesn't guarantee becoming the princess's attending student. Besides learning etiquette, our knowledge must pass the master's evaluation. Being outstanding isn't an issue, but if we're too lacking, it would be difficult for the masters to arrange lectures. Too advanced, and we wouldn't understand. Too slow, and it would hold back Her Highness the eldest princess. So the third day's assessment is also part of the selection. Those deemed unsuitable will be advised to leave. This was Jiang Xuening's second plan. With the changes involving Su Shangyi and the Luyang Grand Princess, the etiquette test was something she could pass even if she pretended to be utterly clueless or lay on the ground. Thus, the possibility of being dismissed for failing etiquette had been eliminated. But the Luyang Grand Princess couldn't possibly handle Xie Wei. As long as Jiang Xuening pushed past her own limits during the third day's assessment, turning in a blank paper or scribbling nonsense, she would inevitably anger Xie Wei or the other masters, who never lowered their standards in this regard. Then, being sent home for poor scholarship would be a foregone conclusion. At the mention of Xie Wei, the noble young ladies suddenly grew more animated. One exclaimed, "Will Master Xie really come in person?" Yu teased, "Why are you blushing?" The girl spat at her playfully and covered her face. "If you ever see him, you'll blush too." Yao Rongrong timidly added, "I've heard my father mention Master Xie many times at home, but they say Master Xie will turn 30 in 4 years, yet he remains unmarried and shows no interest in marriage. It's quite strange." Feng Miao immediately looked up. "What's so strange about that?" Yao Rongrong let out a soft, "Ah." Feng Miao lowered her head again, arranging the copper coins on the table as though trying to divine something. It's common knowledge in the capital that although Master Xie comes from a Confucian background, in recent years he's devoted himself to Buddhist and Taoist studies. Every year, he sets aside 2 months to stay in abstinence at Xinkong Temple and Sanqing Temple, discussing scriptures and philosophy. He's ascetic and avoids women, so it's no surprise he remains unmarried. Avoids women? Hearing this, Jiang Xuening couldn't help but recall the humiliations of her past life. A flood of venomous thoughts surged through her heart. Claims to be ascetic, but when a man in high position has no women around him, who knows if it's because he's incapable? Just as the group was laughing and joking, a young maidservant appeared outside the door. She bowed slightly and called softly to Jiang Xuening. "Second Miss Jiang, someone is looking for you." Jiang Xuening instinctively raised her brows. "Who is it?" The little palace maid blinked at her without speaking. Jiang Xuening recalled events from her past life and suddenly understood. She didn't press any further, only saying to the others, "Excuse me, I'll step out for a moment." Then she followed the little palace maid out of the hall of admirable restraint. The path they took led in the direction of the Hall of Literary Glory. Just as they were about to enter the area of the former court, they fortunately stopped at a fork in the road not far ahead. Looking up, Jiang Xuening saw Yan Lin standing beneath a cluster of begonias, dressed in a black robe and waiting for her. The little palace maid quietly retreated. Jiang Xuening walked up to him. "It's so late. Why haven't you left the palace yet?" Yan Lin had heard some things from Shun Jie about the etiquette lessons the eldest princess's attending students had undergone today. Fearing she might have suffered some grievances, he had come to check on her. Now, he studied her carefully and said, "The palace gates won't be locked for a while yet. It's your first time in the palace, and I couldn't rest easy. I also heard that Su Shangyi, who taught you today, was very strict, and that you even tripped in front of the eldest princess. Here, I stopped by the Imperial Pharmacy on the way and got some medicine. Remember to apply it tonight so you don't end up limping after your visit to the palace. I wouldn't want a bride like that." Unconsciously, he had slipped into the playful banter of young sweethearts. Jiang Xuening's expression remained unchanged, but Yan Lin's cheeks flushed red as he suddenly realized he had been too forward again. He coughed lightly behind his hand to cover his embarrassment and changed the subject. Did you get used to things today? The medicine he had brought was in a small white porcelain vial. Jiang Xuening held it in her hand, feeling its coolness. Under the night sky, she looked up at the young man and said, I did. And the eldest princess has been very kind to me. You don't need to worry. Yin Lin had specifically spoken to Shunzi earlier, so hearing this put his mind at ease. A faint smile curled at his lips as he looked at her with a different expression now, like he'd caught a little cat secretly stealing a bite of fish. In a teasing tone, he said, when the daily lectures at the Hall of Literary Glory ended today, I ran into the vice minister. He must have been referring to Jiang Boyo. Jiang Xuening didn't understand what he meant and blinked at him. Yin Lin raised an eyebrow. He asked me if I'd taught you some tricks for dealing with people recently, like using a copy of the young scholar's treasury to pretend it was an account book and discipline unruly servants in the household. I thought to myself, he wouldn't ask me out of nowhere, and it didn't seem like a bad thing, so I admitted to it. But you know, and I know, I never taught you that. Jiang Xuening lowered her eyes. I knew you'd cover for me, so I pinned it on you. Yin Lin laughed and lightly tapped her nose. Then who taught you? Jiang Xuening said. I figured it out myself. Yin Lin gazed at her, silent for a brief moment. His deep, dark eyes flickered with emotion before he finally reached out and ruffled her hair. My Ningning has secrets now. Yes, your Ningning has secrets. But this is one she will never dare tell you. Jiang Xuening simply lifted her eyes to meet his again. Her pupils were clear and bright, like translucent glass beads, but she said nothing. Yin Lin then said, when the day comes that you want to tell someone, promise you'll tell me first? I want to be the first person in the world to know Ningning's secrets. The way the young man looked at her was infinitely tender. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Xuening's heart softened. Yet the memories that surged within her were of the previous life, when he had returned to court reeking of alcohol and entered her bedchamber. Her fingers tightened slightly around the white porcelain medicine bottle. But in the end, she still nodded. All right. Yin Lin was satisfied, and the slight displeasure from earlier dissipated entirely. Seeing that it was getting late and fearing they might miss the palace gate's curfew, he reluctantly said, these past few days, you've all been learning etiquette and will likely be tested by the instructors. It wouldn't be proper for me to visit you openly. Let's meet here again at the same time tomorrow. I'll try to find out what you'll be tested on the third day so you can prepare. I'll let you know then. Jiang Xuening remained silent. She actually remembered much of what had been tested in her previous life, but knowing or not knowing made little difference this time. She had no intention of passing anyway. Still, she didn't refuse the boy's kindness at this moment. Again, she said, all right. The next day, it was still the officials from the Directorate of Ceremonial who came. However, this time, they weren't teaching simple etiquette, but rather the proper titles for various people in the palace. They even taught the art and techniques of blending and crafting incense. Everyone had expected Jiang Xuening to be just as clumsy today, but to their utter astonishment, today's Jiang Xuening seemed to have suddenly gained enlightenment. She learned everything quickly and effortlessly. The titles for palace personnel, after hearing them repeated just 3 times, she could recite them flawlessly. The rules for walking and bowing, after watching the female official demonstrate once, she remembered them perfectly. As for crafting incense, it went without saying. Smelling, identifying, blending, and burning incense. Her delicate hands moved with such grace and precision that every action was seamless and a pleasure to behold. Su Shangyi, who had been thoroughly exasperated by Jiang Xuening's struggles with etiquette the day before, had come today with little expectation. She had even considered taking the eldest princess's advice and letting her off lightly if necessary. Who could have guessed that second Miss Jiang would seem like a completely different person today? Others might not have noticed, but standing directly in front of Jiang Xuening, Su Shangyi saw it clearly. When Jiang Xuening picked up the ebony incense seal, she slightly raised her little finger, used the incense spoon to scoop ash onto the seal, and then pressed it onto the prepared ash in the burner, perfectly centered. The resulting incense seal bloomed with its floral heart facing directly forward. In contrast, though the others performed the steps correctly, their incense seals often ended up misaligned. Some were upside down, some were crooked. While most incense crafters didn't fuss over aligning the incense seal perfectly, peonies, the national flower and a symbol of imperial elegance, had always been favored by the empresses of every dynasty. Thus, Su Shangyi herself paid close attention to this detail when crafting incense. To think Jiang Xuening possessed such innate refinement that she would notice such a minute detail. Su Shangyi suddenly found herself regarding her with new eyes. After Jiang Xuening finished crafting the incense seal, she slowly remarked, "The eldest princess's favor toward you is not without reason. Some people are born uncoordinated, stumbling even on flat ground. Second Miss Jiang might have been one of them. But today, you've done exceptionally well, especially with the incense. You should rank first." Jiang Xuening remained unruffled. In her previous life, she had learned etiquette under Su Shangyi's guidance and had spent so much time in the palace afterward. If she wanted to, she could naturally outperform the others. As for crafting incense, this had been one of the few hobbies she enjoyed in her previous life besides being the empress. As for peonies, she herself had been the empress. How could she not care? But of course, she couldn't say that in front of Su Shangyi. She merely replied, "This humble girl has a personal fondness for this art, so I've studied it a little. Today, in front of Lady Shangyi, I've merely been showing off." Su Shangyi, however, was already looking at her with newfound respect. Hearing her words, she took them as modesty. Her tone, compared to yesterday's reluctance, was now perfectly natural and gentle. "Today, you've completed everything you needed to learn earlier than everyone else. You may rest at the side and observe the others." The others? They say luck goes in cycles, so why hasn't it turned their way yet? Yesterday, Jiang Xuening was slow to learn, and Su Shangyi tolerated her endlessly. Today, she was learning at an ungodly speed, and Su Shangyi was praising her endlessly. Now she even got to sit aside and rest. They were utterly baffled. How could she learn so quickly, remember so well, and perform so flawlessly? Jiang Xuening was truly impatient with all of this today, since she knew that etiquette alone wouldn't get her dismissed from the palace. Continuing to pretend would only bring her more suffering. It was better to finish everything as quickly and perfectly as possible so she could sit aside and rest, sparing herself the misery of sweating buckets. As for what the others thought, she didn't care. Who could possibly possess divine insight and guess that she had been reborn? At most, they would come up with the same excuse as Su Shangyi, that she was naturally a little uncoordinated or had simply been too nervous yesterday. Yao Rongrong had been the slowest and worst learner yesterday, second only to Jiang Xuening. She had thought Jiang Xuening would be scolded alongside her today and had even felt a sense of camaraderie in their shared misfortune. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Xuening had already finished and was sitting down. Meanwhile, Yao Rongrong remained standing among the group, now completely the slowest and clumsiest of them all. She was at a loss, staring at Jiang Xuening with a mixture of envy and astonishment, secretly feeling a pang of bitterness. Shenzi, thinking today's lessons would be more complicated, had gone early to the Empress Dowager's Kunning Palace to pay her respects before hurrying to the Hall of Admirable Restraint. Yet the moment she stepped inside, she saw Jiang Xuening already sitting off to the side. Upon asking, she learned that Jiang Xuening had finished everything. For a moment, she gazed at her, feeling inexplicably moved. She stepped forward, took Jiang Xuening's hand, and smiled. "I knew it. Ningning couldn't possibly be a fool. But to finish so quickly, and after working so hard yesterday, you must have done it all so you wouldn't disappoint me. Ningning, you're truly the best." Jiang Xuening's silence. If she told Shenzi now that everything she'd done had nothing to do with her, would she immediately drag her outside and beat her up? Jiang Xuening didn't dare take the risk and silently accepted it. With an inward sigh, she thought, at least tomorrow's test is on scholarship. If she fails, she can leave the palace. Otherwise, she might as well pray for a bolt of lightning to strike her dead on the spot. Chapter 27. After entering the palace, you've been learning palace rules for 2 consecutive days. It looks exhausting. You've been staying in the Hall of Admirable Restraint all day and probably haven't had the chance to explore the palace grounds, have you? Shenzi's face was full of smiles when she suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the others nearby. What about the rest of you? Although all the young ladies had been selected to enter the palace, most hadn't had much contact with Lu Yang Grand Princess before. They were momentarily taken aback by her sudden question. Only Xiao Shu, who was familiar with her, replied with a smile, "They haven't." She used they instead of we. This subtle difference in wording revealed her familiarity with the palace and set her apart from the others. She clearly didn't consider herself part of their group. Shenzi clapped her hands. "Well, you've mostly learned the etiquette by now. Tomorrow, Master Xie will test your knowledge, and who knows how many of you will pass. Since you're already here in the palace, you shouldn't leave without seeing more of it. Today, I'll take you all to visit the Imperial Garden." Everyone's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Shenzi took Jiang Xuening by one hand and Xiao Shu by the other, then directly addressed Su Shangyi. "Auntie, A Shu and I will take them out for a stroll. Let's skip today's lessons." Su Shangyi, who had watched the princess grow up, had never been able to refuse her and rarely insisted on principle. She merely said, "You have indeed learned most of it already. It's fine for your highness to take them out, but don't stay out too late. While you can sleep in tomorrow, these young ladies still have their knowledge test." Shenzi readily agreed. Understood, understood. Then she happily led the way out, surrounded by the large group as they headed toward the Imperial Garden. The Imperial Garden lay northwest of the Hall of Admirable Restraint. Following the palace walls northward and turning west at several bends, they could soon see it in the distance. The palace was exceptionally quiet in the afternoon. Though it was already late autumn and most northern flowers and trees had withered, the palace gardeners took no chances. They had still planted seasonal roses and potted chrysanthemums throughout the Imperial Garden. Some were pruned neatly, without unnecessary branches, while others were arranged in staggered patterns, evoking a rare Jiangnan charm. Particularly striking was a winter plum tree planted near the eastern corner of the garden by the palace wall. Though it wasn't yet blooming season and only sparse branches could be seen, their delicate slant already possessed a graceful, fragile beauty. Fanelon, who had an eye for such things, couldn't help but praise it. "They say trees are rarely planted in the palace to prevent fires. I never expected to see a plum tree here." Shenzi laughed. "This is a special exception. It was planted 3 years ago after Yuanji Heshang lost a bet to Master Xie. It caused quite a stir at the time. Planting trees within palace walls formed the character for trapped, an inauspicious omen. Even though it was Yuanji Heshang who planted it, he faced considerable opposition. Only Xie Wei, having won the bet, enjoyed watching the drama unfold. This Yuanji Heshang was the first monk in the dynasty to hold an official position. Jiang Xuening remembered him vividly. In her past life, this man had borne no resemblance to how a monk should look. He was burly, with sharp, upturned triangular eyes that lacked any Buddhist compassion or serenity and instead exuded a fierce aura. Even his smiles felt calculated. Outsiders claimed that he and Xie Wei would sit together discussing philosophy and appeared to be on excellent terms. But based on the clues from her past life, Jiang Xuening judged that the two were likely at odds beneath the surface, secretly wary of and contending with each other. By the time she took her own life, Yuanji Heshang was still a fugitive, and she had no idea whether Xie Wei had eventually killed him. Now, hearing Shenzi suddenly mention Yuanji, she followed the others' gazes toward the plum tree by the corner, pondering the monk's fate in her previous life. Coincidentally, just as she turned her gaze, a group of people appeared in the distance, walking along the palace wall. Upon closer inspection, the person at the front was dressed in a python robe. Who else could it be but Linghe Wang Xinjie? Behind him trailed several eunuchs. They seemed to be coming from the direction of the inner palace, likely passing through the Imperial Garden on their way out of the palace grounds. The moment Shenzi saw him, her eyes lit up. She waved from afar and called out, "Royal brother! Royal brother!" Xinjie had just paid his respects at the Empress Dowager's palace and was on his way out when he heard the voice. Lifting his head, he recognized Shenzi, and a faint smile appeared on his refined features. "Zi, what are you doing here?" Shenzi gestured toward the group behind her. "I'm taking my attending students for a stroll in the Imperial Garden." Shenjie followed the direction of her finger. Indeed, it was a gathering of young ladies. At the forefront stood Xiao Shu, the eldest daughter of the Duke's manor, whom Shenjie had met several times before. But not far beside Xiao Shu was another. Gone was her usual male attire, replaced by a light purple dress. Standing among the others, her figure was delicate and slender, her skin fair and smooth, her neck graceful, and her cherry lips rosy. Without the deliberately thickened eyebrows she usually drew, her faintly arched brows and the subtle allure in her gaze gave her an indescribably captivating charm. Shi Jing felt a jolt in his chest after just one glance. He couldn't help but think that if not for Yin Lin's prior warning, knowing that this second Miss Jiang was the girl he had vowed to protect and marry in the future, he might not have been able to suppress the baser thoughts a man could have toward a woman upon seeing her. Xiao Shu had intended to step forward and greet him properly, since they had met before. But when she lifted her gaze, she noticed Shi Jing's eyes sweep effortlessly past her and linger instead on Jiang Xuening beside her for quite some time. A faint chill settled in her heart. By the time she thought to greet him, the best moment had already passed. Shunzi, oblivious to the undercurrents, tugged at Shi Jing's sleeve and boasted, "Well, my entourage of attending students isn't any less impressive than yours, and His Highness's back, when you were princes, is it?" Shi Jing chuckled. "Indeed, indeed. Who could possibly match the grandeur of our Luyang Grand Princess?" Shunzi snorted. "Back then, you only had 1 or 2 attending students. I have 12. What's this?" As she spoke, she had been idly playing with the wide sleeve of Shi Jing's robe. In doing so, she accidentally turned the cuff inside out. Her fingers caught on something and pulled out a pale green embroidered handkerchief. Shi Jing froze and immediately reached to take it back. "Give that to me." But Shunzi's eyes widened in surprise, and she swiftly dodged his grasp. Examining it closely, she saw that the pale green fabric was embroidered with a stem of orchid, and in one corner was a small red ginger flower. She clicked her tongue twice, her expression turning teasing. "Royal brother, this doesn't seem like something you rough men would use. Which young lady does it belong to?" Shi Jing frowned, his handsome face flushing slightly. He stepped forward, snatched the handkerchief back, and stuffed it haphazardly into his sleeve. "What nonsense are you spouting at your age?" Shunzi stuck out her tongue. "I'm almost 20 and ready to marry, but you, brother prince, are already 23 or 24 and still don't have a princess consort. I'm afraid the emperor worries about you. Just tell me. If you like someone but are too embarrassed to say so, I'll speak to the emperor for you." Shi Jing was easily embarrassed. Teased by his younger sister like this, he grew even more flustered. After tucking away the embroidered handkerchief, he forced a stern expression and said, "Don't you dare. Today, we just uncovered collusion between officials and merchants to inflate silk prices after the silk boats capsized on the Chao River. Then, the dispute between the 3 judicial offices and the embroidered uniform guard nearly landed the supervising secretary in prison. Even Master Xie and several grand secretaries couldn't calm things down. If you bother the emperor with such trivial matters now, you'd be walking straight into the blade. Do me a favor and don't stir up trouble." Shunzi pouted. Of course, she wouldn't actually take the handkerchief and spout nonsense in front of Xinlang. She simply found it amusing how nervous her brother looked. "Fine, whatever you say, brother prince. I don't understand court affairs anyway. It goes in one ear and out the other. Even if the emperor tricked me, I wouldn't know." Shi Jing was speechless. Noticing the many attending noble ladies watching nearby, he grew even more embarrassed. Hurriedly, he muttered, "I'm leaving the palace first," and made a swift exit. His retreat was nothing short of a hasty escape. Shunzi nearly doubled over with laughter. But the others' expressions varied. While most might not have recognized the handkerchief, Xiao Shu, who had been standing nearby, had clearly seen the red ginger lilies embroidered in one corner. Recalling the glance Shi Jing had cast at Jiang Xuening earlier, her fingers tightened slightly around her delicate perfumed fan. She turned her gaze toward Jiang Xuening. This time, her look was entirely different from before. Jiang Xuening, however, was thinking that Shi Jing and Jiang Xuehui had already crossed paths by now. This handkerchief was likely a token between them, though in her past life, she had seized the opportunity to impersonate her sister. This time, she wasn't interfering. How would things unfold between them? Judging by Shi Jing's reaction just now, he seemed genuinely serious. But the thought only flickered through her mind briefly. The next moment, her attention shifted to the matter of the capsized silk boats on the Chao River that Shi Jing had mentioned. So the boats had capsized because of a conspiracy. That explained why, in her past life, Yu Fangyin had spent all her money buying raw silk just before the incident. waiting for the prices to rise. She must have stumbled upon some information unintentionally. As for this life, the image of that dull-witted Yu Fangyin flashed through her mind. Jiang Xuening sighed inwardly and shook her head, oblivious to Xiao Shu's scrutinizing gaze. Instead, she turned to look at Yao Shi, who stood slightly farther back. The eldest daughter of the Secretary of Personnel had worn a sullen expression for 2 days straight. Even when Fang Miao and the others cracked jokes that had everyone in stitches, she remained seated without so much as a smile. When Jiang Xuening's eyes landed on her, Yao Shi's face turned even more ashen. Her hands were clasped tightly in front of her, clutching an embroidered handkerchief. But her grip was so forceful that her manicured nails, painted pink with henna, dug into the delicate silk and left sharp marks. Jiang Xuening's brows slowly furrowed. Everything had been fine while they strolled through the imperial garden, but shortly after bidding farewell to the eldest princess and returning to the hall of admirable restraint with the others, Yao Shi threw herself onto the couch in her room and began to cry. She looked utterly heartbroken. Those who had accompanied her back had already noticed her unusual expression, and now they exchanged uneasy glances. Since they all lived under the same roof, it wouldn't do to ignore her distress. Yet interrupting her while she wept was hardly appropriate. So they first prepared tea and laid out dried fruits and candied treats in the flowing water pavilion. Only when the sound of her sobbing gradually subsided did they send Fang Miao, who was good at cheering people up, and the composed Qin Shi to coax her out and have her sit down. Yao Shi's beautiful almond eyes were red from crying, her makeup smudged, and her brows furrowed with stifled gloom, as though she bore endless grievances and indignation. Everyone urged her to speak her mind so they could offer advice. She then said, "I was crying because I overheard Prince Linghe speaking about the judicial review officer in the imperial garden." Someone looked puzzled. The judicial review officer? Qin Shi, however, knew a little about it and asked, "Is the marriage arrangement settled?" Yao Shi nearly choked up again. "Halfway settled. But how could a mere 7th-rank judicial review officer ever be worthy of me? He didn't even rise through the imperial examinations. He climbed up from a lowly clerk's position to become an official. His family consists of nothing but a coarse, elderly, ugly widowed mother. At first, my father said that although the judicial review officer's rank wasn't high, he was close to the emperor. If he ever caught His Majesty's favor, he could rise quickly. Marrying such a man would be a bet on his future prospects. That's why I was persuaded to agree to the match. But now, the emperor nearly threw him into prison. I've heard that this man has a peculiar fondness for dealing with corpses when investigating cases. His temperament is extremely odd, hardly someone easy to live with. And now, with the embroidered uniform guard holding such power, he's managed to offend them. What future could such a man possibly have? If I marry him, I'll have to serve his elderly mother, endure his strange temper, and might even end up in prison with him. Why should I? Finally, everyone understood. She was talking about Zhang, the judicial review officer who had recently stirred up a storm in the court. Because of him, the emperor had dismissed a certain Commander Zhou from the embroidered uniform guard. And Yao Shi was betrothed to him. For a moment, no one knew what to say. Xiao Shu frowned slightly. But the marriage is already under discussion. Jiang Xuening sat quietly to the side, listening to Yao Shi's tearful complaints. Yet her gaze lingered on the large fishbowl placed before the antique shelf, watching the golden fish swim beneath the lotus leaves. Her eyes lowered, lost in thought. Yao Shi clenched her teeth, her indignation growing more pronounced. In the dim, flickering candlelight, her expression took on a shadowy, almost frightening intensity. It's precisely because it's under discussion that I can't accept it. But now that the betrothal letters have been exchanged, backing out would make people say the Yao family is opportunistic. Now I'm stuck in this awkward position. Marrying him is bad, but not marrying him is also bad. And that Zhang has already been engaged twice before. One broke off the engagement after eloping with someone else, and the other died before the wedding. This time, having finally latched onto the prestige of the Yao family, he'd never willingly withdraw from the match. My father is a first-rank official of the court, and I am the legitimate daughter of a noble family. How could I possibly marry such a man? Jiang Xuening nearly let out a cold laugh. As if Zhang would care about clinging to the prestige of your Yao family. How self-important can you be? At the mention of Zhang, Yu instinctively glanced at Jiang Xuening before covering her lips with one hand and giving a light chuckle. She said to Yao Shi, "Why trouble yourself over such a trivial matter? Sister Yao, you're being too rigid. There are countless paths and solutions in this world. Why must Zhang be the one to break off the engagement? Why can't your family take the initiative? As long as you find the right excuse, no one can say anything." All eyes turned toward her. Yao Shi also looked up in surprise, recognizing her as Yu from the Qingyuan Count's mansion. Though she usually looked down on her, she couldn't help but frown slightly, sensing that Yu might have a solution. What excuse? The Qingyuan Count's mansion had declined in influence, and Yu, having finally been selected to enter the palace this time, was more anxious than anyone. For the moment, she even forgot her earlier conflict with Jiang Xuening over Zhang. Besides, Jiang Xuening's father, Jiang Boyo, was at best a mere secretary. How could she compare to Yao Shi, the daughter of the Secretary of Rights and a Grand Secretary? There was no need to fear Jiang Xuening, so she smiled. Slowly, she said, "If it's truly as Sister Yao just said, that Zhang's 2 previous betrothals fell through, then it's clear he's fated to have no wife. And the second betrothal ended with the girl's death. What does that mean? It means his fate brings misfortune to his wives." Yao Shi froze for a moment before murmuring, but his fiancée had been frail and sickly since childhood. She died from wind cold at the time. Yu scoffed. "Sister Yao, why must you be so inflexible? Regardless, she's dead now. If you want to break off the engagement, just say Zhang's fate is to bring misfortune to his wives, that he's cursed to be alone, and that any woman who marries him will meet a bad end. Who would dare say your family acted wrongly? And given the current situation, even if your father values his talent and thinks highly of him, if he hears such talk often, how could he not prioritize his own daughter's well-being? Grand Secretary Yao is unyielding in court. Even the emperor gives him some face. If Zhang doesn't know his place, he'd be opposing Lord Yao. Could he possibly stand against him? That's right. Zhang had risen through the ranks via the civil service examinations, promoted exceptionally for his skill in handling legal cases. But without the prestige of a proper imperial examination background, his footing in court was already precarious. As long as she could present a plausible reason and properly persuade her father, given how much he doted on her, how could this engagement not be broken? Yao Shi clutched her embroidered handkerchief, her gaze flickering uncertainly. Jiang Xuening quietly observed Yao Shi, then glanced at Yu, who had just finished offering her advice and now shot her a triumphant look. Unnoticed, Jiang Xuening clenched her fists. She still remembered the first time she saw Zhang. It had been at the summer retreat. She had taken her maids to admire the lotus blossoms on the lake. Unexpectedly, the weather in July was as fickle as a child's mood. The afternoon downpour arrived without warning, forcing them to rush to a nearby pavilion for shelter. Only upon arriving did she realize that someone was already there. A man was seated inside, with a young eunuch standing beside him as though waiting for someone. The man wore the robes of a third-rank civil official. He sat on a stone stool beside the round table in the pavilion, one hand resting on the table, the other hanging loosely over his right knee, quietly watching the heavy rain outside. A pot of tea had been brewed on the table, steam and fragrance rising through the humid air. Outside the pavilion, the rain roared. This corner of the pavilion seemed abandoned by heaven and earth, exuding an inexplicable tranquility and serenity. Jiang Xuening paused briefly before stepping inside. She was dressed in palace attire, her skirt adorned with phoenixes in flight and clusters of peonies. The young eunuch spotted her first and hurriedly bowed in greeting. 1,000 blessings to Her Majesty. Only then did the other person notice her presence. He immediately rose to his feet, bowing deeply with his head lowered. "Your humble servant Zhang pays respects to the Empress." Zhang. At the mention of this name, her brows arched slightly. Recently, Zhou had been handling affairs for her, while the embroidered uniform guard and the 3 judicial offices vied for power. Zhang, the newly appointed Vice Minister of Justice, had consistently opposed Zhou at every turn, driving even someone as meticulous as Zhou to lose his composure and overturn tables in fury at the Imperial Guard headquarters. Thus, though she had never met him before, his reputation had long preceded him. Her gaze swept over him appraisingly before she spoke with a faint, mocking smile. "Rise, Zhang Darren. There's no need for such formality." She had intended to exchange a few words with him, but to her surprise, the man remained expressionless. After rising, he immediately said, "As an outer court official, Zhang dares not disturb Her Majesty's presence." With that, he retreated from the pavilion and stepped outside to stand at the base of the steps. The rain was still pouring heavily. Within moments, he was drenched from head to toe. Even the young eunuch was startled. Zhang had been waiting in the pavilion with a eunuch present, likely because Shun Jie had summoned him but had yet to arrive. The young eunuch couldn't possibly let a court official stand soaked in the rain. He quickly grabbed a nearby umbrella, preparing to step out and shield him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xuening let out a cold laugh and commanded, "Give it to me." At that time, as the empress, everyone around her flattered, indulged, and pampered her. Yet this Zhang avoided her as though she were a venomous serpent. Moreover, given the past conflicts and power struggles at court, how could she let him off so easily? So she took the umbrella from the eunuch's hands and leisurely strolled to the edge of the pavilion. Still standing inside, she was slightly elevated above the steps, putting her a little higher than Zhang Jia. Yet she made no move to shield him with the umbrella. Instead, she toyed with its handle, watching the rain stream down his sharp, unyielding features. Zhang Jia's face was naturally devoid of warmth. His lips were thin, his eyelids even thinner. So when he lifted his gaze slightly to look at her, his eyes were like the edge of a blade, light, yet capable of leaving a mark with a single glance. Jiang Xuening smiled. "Why does Zhang Darren flee at the sight of this palace?" "Afraid I might devour you." Zhang Jia pressed his lips together and remained silent. His defiance only fueled her irritation. "I've heard that Zhang Darren is quite formidable in court. Even the current commander of the embroidered uniform guard has suffered under your hand. I've known of you for so long, yet it's only today that we finally meet." Her voice was melodious, but her words carried a thinly veiled mockery that anyone could detect. The rain roared, veiling everything in a misty haze. Zhang Jia looked at her, then averted his gaze, still silent. He turned as if to leave, but as he took a step forward, he found himself unable to move. Only when he glanced back did he see. His official robe, dampened by the rain, had been trailing across the step behind him. Now, it was pinned beneath the upturned toe of an embroidered, cloud-patterned slipper. Jiang Xuening feigned ignorance, pretending not to notice that she was stepping on it. With false innocence, she asked, "Why does Zhang Darren not leave?" Zhang Jia stared at her intently for a moment. Then he bent down in the rain and unexpectedly grabbed a corner of his official robe, giving it a forceful tug. Rip! The sound of tearing fabric was startlingly sharp amid the rain. He tore off the corner of his robe that Jiang Xuening had been stepping on before standing upright again. "Neither humble nor arrogant," he said to her. "I dare not trouble your highness to move. However, this humble official also has a word of advice for you. People covet benefits and negotiate with a tiger for its skin, unaware that a tiger remains a tiger because of its inherently fierce nature, unchanged by circumstances. Those who negotiate with a tiger for its skin today will inevitably be devoured by the tiger tomorrow. Your Highness, take heed." With that, Zhang Jia turned and left. Jiang Xuening was furious. She hurled the umbrella in her hand down with force. Its open canopy spun twice in the rain, the sound of raindrops striking it echoing loudly. The young eunuch in the pavilion was terrified, his face drained of color. At that moment, she thought, how could there be such an ungrateful person in the world? Only later did she realize that Zhang Jia was inherently incapable of recognizing gratitude or resentment. His temper was stubborn and unyielding. No amount of scolding could change him. At the time, she truly believed she hadn't taken his words to heart. Yet in the countless sleepless nights that followed, those words would resurface from the depths of her memory. Because those around her either sought favors from her, harbored intentions toward her, or were constrained by her. None would ever speak to her like that. How could she be certain she wasn't negotiating with a tiger for its skin? Each person had their own path. In her previous life, all for the sake of becoming empress, she had dismissed others' unwelcome advice. Even knowing it was wrong, she had stubbornly persisted to the end. Yet she never imagined that it would ultimately bring harm to him. Since her rebirth, she hadn't encountered Zhang Jia. But now, she had met his so-called fiancé first. The night was dark, the candlelight flickering. Yu, having finished offering her suggestion, stood to the side with a smug smile. She slowly clenched her fingers, her face shadowed with frost, as though she were on the verge of making a decision. Jiang Xuening suddenly thought, to live in this world as a good person is exhausting. One must endure, yield, restrain oneself, remain humble, and avoid conflict. Compared to being a villain, it's utterly joyless. Though villains ultimately pay the price for their actions, based on her past life's experience, regardless of the final outcome, the moment of being a villain was exhilarating, even euphoric. Miss you. Jiang Xuening stood up as though oblivious to their earlier scheming about Zhang and walked toward the fish tank she had been staring at. Watching the goldfish move slowly through the waist-high tank, she called out, "Please come closer. There are a few words I'd like to say to you." Her face bore a calm smile, showing no trace of anything unusual. Yu, however, guessed that she might be upset about the earlier suggestion. But they were in the palace, with so many witnesses around. What could she possibly do? Instead, Yu wanted to savor the sight of her discomfort up close. With a laugh, she walked over. The room fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the two of them. As soon as Yu approached, she said, "Speak your mind." But she never expected that the moment she reached the large fish tank, Jiang Xuening, standing beside it, would suddenly, and without warning, reach out, press a hand against Yu's head, and shove her face first into the white porcelain tank. Yu screamed. Yet Jiang Xuening's abrupt attack was delivered with such force that Yu, caught off guard, had no chance to break free. In an instant, her entire head was submerged in the water. Everyone in the room was startled, followed by gasps of shock. Zhou Baoying spilled the candied fruits she had been holding onto the table, while Feng Miao covered her mouth in shock. Even Xiao Shu paled and abruptly stood up. At this moment, where was the slightest trace of Jiang Xuening's previous kindness? There wasn't a hint of a smile on her face. A fierce aura radiated from her, her expression as cold as ice and snow. She held Yu beneath the water without the slightest change in expression, ignoring the other's struggles and not moving an inch. The splashing water soaked her clothes, but she didn't even glance at it. Only when the others recovered from their shock and rushed forward to intervene did she coldly haul the choking, weakened Yu from the tank, and toss her onto the floor. Yu, still in shock, was as pale as a ghost. Trembling, she pointed at Jiang Xuening. Yu. Jiang Xuening lowered her gaze and picked up a nearby embroidered handkerchief to wipe her hands. What about me? All eyes were on her, yet she merely chuckled softly and looked down at Yu with disdain. I bullied you. Are you going to complain? But I have the eldest princess and a father with a substantial post in the Ministry of Revenue. What do you have? Not to mention the now widely known Yin Lin. Yu could hardly believe what had just happened to her, much less that Jiang Xuening had the audacity to say such things. She wanted to retort, but faced with those eyes brimming with malice, her entire body shivered uncontrollably. Only then did Jiang Xuening leisurely shift her gaze toward Yao Shi, who was equally frightened. A faint light glimmered in her deep eyes, and her tone was surprisingly gentle and friendly. Young ladies of the inner chambers, not yet married, are already scheming to tarnish reputations and ruin lifelong prospects. So vicious at such a tender age. What will become of you when you grow up? If word gets out, who would dare marry you? Don't you agree, Miss Yao? She finally realized that Jiang Xuening was retaliating over the matter of Zhang. For a moment, her heart filled with panic, fear, and hatred. But she didn't dare meet Jiang Xuening's gaze and could only avoid it nervously. Jiang Xuening had thought that someone who dared use such cruel tactics would have more courage. But she turned out to be nothing more than a coward. With a cold laugh, Jiang Xuening slowly folded the handkerchief and set it down. Take your time chatting. I'm a little tired and will retire early. Chapter 28. Having committed the bad deed of bullying others with her influence, Jiang Xuening returned to her room without a shred of guilt. What was there to worry about? A young lady insisting on smearing her betrothed with the reputation of being a wife killer just to break off an engagement, especially when the man was known for his integrity and uprightness. Who knew who would end up worse off if word got out? Besides, if they wanted to make a fuss over what she'd done today and let others judge, Jiang Xuening would welcome it. Wouldn't a big scandal be the perfect excuse for her to leave the palace? Either way, it was a win-win situation. That evening, Yanlin did indeed send her some of the exam topics he'd managed to gather. Of course, they might not be complete, but the general direction and which books would be covered were clear. If she burned the midnight oil and reviewed them again in the morning, passing the next day's assessment shouldn't be difficult. After all, it was only a test to gauge everyone's knowledge, not a real examination. The purpose of the assessment was merely to weed out the worst performers. Jiang Xuening skimmed through the pages and found them almost identical to what she remembered from her past life. After reading them, she held the papers over a flame and burned them. Though she didn't care about herself, if someone else saw these, it would inevitably lead back to Yanlin, and that wouldn't sound good. Thus, she slept peacefully through the night. The next morning, after washing up and finishing her makeup, she pushed open her door, only to find several noble young ladies already out on the veranda at this early hour. Books in hand, they were either standing or sitting, quietly reciting and memorizing. It seemed everyone was really putting in the effort to stay. Jiang Xuening suddenly felt that her own laziness was rather out of place. Perhaps because of her sudden outburst against Yu and Yao Shi the night before, when the others heard her door open and saw her step out. Their gazes held varying degrees of wariness and fear. Only a few greeted her proactively. Among them was Fan Ilan, the only one not cramming at the last minute. She even smiled at Jiang Xuening and said, "Good morning, second Miss Jiang." "Good morning, Miss Fan." Fan Ilan was truly uncompetitive, her grace and composure stemming from genuine talent. She remained calm and collected no matter the situation. This kind of detachment was something Jiang Xuening could never emulate. She was always kind to those who showed her kindness, so she nodded in return and remarked, "Everyone seems to have risen quite early today. It appears they all take this scholarly assessment very seriously." On this late autumn morning, a faint chill hung in the air. Young ladies in varied attire stood beneath the veranda, books in hand. No matter how one looked at it, it was a picturesque scene. Fan Ilan glanced at the others and said, "After all, none of us have likely experienced such a situation before. It's only natural to be nervous. Even I couldn't sleep well last night and woke up early today. But you, second Miss Jiang, slept soundly until dawn, just like the past few days. It's truly enviable. Of all things to envy, her ability to sleep?" Jiang Xuening didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the other side sat Feng Miao, who had surprisingly set aside her usual books on celestial phenomena and calendars to pore over a copy of the Analects today. Hearing Fan Ilan's words, she interjected with a hint of sourness. "Miss Fan, you wouldn't know this, but even if all of us had a sleepless night last night, second Miss Jiang would never have trouble sleeping. Everyone in the court and beyond knows that Jiang Xuening is on good terms with Master Xie, and they interact often. If nothing else, second Miss Jiang must know a thing or two about Master Xie's preferences and what to pay attention to when answering the exam later. As for the rest of us, we're in a sorry state. We don't even know which Buddha's foot to cling to at the last minute." Her voice suddenly trailed off mid-sentence. Feng Miao had just realized something she'd overlooked earlier. Slapping her forehead, she stood up and grabbed Jiang Xuening's hand. "Second Miss Jiang. Second Miss Jiang. I completely forgot. You're someone with connections. Ahem, if it's not too much trouble, could you give us a little hint? What kind of books does Master Xie usually like? Does he have any particular preferences when grading papers?" Though Xia Wei and Zhang Boyo did interact, those were matters for the adults. Jiang Xuening was, at most, an 18-year-old girl, 19 if counted by traditional reckoning. So what could she possibly know? If Feng Miao had asked this question in her past life, she would have been barking up the wrong tree. But in this life, Jiang Xuening actually did know. After all, she had been reborn and already knew the contents of the exam in advance. As Feng Miao posed her question, the sound of reading in the corridor inexplicably grew quieter. Jiang Xuening noticed many eyes turning toward her, and a thought flickered through her mind. Why not do this mutually beneficial good deed? The better everyone else performed, the worse she would look in comparison. Feng Miao had only asked on a whim, but seeing the hesitation in Jiang Xuening's eyes, she sighed inwardly. Of course she wouldn't tell us. After all, everyone here was technically in competition. who would willingly help their rivals. If someone got bumped out of the running by accident, who could they even complain to? With a resigned sigh, Feng Miao said, I'll just keep reading the Analects. Blindly clinging to something is better than clinging to nothing. But to her utter surprise, Jiang Xuening chuckled and replied, the Analects is a must, but if you have time, Mencius wouldn't hurt either. It's obvious Master Xie won't make the exam too difficult. He just wants to see what we've learned. So, following the usual order of scholars' studies, the Great Learning and the Book of Songs are worth reviewing too. My father does have some rapport with Master Xie, but I don't know much about his habits. I've only heard that aside from well-answered papers, Master Xie seems to favor neatly written characters. No matter how brilliant the answers, if the handwriting is messy or illegible, Master Xie will fail it outright. The group was stunned. Some were surprised that Jiang Xuening had shared the information so openly. Others wondered whether her words could be trusted, and a few doubted the accuracy of her advice. Even Zhou Baoying was studying today. Her delicate little face was flushed pink, her fine brows furrowing in confusion. How could that be? When it comes to studying, aren't knowledge and cultivation the most important? If someone is dismissed just because their handwriting isn't good enough, that seems terribly unfair. If the exam questions are numerous, it's inevitable that the handwriting might become rushed. Jiang Xuening smiled. That I wouldn't know. In her previous life, her interactions with Xie Wei had been few and far between. She'd only heard that when he presided over the imperial examinations, those with excellent knowledge but poor handwriting would be demoted by one rank under his judgment. First-class candidates would be placed in the second class. Second-class candidates would fall to the third class. And third-class candidates might lose their ranking entirely. Many scholars from that examination cycle had been dissatisfied, causing quite an uproar. Petitions from the literati demanded Xie Wei's removal as chief examiner. Yet Xie Wei remained unyielding, showing no intention of changing his decision. Eventually, the matter faded away without resolution. Why Xie Wei acted this way, Jiang Xuening naturally didn't know. She'd shared what she did know. Whether the others believed her was their concern. Zhou Baoying's question left many girls somewhat skeptical of Jiang Xuening's earlier claims. Only Xiao Shu regarded Jiang Xuening with newfound respect, because she knew Jiang Xuening was telling the truth. The Xiao clan's influence at court was substantial. Though Xiao Shu was already acquainted with the eldest princess and her academic skills were solid, making it unlikely she'd be sent home at this stage. When it came to scholarly examinations, face was at stake. Someone had already investigated all the habits and preferences of Xie Wei, the junior tutor of the crown prince, with good handwriting at the very top of the list. She knew this, but she had never thought to share it with the others. Yet Jiang Xuening had revealed everything. Did this person have no sense of self-interest at all? Xiao Shu suddenly found herself unable to fully comprehend Jiang Xuening. At the same time, compared with this person's openness, her own petty desire to compete for first place seemed rather shallow. Her heart grew unexpectedly complicated. Little did she know, Jiang Xuening was practically bursting with joy inside. These silly girls had better cram hard, use this time to review, and write carefully during the exam. Her grand plan, to smoothly leave the palace and return home early, depended entirely on them. While everyone else was busy reviewing, Jiang Xuening had never felt more hopeful in her life. She entered the flowing water pavilion to brew herself some tea, making no preparations whatsoever and simply waiting to be summoned for the examination. But unexpectedly, just as she'd started heating the water, an uninvited guest arrived. Jiang Xuening looked up, one brow arching slightly. Yao Shi. Perhaps because she'd cried yesterday, and cried even harder after Jiang Xuening left, her eyes appeared somewhat swollen. As she entered, her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xuening. Dressed in apricot red robes, she looked quite lovely. But from the tightly clenched fists at her sides, Jiang Xuening could sense her resentment and anger. Jiang Xuening reached out and leisurely arranged the tea set on the tray, smiling faintly. Miss Yao, rest assured. Yesterday, those words were only spoken because we asked. Though I may not be a particularly good person, any grudges or grievances I have are always addressed directly. I don't engage in backstabbing or spreading rumors behind others' backs, so you needn't worry that I'll go around gossiping. Yao Shi felt as though she'd been slapped across the face. After all, Phrases like backstabbing and spreading rumors sounded all too pointed. She took a deep breath and said, "I've considered it carefully and can't recall any enmity between us, second Miss Jiang. After returning last night, I made some inquiries, but I still couldn't think of any way I might have offended you. If there were some discord between you and that second Miss you, targeting her would be understandable. But every word you spoke seemed aimed directly at me. I lay awake for half the night, puzzled by this matter. Even if you were acting out of a sense of justice, your reaction seemed excessively intense. It makes me wonder, what exactly is your relationship with Zhang Zhe?" PSK. So, unable to make sense of it, she now suspected there was something between her and Jiang Zhe. No doubt, if she found even the slightest hint, she'd use it as grounds to break off the engagement. Jiang Xuening was sharp, but if this question had been posed to her in her past life, she might not have been able to answer with a clear conscience. Now, in this life, she hadn't even met Zhang Zhe yet. What relationship could there possibly be? Leaning forward, Jiang Xuening used a tea scoop to carefully transfer the tea leaves from the tea caddy into the pot, her expression unchanged. Zhang Darren is a principled censor, upright and incorruptible. I've heard he earned a sterling reputation among the common people for his fair judgments in earlier years. Though I may be a petty person myself, these past 2 years I've come to understand something. Not everyone in this world can be a noble person, and there's no harm in being petty. It's fine to deal with petty people using petty means, but when it comes to noble individuals, it's best to treat them with nobility. Miss Yao seems to suspect there's something between Zhang Zhe and me, but after today, you need only ask around to confirm that I've never even met this so-called Zhang Darren. If you're thinking of using this to stir up trouble, you might as well abandon the idea now. If you find this marriage unfavorable and wish to withdraw, that's understandable. People naturally seek advantage and avoid harm, and there's nothing inherently blameworthy in that. But some things, when taken too far, become unseemly. Miss Yao, you want to break off the engagement without suffering any consequences. Since when does the world offer such conveniences? Second Miss Jiang speaks so eloquently. Yao Shi retorted, finding her detached tone utterly grating. I've only heard that you're difficult to get along with in your own household. Now you stand there preaching without understanding the pain. If it were you in such a situation, forced into such a marriage, I doubt you'd handle it any better than I have. This was outright slander. Jiang Xuening thought to herself that even in her past life, at her most unrefined, she had been upfront with Yin Lin about her desire to become empress and marry Shi Jing. She hadn't concocted innocent excuses for herself, much less smeared Yin Lin's name with baseless accusations. Besides, her interest in Shi Jing had arisen before the Marquis of Courage estate fell from grace. Regardless of whether the Marquis's household encountered trouble later, she had still intended to marry Shi Jing. She had never meant to kick someone while they were down. It was just that the two incidents had coincided, making it seem as though she were adding insult to injury and further fueling Yin Lin's hatred for her. Her gaze toward Yao Shi now carried a hint of mockery. It seems Miss Yao had no intention of harming anyone last night, yet today you've become stubbornly fixated on this path. If I were you, first, upon encountering such a favorable marriage match, one even your father, a Grand Secretariat scholar, approves of, I'd be overjoyed to marry. Why bother breaking it off? Second, even if I felt the match was unsuitable and wanted to withdraw, I wouldn't go so far as to smear the man's reputation with ugly rumors like wife killer. How would he ever marry afterward? I'd simply be forthright and tell him I wish to end the engagement. Someone as upright as Zhang Zhe wouldn't force the matter. Third, if I were determined not to bear the stigma of being mercenary, yet still wanted to break off the engagement, I'd stay put and wait it out at home. As Yao Shi listened to the first part, she couldn't help twisting her handkerchief in silent resentment. But when she heard the last sentence, she abruptly froze. What do you mean by that? By now, Jiang Xuening found Yao Shi utterly detestable. Noticing that the water beside her had begun to boil, she replied coolly, I'm about to brew tea. Unless Miss Yao intends to sit and discuss philosophy over a cup, please don't disturb my peace. The examination is coming up. Wouldn't it be better to spend this time studying? Study more, and stop bullying the less fortunate. This was one of the few lessons she'd learned from her past life. She could only offer this much guidance, considering Yao Shi might still end up marrying Zhang someday. Whether Yao Shi understood or not was no longer her concern. Yao Shi, however, took it as a blatant snub and bristled with anger again. With such a clear dismissal, she had no choice but to leave, flicking her sleeves in frustration. Only after stepping outside did it occur to her that the flowing water pavilion wasn't Jiang Xuening's personal domain. How dare she act like the host and shoo her away? But going back inside now would be too undignified, so she had no choice but to swallow her anger. Around 6:30 in the morning, just as Jiang Xuening finished her second pot of tea, someone arrived at the Hall of Admirable Restraint to announce. The tutors have arrived from the Hall of Literary Glory with the examination papers. The test will begin at 7:15 in the adjacent Hall of Adoration. Please follow us there, young ladies. Everyone promptly tidied their appearances and followed the palace attendants to the Hall of Adoration. The hall was less than a quarter hour's walk from the Hall of Admirable Restraint, where the attending students resided, so they arrived quickly. Jiang Xuening looked up and saw that the Hall of Adoration consisted of a main hall flanked by side chambers, with small annexes and mountain-facing rooms. There were no ornate beams or painted pillars. Most of the doors were simply varnished with plain lacquer. Only 5 steps led up to the entrance, symbolizing the sage's 5 virtues. Inside, it resembled a classroom. At the front was the tutor's lectern, while the lower area was furnished with desks and chairs, each equipped with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Against the western wall stood several square tables and chairs, along with bookshelves and a tea table, likely for the tutors to rest between lectures. They each chose their seats. Still somewhat wary of Xie Wei, Jiang Xuening immediately picked a dimly lit desk in the farthest corner. Though writing there might strain her eyes, it would keep her out of everyone else's sight. At that moment, a voice came from behind. "Gentlemen, please." Everyone immediately rose again. Jiang Xuening stood in the corner and turned to look. Today, Xie Wei wore a loose, pale blue Taoist robe, his hair tied up with a jade hairpin. His brows and eyes were serene, untouched by worldly dust, and the corners of his lips carried the hint of his usual faint smile. He walked in from outside the hall with 3 elderly scholars whose hair and beards had already turned white. In terms of demeanor and bearing, he truly stood out like a crane among chickens, not to mention his unusually young age compared with others of the same rank at court. Some noble young ladies who had previously mocked others for blushing at the mention of Xie Wei now realized that those people hadn't been exaggerating. For a moment, many of them dared not look directly at him. Jiang Xuening lowered her head immediately after one glance. It wasn't that she didn't dare look at Xie Wei. Rather, she hoped he wouldn't notice her at all. She only needed enough presence when she handed in her exam paper and waited for him to tell her to get lost. However, Xie Wei entered the hall carrying a rolled stack of exam papers. Just as he placed them on the desk and looked up, his brow twitched slightly. His gaze swept across the corners of the room before finally landing on Jiang Xuening, who stood with her head bowed in the dimly lit corner. His fingers, which had been unrolling the papers, paused briefly. An elderly Hanlon scholar beside him asked, "Juan, what's the matter?" Xie Wei merely gestured toward a palace attendant standing by the door and said calmly, "From now on, unless there's strong wind, heavy rain, or scorching sun, keep the east windows open." The attendant immediately responded, "Yes." Then, walking past Jiang Xuening, the attendant pushed open the tightly shut window. Daylight poured in from outside, spilling over her and illuminating the desk, brush, and paper before her. In that instant, Jiang Xuening felt utterly exposed. She cursed inwardly. This posture clearly shows he suspects I'd cheat in the dark. Just wait until I hand in this excellent exam paper. Let's see how he reacts to a masterpiece of sheer ignorance. Let's see if it doesn't infuriate him to death. Chapter 29. The stack of examination papers had been prepared in advance. Since they were merely intended to assess the knowledge and cultivation of the princess's attending students, the questions were neither overly complex nor numerous. Each instructor had drafted their own questions, which were then transcribed into 12 identical copies in neat, standardized handwriting, all in the elegant style of the imperial examinations. After giving his instructions, Xie Wei lowered his head and continued unwrapping the papers. Once he was finished, He briefly counted the papers before addressing the 3 elderly Hanlon scholars accompanying him. Would the esteemed gentleman care to review them? The 3 remained standing and shook their heads. One of the elderly Hanlon scholars sighed. What's the point of reviewing papers for a bunch of little girls? It's all just child's play. Junior Preceptor Xie's approval is more than sufficient. Xie glanced at him, but said nothing. He simply handed the papers to the palace attendants. The attendants received them with both hands and distributed one to each candidate. Jiang Xuening happened to receive the last copy. As soon as the paper was placed before her, she quickly skimmed through it. The questions were nearly identical to those from her previous life and matched the set Yin Lin had given her the night before. Then Xie Wei's calm, measured voice came from the front. This assessment is merely to gauge the level of knowledge and cultivation among the attending students. The questions drafted by the instructors are relatively simple, and answering them should not be too difficult. Therefore, you will have only 1.5 hours to complete the examination. By the end of the hour of C, around 10 in the morning, you will be asked to submit your answers. My colleagues and I will then spend half an hour grading them on the spot and provide our evaluation. You may begin now. His tone was even, without the slightest fluctuation. Yet to those listening, his voice carried a soothing quality, like a gentle breeze. Perhaps it was because his words held a reassuring undertone, easing the initial tension in the hall and allowing everyone to relax slightly. Below, candidates like Xiao Shu and Fan Elan, both accomplished in knowledge and cultivation, brimmed with confidence. Upon hearing Xie Wei's words, they picked up their brushes, dipped them in ink, and began neatly composing their answers on the blank sheets provided. Jiang Xuening, however, stared at the paper for a long while. Only after what felt like an eternity did she finally reach out. Her fingers curled awkwardly, like a chicken's claw, as she grasped the small brush beside her. Then she began writing on her answer sheet, slowly and deliberately, her strokes uneven and crooked. By then, the instructors had already taken their seats on the left side of the hall, where the attendants had served them tea. They were seasoned scholars of the Hanlon Academy, and as they watched the 12 young girls bent over their papers, they couldn't help shaking their heads in disapproval. The elderly scholar who had spoken earlier remarked, "If a princess insists on studying, His Majesty could simply indulge her by hiring a few tutors. After all, girls don't need to grasp profound principles. They need only obey their parents at home, submit to their husbands after marriage, and follow their sons after being widowed. Studying the classic of filial piety and admonitions for women would suffice. Yet they've made such a grand spectacle of it that one might mistake it for a prince's formal education. I've dedicated more than a decade to rigorous scholarship in the Hanlon Academy, and now I'm reduced to teaching a bunch of girls. What nonsense." Xie Wei sat beside him, quietly lifting his teacup and removing the lid, but offered no response. The other 2 scholars, however, were visibly stirred by the remark, their expressions tinged with discontent. One of them sighed in agreement. "Isn't that so? In all my years as an official, I've never been asked to teach girls. At the very least, I'm a scholar who passed the imperial examinations and is well versed in the 4 books and 5 classics. Teaching the princess and her attending students probably requires only the most basic lessons. Not that I think too highly of myself, but this is truly using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. It's one thing for the likes of us, just a few disgruntled old pedants in the academy. But even Junior Preceptor Xie, who usually presides over the daily lectures for the emperor, has been assigned to teach the princess and these attending students. It's truly baffling. And the fact that Junior Preceptor Xie agreed is even more perplexing. These venerable scholars, all esteemed members of the Hanlon Academy, had principles of their own. Even in the emperor's presence, they spoke their minds without restraint. They had already voiced these complaints several times in court. But Shenlang doted on the eldest princess and was stubbornly determined, refusing to heed their advice. So their protests had been in vain. Xie Wei had heard their grievances in court before, and each time, they dragged him into the discussion as though he, too, harbored great dissatisfaction with the matter. Yet he had never shown much emotion about it. At that moment, he merely glanced at the noble young ladies diligently working on their examination papers. His gaze lingered briefly on Jiang Xuening's grip on the brush, and he frowned slightly. Taking a sip of tea, he said, The attending students are all working on their answers. Let's keep our voices down so we don't disturb them." After that, the old scholars could say no more. Invigilating examinations had always been tedious. Xie Wei had brought a copy of the theory of preserving whiteness with him and sat quietly, turning through the pages one by one. The other scholars, however, grew restless. Being assigned by the emperor to teach the eldest princess and a group of noble girls serving as attending students had already displeased them. After sitting for less than half an hour, unable to talk and uninterested in reading, they excused themselves to get some fresh air outside, abandoning their invigilation duties altogether. They left the Hall of Adoration, leaving Xie Wei alone inside. From beginning to end, Xie Wei didn't even glance at them, remaining absorbed in his book. Though seated in a corner, Jiang Xuening had overheard the old scholar's complaints and watched as they left after barely sitting for a while. She couldn't help but frown. No wonder they were called stubborn old pedants. They were so antiquated that they ought to be buried in the ground. Even if she didn't remain as an attending student, she would definitely report these wretched old men to Shenzi later. Chapter 30. Recalling the world Yu Fangyin had described in her previous life and comparing it with the place she now found herself in, Jiang Xuening couldn't help feeling an inexplicable sense of discontent. As she lowered her head and returned to the examination questions set by the scholars, her irritation only grew with every glance. Originally, she had planned to play the role of a hopeless slacker, but now, the longer she stared at the questions, the stronger the rebellious urge within her became. Jiang Xuening's thought, "Since I'm not staying in the palace anyway, why should I be afraid of offending these old men?" Jiang Xuening's slender fingers twirled the brush in her hand, and a faint smile suddenly curled at the corners of her lips. The examination paper was indeed, as Xie Wei had previously mentioned, not particularly difficult. Most of the questions tested knowledge of Confucian and Mintian doctrines, along with poetry, rhythmic rules, and music theory. By now, she had already answered a small portion in her atrocious handwriting. As for the majority that remained, the sage said, "The commander of 3 armies may be deprived of his authority, but the will of even a common man cannot be taken from him." How should this be interpreted? Discuss the importance of a noble man's resolve. Jiang Xuening meticulously drew a turtle on the answer sheet, then wrote, "One interpretation. When a common man is insulted, he draws his sword, rises, and fights. This is not true courage." Another, "The rage of a common man spills blood within 5 paces. Since he is a common man, he is by nature mediocre. How could he possess will? And if he has no will, what is there to take?" I do not know how this should be interpreted, but I do understand one thing. The sage was clearly talking nonsense. The sage said, "Heaven has endowed me with virtue. What can Huan Tue do to me?" Construct an argument centered on the concept of virtue. The meaning of this statement was that Confucius claimed heaven had bestowed virtue upon him. So what harm could Huan Tue of Song possibly do to him? It was said that when Confucius was traveling to the state of Chun and passed through Song, Huan Tue, the minister of war of Song, heard of his arrival and sought to harm him. At the time, Confucius was lecturing his disciples on the rights of Zhou beneath a large tree when Huan Tue arrived with his men, chopped down the tree, and attempted to kill Confucius. Confucius had made this statement while fleeing. Scholars had long revered Confucius as the sage, treating every word he spoke as infallible truth. Even the most absurd claims could be twisted into profound wisdom. Jiang Xuening nearly rolled her eyes out of her skull as she read this. Jiang Xuening's thought, "If a person possesses virtue, they can escape misfortune and have no reason to fear being harmed by others? What nonsense! And to boast about oneself like this? How shameless!" For this question, she had plenty of arguments to make. She immediately began scribbling furiously across the answer sheet. Aside from the hideous handwriting, there was nothing particularly wrong with it. 1.5 hours passed quickly. By then, most of the others in the hall had already set down their brushes. A palace attendant struck the bronze chime, signaling that it was time to collect the papers. When the attendant reached Jiang Xuening, she was still sprawled over her desk, writing furiously. The attendant coughed lightly. "Second, Miss Jiang, it's time to submit your paper." Jiang Xuening didn't even glance up, remaining unmoved. "Oh, just let me finish this last sentence." The attendant hesitated, instinctively turning to look at Xia Wei, who had already risen and was watching from nearby. Xia Wei said nothing. Left with no choice, the attendant clasped her hands and stood quietly, waiting for Jiang Xuening to finish. But this so-called last sentence seemed unusually long. The scratching of her brush continued for quite some time. All eyes turned toward her, and for a moment, everyone was puzzled. This shouldn't be happening. Jiang Xuening had previously predicted many of the examination questions, which showed that she had prepared in advance. Moreover, the test wasn't particularly difficult. People like Xiao Shu and Fan Ilan had finished their answers in just an hour, but had chosen not to submit them early to avoid standing out. So why was Jiang Xuening taking so long? Finally, she set down her brush, lifted the densely written answer sheet from the desk, blew on the ink to dry it, and handed it to the waiting palace attendant. "Thank you for your patience." The attendant secretly sighed in relief. She had assumed second Miss Jiang had taken extra care with the examination and that her vast knowledge had required such a lengthy response. But when she took the answer sheet and saw the scribbles resembling ghostly drawings, and so many of them at that, she nearly broke out in a cold sweat. Not daring to comment, the attendant collected all the answer sheets, organized them, and presented them to Xia Wei. With that, the examination concluded. The group relaxed somewhat. Fang Miao, seated closer to Jiang Xuening, watched as Xia Wei received the papers and spread them across his desk. She leaned closer and whispered, "Why did you take so long? Was there some hidden trick in the questions?" There was no trick. If there was one, it was the wisdom of a contrarian. Jiang Xuening also glanced upward. After making sure Xia Wei wasn't paying attention, she lowered her voice. "I'm just slow, so it took me longer." Slow? Did she look like someone who could be described as slow? Fang Miao instantly lost interest in talking to her, interpreting this as false modesty, someone pretending to be humble despite being skilled. She gave Jiang Xuening a sidelong glance. "Sure, keep pretending." Seeing that she didn't believe her, Jiang Xuening couldn't be bothered to explain further. Now that the examination was over, she felt lighthearted. This answer sheet had been tailor-made to provoke. Those old scholars would probably be so furious they'd cough up blood. She no longer had any worries about leaving the palace. Her attention then discreetly shifted towards Xia Wei. On the desk, the topmost answer sheet belonged to Xiao Shu, the eldest daughter of the Duke's manor. Her hairpin small regular script was exquisite, clearly the result of years of practice. After reviewing it, Xia Wei gave a faint nod and set it aside before picking up the next one. His expression remained unreadable, offering no clues to those watching below. But when he reached the fifth answer sheet, the corner of his eye twitched almost imperceptibly. Jiang Xuening, who had been closely observing his reactions, stiffened. Jiang Xuening's thought, "This is mine. This is mine." Thinking back to Xia Wei in her previous life, a man well-versed in the classics and skilled in calligraphy and the qin, she wondered whether this answer sheet would make him see red. Jiang Xuening's thought, how thrilling it would be if he lost his composure right here. Little did she know how shocked Xia Wei was after reviewing four neatly written papers, only to be confronted with the fifth, a mess of scrawled, childlike handwriting. The lines were uneven, and the strokes were crooked. It looked like a Taoist's ghostly drawings. Even a 7- or 8-year-old could write better. For a brief moment, his brow furrowed, and he nearly flung the paper to the ground. Upon glancing at the top of the scroll, the name Jiang Xuening caught his eye. Xia Wei's fingers tightened slightly around the examination paper as he lifted his gaze toward the now brightly lit corner of the hall. There, he caught Jiang Xuening sneaking a look at him, her clear black and white eyes glinting with fox-like cunning. But the moment his eyes met hers, that sly glimmer vanished entirely. It was replaced by an awkward, timid expression, and she quickly lowered her head, as though acutely aware of how poorly she had answered and feeling uneasy about it. Xia Wei stared at her for a long while. Jiang Xuening had assumed he would only glance at her briefly before looking away. So, after keeping her head lowered for a short while, she raised it again, intending to observe Xia Wei's reaction further. Yet, to her surprise, she found herself staring directly into his unwavering gaze. Instantly, her hair stood on end. Though Xia Wei's face bore no stern or severe expression, appearing as indifferent as a calm sea, Jiang Xuening sensed turbulent undercurrents beneath the surface, sending a chill down her spine. The calmer the exterior, the fiercer the turmoil within. The back of her neck turned cold, and she barely suppressed the urge to bolt. Slowly, she lowered her head again. But this time, she didn't dare raise it no matter what. Only then did Xie Wei leisurely withdraw his gaze and return his attention to the examination paper. The hall fell into an eerie silence. All the other noble young ladies who had been discreetly observing Xie Wei's expression were astonished to find that Master Xie, who usually spent no more than half a moment on any paper, had now been scrutinizing this fifth one for a full quarter of an hour. Though his expression remained inscrutable, it was inexplicably unsettling. For a moment, everyone grew uneasy. On the one hand, they prayed the paper wasn't theirs. On the other, they couldn't help wondering what shocking content it contained to hold the attention of Xie Wei, the junior tutor of the Crown Prince, for so long. Just then, the three elderly scholars from the Hanlin Academy, who had stepped out earlier, came strolling back inside. Seeing that the candidates had finished, they approached Xie Wei with smiles. "Reviewing the papers, are we? Let us help with the remaining few." As they spoke, they reached for the papers on the desk. Xie Wei's eyelids flickered imperceptibly as he subtly slid Jiang Xuening's paper, which was on top, aside and naturally handed over the remaining papers instead. "Thank you for your assistance, gentlemen." The scholars didn't notice this slight maneuver. Each took 2 or 3 papers to review, commenting as they read. "This one is completely off topic. And this one, pages of writing, yet miles away from the point. They can't even interpret Mencius saying, 'Life springs from sorrow and calamity, and death from ease and pleasure.' How can such candidates even think of accompanying the Crown Prince in study?" The faces of several noble young ladies in the hall instantly turned pale. Jiang Xuening, however, felt a wave of relief. Jiang Xuening's thought, "These old men are finally back. Once they see my paper, they'll never select me. The deed is done." Soon, the scholars finished reviewing the papers and set 4 aside, shaking their heads at Xie Wei. These were the ones they deemed unworthy. Xie Wei took the papers and glanced through them without saying much. He simply nodded, then gathered all the responses together and addressed the group. "We have reviewed the answers with the other masters, and the evaluation results are now ready." Everyone tensed, holding their breath in anticipation. Jiang Xuening quietly clenched her fists, waiting to hear her name. "Xiao Shu from the Duke Cheng's manor. Excellent, may stay. Chen Shui from Academician Chen's residence. Excellent, may stay. Yao Shi from Secretary Yao's household. Above average, may stay. Fang Miao from Supervisor Fang's family. Average. While her knowledge is somewhat lacking, her handwriting is neat and diligent, showing a strong desire to learn. She may stay." Xiao Shu, Chen Shui, and Yao Shi had never doubted their ability to pass, so hearing the results brought them only a brief moment of excitement, an expected confirmation of their success. But Fang Miao had been anxious. When she heard the words "may stay" from Xie Wei's lips, she nearly jumped for joy. She quickly stood and bowed deeply to him. "This student thanks Master Xie for your guidance. I will strive to learn diligently and serve as an excellent attending student for Her Highness the eldest princess." With that, for had already been selected. The remaining candidates, seeing how smoothly things had gone so far, began to think that the master's standards might be lenient. Even those with weaker knowledge couldn't help feeling a glimmer of hope, believing they might pass through sheer luck. Yet no one expected what came next. Xie Wei read out 3 names in succession, all of whom failed. He glanced down and saw the young ladies whose names had been called, their faces pale and their eyes brimming with tears. Calmly, he said, "Your answers were not without merit. Compared with ordinary young ladies, you are already quite knowledgeable. However, since we are selecting attending students for Her Highness the eldest princess, we must consider the relative strengths of all candidates. There is no need to take it too much to heart." The 3 stood and thanked him. At least outwardly, they accepted the verdict gracefully, though no one could say what they truly felt inside. 7 results had now been announced. 5 remained. Jiang Xuening thought her turn would come soon. At that moment, Xie Wei picked up the 8th response, but did not speak immediately. Instead, he studied it for a while, as though deep in thought. Jiang Xuening assumed it was hers. Yet, to her surprise, Xiaowei suddenly asked, "Who is Fan Ilan?" Fan Ilan was momentarily stunned before rising to bow. Replying to Master Xia, "I am." Xiaowei's gaze settled on her, scrutinizing her for a long moment before declaring, "Top-tier excellence." Everyone, including Xiao Shu, widened their eyes in shock. But then Xiaowei added, "However, you cannot stay." Cannot stay. The entire room was dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Fan Ilan herself was at a loss. Without explanation, Xiaowei simply handed her the response. "Take back your paper." None of the previous candidates had been given their papers back. Though usually composed, Fan Ilan grew uneasy, fearing she had made some grave mistake in her answers. She stepped forward and respectfully accepted the paper. Only then did Xiaowei speak to her, his tone indifferent. "There is no place for good poetry in the palace." Fan Ilan trembled violently, as though countless thoughts had surged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart, like an unstoppable river. Clutching her response, she stood there in a daze for a long time. Finally, she bowed deeply to Xiaowei. "Ilan will remember Master's guidance." The others couldn't quite understand this seemingly abrupt exchange, except for Jiang Xuening, who looked at Fan Ilan with a complicated expression. Fan Ilan had poetic talent, and Xiaowei had truly recognized her spirit and brilliance from her examination paper. Even though her paper had been graded as top tier, Xiaowei hadn't kept Fan Ilan as an attending student. Because to write great poetry, one couldn't remain within the palace walls. In her previous life, Fan Ilan had traveled across famous mountains and rivers, eventually composing many poems that even men admired and recited. The Jiang Xuening of that past life had scoffed at this, unable to understand why anyone would willingly give up wealth and glory, and she had never questioned Xiaowei's decision. But in this life, she finally understood how she envied that freedom and simplicity of wandering through nature. Lost in thought, she inadvertently zoned out. Then a sudden voice sounded beside her ear. "Ning." But after that single word, it abruptly stopped. Jiang Xuening looked up to see Xiaowei gazing down at her. For some reason, what had once seemed like a sure thing now made her heart race. Perhaps Xiaowei was simply too intimidating. She quietly stood, waiting for him to announce the final result. Having uttered the word, "Ning," Xiaowei immediately realized that it was inappropriate for the occasion. His eyes flickered slightly, and he smoothly corrected himself, saying calmly, "Jiang Xuening of Jiang Shilong's residence. May stay." Jiang Xuening instinctively bowed. "Thank you for Master Xia's guidance. This humble girl will surely—" "Wait a minute." Jiang Xuening's thought. "Jiang Xuening may stay." Her mind exploded like thunder. She jerked her head up, too shocked to conceal the sharp brightness in her eyes as she stared straight at Xiaowei. Jiang Xuening's thought. What kind of joke is this? She knew exactly what she had written on her examination paper. Even if this weren't a selection for an attending student for the eldest princess, if she had submitted that paper to a private tutor, the tutor would probably refuse to teach her. Feng Miao, hearing her mention going home, couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. "Look, our second Miss Jiang is so overjoyed at getting the last spot that she started babbling nonsense." Xiaowei merely looked at her evenly. "Second Miss Jiang?" Jiang Xuening's scalp prickled. She had no idea how things had spiraled so far out of control, and her mind raced frantically. Jiang Xuening's thought. Since when has the eldest princess been able to influence even Xiaowei? Yin Lin was even less likely. Jiang Xuening's thought. So Xiaowei wants to keep me under his watchful eye to see whether I'm pretending to be foolish? No. No matter what, she couldn't stay in the palace. And especially not as Xie Juan's student. That would be suicide. Desperation bred quick thinking. Jiang Xuening's eyes darted, and even though she knew it might draw Xiaowei's attention even further, she had no choice but to steel herself and speak. "Master Xie, this student has a question. Since the papers were graded on the spot, why was Miss Fan, despite receiving the highest grade, not selected? Moreover, only her paper was returned, while the rest of us never saw our own papers, let alone anyone else's. Although I was chosen, I can't help but think that those who weren't selected might not understand why. Why not return everyone's papers so the results can be fair and convincing?" To be honest, Jiang Xuening's words stirred some temptation in the hearts of those who had been eliminated earlier. Reviewing the papers wasn't necessarily a bad idea. What if someone worse than them had slipped through? However, Xiaowei merely swept his gaze over them, his tone as flat and unyielding as ever. Second Miss Jiang makes a fair point. Though I briefly explained why these eliminated candidates failed to qualify, the reasoning was rather general, with many flaws left unexamined. If these young ladies are earnest in their pursuit of learning, I can spare some extra time to dissect their answers in detail. Dissect them in detail. Wasn't that tantamount to public humiliation? The eliminated candidates had initially considered supporting Jiang Xuening, but upon hearing Xiaowei's words, they recoiled at the thought of their shoddy answers being laid bare for everyone to hear. How mortifying. Their earlier temptation vanished instantly. They hastily chimed in. We accept the judgment wholeheartedly and have already benefited from your guidance. We wouldn't dare trouble you further. Jiang Xuening's thought. She had played her hand, but Xiaowei had countered with an even higher stake. Jiang Xuening's thought. Couldn't these foolish girls show a little backbone? Did they even realize what a golden opportunity they were giving up to stay in the palace? No one in this entire hall could possibly have answered worse than me. Xiaowei turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuening. Does second Miss Jiang have any further questions? Jiang Xuening's eyelid twitched. But I. Xiaowei's finger rested lightly on the doodled turtle on her answer sheet, right beside her deliberately provocative responses. Without the slightest change in expression, he interrupted her. Perhaps second Miss Jiang would like to stay behind afterward, and I can address your doubts privately? Jiang Xuening shuddered violently, her face nearly turning green. Chapter 31. Private tutoring? That would be disastrous. Jiang Xuening's heart pounded wildly, and without a second thought, she blurted out. No need to trouble Master Xie. Since those who were eliminated have no doubts, Xuening certainly has none either. Disturbing you is truly presumptuous. Xiaowei continued gazing at her. Are you sure? Jiang Xuening hastily forced a strained smile and stammered. No. Really, there's no need. Only then did Xiaowei indifferently withdraw his gaze and say, since no one has any further questions, today's examination ends here. For those young ladies who were not selected as attending students for Her Highness the Eldest Princess, I hope you will continue your studies diligently upon returning home. As for those fortunate enough to remain, you may now prepare to return home and make arrangements before officially entering the palace in 2 days. Over the next few days, my colleagues from the Hanlin Academy and I will finalize the curriculum for Her Highness and her attending students for the coming 6 months. From now on, we shall address one another as teacher and students. I hope you will not slacken and will make the most of this opportunity to gain something meaningful by the end of this period. Those who had been eliminated sighed inwardly, while those who remained felt a slight chill in their hearts. Everyone bowed in unison. Yes, master. With that, they all exited the hall. Of the 12 participants, 8 were ultimately selected. Xiao Shu, followed by Chen Shuyi, Yao Shi, Zhou Baoying, Fang Miao, Yu Yu, Yao Rongrong, and Jiang Xuening. While the others were more or less pleased, Jiang Xuening alone wore a despondent expression. Zhou Baoying, still childlike in nature, couldn't contain her excitement. The moment they stepped out of the Hall of Adoration, she began dancing with joy. Heavens, I actually passed. And Master Xie isn't nearly as stern as Father made him out to be. His voice is so pleasant. I thought being an attending student in the palace would be miserable, but this isn't bad at all. Father really scared me for nothing. Jiang Xuening's thought. That's because you haven't seen him when he's serious. Terrifying doesn't even begin to describe it. Fang Miao, however, naturally sidled up to Jiang Xuening and linked arms with her affectionately, as though regarding her as a savior. Second Miss Jiang, you're truly a saint. When I saw the examination questions earlier, I wanted to hug and kiss you. The books you told me to review this morning were exactly what was tested. Without your guidance, I'd surely have been eliminated today. Yao Rongrong had barely scraped by. Hearing Fang Miao's words, she also lowered her head and timidly added, Yes, thank you so much, Sister Jiang. It's almost as if you knew exactly what would be tested. Your guesses were spot on. While Fang Miao's words hadn't raised any eyebrows, Yao Rongrong's remarks suddenly made everyone feel a subtle sense of unease. Xiao Shu, walking ahead, abruptly turned to glance at Yao Rongrong. Jiang Xuening's pupils also contracted slightly. For the first time, she seriously wondered. Jiang Xuening's thought. Is Yao Rongrong truly this tactless by nature, or is she doing this on purpose? She studied Yao Rongrong, but the girl remained meek and timid, her gaze barely daring to lift, making her appear pitifully shy. Fang Miao frowned and said bluntly, "How can you be so terrible at speaking?" Yao Rongrong immediately shrank back again. Fang Miao couldn't very well say anything more to her and found herself inexplicably holding her breath, unable to vent her frustration. She could only turn back to Jiang Xuening. "But second Miss Jiang, you're truly impressive. Most of us here are meeting Master Xia up close for the first time, yet you actually had the courage to stand up and ask to check the examination papers with him. I was terrified at that moment. I kept thinking, what if Master Xia punished you?" Listening to her words, Jiang Xuening thought she had finally found a rare companion who understood her. But unexpectedly, Fang Miao's next words took a sudden turn as she beamed and said, "But Master Xia turned out to be so good-tempered. He didn't even think of reprimanding you. Not only was he kind and gentle, but he even offered to personally clarify your doubts for you. What a true gentleman. We're so lucky to have such a teacher." Jiang Xuening's thought. All the words she had yet to speak became lodged in her throat. Even Chen Shuyi, who had spoken very little before, surprisingly voiced her agreement in a soft tone. "My father said that Master Xia is impeccable in both conduct and dealings, though he never compromises when it comes to scholarship. As long as we take our studies seriously after entering the palace, Master Xia would never deliberately make things difficult for anyone. He is an excellent teacher. My father also said that if I could learn even a fraction from him, this arduous journey into the palace would not be in vain." Hearing her words, Jiang Xuening suddenly realized a predicament she had never anticipated before. At this moment, Xia Wei had absolutely no connection to the word rebel. He had not yet revealed his ruthless side, nor had he bared his fangs of hatred toward the Shao clan or the imperial family. In everyone's eyes, he was an irreproachable sage, a man of impeccable virtue and wisdom. Only she, Jiang Xuening, stubbornly believed him to be a villain. No one would understand just how wary, guarded, and even fearful she was of Xia Wei. The scene beneath the tower of ascending clouds that day flashed vividly before her eyes. Xia Wei had promised the assassin, "I swear I will not take your life." Yet the moment the assassin showed himself, an arrow had mercilessly pierced through his skull, and Xia Wei had remained utterly calm, as though he had never made any promise to the assassin at all. Such a scheming, deceitful man, who already harbored suspicions about her, was soon to become her teacher. And the palace was precisely the kind of place where one could easily offend others without meaning to. How could she possibly escape this deadly trap unscathed? Just the thought of it sent a chill down Jiang Xuening's spine. As they walked, her footsteps suddenly halted. Fang Miao and the others were chatting about what they should prepare before returning to the palace after this outing. Just as Fang Miao was about to ask Jiang Xuening what interesting things she might bring, she turned and realized that Jiang Xuening was no longer with them. Surprised, she called out, "Huh? Second Miss Jiang." Jiang Xuening stood motionless beneath the towering palace walls. When Fang Miao approached, she saw Jiang Xuening's expression shifting rapidly, as though she were locked in an intense internal struggle, trying to make an extremely difficult decision. Startled, she asked, "Are you all right?" Jiang Xuening pressed her lips into a thin line before suddenly looking up and declaring, "I'm going back to find Master Xia." Fang Miao's eyes widened. "Going back to find Master Xia?" Jiang Xuening grasped her hand solemnly. "If I haven't returned to the Hall of Admirable Restraint within 2 ku, you must come to the Hall of Adoration to save me." Fang Miao was utterly bewildered. She had just been about to ask what danger Jiang Xuening could possibly encounter by going back to find Master Xia that would require her to be rescued. But before she could speak, Jiang Xuening had already released her hand after giving this instruction. With resolute determination, Jiang Xuening turned around, lifted the hem of her skirt, and hurried back the way they had come. In no time at all, she had rounded the palace walls once more and re-entered the Hall of Adoration. At that moment, Xia Wei was rolling up the examination papers on the desk. After exchanging a few words with the other 3 instructors, he was about to head toward the side hall when he looked up and saw that familiar figure reappearing at the entrance. The other instructors noticed her as well and paused in surprise, glancing hesitantly at Xia Wei. Junior Preceptor Xie? Wei hadn't expected Jiang Xuening to dare return after leaving. He smiled at the others and said, "I'll handle this matter. Please go ahead, esteemed seniors. We can discuss the lecture content tomorrow at the Hanlin Academy." The other instructors had never been keen on getting involved in teaching the princess. Having not seen Jiang Xuening's examination paper, they assumed this female student wanted to protest on behalf of some dismissed attending student and were eager to avoid the situation. Hearing Xie Wei's words, they all bid their farewells and exited the hall. With a wave of Xie Wei's hand, the palace attendants also withdrew. The previously crowded hall of adoration became cold and deserted in an instant. Xie Wei's figure, clad in a Taoist robe, appeared particularly transcendent in the hall's half-light. His expression remained calm as he said, "What Ning Gunyang wishes to inquire about is probably not someone else's examination paper, but your own, isn't it?" Jiang Xuening had been afraid for so long that a rebellious anger had begun to smolder in her heart. This palace affair had been full of surprises from the very beginning. First, Yin Lin had unexpectedly intervened, compelling Shenzi to submit her name. Then Shenzi had smoothed things over with the Ministry of Rites to have her selected as an attending student, even instructing the palace's female officials not to give her trouble. When it came to Xie Wei, she had thought there might finally be a turning point. After all, regardless of anything else, this man was famously strict in his scholarship. Yet never could she have imagined that after submitting such an ignorant and heretical examination paper, Xie Wei would pass her as though he were blind. Where had Xie's scholarly integrity gone? As the experiences of her current life gradually overlapped with those of her previous life, the anger born from feeling powerless to change anything began to outweigh her fear of Xie Wei. Driven to this extreme, she finally found the courage to confront him. Standing in the hall without retreating a single step, Jiang Xuening adopted an almost interrogative stance and coldly demanded, "The world praises Master Xie as the inheritor of the sage's legacy, rigorous in scholarship and loving books second only to his love of the Qin. Yet today, I know full well that my knowledge is shallow, and my examination paper was nothing but nonsense. How is it that those who answered better than I did were dismissed, while this complete mess of mine was allowed to stay?" Xie Wei smiled faintly. Ning Gunyang has stopped pretending. Jiang Xuening remained silent. Xie Wei simply picked her answer sheet out from the pile on the desk and held it between his fingers. Giving it a light shake, he began to read aloud. The master said, "Heaven produced the virtue that is in me. Huan Tue, what can he do to me? Please discuss the concept of virtue." Ning Gunyang wrote in her answer. The sage and his virtue had nothing to do with Huan Tue. Huan Tue couldn't kill the sage because Huan Tue was useless. He chopped down trees instead of people. The sage escaped because he and his disciples were quick-witted and fast on their feet. This was an incident entirely unrelated to virtue and cannot serve as a basis for discussion. He continued reading. She further wrote, "Who says Huan Tue couldn't do anything to the sage? Beheading, dismemberment, branding, there are plenty of ways to deal with him. Or you could wash the sage clean, sprinkle him with salt, and steam him until tender. Or marinate him, coat him in batter, and deep fry him until golden." His voice was exceptionally pleasant. Yet the more pleasant it sounded, the more chilling it became as he calmly recited those words. Jiang Xuening's thought. Jiang Xuening suddenly felt the reckless courage that had just surged within her begin to fade. Xie Wei had never taught such a troublesome student. After finishing, he lifted his gaze toward her. "Having studied the classics for so many years, I never knew the sage could be prepared in 18 different ways. Ning Gunyang, why didn't you include eating him raw with seasoning? It seems you haven't learned much from your studies, but you've certainly gained some culinary expertise." The words were clearly laced with sarcasm. Jiang Xuening felt provoked and instinctively retorted, "In matters of cooking, how could I dare show off before Master Xie?" The word axe caught in her throat. A sudden chill shot upward from her feet, crawling along her spine to the nape of her neck and making her shiver violently. Jiang Xuening's thought. "Oh no." Jiang Xuening's thought. "I shouldn't have brought this up." Xie Wei's slender fingers, gripping the answer sheet, tensed for an instant, his knuckles taut as though restraining a hidden undercurrent. Yet it lasted only a moment before his hand relaxed. He leisurely smoothed the answer sheet back onto the desk the corners of his lips curling slightly as he murmured, "I thought Linghe Gunyang had forgotten what happened 4 years ago. It seems you still remember." Jiang Xuening trembled all over. Her instincts screamed at her to flee, yet reason kept her rooted to the spot. Forcing herself to remain composed, she said, "Xuening was disrespectful," and spoke out of turn. "I beg Master Xie's forgiveness. Today, I only came to clarify the matter of my answer sheet. Please enlighten me, Master Xie." Xie Wei spoke courteously. "Linghe Gunyang's answer is indeed unconventional, brimming with unorthodox ideas. Any other examiner would surely have failed you. But I, unworthy as I am, notice that you've read quite extensively. The phrase 'a common man humiliated' comes from on the Marquis of Lu, while 'the wrath of a common man spills blood within 5 paces' is from Strategies of the Warring States. Most young ladies in boudoirs don't read such texts. To dare call the sage's words nonsense, it seems Linghe Gunyang's own nonsense is quite impressive." Jiang Xuening's heart sank. Xie Wei rolled up the stack of answer sheets again and said, "Though it's said that rotten wood cannot be carved, as a teacher, I must still try carving it to see whether any gold or jade is hidden within. What does Linghe Gunyang think?" In her previous life, after Jiang Xuening became empress, especially during her struggles with Xiao Shu, she had indeed studied diligently, fearing that her schemes might fail and she would be toppled from the throne. Even during her time as an attending student in the palace, she had never worked so hard. People grow accustomed to what they know and often overlook the nuances of phrases they frequently use. That was why, when she had defiantly answered the examination earlier, she had unwittingly used such phrases as evidence to refute the sage's arguments. Little had she realized, as Xie Wei had pointed out, what ordinary young woman would read such things. Her eyes flickered as she racked her brain for a suitable excuse. But before she could think of one, Xie Wei had already picked up her examination paper and descended from the dais. When he reached her side, his steps paused slightly. "Are you now thinking of what excuse you could give to convince Xie Wei to fail this examination, so you can escape being an attending student and leave the palace?" Seeing him approach, Jiang Xuening instinctively took half a step back. Xie Wei, however, suddenly smiled. "If that's the case, there's no need to waste your efforts on me. First, a few days ago, your father entrusted me to take good care of Linghe Gunyang in the palace. Second, the Yin heir came to me yesterday to request a copy of the examination questions and also asked me to properly instruct Linghe Gunyang. Third, as the ancients say, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring." Jiang Xuening subconsciously lifted her gaze to meet his. That ominous feeling returned. Xie Wei's expression was serene, his green robes lending him the imposing aura of a towering mountain. He continued, "Linghe Gunyang, you've been selected as an attending student for several days now. Haven't you heard? Although the list of attending students is submitted by each family and screened by the Ministry of Rights, the final selection must be reviewed and approved by Xie Wei before it is issued. In other words, your name had already been marked by me. If he disagreed, anyone's name could be struck from the list." His words struck like thunder, instantly stunning Jiang Xuening. Xie Wei was involved too. Thus, the earlier question of who exactly is trying to drag me into the palace was thoroughly answered, leaving her with a nearly devastating realization. Jiang Xuening's thought, "It isn't who is trying to get me, it's everyone is trying to get me." Jiang Xuening's mind was now a tangled mess. She wanted to curse, but Xie Wei simply watched her quietly, a trace of contemplation flashing through his eyes before he suddenly smiled. "You're so unwilling to enter the palace as an attending student. Are you afraid I'll kill you to silence you?" Chapter 32. The autumn chill had deepened. Even at high noon, with the sun shining brightly, the biting cold carried on the wind could not be dispelled. Xie Wei stood at the entrance to the hall. His tall frame completely blocked the light streaming in from outside, casting Jiang Xuening's slender figure entirely into his shadow. At that moment, no matter how wide she opened her eyes, she could not make out Xie Wei's expression against the blurred backlight. Was she afraid? Yes, very, very afraid. At that moment, Jiang Xuening suddenly felt exhausted, as though all her strength had been drained away. At last, she stopped trying to conceal anything. She blinked, then said, "I am merely a young lady from the inner chambers. I hold no influence in the court, nor do I have any ambition. Aside from my father, I have no connection whatsoever with Master Xie. To you, I am nothing more than a tiny ant that could be crushed with the slightest effort. I pose no threat at all. If I say that I am afraid, but that I have never intended to betray you or harm you behind your back, would you believe me? Xie Wei remained silent for a long time before asking in return, if you were me, would you dare to believe it? Not whether he was willing to believe it, but whether he dared. Jiang Xuening lowered her head slightly, revealing a long, fair neck that gleamed like snow even in the dim shadows. She truly tried to put herself in his position. If she were Xie Wei, someone who had been scheming for at least 4 years, but who, in a moment of delirium brought on by illness or desperation, had revealed shocking secrets to the only person beside him, only to later escape death. Would she believe that person could keep the secret forever and never reveal it to anyone with a vested interest? Jiang Xuening's lashes trembled. Though she wished it were otherwise, she had to admit it. I would not dare to believe it. Even if the threat were as insignificant as a speck of dust. 1,000-mile dike could collapse because of an ant's nest. Who could say that one day, everything would not be ruined because of this tiny flaw? To trust her and spare her would be no different from placing all his schemes, even his own head, in jeopardy. He would forever be forced to wonder, would this person seize an opportunity to plot against me? When would she stab me in the back? Once she understood this, Jiang Xuening became certain. She was doomed to die. The pain of the dagger slicing across her throat in her past life resurfaced the instant that realization struck, causing her clasped hands to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, at this very moment, she refused to show her fear. She clenched her fingers tightly. Xie Wei asked her again. Then, Linghe Gunyang, what do you think I should assume when, for years later, I suddenly discover that the little girl who knows my secret is not as naive and ignorant as I believed? Jiang Xuening replied. She feigned madness to save her own life. Xie Wei's gaze fell upon her overly tense hands. So, if you were me, would you eliminate this person or not? Jiang Xuening slowly closed her eyes. But Master Xie, I don't want to die. Xie Wei fell silent once more. That stretch of time suddenly seemed infinitely long. Amid the unbearable tension, Jiang Xuening felt like a lamb waiting beside a guillotine, never knowing when the blade would fall. Xie Wei studied her for a long while, as though weighing something. Finally, he actually reached out toward her and slowly said, You are not my threat. The real threat is that I dare not trust you, yet I want to. Linghe Gunyang. Xie Wei is not one to forget kindness. It is simply that what you have revealed is beyond my expectations. I need to see clearly what kind of person you are and whether you are worth the risk of my trust. I have no wish to eliminate my savior. So for these 6 months as an attending student, please remain within my sight. As he spoke, his slender fingers lightly brushed the top of her head. Jiang Xuening froze. Xie Wei merely said, Though you may not wish to remain in the palace, this is the only way I can convince myself not to kill you immediately. Please bury what happened 4 years ago deep within your heart, as a secret only you and I will ever know. Do not push me, and do not anger me again. With that, he withdrew his hand and turned to leave the hall. From shadow into light, the daylight outside finally illuminated his entire figure. His pale blue Taoist robe fluttered as he walked beneath the vermilion palace walls, gradually disappearing into the distance. By the time she returned to the hall of admirable restraint, Jiang Xuening looked like a drowned ghost who had just been pulled from the water. Her steps were unsteady, and her face was deathly pale. Feng Miao had been sitting beneath the corridor, counting the minutes that had passed and wondering whether she should go rescue second Miss Jiang if it really reached 2/4 of an hour. It had all seemed like a joke, but when she turned and saw Jiang Xuening returning in such a state, she sprang to her feet in alarm. Second Miss Jiang, what happened to you? Only then did she realize that Jiang Xuening's earlier words might not have been a joke. But who in the court did not know how amiable Xie Wei was? What on earth could second Miss Jiang have argued about to leave her so frightened of Master Xie, a man renowned for his sage-like temperament? Jiang Xuening did not answer. She walked straight into her room, closed the door behind her, then slid down with her back against it. Covering her face with her hands, she rested them against her bent knees. Only now could she clearly hear her own heartbeat and breathing. She was still alive. Through the small window to the north, sunlight filtered through the snow-white paper, illuminating tiny specks of dust floating in the air like shimmering motes in water. Jiang Xuening lifted her head and stared at them for a long time. Then, suddenly, she laughed. Freely and mockingly. Xie Wei had actually said he did not want to kill her. Such a deceitful man. Should she believe him? But the current Jiang Xuening was neither an empress nor someone who held any power. She was merely a woman of the inner chambers. Even if she were killed by bandits outside, it would barely cause a ripple, and anyone wishing to cover it up would have countless ways to do so. Would a wolf need to deceive an ant? No. Then why had Xie Wei said such terrifying things to her in her past life? Had that madman simply found it amusing to frighten her? Or perhaps the change in Xie Wei's attitude was because she herself had changed in this life. Less than a month had passed since her rebirth, and there were few things she could have done differently. In truth, there was only one. While enjoying Yan Lin's kindness as though it were only natural, she had not begun scheming to seduce Xinjie. If this really was the reason for Xie Wei's different attitudes toward her across the 2 lifetimes, and Yan Lin had not even sought Xie Wei out yet, then she could believe it. The secrets from 20 years ago, during the previous dynasty, that Yufangyin had revealed to her in her past life were most likely true. That Xie Wei would massacre the imperial family and the Shao clan was hardly surprising. It was even understandable. For a moment, Jiang Xuening actually felt some pity for the man. But then she reconsidered. She was like a clay idol fording a river, barely able to save herself. What right did she have to pity someone in power who currently held her life in his hands? 6 months, 6 months. She slowly closed her eyes, repeating that length of time in her mind before finally exhaling. If there's no avoiding it, then I'll meet each challenge as it comes. Of course, it would be best if she could evade it. But if evasion proved impossible, she had no intention of meekly submitting to slaughter. If Xie Wei's earlier words were true, then all would be well. After 6 months, she could leave the palace and live freely. If Xie Wei was being deceitful and his words were nothing but lies, then remaining in the palace for those 6 months would, ironically, be the safest choice available to her. No matter what actions he took within the palace walls, there would always be certain constraints to consider. At worst, if things truly came to the absolute worst, she could simply retrace the path of her previous life. She would throw caution to the wind, continue seducing Xinjie, become empress, and then slowly deal with Xie Wei. Having settled on her course of action, Jiang Xuening sat quietly for a while longer until she finally felt some strength return to her legs. She stood, washed up to refresh herself, packed her belongings, and prepared to leave the palace. These 3 days in the palace had been solely for learning etiquette and undergoing the final selection. Her actual duties as an attending student would begin 2 days later. Those ultimately chosen would return home to bid farewell to their parents and make preparations before re-entering the palace. Following the same rest schedule as court officials, attending students would be allowed to return home for 1 day every 10 days. After the examination results were announced, Princess Luyang Shenzi sent numerous gifts to both those who had been selected and those who had not. However, those who had been chosen received an additional set of scholars' treasures: writing brush, ink stick, ink slab, and paper. Before Jiang Xuening left the palace with the others, the princess personally came to see them off. She spoke at length while holding Xiao Shu's hand, then did the same with Jiang Xuening. Afterward, she had her eunuch in charge, Huang Renli, lead them out of the palace with a group of attendants. The Zhang mansion's carriage was waiting outside the palace gates. Lian Er and Tang Er stood beside the carriage, waving excitedly when they saw her emerge from the palace entrance. After bidding farewell to the others, Jiang Xuening boarded the carriage. Noticing how exhausted she looked, Tang Er quickly arranged the cushions and helped her settle back, studying her with concern. Young miss must be exhausted after these past few days. Jiang Xuening thought to herself that exhausted was certainly accurate. Terrified was, too. Slowly closing her eyes, she considered for a moment before saying, "After we return to the mansion, I'll rest first. Then send someone to the Marquis of Courage Estate with a message. Invite young Master Yin to meet me at the Tower of Ascending Clouds tomorrow at dusk. There's something I need to discuss with him." In the past, Whenever second young miss spent time with young Master Yin, it was usually he who came looking for her. So much so that even the maids had grown accustomed to seeing young Master Yin boldly appearing atop the Jiang mansion's courtyard walls or outside their young miss's window. It was exceedingly rare for second young miss to actively seek out young Master Yin. Tang Er listened to Jiang Xuening's calm voice, yet for some reason, she suddenly felt a twinge of unease. However, she did not dare ask any further and softly acknowledged the instruction. Jiang Xuening closed her eyes to rest for a while. The carriage steadily moved away from the palace gates. But before they had gone far, a hushed voice suddenly called from outside. Second miss, second miss. Jiang Xuening thought the voice sounded familiar. She opened her eyes. The coachman had already spotted the person. He stopped the carriage and turned to report through the curtain. Second miss, it's a young lady. It seems she's looking for you. Jiang Xuening waved a hand, signaling Linghe to lift a corner of the curtain. When she peered outside, she was surprised to see Yu Fangyin. Today, Fangyin wore a moon-white dress, though it did not look particularly new. Her hair was gathered into a simple bun without a single ornament. Her face, plain at best, was etched with anxiety and nervousness. Her hands were tucked inside her sleeves as though clutching something, although the sleeves obscured it from view. Her nervousness seemed to stem from whatever she was holding. But the moment her gaze passed through the carriage curtain and landed on Jiang Xuening inside, her eyes instantly brightened. Even the faint red, teardrop mole at the corner of her eye seemed to shimmer with light. Jiang Xuening was momentarily dazzled by the sudden burst of vividness and vitality on that otherwise dull and wooden face. It took her a moment to react as she studied the girl. During that brief pause, Yu Fangyin grew nervous again. The brightness in her eyes quickly dimmed, replaced once more by her usual timidity and fear. Stammering, she began, "Aye." Jiang Xuening sighed at the sight of her. "Come inside and speak." Seeing her like this, it was obvious she would not manage to express herself anytime soon. It would not do to leave her standing outside the carriage. The coachman fetched a footstool and stepped aside, allowing Yu Fangyin to climb in with the help of the carriage shaft. Jiang Xuening gestured for her to sit opposite her and simply asked, "What brings you to me?" Once seated, Yu Fangyin fidgeted awkwardly, her entire body stiff with tension. After a long pause, she seemed to take a deep breath and summon her courage before finally pulling out the object hidden inside her sleeve. It was a simple square box. Flat and unassuming, it did not appear capable of holding much. It was made from ordinary pear wood and was nothing luxurious. Yet she carefully cradled it in both hands and offered it to Jiang Xuening, her voice trembling with hesitation. "I wanted to give this to Second Mississippi." Jiang Xuening guessed it was probably a token of gratitude for saving her life, perhaps something she had bought as repayment. But she had never sought repayment. For the moment, she did not reach for the box. Instead, she softened her tone and said, "Your situation at home isn't easy. You should keep such things for yourself. If you wish to repay me, wait until your circumstances improve." And no, it's not. Yu Fangyin realized Jiang Xuening had misunderstood. A flood of words swirled through her mind, but her tongue seemed tied, the sentences tangling together before she could express them coherently. For some reason, being in front of Jiang Xuening only made her more nervous, worsening her awkwardness. In the end, she could only place the box into Jiang Xuening's hands. "This must be given to second miss. It's all yours." "Hers?" Jiang Xuening truly could not remember giving her anything. But seeing how insistent she was, she felt somewhat moved by her stubborn yet clumsy demeanor. With a faint smile, she said, "Then let me take a look." She raised her hand and opened the box. The next instant, she froze completely. Inside the simple box lay a thin stack of banknotes beside an exquisitely embroidered moon-white sachet. The bank that had issued them was the largest in the capital at the time. Each note was worth 100 taels. Jiang Xuening's fingers trembled slightly as she picked them up and roughly counted them. There were more than 2,500 taels in total. How could a mere illegitimate daughter from a minor, noble household possibly produce such a sum? The moment she saw the banknotes, she suddenly understood something. Her eyes grew warm, and tears nearly spilled from them. Yet she still looked up and asked, "Where did you get so much money?" Yu Fangyin blinked, as though puzzled by the question. Didn't you teach me, miss? To take the money and find a merchant named Su Winnie outside the Jiangxi Guild to buy raw silk, then wait half a month for the price to rise before selling it. I bought 400 taels worth of silk. She had actually gone through with it. Jiang Xuening nearly choked up. But looking at the banknotes, she still did the calculations and said, with a capital of 400 taels, even tripling it would only earn another 1,200. Including the principal, you should have 1,600 taels at most. How do you have 2,500? Yu Fangyin answered honestly. I only made 1,200 from selling the silk. But after the sale, Merchant Su insisted on giving me another 2,000 taels. I refused, but after much persuasion, he finally agreed to add only 900 taels instead. Jiang Xuening was puzzled. Merchant Su gave you money? Yu Fangyin nodded eagerly like a pecking chick, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. Yes, my silk sold, and Merchant Su's silk sold too. He made a lot of money. The silkworm farmers from his hometown were also delighted when they heard. They told Merchant Su to pass along their gratitude, and said that if Fang Yin wants to continue trading raw silk next year, they'll set aside some high-quality goods for me. They even said I could pay only half the deposit up front and sell the rest first. Su Winnie's silk had sold too. Jiang Xuening's eyelids twitched. He knew the price would rise. Noticing the change in her expression, Yu Fangyin's bright eyes dimmed slightly. Her voice grew much quieter as she mumbled. He asked, so I told him. But don't worry. I never mentioned your identity. When Merchant Su asked who you were, I didn't say a word. Holding the box of banknotes, Jiang Xuening could hardly believe what she was hearing. First, in her past life, Yu Fangyin had only tripled her investment in this raw silk trade. Yet now, this Yu Fangyin had turned 400 taels into 2,500. Second, this silly girl had not merely enriched herself. She had even shared the news with Su Winnie. Jiang Xuening gazed at her with a complicated expression. How could you dare tell him? Leaking information like that could lead to trouble. Yu Fangyin paled. Her hands clenched tightly together as she stammered. But Merchant Su is a good person. A good person? Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Xuening had no idea how to define a good person, with the sole exception of Zhang. She said, how do you know he's a good person? If he had been blinded by greed, you might not have made it back alive to see me today. Yu Fangyin was startled by her harsh words. For a long moment, she could only stare at her, eyes wide as though filled with countless unspoken words. Yet not a single syllable escaped her lips. Jiang Xuening sighed deeply. Forget it. She made as though to hand the box back. Since nothing had gone wrong this time, she thought she would simply remind Fang Yin to be more careful in the future. Unexpectedly, Yu Fangyin suddenly spoke again. Though her voice trembled with fear, there was an inexplicable determination and persistence in her gaze. Second, miss, I asked around before going to the Jiangxi Guild Hall. Merchant Su, he staked his entire fortune on this deal. And the silkworm farmers from his hometown in Nanshuan are still waiting for him to sell the silk and bring their money back. My concubine mother told me that if someone has many friends willing to help him and many people willing to trust him, then he can't be entirely bad. If I didn't tell him, what would happen to him? What would happen to those farmers? That's why Jiang Xuening froze. The next moment, she burst into laughter. But as she laughed, for some reason, a surge of sorrow welled up from deep within her. The tears she had suppressed earlier, forcibly holding them back in her eyes, now spilled freely, pattering down and dampening the banknotes inside the box. Silly girl. Seeing her laugh, Yu Fangyin's face immediately brightened. She thought Jiang Xuening was no longer upset, and even felt that she must have done the right thing. But before she could rejoice, Jiang Xuening began to cry. Panicked and flustered, Fangyin hurriedly raised her sleeve to wipe away her tears. Don't cry, please don't cry. It's all Fangyin's fault. Fangyin knows she was wrong. I'll never speak carelessly to others again. Hearing her say this only made Jiang Xuening's tears fall harder. Yu Fangyin started crying too, overwhelmed with guilt. If young miss wants me to earn money, then Fangyin must not be good enough. This time, I didn't earn enough. Please don't cry. Next time I'll study harder. Next time, I'll definitely earn much more for you. So much more. What a truly silly girl. Crying yet wanting to laugh, Jiang Xuening felt countless emotions from both her past and present lives surge within her, coalescing into something deeper and heavier that settled firmly inside her, finally grounding her after all her aimless drifting. She could not control her sobs. She lowered her gaze to the box of banknotes, then raised her head as though trying to stop the tears. Her voice still carried traces of weeping. "No, it's very good. You've truly done very well," she thought. "It's me. I'm the one who isn't good enough." Chapter 33. Jiang Xuening had never denied that she was a selfish person. Deep down, she had once harbored the despicable hope that the Yu Fangyin who had come here would be the familiar one she had known. But even such selfishness had its limits. She could not stand by and watch this Yu Fangyin come to harm, nor could she imagine how she could ever face the other Yu Fangyin if she allowed such a thing to happen. So she had saved her. Yet she could not stand her timidity, could not stand everything about her that was different from the other Yu Fangyin. But why should this Yu Fangyin have to become the other Yu Fangyin? She was simply living her own life. And although Jiang Xuening had saved her, she had no right to dictate how she lived, nor any right to be disappointed by her choices. Especially when she had actually followed Jiang Xuening's advice, buying raw silk, learning bookkeeping, stepping beyond the inner quarters as few ordinary women dared, and then pouring all her gratitude into this small box. It took Jiang Xuening a long while to calm herself. She looked at her and asked, "What are your plans from now on?" Only when she saw that Jiang Xuening had finally stopped crying did Yu Fangyin relax slightly. She paused, thought for a moment, then said, "Make money. Make more money. To make second miss happy." Another foolishly earnest remark. Jiang Xuening could not help laughing through her tears, thinking that this Yu Fangyin was far too stubborn. But then it occurred to her that, whatever the reason, wanting to earn more money was not a bad thing. Given her current circumstances, there was no better choice. However, there were still some issues that needed to be resolved first. She remembered hearing Shi Jing mention in the palace that an investigation had uncovered collusion between officials and merchants along the Chao River. They had deliberately overturned silk boats to drive up prices and profit from the resulting increase. Jiang Xuening asked, "Before and after selling your raw silk, did you hear any unusual news?" "Yes." Yu Fangyin nodded quickly, a trace of fear appearing on her face. "Just the day before yesterday, soldiers came to many guild halls and arrested 6 or 7 major merchants. Boss Su said they were all well-known figures in the business world, and several of them had previously offered to buy a boatload of his raw silk at a low price. But he thought the price was too low, not even enough to repay the villagers, so he refused. Who would have thought they'd get into trouble right after we sold our silk? I also heard it had something to do with manipulating prices. Boss Su and I were both frightened, but after 2 days, no one came for us. However, last night, a steward from our mansion was taken away. They said some relative of his knew someone in the household of an official on the Chao River. I don't know whether he was implicated." Jiang Xuening had been fine while listening to the first half, but when Yu Fangyin mentioned that a steward from Qingyuan Count's mansion had been arrested, her scalp prickled. If this was a major case involving officials and merchants colluding to overturn boats and manipulate silk prices, there was no reason to bother with small fry from Qingyuan Count's mansion. Arresting the officials and merchants alone would have been enough to keep them occupied for quite some time. But even stewards were being taken away. She slowly raised a hand and pressed it against her brow. Though she had no evidence, she was now certain. Someone was secretly investigating Yu Fangyin. Or rather, they were investigating the person behind Yu Fangyin, herself. In her past life, Jiang Xuening did not know exactly how much Yu Fangyin had earned from this venture, nor whether she had mentioned the information to Su Wenyi. But she was certain that if Yu Fangyin had dared to take out usurious loans to conduct business, she must have obtained reliable information beforehand, giving her enough confidence to take such a risk. Working backward from that, it made sense that someone in Qingyuan Count's mansion would eventually be exposed. At that time, Yu Fangyin had only recently transmigrated and could not possibly have established connections of her own through which she could acquire such information. Thus, she must have stumbled across it by chance. In this life, Yu Fangyin had learned the information from Jiang Xuening, yet she had done the same thing as her past self. It was even possible that her kindness had attracted unwanted attention, leading others to uncover traces of Jiang Xuening's involvement. And they must have investigated everyone she had been in contact with. Only then would they have traced the matter back to this steward. If that were the case, the steward was most likely taking the blame for her. Seeing the expressions shifting across Jiang Xuening's face, Yu Fangyin grew increasingly uneasy. She asked nervously, "Is someone investigating this matter? Could I have dragged you into trouble?" Jiang Xuening exhaled softly. She could sense someone lurking in the shadows, watching her. But if someone else was taking the blame, perhaps they had not yet traced the matter back to her. After all, who would expect a young lady like her, with no connection whatsoever to the Chao River, to possess such information? It defied all logic. So even if her name appeared on the list of people being investigated, it would most likely be dismissed without a second thought. Thus, although the situation seemed precarious, there was still time to remedy it. Jiang Xuening said, "No matter what you do from now on, you must act cautiously. You never mentioned me to that merchant Su before, and you must continue to keep silent about me, especially my identity. I don't know whether anyone followed you here today, but whether they did or not, you must behave as though you know nothing, and as though I never gave you any advice. I'm simply the person who saved your life, someone you're grateful to. Tomorrow, go buy a few things, then quietly slip out of the mansion and come see me at the side gate of Zhang Mansion. I have a few things to tell you." Yu Fangyin's expression turned solemn, showing an unprecedented seriousness. She nodded firmly, but then frowned. "If I sneak around, won't that make people even more suspicious?" "That's exactly what we want." A shadow passed through Jiang Xuening's eyes. Though she did not know who her hidden adversary was, she had to be especially cautious. She explained, "First, wealth should never be flaunted. If you suddenly begin spending lavishly to thank your savior, people will become suspicious. Besides, you've always been cautious in the Count's mansion. Sneaking around may seem suspicious at first glance, but on closer inspection, it's actually the most reasonable behavior given your circumstances." Yu Fangyin listened, only half understanding. Jiang Xuening smiled. "If you ever need to dispel someone's suspicions of you completely, first make them suspect you, then allow them to dismiss those suspicions themselves. People are quick to doubt others, but they always trust their own judgment. Remember, the most dangerous adversaries are the clever ones lurking in the shadows." Yu Fangyin lowered her head, deep in thought. Jiang Xuening then handed the box containing the banknotes back to her. "Take the money back." Yu Fangyin was stunned. "I brought it for you. The capital for the business was yours, the method for earning money was taught to me by you, and even my life was saved by you. If you don't accept this money, I—" Her eyes reddened, and she looked as though she were about to cry. But Jiang Xuening merely picked up the moon-white sachet that had been tucked inside the box and asked, "Was this what you knocked over someone's stall for last time?" Against the moon-white fabric, peonies had been embroidered with deep blue thread. A few strands of dark gold had also been woven into the design, meticulously stitched with gold thread. The needlework was quite distinctive. Yu Fangyin had not expected her to know about the day she had clumsily knocked over the stall. Her cheeks flushed red, and she fidgeted awkwardly with her hands resting on her knees. She mumbled, "I just saw it on my way back from the merchant house and thought the embroidery on one of the sachets was very special. I don't know how to do anything. When I first met you, I even bumped into you and ruined your sachet. So I wanted to embroider a better one for you." Jiang Xuening silently stared at the sachet in her hand. Fangyin, however, brightened as she began speaking about something she was skilled at. "It took me a long time to learn this embroidery technique. And this fabric, I met a silkworm farmer from Nanshuan at Boss Su's place last time. He said it was woven from his own silk, and he only had a small piece left, so he gave it to me. I thought that since this was my first business venture, and you were the one who taught me everything, I'd use it to embroider a sachet for you. Does it look nice?" "It's beautiful." Warmth spread through Jiang Xuening's chest, and she nearly began crying again. She clenched the sachet in her hand and softly said, "I don't need the money, but I'll keep this sachet." Fangyin looked up as though she still wanted to say something. But Jiang Xuening reached out and pulled her into an embrace, gently hugging her. "What you brought me today is more important than all this money." Fangyin froze. Jiang Xuening's embrace was warm, even tender. Her voice drifted like a dreamy whisper. "Thank you. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Thank you for showing me that I can." No one knew how many times she had teetered on the brink of collapse that day. That day, Xiaowei had told her, "You cannot escape." And on that same day, Yu Fangyin had told her, "You can change." Although many events in this life seemed to follow a similar path to those of her previous life, each one carried subtle differences. Especially Yu Fangyin. She had thought that even after saving her, this would still be the same timid, unaccomplished Yu Fangyin. Her disappointment in her had, more than anything else, been disappointment in her own inability to change anything. But she had tried, and she had succeeded. In fact, strictly speaking, she had done even better than the Yu Fangyin of Jiang Xuening's past life. Though there were still loose ends to deal with, compared to what she had gained today, what did they matter? Fangyin did not understand why Jiang Xuening had cried earlier, nor did she understand what her words meant. But within this embrace, she felt a tenderness she had never known before. The box she had brought was placed back into her hands. Jiang Xuening simply said, "Come see me tomorrow." Yu Fangyin hugged the wooden box to her chest, nodded blankly, and stepped down from the carriage. Unable to resist, she glanced back at Jiang Xuening one last time before tucking the box into her sleeve and slowly walking away along the long street. Jiang Xuening watched her go, farther and farther away. Eventually, she stepped out of the carriage and stood on the footboard, gazing after Yu Fangyin's retreating figure until it disappeared from sight. When Xie Wei, carrying the rolled-up examination papers, walked out from the palace along Vermilion Bird Street, this was the scene that greeted him. A carriage stood parked by the roadside, and Jiang Xuening stood atop its footboard, gazing into the distance. Beneath the rare, clear autumn sky, the evening glow had been swept in by the wind, bathing her in its light. Just as Jiang Xuening turned to re-enter the carriage, she caught sight of him standing not far away. She should have been afraid. But perhaps she was too overjoyed after seeing Yu Fangyin today, because even the usually detestable Xie Wei now seemed somewhat more agreeable. Her lips curved into a faint smile, and she nodded to him in a simple greeting. "Good day, Master Xie." Xie Wei did not respond. He only thought that the faint smile on her lips was like the sky itself, suddenly sweeping away all the gloom that had weighed upon him and revealing a rare, radiant clarity. Just like today's sky. Jiang Xuening had not expected a reply anyway. It was merely a passing greeting. She stepped back into the carriage and instructed the coachman to continue toward Jiang Mansion. It was almost time for the palace gates to close. Many ministers who had been summoned for impromptu discussions were now leaving the palace. When one of them spotted Xie Wei standing there on the way out, he could not help asking, "Junior Preceptor Xie, what are you looking at?" Xie Wei withdrew his gaze and instead looked up at the sky. The approaching dusk was exceptionally magnificent. At its highest point, the sky was a clear, deep blue, gradually shifting westward into shades of deep purple, crimson, and finally gold red, like molten gold sinking toward the horizon before being swallowed by the gilded darkness in the west. For some reason, he smiled faintly and replied to the official, "The wind and sun are splendid today." Chapter 34. Boss Liu, Master Xie is here. The sky had already darkened. Few pedestrians remained on the streets, and most of the shops had closed. Yet lanterns still glowed outside the secluded bamboo pavilion on the second floor of a building facing the street. A young attendant called from outside the back chamber. Inside, Lucien sat frowning in dissatisfaction as he reviewed the reports that had been submitted to him. Hearing the announcement, he cursed, couldn't have come at a worse time. Normally, he wouldn't budge even if 8 sedan chairs came to carry him, but mention some good timber, and he comes running. Apparently, I'm worth less than a couple of rotten planks. With that, he slammed the secret report onto the table with a loud smack. Rising to his feet, he strode outside. The secluded bamboo pavilion had a dedicated room where customers could test Qin instruments. When Lucien pushed open the door, he saw that his attendant had already thoughtfully placed a charcoal brazier inside and brewed the finest by Tan Piao Shui tea for Xie Wei. Lucien nearly choked with rage. Marching over, he jabbed the attendant on the forehead with one finger. "How much is he paying for that wood? You serve him charcoal and premium tea. What profit is left for your boss? Use your head, will you?" The attendant gave him a knowing look. This was simply their boss's stingy nature. Nothing would ever change it. Besides, when had Master Xie ever drunk inferior tea here? Even if the attendant did not brew the good tea now, the boss himself would probably bring it out later. But he offered no rebuttal. He merely withdrew in silence and closed the door behind him. Lucien glared after him indignantly. Look at this. See how undisciplined these servants are. Who exactly owns this secluded bamboo pavilion? Xiaowei sat cross-legged on a luohan bed beside the window, with a square table before him. A thin fleece blanket covered his legs to ward off the cold. At Lucien's outburst, he merely chuckled softly. As Lucien approached, he noticed that Xiaowei was examining something. A dozen sheets of Xian paper covered in writing lay before him. They had probably been brought over rolled up, since their edges still curled slightly. They appeared to be examination papers. Xiaowei was currently reading the top sheet, occasionally curling a finger against his lips as he laughed quietly. That chicken scratch handwriting. Just one glance made Lucien's eyes hurt. Sweeping his robe aside, Lucien sat opposite Xiaowei with a peculiar expression. I heard you went to the palace today to examine candidates for the princess's attending student. These wouldn't happen to be those noble ladies' examination papers, would they? That handwriting is atrocious. Xiaowei ignored the comment. Instead, he pulled out the other 11 papers and casually tossed them into the brazier. They immediately caught fire. With complete nonchalance, he kept only the one he had been reading, rolled it up, and set it aside. Then he raised an eyebrow slightly. You've acquired some fine catalpa wood. Xiaowei's words, when he chose to speak, could suffocate a man. If Lucien were not currently working for him, he swore that someone like Xiaowei would not survive a single day outside without being beaten to death. He silently wished that Xiaowei's next chain would take 3 to 5 years to craft, only to be cleaved apart by a single stroke of a sword. With a cold smirk, Lucien said, Fine catalpa wood indeed. But I have 2 pieces of bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Xiaowei sighed lightly. You're still hung up on that Yufangyin matter, I see. Perhaps he should have sent Jianshu to fetch the wood instead. Why had he bothered coming himself? Lucien could no longer stand hearing that name. It instantly set him off, fueling the simmering rage within him. He felt as though he had been played for a fool. You were the one who ordered them to investigate. But after all these days, what have they found? Ever since learning that Su Winnie had hoarded raw silk without selling it, Lucien had suspected that Yufangyin was up to something. And then there was that mysterious master behind her. Not being able to uncover this master's identity gnawed at him like a cat scratching at his insides. As a shrewd and penny-pinching old fox in business, being beaten to the punch in buying raw silk, only for the price to indeed soar afterward, nearly made him spit blood in fury. This was something Lucien absolutely could not tolerate. A few days earlier, he and Xie Juan had narrowed down their suspicions, believing the matter was connected to the canal transport system and those operating along the Chao River. They had ordered an investigation into everyone Yufangyin had recently interacted with. The first round of inquiries uncovered no suspicious individuals. Enraged, Lucien summoned the investigators and berated them, ordering them to comb through those people again. This time, they were to expand the scope to include anyone indirectly connected to the entire Yu household. Meanwhile, Xiaowei submitted a memorial to the emperor exposing the deliberate suppression of silk prices in both the capital and Jiangnan, calling for a thorough investigation into any officials involved. This time, they actually uncovered something. Officials along the Chao River had indeed colluded with merchants. First, they suppressed silk prices. Then they arranged for boats laden with silk to be capsized along the Grand Canal. With the supply of silk suddenly reduced, prices naturally skyrocketed. The officials and merchants then divided the profits equally between themselves. Once the scheme was exposed, a slew of officials and merchants were implicated. But as for the Yu household, they discovered only that one steward had a distant relative who worked as a runner for an official along the Chao River. The steward had indeed heard rumors about the scheme and had carelessly let them slip while drinking in the Yu residence. Everyone had dismissed it as a joke. No one had taken it seriously. Not a single person, not even the steward himself, had actually seized the opportunity to buy and hoard raw silk in anticipation of the price increase. Xie Juan, this really doesn't add up. Lucien tapped his fingers lightly against the table as he emphasized his point. Assuming Yufangyin was indeed bold and lucky enough to gamble on this, learning from that steward that silk prices would rise, and therefore buying raw silk, why would she fabricate a master who doesn't exist? The existence of this master wouldn't benefit her in any way. So there's only one explanation. This master truly exists. We simply haven't discovered where he's hiding yet. Xiaowei lowered his gaze in thought. Lu Xian, however, grew increasingly grim. This person's methods are baffling. He knew about the scheme, yet only invested 400 taels in raw silk. Perhaps he was being cautious, or perhaps he lacked funds. Or maybe there's some deeper motive behind all this that we haven't guessed yet. What we can see clearly isn't frightening. It's what we can't see that unsettles me. Xiaowei said, if uncovering that steward isn't enough to dispel your doubts, then have someone follow you Fangyin for a while. Su Wenyi only sold his raw silk 2 days ago. The money is still fresh in her hands. If Yu Fangyin truly has a master, she'll surely go and settle accounts with him. Then we'll know whether this master exists and, if he does, exactly who he is. That was precisely what Lu Xian wanted to hear. He immediately laughed and clapped his hands. Then you must send some capable men to keep an eye on her. Better yet, have Dao Qin go personally. If the other party turns out to be formidable, we wouldn't want to lose the bait along with the fish. Xiaowei replied. Dao Qin might not be willing to go. Enough about that. What's the other bad news? Lu Xian fixed his gaze on him, his eyes flickering slightly. Xiaowei picked up his teacup, his slender fingers resting against the smooth, sky-blue glaze. He paused. Suddenly, he realized something. Does it concern the Marquis of Courage Estate? Lu Xian nodded. He knew that anything concerning the Marquis of Courage Estate was of the utmost importance to Xiaowei, though he still did not understand why. After a moment of deliberation, Lu Xian spoke carefully. Recently, members of the Pingnan Prince rebels have been arrested in the capital, and several court officials have been assassinated. The emperor is clearly enraged and has ordered both the Ministry of Justice and the Embroidered Uniform Guard to investigate the matter jointly. There's also an internal competition to see which side can uncover who in the capital has been aiding these rebels. The noble families are all in a state of panic, terrified they might be implicated. Even those with no connection to the rebels are afraid that the Embroidered Uniform Guard will dig up some other secret. In short, everyone is avoiding the guard like the plague. He paused. But guess what? Young Master Yan has taken in a guard centurion named Zhou Yingji, who's now working for him to fill the vacant commander position left by Zhang's impeachment. It was practically settled today. He'll be promoted tomorrow. The Embroidered Uniform Guard. Xiaowei had spent the entire day inside the palace and knew nothing of these developments. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, his elegant brows furrowed, and his handsome face suddenly darkened with chilling severity. When he was not smiling, he was intimidating. In a low voice, he asked, the Marquis of Courage Estate has always upheld the highest integrity and has never had dealings with the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Why would Yin Lin promote this Zhou Yingji? Lu Xian had also found the matter highly suspicious and had already made inquiries. Meeting Xiaowei's gaze, he said, Zhou Yingji originally worked for Jiang Xuening of the Ministry of Revenue and was once a servant of Jiang Mansion before rising to the rank of centurion in the guard. Some speculate that young Master Yan was acting on behalf of his future in-laws. Others say, this man was recommended to him by second Miss Jiang. Jiang Xuening. Xiaowei's gaze fell upon the rolled-up examination paper again. He recalled what he had said to her earlier that day in the Hall of Adoration. A storm of emotions churned within his eyes. Slowly, he closed them, deep in thought. Lu Xian, however, remarked, the timing, the coincidence, the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Marquis of Courage Estate, the old case of the Pingnan Prince. This is no longer a simple matter. By the time Jiang Xuening returned to Jiang Mansion, it was already late. Clearly, news that she had passed the etiquette assessment and been selected as the princess's attending student had already reached the household. The moment she stepped down from the carriage and passed through the gates, everyone she encountered treated her with the utmost respect, their faces practically bursting with exaggerated smiles. The contrast between their attitudes before she left for the palace and after her return was staggering. Had Jiang Xuening not been so deeply familiar with the disdain and scorn these people had shown her in both lifetimes, she might never have believed such a drastic change was possible. It was a testament to just how prestigious an honor it was to become the princess's attending student and gain the favor of the imperial court. Jiang Boyo and Meng Shi were still awake, having waited for Jiang Xuening to return. Jiang Xuening went to pay her respects to them both. It was clear that neither of them had held much hope for her, especially after hearing that Xie Wei would preside over the academic evaluation for entering the palace. So when they learned that she had actually passed, their astonishment was indescribable. They had prepared a basket full of comforting words in case she failed, but now all those words were useless. Moreover, their relationship with their daughter was already somewhat distant, leaving them at a loss for what else to say. They could only praise her for doing well and bringing honor to the family before urging her to return to her room and rest. Jiang Xuening had always disliked the idea of entering the palace. After enduring a constant stream of congratulations along the way, she was already thoroughly annoyed. Hearing them tell her to rest, she rose expressionlessly. Not bothering with any unnecessary pleasantries, she said, "Then I shall take my leave." With that, she withdrew. Just as she stepped out of the room and into the corridor, she heard Meng Shi's raised voice of displeasure behind her. "Look at her. She's only been selected as an attending student, and she's already this arrogant. Does she even see me as her mother anymore?" Jiang Xuening's footsteps halted. Her fingers clenched tightly at her sides. But after standing still for a brief moment, she continued walking. Tang Er and Lian Er, who followed closely behind her, had clearly heard Meng Shi's words. Now, as they trailed after Jiang Xuening, neither dared utter a sound. However, as they continued walking, Tang Er and Lian Er gradually noticed that she was heading in the wrong direction. Wasn't this the path to eldest young Miss's room? The two instinctively sensed that something was about to happen. Their second young Miss had always been domineering and had never held back when bullying eldest young Miss in the past. Recently, however, she had been unusually quiet. Was she returning to her old ways? The two exchanged a glance. They considered stopping her, but remembering Jiang Xuening's usual temper, neither dared. Before long, they arrived outside Jiang Xuehui's door. A maid carrying a basin of water nearly dropped the copper basin in fright when she saw Jiang Xuening. Her face turned pale as she stammered, "SS's second young miss. Gee, good evening." Jiang Xuening merely glanced at her and strode straight inside. Jiang Xuehui had already finished washing up. Her hair, which had been tied up during the day, now cascaded loosely over her shoulders. Her face was bare of makeup, and though her features were less striking, her serene demeanor more than made up for it. Even when she saw Jiang Xuening enter, she merely frowned slightly. She said, "Judging by your hostile demeanor, Mother must have upset you again, so now you've come here to take it out on me." Jiang Xuening smiled. "Just my stepping into your room is enough to upset her for half the day. I don't even need to take anything out on you. She'll get angry all on her own. After all, I'm the daughter raised by a concubine, and I've inherited all her frivolous and vulgar ways." She paused. "The other day, I must have hit my head, thinking I should be kind and let things go without provoking her. But today, I suddenly realized something. Life is too short to suffer needlessly. There's already enough unhappiness outside. Why should I come home and endure even more?" Her smile remained. "From now on, whoever makes me unhappy will pay for it. So, even though you didn't ask, how about I tell you about Wan Yang tonight?" Chapter 35. Jiang Xuehui gazed at her quietly, her dark eyes seeming to conceal the faintest hint of a sigh. After a long while, she finally spoke. "You've been waiting for me to ask, haven't you?" Jiang Xuening, however, acted as though she had not heard. Instead, she directly instructed the maid. "Mayer, why haven't you gone to fetch me a cup of tea yet? This will be a long story. We'll need to take our time." Mayer was so angry she could not speak. Yet Jiang Xuehui said, "Go fetch it." Mayer froze, then immediately cried out, "Eldest miss." Jiang Xuehui ignored her. Suppressing her anger, Mayer shot Jiang Xuening a fierce glare before turning to fetch the tea. Jiang Xuening smiled. "Sister, you truly have a gentle temper." Jiang Xuehui merely replied, "After all, losing my temper wouldn't make you leave my room. So whether my temper is good or bad makes no difference." That was exactly the sort of thing Jiang Xuehui would say. She had been the same in Jiang Xuening's previous life. Even when bullied by her, she had maintained her grace and composure, as though nothing could provoke her anger. But to live in this world without any temper at all, that hardly seemed like a real person. As she listened, Jiang Xuening casually wandered around the room. admiring the exquisite beechwood canopy bed, the lacquered dressing case carved with intertwining lotus vines, and the freshly perfumed dresses hanging nearby. She had these things too. But Jiang Xuehui's had been given to her by Meng Shi. Jiang Xuening had fought for hers. You really don't seem like Wan Yang's daughter at all. Jiang Xuening spoke softly as she picked up a bracelet of red agate beads resting on the dressing table. From what I remember, Wan Yang was a woman with a fierce temper. Back then, we lived at a village manor, driven away from the main household. So many people bullied us and spread rumors and gossip. I was terrified, but she would step outside, stand beneath the eaves, and laughingly curse them right back, word for word. Jiang Xuehui slowly closed her eyes. But Jiang Xuening's voice continued to echo in her ears. You wouldn't believe it, would you? Even in such a miserable place, she always made sure to dress beautifully, even if she could only use the cheapest cosmetics. She knew how to keep accounts, read books, recite poetry, and curse people. She never spoke to the village women because she never considered herself one of them. She wouldn't even let the other children come and play with me. She told me I wasn't the child of some rustic farmer. I was different from the others. Her voice softened. Back then, Wan Yang was the most extraordinary, the most beautiful, and the most formidable woman I had ever seen. Jiang Xuehui had always lived in the bustling capital. She had never experienced life in the countryside. She could not imagine the crude manners of its farmers and village women, much less picture a woman standing beneath the eaves, laughing as she traded insults with others. Fine clothes, exquisite food, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Those were the things she knew. Everything Jiang Xuening described was foreign to her. When I was little, I would play in the courtyard, catching dragonflies or picking peach blossoms. Sometimes Wan Yang would watch me from the steps beneath the eaves, and sometimes from behind that little window. Back then, I only thought she looked graceful and beautiful sitting there. It wasn't until I grew a little older that I began to notice something different in her gaze. She always seemed distracted, always absent, as though her mind were somewhere else entirely. As she spoke, Jiang Xuening's voice suddenly took on a mocking edge. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips, as though she were trying to suppress some hidden bitterness. People said Wan Yang was a concubine from a wealthy family, and that I was the illegitimate daughter of that household. Either way, we came from a wealthy family, so I thought perhaps Wan Yang wanted to return to the capital. One day, when she was looking at me with that same distant expression, I ran inside, took her hand, and told her, "It doesn't matter if the household won't let you return to the capital. One day, I'll take you there myself. I'll buy you the finest rouge and dresses, and no one will ever dare bully us again." Even though she had been reborn, this memory came from so long ago that Jiang Xuening had thought she had nearly forgotten it. Yet now, as she spoke of it, everything seemed as vivid as yesterday. She could even remember how Wan Yang had styled her hair into 3 loops that day, with a pair of faded red coral earrings dangling from her delicate earlobes. When she looked back at me, she seemed moved. I was so happy, but then her expression suddenly changed, and she pushed me away. Jiang Xuening slid Jiang Xuehui's red coral bracelet onto her slender wrist and lowered her eyes to admire it. Do you know what Wan Yang said to me? Her voice remained calm. She told me to get out. She called me the spawn of a whore. She said that if I wanted to return to the capital, I should crawl back there alone. Her skin was as pale as snow, and the rich red coral only made it appear fairer. Jiang Xuehui found the stark contrast almost jarring. The bracelet was beautiful, without question, but just like Wan Yang, it did not belong to Jiang Xuening. A cold, hollow feeling surged through Jiang Xuening's heart, and she laughed. Wan Yang used to be so kind to me. I never understood why she cursed me like that. I sat beneath the eaves, hugging myself and crying, thinking that perhaps she hated the capital and was afraid I would abandon her if I went there. Or perhaps she hated my father for being so heartless, so she called me a whore's child. She laughed again. How ridiculous. How pitiful. After staring at the bracelet for a long moment, she finally slipped it from her wrist. Then she walked back to Jiang Xuehui, took her hand, and fastened the bracelet around her wrist instead. Her expression was unexpectedly gentle. It wasn't until 4 years ago, when I learned the truth about my birth, that I finally understood why she cursed me, and why she had always looked at me that way. Jiang Xuehui slowly clenched her hand. The red coral bracelet seemed to burn against her skin like hot iron. Her voice trembled almost imperceptibly. Enough. Stop talking. Jiang Xuening, however, continued as though she had not heard. See how unfair fate is. Since you and I were swapped, we should each have what the other was meant to have. At the very least, I should have had my share. But Wan Yang knew I wasn't her daughter. She knew her real daughter was in the capital. Meanwhile, my birth mother didn't know you weren't her daughter, so she raised you as her own and poured more than a decade of love into you. Her voice gradually grew quieter. So not only did I miss out on my birth mother's affection, I didn't even receive Wan Yang's love. You enjoyed the love of both of them. You had everything, while I had nothing. It was as though the wind rustling through the mountain trees swept through her heart once more, carrying everything away and leaving nothing behind. So whatever you had, I wanted too. Whatever good things were in your hands, I had to snatch them away. But some things I could never take, no matter how hard I tried. Even on her deathbed, Wan Yang was still calling for her real daughter. I was so jealous I could have gone mad, yet you couldn't care less. Snap! Jiang Xuehui's expression finally turned cold. She abruptly stood, yanked the bracelet Jiang Xuening had placed around her wrist, and flung it onto the table. Why should I care? Why should I ask? You're jealous because you couldn't have it, but what you envy might not even be what I wanted. Jiang Xuening met her gaze. Jiang Xuehui's voice carried a rare sharpness. Wan Yang may be my birth mother, but I've never even met her. Besides, she was the one who schemed to swap us in the first place and caused all this misery. Every bit of suffering that followed stemmed from her own wrongdoing. She looked directly at Jiang Xuening. Younger sister Ning, you're sentimental and willful, but I can't afford to be. I was raised by mother and taught to prioritize self-preservation. If I ignore Wan Yang, I betray the debt of birth. If I acknowledge her, I betray mother's years of nurturing me. Since neither choice can be perfect, why should I deliberately put myself at a disadvantage? Her voice tightened. For nearly 20 years, mother has devoted herself to raising me. Even if she wronged you, she never wronged me. How could I possibly bring myself to hurt her? As she spoke, a trace of sorrow surfaced in her expression. She sank back into her seat and said wearily, I know there's an insurmountable rift between you and mother now. But when you first returned to the manor 4 years ago, she truly did want to make amends. Yet you kept bringing up Wan Yang, defied discipline, and poked at her sore spots at every turn. Whatever guilt she felt was gradually worn away, replaced by constant reminders of Wan Yang. She paused. I tried to advise you, but you hated me too. You wouldn't listen. There was no doubt that Jiang Xuehui was intelligent, but that very intelligence left Jiang Xuening feeling chilled. Not everyone in this world can be like you, weighing every advantage and disadvantage, so detached that it borders on cold-bloodedness. Jiang Xuehui replied, So it's only natural that you hate me, and I've never retaliated against you. Jiang Xuening could not help laughing, as though she were truly seeing Jiang Xuehui for the first time today. Memories of her past and present lives intertwined. Gazing at her, she murmured faintly, almost dreamily, How did I never realize before? You were the one cut out to be empress. The words were too soft, barely more than a whisper. Jiang Xuehui did not hear them, but that did not stop her from issuing an eviction notice. After everything you've said today, mother will probably feel uncomfortable and suspicious of me for quite some time. Since you've had your say, shouldn't you leave now? Jiang Xuening replied, Indeed, it's time I left. Yet after taking 2 steps toward the door, she stopped. Turning back, she cast Jiang Xuehui a profound look. I often dream of Wan Yang at night. But since you've never met her, I suppose you wouldn't dream of her, would you? With those words, she smiled faintly before finally departing. Jiang Xuehui remained seated inside, silently staring at the scattered pieces of red coral on the floor, her eyes lowered. Mengshe learned about the incident the following morning from her chief maid. She heard how Jiang Xuening had gone to Xuehui's room the previous night and remained there talking with her for a long while. The news sent her into such a rage that she trembled violently, smashing every teacup in her room. She cursed several times in fury. When she sent someone to summon Jiang Xuening for a talk, Xuening could not even be bothered to respond. Having only just returned from the palace, she had been thoroughly exhausted and slept soundly through the night without a single dream. By the time Meng Shi's messenger arrived, Xuening was pressing a warm towel against her face. Upon hearing that Meng Shi demanded her presence, she merely laughed. Her voice, muffled behind the towel, drifted lightly through the steam. I'm expecting guests today, and I have an appointment with Prince Yan later. I'm afraid I won't have time to pay my respects to Mother. Please tell her that she should treat me with a little more courtesy from now on and refrain from ordering me around as she pleases. She paused. Otherwise, I have ways to ensure that everyone in the capital learns the true origins of her beloved daughter. Chapter 36. The maid who came to deliver the message had arrived full of bluster. Knowing that the mistress was angry, she assumed Jiang Xuening would face dire consequences and therefore spoke to her quite rudely. But when she left, her face was pale and her legs were weak. She had been terrified by Jiang Xuening's blatant threat and was even more afraid of how she would relay those words to Meng Shi upon her return. Linghe and Tang had both thought that their second young miss had recently become more reasonable and even-tempered. Who could have expected her to suddenly say something like that? Both were startled. As they attended to her afterward, they could not help trembling with apprehension. Second young miss. The mistress is, after all, the head of the household. Wouldn't this be? Jiang Xuening pulled the towel from her face and carelessly tossed it into the copper basin before her. Her makeup-free face was slightly flushed from the steam, making her skin as smooth as a freshly peeled egg, radiant and translucent. Without cosmetics concealing anything, the delicate beauty of her features became even more striking. She said, "Isn't this my home too?" Besides, she was about to enter the palace for half a year. As an attending student by the eldest princess's side, although she disliked the role and her current circumstances, what could Meng Shi possibly do to her, no matter how furious she became? Meng Shi doted on Jiang Xuehui and would inevitably hesitate for fear of harming her. After finishing her ablutions, Jiang Xuening instructed Linghe to brew a pot of tea. Then she said to Tang Yu Gunyang from the Count's mansion will be visiting soon. Find someone sharp and tight-lipped to keep an eye on the gatehouse. Don't let her be casually turned away. This time, after leaving the palace, she could remain home for only 2 days. With so little time to guide Yu Fangyin again and tidy up the loose ends from their previous venture, Jiang Xuening had no time to waste. Not to mention the matter concerning Yan Lin. Originally, although the crisis at the Marquis of Courage estate was drawing closer, there was still some time left. She could have proceeded slowly, laying enough groundwork and properly preparing Yan Lin before explaining everything to him. Perhaps then, he would have found it easier to accept. That way, he would not have hated her as he had in her past life. But all her plans had been disrupted by this summons to serve as an attending student in the palace. Once inside the palace, her movements would be restricted, and she would not dare speak freely. Her next opportunity to leave would not come for another 10 days. If she did not seize this chance to clarify things now, there might never be another opportunity. Early that morning, Yu Fangyin quietly slipped a small piece of silver to a gatekeeper she knew. Dressed plainly, she did not need much of a disguise. She looked exactly like a maid from the mansion, and not a particularly presentable one at that. She slipped out of the mansion, carefully scanning her surroundings as she passed through the gate, as though afraid someone might be following her. But in truth, such vigilance was meaningless. If someone were truly tailing her, how could they be so easily spotted? For instance, the moment she stepped out of Qingyuan Count's mansion, a nondescript young man dressed in blue, sitting at a nearby wonton stall, quietly set down his chopsticks. He fished a few copper coins from his waist, placed them on the greasy table, then rose and followed her from a distance. Dao Qin was inwardly cursing. That bastard Liu. Unable to boss the master around, he takes it out on his subordinates instead and never lets them rest. To think he'd assign me such a miserable task as tailing someone. What was so special about some lowborn daughter of a minor count's household? If the brothers found out, wouldn't they think young Master Dao was some lowlife prowling around the back alleys? Yu Fangyin crossed 2 streets and entered a silk shop. From his vantage point in a nearby building, Dao Qin soon saw her emerge carrying a bolt of fine Hangzhou silk. At that point, he was not particularly impressed. But shortly afterward, Yu Fangyin entered a stationery shop and purchased 2 fine brushes and a decent inkstone. Next came rouge and powder, where she bought several items and was seen out with smiles by the shopkeeper. Then came hair ornaments, accessories, and various sundries. Finally, she even went to a temple to obtain a protective charm. Dao Qin's lips finally twitched uncontrollably. This low-born daughter of a count, having lived in poverty before, must simply be rewarding herself after suddenly making money from the raw silk business. And judging by her purchases, everything was clearly intended for a young lady. That bastard Lu had confidently claimed she would go looking for her employer. Did this look like someone going to meet an employer? For a moment, Dao Qin considered abandoning the mission and returning to complain to the master. That Lu's predictions were never accurate, and his mouth spewed nothing but nonsense. But then Dao Qin noticed something was wrong. Yu Fangyin had hired a carriage midway through her journey. After leaving the temple, she boarded it and said something to the driver. Normally, she should have been returning home. But Dao Qin possessed the exceptional eyesight of an archer, sharp enough to distinguish the feathers on a bird 30 meters away. He easily read her lips. Those were definitely not the words, Qingyuan Count's mansion. Dao Qin's heart chilled. His earlier disdain for the assignment vanished instantly. Silently tracking the carriage's route, sometimes hurrying and sometimes taking shortcuts, he soon watched it detour around a large residence before stopping at an east-facing side gate. Yu Fangyin stepped down. When Dao Qin looked up at the plaque above the mansion gate, he nearly bit his tongue in shock. Good heavens! The master's headache was about to get much worse. Young miss, you please come in. Following Jiang Xuening's earlier instructions, the gatekeepers had been prepared. Upon hearing that Yu Fangyin had arrived, Tang Er quickly went to receive her and led her to Jiang Xuening's quarters. She lifted the curtain and announced, "Second young miss, your guest has arrived." Jiang Xuening's residence was far more elegant than Yu Fangyin's shabby dwelling. After Jiang Xuening's recent rearrangements, removing unsuitable decorations and replacing them with more appropriate pieces, the room had taken on an increasingly delicate, feminine atmosphere. The Basan incense burner on the table released the clear fragrance of new incense. Yu Fangyin nearly gaped when she entered. Jiang Xuening wore no shoes indoors, leaving her bare feet exposed. Her hair hung loose as she sat casually beside the window, one leg folded beneath her, sipping tea while reading. Though, in truth, thoughts of meeting Yan Lin that evening had occupied her mind so completely that she had not turned a single page in ages. Hearing someone enter, she looked up. Just as Jiang Xuening had instructed the previous day, Yu Fangyin was dressed very plainly and had bought quite a few things. She nodded with a smile. "You came fairly early. Have a seat." Yu Fangyin first bowed to her, but absolutely refused to sit opposite Jiang Xuening. Tang Er had no choice but to fetch a small embroidered stool for her. Only then did Yu Fangyin sit beside Jiang Xuening. "Second young miss is my savior. I'll sit here. It's fine." Jiang Xuening wanted to persuade her otherwise, but considering how uncomfortable Yu Fangyin already seemed in her presence, forcing her to sit opposite might make her too nervous to speak at all. So she let it be. She merely asked, "How was the journey here?" Yu Fangyin replied, "I did everything as you instructed. I even looked around when I left, but I didn't see anyone following me. If someone tailing you could be spotted that easily, they'd be far too stupid for the job." Jiang Xuening could not help laughing. She gestured for Tang Er to bring over some tea and continued, "As long as you followed my instructions, that's enough. We'll have to wait and see what happens next. I called you here today because I noticed your ambition yesterday. If you want to earn more money, naturally, you need ways to make that money grow. So before you arrived, I prepared a few methods to share with you." Yu Fangyin's eyes widened in surprise. Just then, Tang Er brought over the tea. Distracted by thoughts of how she should respond, Yu Fangyin hurriedly reached out to take it, but forgot about the injury on her hand. As she took the teacup, she accidentally brushed against the wound. A sudden stab of pain made her tremble uncontrollably. She nearly cried out. Crack! The teacup slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor. Tea splashed everywhere, staining their skirts. Even Tang Er was startled. She looked at Yu Fangyin with concern. "Yu Gunyang, are you all right?" "And no, I'm fine." Yu Fangyin clutched her injured fingers with her other hand, her face filled with panic and unease. She had not expected herself to be so careless again, breaking a teacup in someone else's home, and she was utterly ashamed. "It's all my fault. I wasn't paying attention." Not paying attention? She had not seemed distracted at all just now. and when she reached for the tea Tang Air handed her, it had looked more as though she had touched something painful, as if she had been scalded. Jiang Xuening was not someone who could be easily fooled. After studying her for a moment, she simply said, "Come here." Yu Fangyin hesitated, afraid to move. Jiang Xuening held out her hand and repeated, "Come here." Finally, Yu Fangyin approached. Jiang Xuening lowered her gaze and, without looking at her face, took the hand Yu Fangyin had been clutching. At once, she saw a gash on the tip of her finger. The skin on the pad had split open, revealing the raw flesh beneath. Though the wound was not large, it looked painful. Yu Fangyin instinctively tried to pull her hand away. She already felt wretched enough. She did not want second young miss, who had already helped her so much, to see this. Trembling, she stammered, "I was too happy when I got back yesterday and accidentally tripped on the steps at home. I cut my hand, but it's nothing serious." Jiang Xuening tightened her grip and refused to let her pull away. Tripped? This Yu Fangyin was indeed rather clumsy, so it was not impossible for her to trip while walking. But Jiang Xuening said nothing. She merely rolled up the long sleeves that had been tightly covering Yu Fangyin's arms. Beneath them, her arms were already covered in numerous mottled scars. The old wounds had not yet healed, and now fresh bruises had been added among them. Blue, purple, red, Tang Air and Lien Air, standing nearby, gasped at the sight, their hearts filling with pity. Yu Fangyin lowered her head deeply. Jiang Xuening slowly raised her gaze to look at her again. Then she asked simply, "Yesterday, your second sister, Yu, also returned home from the palace, didn't she?" Chapter 37. When Jiang Xuening uttered the name, Yu Fangyin's first reaction was surprise. She could not fathom how her employer had guessed so accurately. But within moments, that surprise turned to dread. Her employer had already helped her too much. She did not want to cause her any more trouble. Not to mention, this person was none other than her formidable elder sister, Yu, who had returned only yesterday spouting all sorts of vicious insults. She absolutely could not let second Miss Jiang find out. Slowly, she withdrew her hand from Jiang Xuening's grasp and stammered, "No, my injuries have nothing to do with second sister. It was my own carelessness. These minor wounds are nothing. They'll heal in a few days." Jiang Xuening leaned back against the pillow and watched her. Her usually composed gaze sharpened slightly as she slowly said, "I only asked whether your second sister had returned. I never said she was the one who hurt you. Why are you so quick to defend her?" Only then did Yu Fangyin realize that she had slipped up in her panic. She had never been good at lying, much less lying to the very person who had saved her life. Flustered, she mumbled, "Because Fangyin knows second miss truly cares for me. I was afraid you might misunderstand and clash with second sister. After all, I've heard that both you and second sister serve as attending students for the princess in the palace. You'll see each other often, so it's best to get along. My second sister is quite formidable." Formidable? The same formidable sister Jiang Xuening had once pinned into a fish tank without her daring to utter a word of protest? Jiang Xuening scoffed inwardly. Her eyes glinted as she suddenly asked, "Are you afraid that if I interfere, I'll offend your sister and make life difficult for myself in the palace?" Yu Fangyin froze. After a long pause, she lowered her head and softly admitted, "Yes." Jiang Xuening fell silent. Afraid that she had angered or upset her, Yu Fangyin hurriedly explained, "Second sister has always been father and mother's favorite at home, and her temper isn't the best. I heard that during the Chongyang banquet, even the heir of Marquis Yongyi and Prince Linghe attended, and her painting was praised as the best by the eldest princess. She must be highly favored by her highness. If a misunderstanding over something so trivial caused a conflict between you and second sister, Fangyin wouldn't dare imagine the consequences. I'd never forgive myself." Jiang Xuening nearly laughed aloud. This girl truly did not understand the situation. She regarded Yu as the most terrifying and powerful figure in her life. She was so afraid that Jiang Xuening might be bullied by her that she would rather endure everything in silence. A living doormat. It was honestly a little infuriating to witness. Yet it also came from a genuine desire to protect her. Yu Fangyin would rather swallow the injustice herself than let Jiang Xuening know how Yu tyrannized the household, lest it bring her trouble. Jiang Xuening's feud with you certainly would not worsen because of this one incident. Her slender fingers rested lightly on the edge of the table, idly tracing a circle. Then inspiration struck. Her previously raised gaze slowly lowered. As though recalling something unbearable, she let out a melancholy sigh, her lips curving into a convincingly bitter smile. Ah yes, your second sister is deeply favored by the eldest princess. Truly formidable. Yu Fangyin had initially been nervous, worried that Jiang Xuening might provoke you. But when she saw Jiang Xuening suddenly become so dejected, her heart skipped a beat. She blurted out, Did she bully second miss? Jiang Xuening leaned against the corner of the table and buried her face in her hands. One hand, however, slowly clenched where Yu Fangyin could see it. Just the night before last, when we were still in the palace, we were peacefully discussing an official from the previous dynasty. I was in the middle of speaking when, I don't even know what I said to anger her. She suddenly ordered me to go over to her side. I went, but who could have guessed? She suddenly lashed out at me. So fiercely, so cruelly, she. Her voice broke into a sob. No matter what, she could not continue. Heaven knew it had been ages since she had last acted. She had nearly burst out laughing just now. At this moment, she kept her head lowered, refusing to let Yu Fangyin see her expression. She even swiftly raised a hand to wipe the corner of her eye, where not a single tear had fallen. Inside the room, Tang Er and Linghe exchanged a glance. Wasn't their young lady's delicate act a bit off? Though Jiang Xuening had not finished her sentence, the effect was even better than if she had. It left endless room for imagination. Just what had you done to her? The question suddenly swirled endlessly through Yu Fangyin's mind. One moment, she remembered the day at the Yu residence when Jiang Xuening had rescued her from dire straits. The next, she remembered the gentle embrace Jiang Xuening had given her yesterday, even while weeping. Then she remembered the words Jiang Xuening had spoken that day, words she still did not dare forget. To save her, second miss had given up the greatest support of her life. But now, her own second sister was not only bullying her, she was also bullying second miss. The fingers hidden inside her sleeves silently clenched. Yu Fangyin's eyes suddenly reddened. Her body trembled slightly, but this trembling was entirely different from before. Earlier, she had trembled from fear. Now, though the fear had not disappeared, it was joined by an inexplicable fury. Only then did Jiang Xuening raise her head and turn her gaze back to Yu Fangyin. Her lips curved into a smile. The brighter that smile was, the more it stung Yu Fangyin's eyes. Jiang Xuening reached out again and pulled her down to sit. Her eyes were filled with deep amusement, yet she feigned gentle consolation. Ah, it's all my fault. Why did I bring this up for no reason? After all, someone like me, unloved at home and without the favor of any noble in the palace, naturally can't compare to your second sister. I must have accidentally crossed some taboo. Who in the palace doesn't suffer grievances? I'll simply endure it. It's only half a year, after all. Yu Fangyin sat down, but her eyes remained lowered. Her body did not relax in the slightest. Instead, she grew even tenser than before. Jiang Xuening first dismissed Tang Er and Linghe. Then, feigning nonchalance, she said, Look at me. I was so caught up in checking your injuries that I nearly forgot the main reason I called you here. You have quite a bit of money now and can barely be considered a merchant of some standing. I've heard that over the past month or so, a salt field owner from Sichuan surnamed Renweiji, has been running around trying to raise funds to continue developing his family's salt field. She continued, Many people know that his family's salt field has been boiling salt for more than 100 years, and the underground salt brine has long since been exhausted. So even though this young master Ren promises dividends from the salt field in proportion to the amount invested, no one is willing to contribute. But he also claims to have invented a new tool capable of reaching deeper into the salt wells. The renowned salt fields of the Great Qian dynasty were mostly located in the south, but the Ziliujing region of Sichuan was an exception. It could be considered the largest salt field outside the coastal regions. In certain places, people drilled wells, and salt brine would gush up from underground. The underground heat common throughout the Shu region was ideal for boiling the brine. Once the brine was drawn up, cauldrons would be set beside the wells, using the natural heat to evaporate, filter, and finally refine the salt. Salt produced in this manner was called well salt. Shu's well salt was famous throughout the north and south, leading to the emergence of hundreds of privately operated salt fields in Ziliujing, far too many for the imperial court to regulate. Ren Weiji's family had operated their salt field for 3 generations. He was the 4th. But how could a single well withstand more than a century of extraction? The salt wells in Shu were all wide-mouthed and shallow. A well could only be dug so deep. At most, it could be widened somewhat to draw more brine. Yet as the brine was continuously extracted, its level would gradually fall until it sank below the depth of the well, making further extraction impossible. The well would then become exhausted, and the salt field would decline along with it. Ren Weiji had inherited just such a salt field, one already on the verge of collapse. The workers left one after another, and the vast family business crumbled almost overnight. Faced with such pressure and such desperate circumstances, it was difficult to accept reality. For 2 long years afterward, Ren Weiji squandered money, drowned his sorrows in drink, and spent his days weeping on the empty salt field, which had become little more than a wasteland filled with exhausted wells. But one day, he dropped a wine jar, then accidentally pressed down on it. The ground beneath him was hard earth. As his palm pressed downward, the broken shards of the jar slowly sank into the soil. At that moment, amid despair and darkness, inspiration struck. Ren Weiji suddenly stopped drinking altogether. He even refused to leave his house. Shutting himself indoors, he bought books on construction and spent 3 full months studying them, eventually drafting several complicated diagrams. But by then, he had no money left, and few people around him were willing to lend him any. Ren Weiji had no choice but to travel to the capital and seek help from an old friend of his father. Yet when this friend heard of his arrival, although he entertained him kindly and lent him small amounts of money, he balked at the thought of lending him thousands of taels and offered endless excuses. After 2 months of fruitless negotiations in the capital, Ren Weiji's hopes were utterly shattered. He was deeply concerned about his family's salt field and had no choice but to spread word among the salt merchants in the capital that he had developed a new tool capable of extracting salt from abandoned wells. He hoped to raise funds by offering future dividends from the salt field in return, allowing him to return home quickly and put his plan into action. This new tool was none other than the later famous cable tool well. In her previous life, Jiang Xuening had heard this story when Shun Jie summoned officials from Shu. By then, Ren Weiji had already been dead for 3 years, having hanged himself at his family's salt field. He had indeed managed to raise a sum of money in the capital and return home. After tremendous effort in Sichuan, he successfully created the cable tool well. Unfortunately, his luck was poor. On the very first night the tool was tested, it struck a pocket of flammable gas deep within the well. Lanterns had been lit nearby. When the gas surged upward and encountered the open flame, it immediately ignited. The entire salt field was destroyed in an instant. The first cable tool well, constructed from Nanma bamboo, also collapsed in the fire. Worse still, several laborers were injured in the blaze. The merchants who had lent him money almost immediately came demanding repayment. Ren Weiji was left with no way out. The salt field was ruined. The cable tool well was gone. He had to compensate the laborers for their burns and repay the principal invested by the merchants according to their original agreement. With no other options remaining, he sold his ancestral home. On the day he finally cleared all his debts, he tied a hemp rope around his neck and hanged himself from the remains of the cable tool well at the salt field, ending his tumultuous life. 3 months after his death, the blueprints he had left behind in a box were discovered. 4 months after his death, a second cable tool well was built. It successfully drilled more than 20 zhang into the earth and extracted salt brine from depths previously considered unreachable in abandoned wells. 1 year after his death, the cable tool well had become an essential tool for extracting brine from the small-diameter deep wells of the free-flowing well salt field. 3 years after his death, every salt field in the free-flowing well region enshrined his portrait. In other words, Ren Weiji's invention of the cable tool well was entirely capable of extracting deep-layer salt brine. It was simply his misfortune that he had been unable to endure the most difficult period. Jiang Xuening still remembered how, in her previous life, Yu Fangyin had lamented missing this golden opportunity while recounting her journey from rags to riches. She had not known that Renweiji was raising funds in the capital at the time. She had also mentioned something about drilling technology and natural gas. Those strange terms were beyond Jiang Xuening's understanding. But she knew the full story and all its heart-wrenching twists. To accomplish something great is never easy. Along the way, one may face countless moments of despair, but only by persevering can one finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Jiang Xuening gazed meaningfully at Yu Fangyin as she told her this profound tale. Since Renweiji dared to borrow so much money and claimed he could extract salt from abandoned wells, the cable tool well must have been viable. If he'd had enough funds to seize the initiative, buying up the abandoned wells discarded by other salt fields, and using the cable tool well to extract brine and produce salt, who knows how grand an enterprise he might have built. Yu Fangyin was somewhat baffled by all this talk of extracting brine and producing salt, but that did not prevent her from grasping the key point in Jiang Xuening's words. In other words, Renweiji was a capable man. If she invested money in him, even if she suffered losses along the way, as long as she gritted her teeth and endured, she could eventually open up an entirely new world. Jiang Xuening could tell that Yu Fangyin had at least grasped the most crucial point. Her eyes flickered slightly as she thought of Yu. Then she put on a worried expression and reminded Yu Fangyin, "You must understand that this information was very difficult for me to obtain. Please don't go around telling others again. This time is different from last time. Last time, it was merely a matter of selling silk, but this time, you'll have to endure a grueling process." She paused. "If anything goes wrong along the way, you might even lose all your money. This is a long-term venture, and the hardships involved aren't something just anyone can endure. If someone without enough patience hears about it and impulsively invests, only to lose all their capital in the end, wouldn't that be harming them?" Yu Fangyin's clenched fists did not loosen. As she listened to Jiang Xuening, a wild idea suddenly flashed through her mind. But she did not voice it. For now, she merely seemed to be pondering something. Slowly, she nodded. "Fangyin will remember." Jiang Xuening then said, "I've given you all the guidance I can. You've been out long enough today, and with such a formidable sister waiting at home, I dare not keep you any longer. Let me see you out." Yu Fangyin stood and bowed. Jiang Xuening slipped on her embroidered shoes and walked her to the door. Before they parted, she pressed a small medicine bottle into Yu Fangyin's hand. "This is for your injuries. Apply it properly, and you'll recover soon." Yu Fangyin nearly burst into tears. "You're so kind to me." Jiang Xuening inwardly laughed at her foolishness, but gently patted her head. "Since you know I'm good to you, then be good to yourself too. Oh, and about the money you made last time, don't let your second sister find out. Otherwise, she'll surely pry into your money-making secrets." She sighed softly. "When she bullies me, it happens inside the palace, so no matter what she does, I'll endure it. But you're in the mansion, and I'm truly afraid something might happen to you at her hands. I know you want to protect me in your heart, but please don't clash with her on my account." Tang Er and Lian Er stood outside listening. Those words sounded eerily familiar. Wasn't this exactly what Yu Fangyin had said earlier? Their second young miss had practically recycled her words one by one. Yet Yu Fangyin did not notice at all. Hearing Jiang Xuening's words, her body trembled, her eyes reddened, and she lowered her head even further. Yes. Only then did Jiang Xuening appear relieved and instruct someone to escort her out. Yu Fangyin left through the side gate, where the carriage was still waiting. The coachman, who had been dozing off, perked up at her arrival and hurriedly asked, "Young miss, where to now?" Clutching the small medicine bottle in her hand, Yu Fangyin stood on the steps and stared blankly ahead for a long, long time. Her face was utterly expressionless. A surge of anger churned in her chest. Her grip around the medicine bottle tightened. Then she enunciated each word clearly. "To Qingyuan Count's mansion." The moment Yu Fangyin left, Jiang Xuening's earlier pitiable fragility vanished without a trace. She snorted lightly and casually dusted off her hands. The speed of her transformation left Tang Er and Lian Er utterly dumbfounded. Changing the nature of a coward was not easy, but it was not impossible either. In her past life, Jiang Xuening had been skilled enough to charm men effortlessly. Now, she was simply applying those same tactics to women. The results were equally immediate. Although she intended to teach Yu Fangyin how to conduct business and earn more money, The girl's current situation in the Earl's residence was far too precarious for her to focus on such matters with peace of mind. To secure the outside, one must first settle the inside. Without resolving the troubles within the household, any business venture would be fraught with unease. Yu was narrow-minded and vicious. As for that naive girl, Feng Yin, well, perhaps she would surprise her again. Linghe had not fully grasped everything that had just happened. Her head was still spinning. Miss Shi just now. Jiang Xuening had no intention of explaining. It's getting late. Go and see whether the carriage is ready. We should be leaving soon. Linghe had no choice but to drop the matter. She sent someone to check on the carriage. Meanwhile, from the other side of the residence, a servant hurried over carrying a basket of fresh pears, his face beaming with delight. Second miss. These were sent by the embroidered uniform guards Master Zhou from the Zhou residence in Xie Street Alley. They're freshly delivered Dangshan pears from Anhui, a reward from above, specially sent for you to enjoy. The basket contained more than a dozen pears, each with smooth golden skin, plump and fresh. At the sight of the pears, and upon hearing the servant's report, Jiang Xuening's expression shifted slightly. A reward from above. That most likely meant Zhou Yingji had secured the position of 1,000 household commander. If that was the case, then Yanlin might not come this evening after all. Tang noticed her prolonged silence and cautiously asked, Miss? Jiang Xuening returned to her senses. It's only a basket of pears. Leave them here. With that, she lowered her gaze and returned to her room, where she sat quietly. Before long, Linghe returned. The carriage is ready. But second miss, you don't seem well. Are we still going to the Tower of Ascending Clouds today? Jiang Xuening blinked. Let's go, just in case. Chapter 38. Yesterday, the weather had been clear and pleasant, with even a glimpse of sunset glow in the evening. But by the time Jiang Xuening set out in her carriage today, the sky had turned gloomy. Thick, dark clouds hung low overhead, and the bleak winter wind following the start of winter already carried a biting chill. It looked as though rain was imminent. Street vendors and peddlers in the alleys had hurriedly packed up their stalls, and the usually bustling capital suddenly seemed much emptier and quieter. Only the occasional gust of wind swept withered leaves past the tightly packed rows of rooftops. The Tower of Ascending Clouds had barely any guests left. On a day like this, hardly anyone would come. Exhausted after a long day, the waiter leaned against the counter, hoping to exchange a few idle words with the manager. Unexpectedly, the sound of an approaching carriage came from outside. Before long, it stopped directly in front of the Tower of Ascending Clouds. The waiter froze for a moment before hurrying outside to greet the newcomers. Amid the swirling wind and flying leaves, the carriage curtain lifted. A maid stepped out first, then fastened a sable-trimmed cloak around the young lady inside. The waiter had seen many nobles and wealthy figures in the capital while working at this tower, but it was his first time seeing such a beautiful young lady. Judging by her attire, her background was anything but ordinary. What could possibly compel her to venture out in weather like this? The waiter ushered her inside and hesitated before asking, Miss, what brings you here? Jiang Xuening glanced at the deserted main hall downstairs, then at the staircase leading to the second floor. Lowering her gaze, she simply said, A private room on the second floor. I'm waiting for someone. The waiter immediately replied, Right this way, please. Jiang Xuening led her attendants upstairs. In a shadowy corner of the street outside, Dao Qin stood amid the swaying shadows of the trees. He watched as the figure of Ning Gunyang gradually disappeared up the staircase through the open doors of the Tower of Ascending Clouds. His brows slowly furrowed. Today, Xiaowei was uncharacteristically not crafting chains in the luthier hall. Lu Xian lounged like an old master on a Luohan bed inside the room, his feet propped up. He had pushed the originally neat table askew to make himself more comfortable. Munching on freshly delivered pastries from Xingfang's High, he flipped through his monthly account books, gleefully calculating his profits. When he glanced up and saw Xiaowei standing by the window, gazing at the sky, he nearly burst out laughing. See? This is what they call karma. Lu Xian spoke with feigned sympathy. You're always squeezing me dry and making me fund your schemes, and now someone's beaten you to buying raw silk. Then there's this great mystery, with Dao Qin still not back after tailing someone. He must have seen something interesting. He sighed theatrically. Ah, Xie Jing. I'm your god of wealth. You'd better treat me well from now on, understand? Jianshu, standing slightly behind him, rolled his eyes. As though he had eyes in the back of his head, Lucien drawled, Jianshu, your eye rolling isn't very appealing. Keep glaring at me, and next time I'll send you out on surveillance duty. Jianshu, better not. Shadowing people was tedious work with no one around to talk to. He would end up like Dao Qin, turning into a chatterbox capable of talking to himself even when no one else was around. Better to endure and keep the peace. Xiaowei finally turned his head and glanced at Lucien. Seeing him reclining lazily with his legs propped up, his brows furrowed slightly. He said coolly, Do you believe I'll have someone throw you out right now? Lucien. All right. The big shot was here. Endure for a moment, and peace would follow. He curled his lips and reluctantly sat upright, though his expression became somewhat intriguing. Xie Jing, you're quite the character. You look like a proper scholar, but the two fellows by your side named Book and Lute are one thing. Yet you just had to add sword and knife to the mix. When I think about it carefully, there really is something dangerous lurking beneath your surface. Xiaowei calmly replied, If I weren't dangerous, would you be willing to work for me? Lucien clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Exactly. Back then, among all the talented scholars in the Hanlin Academy, Lucien, proud of his own brilliance, had respected only Xiaowei. Later, when Xiaowei returned home for mourning, Lucien found the remaining officials mediocre and incompetent. So he resigned and returned to Jinling, where he paid Xie Jing a visit. That was how he had gradually fallen into Xiaowei's trap. A proper Jinshe scholar had somehow been coaxed into doing business. Just thinking about it brought tears to his eyes. Lucien let out a long sigh. The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek my path up and down. As his words faded, a voice called from outside. Young Master Dao Qin has returned. Lucien's expression turned speechless. Sure enough, moments later, a young man dressed in dark blue martial attire appeared at the entrance of the luthier hall. He stepped inside, his footsteps nearly silent against the floor, and bowed. I've tracked the person. Lucien immediately perked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Who is the mastermind behind you fanging? But to his surprise, Dao Qin did not answer. Instead, he raised his eyes towards Xiaowei, his gaze unusually hesitant. Xiaowei realized that the person Dao Qin had followed might be someone unexpected. Go on. Dao Qin nodded. Then I'll keep it brief. Initially, as instructed, I only went to Qingyuan Count's mansion to observe. I waited outside for a long time and thought Yu Gunyang wouldn't leave the mansion today. But unexpectedly, around mid-morning, she quietly slipped out dressed like a servant. She took some silver with her and first went to a silk shop in Dongshi, where she bought a bolt of high-quality Hangzhou silk. It seemed to be patterned with cranes. Then she bought stationery, including 2 brushes, though I couldn't clearly see what kind they were from a distance. She also, Xiaowei, Lucien. Standing to the side, Jianshu subtly rubbed his forehead. He lightly tugged Dao Qin's sleeve and whispered a reminder. Keep it brief. Oh, only then did Dao Qin remember his tendency to ramble. He nodded and decided to take the advice, opting for a more concise account. She bought many things. Hangzhou silk, stationery, even rouge and powder for ladies. Then she went to a temple to offer incense. There were many people there today, and among the worshippers, I was accidentally spotted by a temple attendant and had to donate 2 taels of incense money. Yu Fangyin seemed to donate as well. After entering, she prayed for a protective charm in the main hall. Lucien. Jianshu. Xiaowei slowly pressed his fingers to his brow. Get to the point. Dao Qin suddenly felt a little aggrieved. He did not think he had been overly verbose at all. Shouldn't surveillance reports be this detailed? Pursing his lips, he muttered sullenly. Ning er Gunyang. Jianshu's eyes widened instantly. Disbelief flashed across his face as he instinctively turned towards Xiaowei. Xiaowei stood silently beside the window. Lucien, however, was utterly baffled. He had no idea who this Ning er Gunyang was and nearly choked with frustration. Telling you to get to the point doesn't mean cutting it this short. How is this person connected to Yu Fangyin? Is she her employer? What interactions did they have? What exactly did you see? He suddenly paused. Wait, hold on. Who even is this Ning er Gunyang? Dao Qin, are you stupid? Just dropping a name means nothing. There may not be many Nings in the capital, but there's certainly more than one. Which family's daughter is she? You. A torrent of questions sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain. Lucien's words poured out in an endless stream. Only after unleashing this barrage did he suddenly notice the strange expressions on the faces of the master and his two servants. His heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that the situation was more complicated than he had thought. This Linghe Gunyang you mentioned, it seems all of you know who she is. A low rumble rolled across the sky. In the bleak transition from late autumn to early winter, a downpour descended, swiftly drenching the entire capital. Heavy raindrops battered the tranquil surface of the small lake outside the Luthier Hall and struck the nearby window frames, scattering a fine spray of mist. Xie Wei turned his gaze toward the rain. He murmured softly, "It's raining." A winter thunderclap split the air. A pale blue flash tore through the dusky twilight, briefly illuminating the dim study of the Marquis of Courage Estate. Tall stacks of books cast deep, oppressive shadows beneath the momentary glare of lightning, looming like mountains. In the corner, the candle flame on its stand flickered in the wind. The shifting light and shadow played across Yan Lin's handsome features, lending them an unprecedented cold severity. Zhou Yingji sat calmly across from him. Newly promoted to the rank of 1,000 household in the embroidered uniform guard, he had effectively secured a foothold among the upper echelons of the guard's power structure, becoming a figure of undeniable influence. Yet his ascent had not been entirely honorable. But what did that matter? Zhou Yingji had never considered himself a virtuous man. In his eyes, any means that achieved his desired ends were justified. The newly bestowed embroidered spring blade at his waist had already been removed and placed on the table beside the door. Now dressed in a deep black flying fish uniform, he addressed Yan Lin. "Zhou is a man who craves power and status. My heart is filled with nothing but ambition. Although I learned of this matter long ago, burdened as I was with the weighty responsibilities of the embroidered uniform guard, I dared not speak of it to the young master before I saw any benefit." He continued evenly. "It was only after Linghe Gunyang recommended me to you, and after you painstakingly secured my promotion to 1,000 household, that I resolved to lay everything bare today. Zhou is a petty man, and petty men act for profit. Therefore, I now disclose everything to the young master." Investigating the Marquis of Courage Estate was a secret order from the embroidered uniform guard, who in the realm did not know that the guard answered solely to the emperor. The truth was plain as day. Someone suspected the Marquis of Courage Estate of involvement in the recent case concerning the Pingnan Prince rebels in the capital. Even though Zhou Yingji now held the rank of 1,000 household, he was still merely following orders from above. For someone without influence, pretending to comply while secretly acting otherwise was dangerous. He knew that this revelation would strike like a bolt from the blue for the young master, and perhaps for the entire Marquis of Courage Estate. Thus, as he observed Yan Lin's expression, he offered no consolation. Thunder rumbled outside as rain poured down. Zhou Yingji slowly continued. "If the Marquis of Courage Estate truly has no connection to the Pingnan Prince rebels, then since I have received your kindness, young master, I naturally wouldn't fabricate evidence to frame the estate. But you may find this difficult to believe." He paused. "During my secret investigation of the estate these past few days, I discovered that the Marquis has indeed exchanged letters with remnants of the Pingnan Prince's faction. I wonder whether the young master is aware of this." Yan Lin listened in a daze. How could his father have ties to the remnants of the Pingnan Prince's faction? His fingers, resting upon his knees, slowly clenched into fists. He closed his eyes and quietly asked, "Since you've uncovered this, when will you report it?" If Zhou Yingji could uncover it today, then tomorrow, a Zhao Yingji or Wang Yingji could do the same. Perhaps they might even uncover more. Something even more terrifying. Who could fathom the emperor's mind? Having spent time in the palace, Yan Lin knew that it would be impossible to suppress this matter entirely. The best he could do was prepare in advance. Zhou Yingji looked at the young man before him, who was barely a month away from his coming-of-age ceremony, and suddenly realized that Yan Lin was not as naive or easily trusting as he had initially believed. On the contrary, this young master considered matters far more deeply than others his age. Thinking of Jiang Xuening, Zhou Yingji replied, In 7 days, I will submit the report truthfully. Yanlin suddenly burst into laughter. Everything concerning Zhou Yingji flashed through his mind in that instant, each piece fitting seamlessly into place. All the previously inexplicable events now made perfect sense after this conversation, including Ningning's earlier words. The more he laughed, the harder it became to stop, until a strange bitterness welled up inside him. Zhou Yingji remained seated, steady as a mountain and utterly unmoving. Only the faint flicker in his gaze betrayed a trace of admiration for the young man before him. Or perhaps it was merely indifference, calm and unruffled. Outside, the bell told the end of the hour of you. Having said everything he needed to say, Zhou Yingji rose from his seat and bowed to Yanlin. I am merely a nameless minor official with no power to influence the court. I only follow orders. I hope the young master does not blame me. The night is late, and the rain is heavy. I must return home and dare not impose any longer. I shall take my leave. Yanlin stared blankly upward. Qingfeng, see Captain Zhou out. Qingfeng, standing outside the door, acknowledged the order. Zhou Yingji bowed once more, picked up the sword he had set aside earlier, and stepped outside. Taking an umbrella from Qingfeng, he said, "No need to trouble yourself." Then, guided by Qingfeng, he walked down the corridor and departed. Chapter 39. Zhou Yingji left. Yanlin sat in his study for a long time. From outside, Qingfeng asked, "Young master, regarding the tower of ascending clouds." But Yanlin slowly covered his face with one hand and asked, "Has father returned?" Qingfeng was taken aback. The marquis should be in the hall of inherited blessings. Yanlin immediately rose and strode out of his study, walking briskly along the corridor lined with rockeries toward the hall of inherited blessings. Outside, torrential rain poured down. Even beneath the covered walkway, the cold wind drove icy rain against anyone passing by. Qingfeng was truly startled. By the time he reacted, Yanlin was already several yards away. He hurriedly grabbed an umbrella and chased after him. "Young master, an umbrella." The Hall of Inherited Blessings in the Marquis of Courage Estate was where the current Marquis Yongyi, Yanmu, Yanlin's father, usually resided. As soon as Yanlin approached, the old steward outside broke into a warm smile. "Ah, the young master is here. The servants just brought 2 jars of fine wine. The Marquis has already opened them and was wondering who he could share a drink with on such a rainy night. Your timing couldn't be better." Yanlin did not respond. Nor did he slow his steps. The old steward was momentarily stunned. Glancing back at Yanlin's retreating figure, he could not help asking Qingfeng, who had followed behind, "What's wrong with the young master today?" Marquis Yongyi, Yanmu, was now in his 40s, with a few streaks of gray in his hair that were not yet particularly noticeable. A military man by background, he had led troops and fought in battles. Even at his age, his physique remained robust. His beard was coarse, and his eyes carried the bold, unyielding air characteristic of a warrior. A faint scar was still visible on his forehead, a remnant of battles long past. At this moment, just as the old steward had said, he had only recently opened a jar of wine. Several side dishes were arranged on the table. Freshly poured wine filled the cups. The aromas of liquor and food mingled together, spreading through the damp air. When he saw Yanlin enter, he laughed heartily, his voice deep and resonant. "Weren't you supposed to go out today? What brings you here? Perfect timing. Come try this wine." Marquis Yongyi pointed toward the cup on the table. Yanlin stood firmly before him, fixing his father with an unwavering gaze. His lips were pressed tightly together, as though suppressing something. Then he lifted the cup and drained it in a single gulp. The young man, nearly of age, swallowed hard. The strong liquor burned its way down his throat, searing from his lips all the way to his core. Clack! He set the cup heavily back on the table. Marquis Yongyi knew his son well. Ordinarily, the two of them shared everything. Even how deeply the boy cared for that girl from Jiang Xuening's household was no secret to him. But this demeanor was something he had never seen before. He immediately realized something was wrong. Marquis Yongyi gave him a once-over and chuckled. "What? Did you have a falling out with that little Snow Ning?" Yanlin did not smile. His gaze remained fixed on his father as he asked, "Father, are you aware that the Emperor has ordered the embroidered uniform guard to investigate the remnants of the Pingnan Prince rebels?" Marquis Yongyi's hand, which had been reaching for the wine, froze in midair. He raised his eyes and met Yin Lin's piercing gaze. The sharpness of youth radiated from those eyes, leaving no room for evasion. Yet as he carefully considered the implications of his son's words, Marquis Yongyi suddenly understood something. There was no panic. There was no surprise. Instead, he suddenly burst into laughter. Then he roared with mirth, as though recalling some absurd and ridiculous event from long ago. Unable to restrain himself, he clapped his hands and shook his head, his voice filled with hatred and madness that seemed to seep from his very bones. What's coming will come. 20 years have passed, but I haven't forgotten, and neither have those who committed those guilty deeds. Ha ha ha. Why would the Marquis of Courage Estate have exchanged correspondence with remnants of the Pingnan Prince's faction? 20 years ago, when the Pingnan Prince joined forces with the Heavenly Teachings insurgents in rebellion, marching on the capital and storming the palace, the Marquis of Courage had still been a loyal subject, just like the Duke of Sincerity, and had rendered great service in suppressing the rebellion. In her previous life, some mysteries had ultimately remained unsolved. The appointed hour had long since passed, yet Yin Lin still had not appeared. Jiang Xuening's heart slowly sank. Originally, had she not been selected as an attending student in the palace, she would have spoken to Yin Lin several days earlier. But those people had interfered and disrupted all her plans. Inside the palace, with so many eyes and ears around, there had been no opportunity to explain everything clearly. And now, Yin Lin must already know, right? Standing beside the window of the private room on the second floor, Jiang Xuening gazed out at the rain. It had been falling for a long time, and it was falling heavily. The sky had gradually darkened, and lanterns had been lit throughout the capital. Their warm, dim glow illuminated the windows of every household and the buildings near and far, but their outlines blurred amid the splashing rain and hazy mist. The wind grew increasingly biting. Tang Er and Linghe, standing behind her, became worried as the wind picked up. They stepped forward to close the window. Young master still hasn't come, even at this late hour. Perhaps something delayed him? Miss, should we return first? Jiang Xuening merely said, don't close it. Her voice was soft, but her gaze never wavered. She continued staring at the glistening rain outside. Linghe and Tang Er exchanged a glance. Something felt unusual today. Their young miss, who never took the initiative to invite the young Marquis out, had invited him. And the young Marquis, who was never late, still had not arrived. But they did not dare ask any further. Since Jiang Xuening had told them not to close the window, they could only withdraw their hands. Still, they tried to persuade her to move away from it. Why don't you sit farther inside, miss? We'll keep watch and let you know when the young Marquis arrives. The wind by the window is so strong, and your health isn't the best to begin with. If you accidentally catch a wind cold, we truly couldn't bear the responsibility. Jiang Xuening acted as though she had not heard. She did not move an inch. Linghe and Tang Er dared not press her further. The private room fell silent again, filled only with the clamor of the rain and the occasional clinking of cups from nearby taverns and inns. Then the sound of hoofbeats and rolling carriage wheels pierced through the curtain of rain. Linghe and Tang Er both started. But when they looked down from the window, they saw that the carriage did not belong to the Marquis of Courage Estate, nor did it stop beneath the tower of ascending clouds. Instead, it halted across the street at the dust-washing pavilion. A servant stepped out first and respectfully raised an umbrella to receive the person inside. The man wore a dark blue robe and frowned slightly, as though displeased by the rainy weather. His features were decent enough, but his eyes were too deep. His lips always seemed to carry a faint smile, yet there was no sincerity in his gaze. Instead, it possessed an innate coldness. Standing beside the window, Jiang Xuening recognized him almost instantly. It was Kunning, a notorious cruel official of this dynasty, now the Vice Minister of Justice, and the very man who had nearly taken Zhang's life in her previous life. Why was he here? Jiang Xuening froze in shock. She watched as Kunning alighted from the carriage and was promptly ushered into the dust-washing pavilion. Soon, lively greetings could be heard from behind the tightly closed windows on the second floor. Even through the rain, enthusiastic calls of Minister Chun were clearly audible. Just then, a waiter entered to refill Jiang Xuening's tea. She asked, "It's so late, and on such a rainy night. Your tower of ascending clouds has no guests, Yet the dust-washing pavilion across the street seems quite lively. The waiter glanced out the window and chuckled. Ah, that place. I heard Minister Chun from the Ministry of Justice is hosting a banquet. All the ministry officials are there, so it's no surprise they aren't here. Last time, right after Minister Chun left, Junior Preceptor Xie was attacked here. Minister Chen thought it was an ill omen, so he's been dining at the dust-washing pavilion ever since. Was that so? Jiang Xuening's gaze remained fixed on the windows across the street, where shadows flickered behind the panes. She saw someone approach. Then one of the windows was pushed open. A wave of laughter and the scent of alcohol spilled out. From her vantage point, Jiang Xuening could easily see the entire room. Every face wore an expression of sycophantic flattery. She frowned. If she could see them, then naturally, they could see her as well. She turned to instruct Lian Er and Tang Er to close the window. But just as she turned, before the words could leave her mouth, the scene she had glimpsed through the open window of the dust-washing pavilion flashed back through her mind like an unfurled scroll. Her memory froze upon one quiet corner. Her heart trembled faintly. Her entire body stiffened for a moment. Driven by some inexplicable hope, she turned back and looked through the window once more. A banquet was underway inside the dust-washing pavilion. Jade plates laden with delicacies covered the table, around which numerous court officials were seated. The moment Xuening arrived, he was ushered to the seat of honor. Among the gathered officials, his rank was the highest, and as the head of the Ministry of Justice, he naturally became the center of attention. Amid the laughter and chatter, wine cups were repeatedly raised toward him, guests rising and sitting in lively commotion. Yet one corner remained utterly quiet. Partially obscured by the carved window frame, Jiang Xuening could see only a fragment of the man's profile. He wore the dark blue, round-collared robe typical of a lower-ranking official. Its wide sleeves draped over his slender hands, whose knuckles stood out prominently as they rested lightly on his parted knees. He sat upright on the stool, his posture rigid. Zhang gazed out at the endless ring. Behind him, the boisterous revelry of the banquet seemed to belong to another world, unable to touch his serene and solemn demeanor. Even from this fragmented, indistinct glimpse of his profile, Jiang Xuening was certain. It was him, no one else. That quiet way of watching the rain. After so long, so very long, it remained deeply engraved in her memory. Not a single trace had faded. Zhang Darren, still so fond of watching the rain. At that moment, a surge of hot tears welled in Jiang Xuening's eyes. Memories of her previous life flooded her mind in an instant. Beneath a pavilion in the pouring rain, it was he who had stood below the steps and reached up to tear away the corner of his official robe that she had mischievously stepped on. When he raised his head to look at her, raindrops clung to his lashes. In the afternoon light of the palace of heavenly purity, it was he who stood before the hall with lowered eyes, not daring to raise his gaze in her presence, while his hands slowly clenched into rigid fists. On the muddy post road, it was he who pressed one hand against his injured shoulder while extending the other toward her as she stumbled. His throat moved slightly. Blood trickled down in winding trails onto the ground. Why had she indulged herself in provoking such a good person? Perhaps it was because a devil lurked within her heart. A devil that wanted to stain what was pure black, to muddy what was clear, to drag those who stood high within sacred halls down into the mortal flames and watch them writhe in suffering. Only then would she feel satisfied. In her previous life, whatever she had owed Yin Lin, he had repaid tenfold, 100-fold. But what she owed Zhang Jie, even if she gave him her life, she could never repay it. She had been the demonic obstacle that Zhang Jie, throughout his righteous and unyielding life, had ultimately failed to overcome. And Zhang Jie, he had been the final untouched corner of purity within her dust-covered heart. There had been fleeting moments when she had thought, if she were not the empress, she would cast everything aside and marry this man. From then on, she would brush every speck of dust from his robes with her own sleeves. She would bend down to clear every stumbling stone from his path. She would become a good person. Then she could rightfully accept all the kindness he gave her. But she had been the empress, after all. A heart obscured by worldly filth had ruined her. And it had ruined him. Jiang Xuening gazed across the street as her vision slowly blurred. She did not know whether it was because of the pouring rain or the tears welling in her eyes. Someone hurried upstairs inside the dust-washing pavilion. Zhang Jie, who had been sitting beside the window for a long time, finally stirred. After the person said something to him, he nodded. Then he rose, bid farewell to the others, and walked through the open door without paying the slightest attention to their expressions. He descended the stairs. At the entrance of the dust-washing pavilion, a waiter handed him an umbrella. He accepted it. The dark blue oil paper umbrella unfurled above his head. As its edge lifted, his sharply defined features emerged beneath it. First came his cool, clean jawline. Then his tightly pressed lips, his straight nose, his calm, narrow eyes, and his slightly furrowed brows. As though sensing something, he raised his gaze. And so, their eyes met. Across the curtain of rain and the long street, she stood beside the upstairs window while he remained at the foot of the steps below. A single hot tear suddenly slipped from Jiang Xuening's eye. A drop of cold rain slid from the tip of Zhang Jie's umbrella and landed on the back of his hand. It burned like a brand. That bright-faced girl, stripped of her worldly adornments and freed from the faint traces of obsession that had once clung to her, stood pure and gentle beyond the heavy rain he loved most. She gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. At that moment, Zhang Jie's fingers tightened around the umbrella handle. But in the end, he did not step forward, nor did he reveal the slightest disturbance. After a long, silent gaze, he lowered his eyes and descended the steps. The open umbrella concealed all his secrets as he gradually disappeared from her sight. Jiang Xuening thought then, how wonderful. None of it had happened yet. Chapter 40. Zhang Jie had risen through the ranks by way of the clerical examination. Unlike the imperial civil service examination, those who passed the clerical examination were selected for their practical abilities rather than their scholarly achievements. They served as temporary government aides, employed when needed and dismissed once their work was done. According to the dynasty's regulations, clerks could neither become censors nor participate in the imperial examinations again. Thus, those who took the clerical examination were usually either repeated failures in the imperial examinations or people from humble backgrounds. Zhang Jie belonged to the latter. Orphaned at a young age, he had been raised solely by his widowed mother. Though highly capable, he was not particularly well-versed in rigid eight-legged essays, classical studies, or policy debates. After passing the clerical examination, he served under Gu Chunfang, the investigating censor of Hunan Circuit, specializing in wrongful convictions and legal affairs, fields in which he displayed remarkable talent. Impressed by his abilities, Gu Chunfang made an exception and recommended him to the court. Within 3 years, Zhang Jie's astute judgment in a perplexing case before the emperor earned him imperial favor, and he was appointed supervising secretary of the Office of Scrutiny for Justice. Yet, in her past life, his subsequent career had been anything but smooth. It had been filled with relentless hardship. The mere memory of it left a bitter taste in Jiang Xuening's mouth. He could have left an illustrious name in history, renowned for his integrity and righteousness, while remaining far from the palace's treacherous power struggles. But she had dragged him into them. When Zhang Jie was newly promoted to Vice Minister of Justice, the embroidered uniform guard sought complete control over judicial authority. However, Zhang Jie regarded the guard as overbearing and prone to extra-legal punishment, leading to constant jurisdictional clashes between the two offices. As fate would have it, Zhou Yingji was in charge of the Northern Administrative Bureau. Determined to eliminate Zhang Jie, Zhou Yingji clashed fiercely with him, while Zhang Jie fought just as hard to reclaim judicial authority, repeatedly impeaching Zhou Yingji for corruption and undermining court discipline. The two were irreconcilable. Behind Zhou Yingji stood Jiang Xuening. At the time, she was locked in a power struggle with the Shao clan and relied heavily on Zhou Yingji. Thus, from the very beginning, she regarded Zhang Jie as nothing but an obstacle, an eyesore in every possible way. At first, she opposed him at every turn because of their conflicting allegiances. Later, however, she discovered that his stern demeanor made him an amusing target for teasing. As the empress, she could afford to act outrageously. Zhang Jie could hardly retaliate. Initially, he endured her provocations with patience, but she was not one to quit while she was ahead. Instead, she grew increasingly bold. Zhang Jie often admonished her with earnest advice. Back then, Jiang Xuening was accustomed to being fawned upon by everyone and dismissed his counsel as mere pedantry, stubborn and inflexible. But then, Xiao Shu and the Xiao clan began closing in on her. One day, they obtained evidence of corruption and bribery involving Zhou Yingji and his faction. They deliberately exposed everything at once and handed the case over to the Ministry of Justice, placing it squarely in Zhang's hands. The court and the inner palace were inextricably linked. Xiao Shu, proud and ambitious, had set her sights on the position of empress. Now that she was pregnant, bearing the emperor's heir would elevate her status even further. If she succeeded in dismantling Jiang Xuening's influence at court and securing the throne, Jiang Xuening would be left with no place even to bury her corpse. After all, their feud had been vicious. Whether it was Jiang Xuening or Xiao Shu, neither would allow the other to walk away unscathed if given the chance. Overnight, Jiang Xuening found herself cornered, as though the only path left was to bow her head and await execution. People loved to add flowers to brocade, but rarely offered fuel in snowy weather. Those who had flocked to her in her prime now scattered like an ebbing tide. But Jiang Xuening was not ready to die. So, she chose Zhang. That day, Shun Jie summoned several cabinet ministers, including Xie Wei, along with Zhang, who was in charge of the case, to the Palace of Heavenly Purity. Their discussions lasted until the palace gates were locked, so an edict was issued ordering the officials to remain in the palace overnight. Jiang Xuening stood beneath the long palace wall, waiting. Her figure was shrouded in the shadow of the towering wall. A eunuch guiding the way walked ahead with a lantern, illuminating the figures of two men approaching from a distance, one in front and the other behind. The one in the lead was Xie Wei. Perhaps because they had drawn near, he recognized her at a glance and abruptly stopped. I just remembered that I left a jade pendant in the cabinet office this morning. I'll go back and retrieve it. Zhang, please go ahead without me. With that, he turned and walked back. One of the eunuchs immediately followed him with the lantern. Only then did Jiang Xuening step out of the shadows and address the man who remained. Zhang, I have something to say to you. Zhang seemed not to have expected her to be bold enough to intercept him in the palace at such a late hour. Not to mention that Grand Preceptor Xie was also present tonight. He lowered his gaze in silence, already guessing her intentions, and replied, Your Majesty's request is one Zhang cannot fulfill. The night was deep, and they stood alone, a queen and an outsider official. Though Zhang was upright in conduct, he feared the accumulation of slander. After saying this, he prepared to bow and withdraw to avoid any impropriety. But just as he moved to leave, Jiang Xuening reached out and grasped the wide sleeve of his official robe. His steps halted abruptly. Her slender, snow-white fingers rested against the dark, embroidered patterns. She tilted her head slightly to look up at him, her voice trembling faintly. Will you stand by and watch me die? Zhang remained silent. Jiang Xuening's fingers slowly tightened. Her translucent, rounded nails were painted with bright red lacquer, creating a startlingly alluring contrast in the dim light. With an uncharacteristic softness, she pleaded, When the carriage overturned on the post road, you shielded me even at the cost of your own leg. When the celestial sect insurgents attacked, you lured them away at great risk while I hid in the wild grass. Zhang, you've been so good to me. Can't you keep being this good to me? At that moment, his stiff hand, hanging at his side, slowly clenched into a fist. Your Majesty is the mother of the nation, and Zhang is a minister of the court. Having received the emperor's favor, I must serve loyally. When faced with danger, exchanging my life for your Majesty's safety is my duty. But the case involving Zhou Yingji's faction concerns affairs of state, upon which the dynasty's rise and fall depend. Zhang dares not act out of personal bias. Duty. Jiang Xuening stubbornly held on to the hem of his sleeve, refusing to let go. Hearing this, she gave a soft laugh, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on his. She asked only, Is that really all? Zhang finally averted his gaze and closed his eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed as though he were suppressing some inner struggle before he spoke heavily. If your Majesty believes my past acts of rescue were born from overstepping my bounds, I am willing to accept punishment. Jiang Xuening slowly released her fingers. The corner of his sleeve, now slightly wrinkled from her grip, fell back into place. She pleaded desperately. I know Zhang Darren cannot tolerate wrongdoing. Those at court who form cliques for selfish gain should indeed be punished according to the law. But do you know what will happen to me if Zhou Yingji falls? I'm not asking you to spare them forever. Please, just show some mercy and help me through this crisis. One day, I will present all their crimes before you and make sure they confess and face justice. Zhang Jie turned to leave. Jiang Xuening did not stop him again. She simply watched his cold, solitary figure as he was about to disappear into the darkness and uttered the greatest lie she had ever told in her past life. Zhang Jie, help me. After this, I'll be a good person, all right. Zhang Jie stood there for a long time. The night was too dark. Though hazy moonlight lingered overhead, she could not discern what he was thinking at that moment. All she could hear was the pounding of her own heart. That night, Zhang Jie ultimately left without another word, disappearing beneath the long palace walls. Xia Wei, who had gone back to retrieve the jade pendant he had left behind, also did not return for a long time. Jiang Xuening stood there until the dew grew heavy and the palace announced the hour before finally returning to the palace of earthly tranquility. Every day that followed was torment for her, until half a month later. The case involving Zhou Yingji's faction and their corruption and bribery was concluded after a joint trial by the 3 judicial offices. News spread that half of those involved had been found guilty on irrefutable evidence. Some were stripped of their positions and exiled, while others were sentenced to execution after autumn. The other half, however, escaped punishment because the evidence was ambiguous and the testimonies contradictory. Some were demoted by 1 rank, while others were reinstated. Moreover, during the trial, traces of the Shao clan's factionalism at court were uncovered, arousing Xun Jie's wariness. The Shao clan schemes were thwarted. Jiang Xuening's position as empress was secured. That day, she was genuinely overjoyed. She repeatedly sent people to inquire when the court session would end. She did not even want to see Zhou Yingji. All she could think about was where she might intercept Zhang Jie and what she would say to him. But she never expected the messenger to return with news that Zhang Darren had been imprisoned. The earring she had just picked up to put on slipped from her hand and shattered into pieces. No matter how carefully she calculated, she had never anticipated how fickle human hearts could be. Or perhaps Zhou Yingji had always been a wolf that could never be tamed. In this crisis, she had desperately tried to preserve her own influence and protect Zhou Yingji. Yet she had never imagined that Zhou Yingji had already weighed the advantages and disadvantages when the scandal first broke and had secretly defected to the Shao clan, pledging allegiance to Shao Shu. Whether those who escaped punishment were truly innocent, Jiang Xuening did not know. All she knew was that after the joint trial concluded, Zhou Yingji presented irrefutable evidence of their corruption, instantly placing Zhang Jie, who had previously declared them innocent, in grave danger. Then, in court, he joined forces with the censors to impeach Zhang Jie for bending the law for personal gain, even falsely accusing him of having an illicit affair with the empress. A lifetime of integrity was ultimately tarnished. Once the nemesis of the embroidered uniform guard, he had now fallen into the imperial prison. How could he possibly fare well under Zhou Yingji's control? Not to mention that Chen, the vice minister of justice who had always been at odds with him, was skilled in all manner of cruel torture. Jiang Xuening dared not imagine what he endured in prison, nor did she dare wonder whether he believed she had schemed against him, that all of this had merely been her ploy to eliminate him. She only knew that within half a month of Zhang Jie's imprisonment, his family home was raided. His elderly mother, left with no one to care for her, fell gravely ill from her constant worry over her only son's safety and eventually passed away. Zhang Jie was renowned for his filial piety, yet imprisoned as he was, he could not even see her one last time. It was said that on the night he learned of his mother's death, the usually cold and unfeeling Vice Minister Zhang wept uncontrollably in his cell. A man of integrity, he had presided over countless cases without a single error or oversight. Among the people, he was renowned for his wisdom and virtue. At the time, none of the judges handling Zhang Jie's case dared, or were willing, to pass judgment on him, and many at court petitioned on his behalf. Yet in the end, 3 days after his mother's death, he personally requested ink and paper from the prison guards. With his own hand, he wrote a confession detailing his crimes and sentenced himself to the severest punishment, Execution after the autumn assizes. When the verdict was submitted to the 3 judicial offices, half the court sighed in sorrow. Looking back now, that night beneath the palace walls, when she had pleaded with him, was the last time Jiang Xuening ever saw him. She wondered now, had Xie Wei, in that past life, kept his word? The figure had long since vanished into the rain-shrouded streets. The wind howled through the window, chilling her to the bone. Slowly, Jiang Xuening withdrew her gaze, finally feeling the cold seep into her. When she raised a hand to her face, she found it wet with tears. Jiang Xuening's thought, Zhang, in that past life, I was the empress, a villain who owed you so very much. Jiang Xuening's thought, in this life, I won't be empress. I'll be good. Jiang Xuening's thought, would that make me worthy of you? Miss W.H., what did you see? Why are you crying? Seeing her standing motionless by the window for so long, Linghe and Tang approached, only to be stunned by the tears streaking her face. Jiang Xuening merely smiled, dabbing at her reddened eyes with an embroidered handkerchief. It's nothing. The wind was too strong. It got in my eyes. She had the 2 maids close the window. Growing weary from waiting for Lin, she reclined on the daybed in the room to rest for a while. As her eyes gently closed, an unexpected peace settled over her heart. Softly, she murmured, "Wake me when Lin arrives." The 2 maids replied in hushed tones, "Yes." But would young Master Yin still come at such a late hour? Chapter 41. Back then, your aunt had such an indomitable temperament. Before she passed away, she held my hand. She was too ill to speak and could only gaze at me with those eyes, tears streaming endlessly. Even when she breathed her last, her eyes never closed. Such a vast, great Qian dynasty, yet it had to rely on a 6-year-old child to step forward and face the cruelest blades in the realm. In the end, I failed your aunt, and even more so, I failed that child. His father's tearful and indignant expression in the Hall of Inherited Blessings still lingered in his mind, accompanied by that hoarse voice filled with resentment and unresolved grievances. In nearly 20 years, Lin had never seen him like this. It was as though all the emotions pent up in his chest had erupted at that moment, threatening to turn into scorching magma and incinerate everything. Rain poured down as though the entire Milky Way had overturned, flooding the mortal world. The vast capital city now seemed like nothing more than a lone boat caught in a storm. Lin looked up at the pitch-black night sky beyond the eaves, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, and stepped out into the rain without hesitation. Qingfeng, who had been following him with the intention of accompanying him back to his quarters, was stunned. After a brief pause, he hurriedly opened an umbrella and caught up with him. "Young master, where are you going?" Lin's voice was somewhat muffled by the rain. "Prepare the carriage. We're going to the Tower of Ascending Clouds." Only then did Qingfeng realize that he intended to see second Miss Jiang. But raindrops hammered against the umbrella like hailstones, striking with such force that they seemed capable of piercing straight through the fabric. Qingfeng couldn't help but advise him, "But it's already so late, long past the agreed time. And with the rain this heavy tonight, second Miss Jiang must have left after waiting for you in vain. If you go now, you'll probably find no one there. If you're worried, we could simply send someone from the manor to check." Lin didn't look back. "Even if there's only the slightest chance, I won't let her wait in vain." Perhaps because the rain outside was so clamorous, after Jiang Xuening closed her eyes, its sound seeped into her dreams, painting a scene of torrential rain on a scorching summer afternoon. She hurried along with the palace maids beside the lotus pond. The pavilion where they could shelter from the rain was just ahead. But when they arrived, someone was already seated inside. Thus, the half-acre pond and its rain-drenched lotuses became nothing more than a backdrop for that person. Her clothes damp from the rain, she entered the pavilion from outside. Then, the surrounding scenery melted away like ink dissolving in water. In its place appeared a thatched cottage in a mountain village. She sat curled up on the only dry table, hugging her knees and blinking as she watched Zhang stand coldly in the corner, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. Then she heard her own voice, strained and tinged with nervousness. Would you like to come sit here too?" Zhang turned to look at her. His eyes were like clear frost, instantly captivating her. At that moment, she wanted to reach out and touch those eyes, But amid the overwhelming scent of earth and grass, the smell of alcohol inexplicably mingled in, growing stronger as it approached. Though only a faint trace of scent, it cut through the rain like a blade. Jiang Xuening abruptly fell into a nightmare. The lotus pond and pavilion of the summer retreat vanished. The thatched cottage from their escape after the assassination attempt disappeared as well. She stood barefoot on the cold floor of the palace of earthly tranquility's bedchamber, absent-mindedly stirring the incense ashes in the burner with a pair of tongs. No palace maids remained in the chambers. She felt cold, lost, and afraid. Sure enough, footsteps soon echoed from outside the hall. But this time was different. The footsteps were erratic and unsteady. When the figure appeared at the doorway and forcefully pushed it open, the wind outside carried in a strong scent of alcohol. Jiang Xuening's hand trembled, and the incense tongs between her fingers clattered to the floor. A sharp, jarring sound. Yin Lin's face, now devoid of all the youthful innocence of his boyhood, was clouded with drunkenness, yet his eyes shone brighter than ever, as though he had returned to the most triumphant days of his youth. He smiled at her. "Ningning, don't be afraid." But she sensed unprecedented danger and began retreating step by step. Yet the palace of earthly tranquility was not large to begin with, much less this small bedchamber. Step by step, he advanced until he finally seized her. The potent smell of alcohol closed in around her, enveloping her mouth and nose like a prison, trapping her, invading her, permeating everything. In her daze, someone's fingers brushed against her cheek. The cold touch, scaly like a serpent, sent shivers down her spine. When Jiang Xuening, who had been dozing lightly on the chaise lounge, awoke from her dream with lingering fear, she saw only a backlit figure sitting beside her. The outline of the young man was both familiar and strange. Even dampened by the cold rain, the faint scent of alcohol lingered stubbornly around him. At that moment, her pupils contracted violently. Instinctively, she recoiled. Only then did she recognize that the young man before her bore no traces of hardship or the weight of suffering on the frontier. Though unusually silent, he was not the Yin Lin from her past life. Yin Lin had arrived half an hour earlier. The rain outside had not let up. After entering the tower of ascending clouds, he had found her asleep on the chaise lounge, her delicate face half buried beneath a thin blanket, making her look even more charming and adorable. At such a moment, the sight only made his heart ache more. She must have waited for a long time. Thinking that his fingers were too cold from being outside, Yin Lin whispered softly, "Did I scare you?" Jiang Xuening blinked. "Have you been drinking?" Only then did Yin Lin realize how strongly the smell of alcohol clung to him. The thought brought him back to his earlier conversation with his father. After a long silence, he lowered his gaze. "I had a few drinks while discussing some matters with my father." Zhou Yingji had already secured the position of 1,000 household commander, and with the storm brewing, what could he and Marquis Yongyi have discussed? Jiang Xuening could guess the gist of it. She had intended to speak clearly with Yin Lin today, but now, looking at him, she found herself inexplicably unable to utter a word. The room was empty. All the maids had withdrawn. For a moment, there was utter silence. Yet Yin Lin's emotions churned violently within him, making him feel like a reef battered by relentless waves, unable to escape and forced to stand firm and endure. Had it not been for this night, for Zhou Yingji, and for that conversation with his father, he might never have realized his mistakes until the day his family faced ruin and destruction. He still remembered that night during the Chongyang Lantern Festival. Ningning had turned to ask him, "Yin Lin, you always spoil and protect me like this, but have you ever thought about what would happen if, one day, I no longer had you? What would I do?" He was the heir of the Marquis of Courage Estate, doted upon by his family, favored by the emperor, and accomplished in both civil and martial affairs. Unlike those idle noble youths in the capital who squandered their father's legacies on cockfighting and dog racing, he had traveled extensively with his father, witnessed many hardships, and prided himself on possessing foresight beyond his peers, as well as the ambition inherited from his forebears. Hardship had never fazed him. Thus, he had taken everything he possessed for granted, believing it would never change. As he had once told Xinjie, "If I spoil her, I'll be the one to marry her." Only today did he realize that some things, though innate, might not last forever. He spoiled her. He protected her. Unable to restrain his jubilant heart, he openly displayed his special affection for her, eager to let the entire capital know that Jiang Xuening would be his future wife. Yet he had forgotten that the world was ever-changing, and no one knew what tomorrow might bring. Now, he could only regret his lack of foresight and reckless impulsiveness. Yanlin dared not imagine. How would someone as delicate as her cope with the household's difficulties without him? She had never needed to enter the palace as an attending student, yet he had sent her there. How would she face the dangers lurking ahead? Everyone knew that she was his childhood sweetheart and that their bond ran deep. If a sudden upheaval prevented their marriage, how would she bear it? One moment, he felt the oppressive weight of impending catastrophe. The next, he was consumed by remorse for his own naivety and immaturity, mingled with heartache for the girl he had cherished for years. Yanlin felt something clog his throat, making it agonizingly difficult to speak. He pulled her tightly into his embrace. His hoarse voice trembled slightly. Ningning. The moment his strong arms wrapped around her, Jiang Xuening's body stiffened. Yanlin. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, suppressing a shudder as he pleaded. Don't speak. Ningning. Don't say anything. Be merciful to me. Don't speak. At this moment, the young man displayed a rare vulnerability, as though he were afraid of what she might say. Jiang Xuening only sensed something unbearably heavy pressing down upon him. Outside the window, darkness reigned, save for the faint glow from their private room. Her heart gradually softened. Her tense body slowly relaxed, and at last, she reached out and rested a hand on his shoulder. It's all right. Everything will be all right. Had Yanlin guessed what she wanted to tell him today? Jiang Xuening wasn't sure. In the silent depths of this rainy night, she remembered only her own selfishness and deceit. Within the inner household, she had few trustworthy allies. Even without Zhou Yingji, news of the Marquis of Courage Estate's affairs would inevitably reach others. Thus, using Zhou Yingji was better than not using him. At least she knew his background, and he could relay warnings to the Yin family, giving them time to prepare. As for how she knew the Marquis of Courage Estate would face trouble, that was the least of her worries. Zhou Yingji was a cunning and calculating, clever man. He would assume that she had learned the news from her father or some other influential figure, for walls had ears. Though Yanlin was still young, he was well versed in the ways of officialdom. Even if he knew she had been aware of the impending trouble facing the Marquis's household, he would merely assume she had learned of it from Zhou Yingji, and then had Zhou Yingji deliver the message. Clever people disliked speaking plainly. Moreover, this was not something incomprehensible. They would construct the most plausible explanation for it themselves, and thus, she would remain hidden. Her voice was soft and gentle, carrying an inexplicable sense of calm that soothed the soul. Yanlin listened with his eyes tightly shut. After a long while, he finally released her. His eyes were slightly moist, and he gave a self-deprecating laugh. You waited for me for a long time, didn't you? It's all my fault. I forgot to send someone to inform you beforehand. On my way here, I hoped that by the time I reached the Tower of Ascending Clouds, you would already be gone, so I could feel a little less guilty. But when I arrived and saw you still waiting, beyond the guilt, I couldn't suppress the joy in my heart. Ningning, isn't that ridiculous of me? Jiang Xuening gazed at him, unsure what to say. But Yanlin, as though performing a magic trick, pulled something from his sleeve. Taking her hand, he tied it around her slender wrist. On my way here, I saw an old flower seller sheltering from the rain beneath the eaves. When I saw these flowers, for some reason, they reminded me of you. So I thought that if you were still here after I arrived so late, I should at least have something with which to make amends. Now that you've accepted my flowers, you can't stay angry with me anymore. The young man's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. What he had tied around Jiang Xuening's wrist was a string of snow-white jasmine blossoms. Each delicate, blooming flower had been threaded together with a fine string and adorned with only 2 glossy green leaves. Once tied, they dangled like 2 pieces of jade beneath her wrist. Amid the cold and desolate rain, a subtle fragrance suddenly filled the air, a crisp, refreshing scent that seeped into the heart. Few knew that jasmine could bloom for 3 seasons, but only if it was tended with great care. Jasmine in late autumn and early winter was especially rare, as precious as the young man's feelings. Jiang Xuening suddenly felt a pang of self-loathing. Seeing her remain silent, Lin cupped her face in his hands and studied her. Are you really going to stay angry? Jiang Xuening shook her head. The night had grown far too late. Though Lin longed to stay with her, he dared not let her return too late, especially in such troubled times, lest it damage her reputation. So he prepared to escort her home. The two descended the tower of ascending clouds together. Lin held an umbrella and helped her into the carriage. Only then, standing beneath the umbrella, did Jiang Xuening look up at him. Her long, dark lashes trembled faintly in the shadows as she whispered, Lin, promise me you won't drink anymore, all right? I'm afraid. Not drink. Lin was puzzled. He wanted to say that there wasn't an aspiring young man who didn't drink. But when he lowered his gaze and saw the fragile vulnerability hidden beneath her soft expression, something in his heart inexplicably ached. So, indulgent and accommodating as always, he smiled and promised her. All right. Chapter 42. That day, Jiang Xuening returned to the mansion very late. By the time she had washed up and lay down on the already prepared bed, it was deep into the night. The jasmine bracelet Lin had tied around her wrist was carefully removed and gently placed on the dressing table. Its faint, lingering fragrance drifted toward her pillow, growing ever more subtle as it permeated her heavy dreams. However, by the next morning, the jasmine flowers on the dressing table had withered. Their once plump petals drooped as though drained of vitality and moisture, leaving them looking listless and forlorn. Winter jasmine, though rare and beautiful, was ultimately not in its finest season of bloom. Jiang Xuening stood before the dressing mirror, gazing at it for a long while. Then she picked it up, placed it inside a sandalwood incense box, and set it on the desk. The palace had granted the selected attending students only 2 days to visit their families, bid farewell, and prepare for their long-term stay in the palace. Time was truly tight. They were to return to the palace by that very evening. The maids and servants in the house were busy packing Jiang Xuening's belongings. She herself had little to do, so she sat idly on the veranda outside, lost in thought as she pondered the current situation and her own predicament. Originally, she hadn't planned to enter the palace, but thanks to a group of helpful allies, she had been dragged into the selection and become an attending student. While the Zhang mansion's status in the capital wasn't low, it paled in comparison to the other prominent noble families. In her past life, her greatest source of support upon entering the palace had been Lin. But soon afterward, the Marquis of Courage estate fell into trouble. Back then, she had already been an outcast, and her temperament made it difficult for her to get along with the other attending students. With the downfall of the Marquis of Courage estate, there was no shortage of opportunists in the palace who took advantage of her misfortune, causing her to suffer greatly for a time. Fortunately, she later managed to establish a connection with Shenjie. Only after catching Prince Linghe's eye did her situation gradually improve, and no one dared to bully her anymore. In her past life, she had been foolish and unprepared for what was to come, and thus endured a great deal of hardship. Now, the downfall of the Marquis of Courage estate seemed unavoidable, and her entry into the palace was already decided. She would have to stay there for half a year, and this time, she truly didn't want to become too entangled with the imperial family. Relying on winning Shenjie's favor to protect herself was a path she absolutely shouldn't take again. But if not that, what could she do in this life to make her 6 months in the palace more bearable? Especially after the recent turmoil in the palace, she seemed to have unintentionally become the most disliked and resented person once again. Zhou Yingji was too dangerous. Using him before had been a last resort, but she needed to be more cautious from now on. Still, apart from him, who else could she rely on? Sigh. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. Jiang Xuening gazed at the sky. After the rain, it had not cleared but instead grown gloomier beneath the haze of early winter. She let out a long sigh. I wonder how Yu Fangyin is doing over there. Yu Fangyin had already made most of the arrangements, though she still had some uncertainties. After returning from Jiang Xuening's place the previous day, she had taken a detour to visit Su Wenyi. This time, she made no mention of Sichuan's well salt or cable tool wells, staying only briefly before leaving. It wasn't because she actually had business with Su Wenyi, but because Jiang Xuening had instructed her to do so. Something about laying a false trail. At this moment, She looked at the crooked and uneven characters she had written on the page, her fingers trembling uncontrollably as her heartbeat quickened slightly. She had taken every word the second young miss said yesterday to heart, and indeed, a thought had sprouted within her, to retaliate against Yu and make her suffer a little for her words and actions. But in all her years growing up, she had never deliberately harmed anyone before. The plan had been carefully thought out, but now that it was time to act, she couldn't help feeling somewhat uneasy. Is she in her room? Just as she hesitated, rapid, disorderly footsteps suddenly sounded outside, accompanied by a question laced with disdain. Someone immediately answered from outside. She is, the delicate voice promptly said. Let's go in and see what mischief she's up to. The footsteps grew louder and closer. Having lived in the mansion for so many years and endured her bullying for just as long, how could Yu Fangyin fail to recognize Yu's voice? Almost instantly, she folded the paper on the table and tucked it into her sleeve. Rising nervously from her seat, she looked toward the door and called out, "Second sister." Yu arrived at the doorway just then. Before seeing her, Yu Fangyin had thought she would be as terrified as before, unable to meet her gaze, and perhaps even trembling. But when Yu actually appeared before her, what flashed through her mind was the second young Miss's suppressed grievance and bitterness from yesterday. The second young miss had already done so much for her, even enduring Yu's harassment in the palace because she had saved her. Now, it was her turn to repay and protect the second young miss. Her heart suddenly steadied. Yu Fangyin's fingers, hidden inside her sleeves, quietly clenched around the paper she had just tucked away. Yu Fangyin's thought, the opportunity has come knocking. Today, Yu wore a bright peach-colored ruchuan. Because the weather had turned chilly over the past 2 days, she had even brought along a delicate rabbit fur hand warmer, tucking both hands inside it. Standing at the doorway, she cast a disdainful glance at Yu Fangyin before sweeping her gaze over the shabby room, not even deigning to step inside. She remained at the threshold and sneered. "I heard you left the mansion yesterday?" Yu Fangyin immediately replied, "No, nothing like that. No." Yu's face darkened at once as she barked at someone behind her. "Nanny Zhang, come out and tell us. Did she or didn't she?" A formidable-looking maidservant immediately stepped forward from behind her and pointed sharply at Yu Fangyin's nose. This old servant couldn't possibly be mistaken. "Yesterday, when I went to the silk shop to buy fabric for your new clothes, I saw this girl leaving with a bolt of fine silk. Though I'm old, my eyesight hasn't failed me all these years. At the time, I wondered, given third young Mrs. standing in the mansion, how could she possibly afford such expensive silk? I feared something shady was going on in the household and dared not keep it from you." Second young Mississippi. Yu then said, "A sum of silver has gone missing from my room." She looked at Yu Fangyin with a mocking smile. Yu Fangyin understood their scheme at once. In the past, she would have flushed with panic and desperately defended herself. But now, all she could think about were the clear steps that would follow. On the surface, she merely pretended to be as flustered as usual. "It wasn't me. I never took anything. I don't even dare go near second sister's quarters. How could I have taken her money? You can't just falsely accuse me like this." Yu had suffered considerable humiliation in the palace, but some of the details were too embarrassing to share with others. She could only say that she had clashed with the second miss of the Zhang mansion and had been wronged, unable to retaliate. She had intended to swallow her anger, but who would have thought that even a lowly concubine-born girl in her own household would dare stir up trouble, just when she needed somewhere to vent her anger. Yu strode over and slapped her hard across the face, her delicate features twisting with malicious spite. "If you didn't steal my silver, then where did you get the money to buy silk? Did it fall from the sky? Servants, tear this room apart and search every corner." Yu Fangyin had fallen into the water some time ago and become ill. On top of that, she had been mistreated recently, leaving her already frail body even weaker. The slap was vicious. Bright red fingerprints appeared across her face, and the force nearly knocked her to the ground. Her head buzzed, and for a moment, she couldn't even speak. The maids and matrons immediately stormed into her room. Teapots and cups on the table were smashed, pillows and bedding were torn apart, and even the few meager decorations she possessed were knocked over and thrown to the floor. The room, though humble, had at least been tidy. Now, it was a complete mess. Before long, a matron found several scattered taels of silver and 2 50-tael banknotes hidden at the bottom of a closed chest. Found it. She presented them to Yu Yu as though they were treasures. Second miss, look. Yu Yu took them, and her pupils contracted. She hadn't believed the rumors at first, thinking Yu Fangyin was nothing but worthless trash. How could she possibly have gotten her hands on so much money? But now, the silver and banknotes were right before her eyes. Undeniable proof. A surge of fury rose in her heart. She clenched the banknotes and silver tightly. How dare you steal right under my nose? That shameless Jiang Xuening protected you last time, allowing you to escape punishment. Did you think you'd found yourself a backer and could now be bold enough to steal from me? Several maids and matrons immediately seized Yu Fangyin. She struggled violently, her bloodshot eyes wide as she shouted. Even in court, evidence is required. The loose silver may not be marked, but the source of these banknotes is perfectly clear. I used the money my mother left me to invest in a business and earned bonus shares. Even the banks can verify it. If second sister wants me dead, just say so. Why bother using such a flimsy excuse? Does second sister even know whether any money is missing from her own room? Yu Yu hadn't expected her to talk back. For a moment, she was too stunned to react. Then her rage flared. She was just about to order someone to slap Fangyin again when, unexpectedly, a folded piece of paper fell from Fangyin's sleeve as she struggled against the maids and matrons. Fangyin immediately lunged to grab it. Yu Yu's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. She stepped forward and forcefully stomped on Yu Fangyin's outstretched fingers, grinding her foot down before picking up the folded paper with a cold smirk. Fangyin watched her with a mixture of defiance and fear. "TSK, let me see which little lover wrote this for you." As she spoke, she unfolded the paper. The handwriting wasn't particularly refined, but it was still legible. With just a quick glance, Yu Yu froze. "Well, salt. Cable tool well. Renweiji?" She knew perfectly well whether any silver had gone missing from her own quarters. Thus, she had been curious about the source of Yu Fangyin's money. Now, upon seeing this page, she was momentarily stunned and suspicious. But after calming down, she began to suspect that Fangyin had indeed received some expert advice on how to make money. A curious maid beside her tried to peek. "Miss, what does it say?" Instinctively, Yu Yu covered the paper, preventing the maid from seeing its contents. Her eyes flickered with greed, but she remained silent. She merely curled her lips as she stared at Fangyin's intense gaze, feeling utterly triumphant. "Lock her in the woodshed first. No more running around outside. We can't have her ruining our family's reputation." The servants immediately dragged Yu Fangyin away. Because of this, Yu Yu failed to see the moment Fangyin turned away, her face utterly devoid of expression, cold and indifferent. By late afternoon, nearing the hour of Yu, the Zhang mansion's carriage was ready. Perhaps because Jiang Xuening had performed well during the previous palace election, or perhaps because she had clashed with her family upon returning, and even provoked Jiang Xuehui, Jiang Boyo, and Meng Shi said little during her farewell this time. They merely reminded her to be cautious with her words and actions before letting her go. Today, she arrived at the palace gates alone. Her second entry into the palace was different from the first. Now familiar with the surroundings, she didn't wait for the others to gather. Instead, as soon as she arrived, a young eunuch helped carry her luggage and led her straight to the hall of admirable restraint. Just as Jiang Xuening stepped out of the carriage, another carriage pulled up nearby. It was Yao Shi. After 2 days apart, she seemed to have lost some weight. Her brows were still furrowed as she alighted from the carriage, and when her gaze met Xuening's, it lingered as though she had something to say. But in the end, she remained silent. Jiang Xuening wondered. Jiang Xuening's thought. How had Yao Shi handled her engagement with Zhang after returning home these past 2 days?